Welcome to the Acer Predator pre-show.
That's right, it's time for the Acer Predator pre-show here from Katowice in Poland for the IEM 2019 Minor Championships, and this is the way we want to start off 2019. Some of the best action to come your way, the road to the majors. I'm your host, James Banks, and I will be joined by two lovely gentlemen on the left-hand side of me in Pimp and Blair. Guys, how are you feeling on day one here?
I'm feeling super excited to get this all started. It's been a while since we had some quality Counter-Strike coming in, James. Some Counter-Strike with significance to it as well. So I'm looking very much forward to get this whole thing started.
Absolutely, and like the CIS minor would usually be, like, most people are like, it's a region not many people really know about, let's be very honest about it, and we're going to be seeing some pretty cool teams playing here. We have a lot of names, a lot of games going ahead. We also have the EU minor happening almost right after the CIS minor on day one as well. A lot of Counter-Strike action. I'm looking forward to it. I'm enjoying the place as well.
Yeah, we're going to be really spoilt for choice, right, in terms of just the games that we're going to have, the quality of teams playing here. And you spoke about just briefly there how the CIS minor has been in the past, right? This one's actually turned into be a little bit more interesting with kind of the swap around of players, of rosters, and how things have come about.
I think they're gaining more respect, year by year, because as you said, we normally don't think of the CIS minor region to be the strongest out there. There's all these talks about, is it deserved that they get so many spots as they do and all that kind of stuff, but I think they time and time again show that they can play Counter-Strike at a high level, and the way they do play Counter-Strike is a little bit different from the way that we play it in Europe or the way they play it in NA, and that's what's caused these surprises to happen. So I think it's cool to have this state of the minor as well, where we get some of these unknown teams in and give them a platform to show themselves off, and I think they have been, justifying themselves time and time again, moving into the major and actually producing results as well.
Absolutely. Like, if you look at the last couple of years, if you look at the teams being brought from the CIS minor, most people would be like, they're not really going to do any big damage, but we all know what happens there. We've seen our Vegas, we've seen QB Fires and all these guys who've pulled off some of the biggest upsets we've seen in the major. So whichever two teams are going to come, maybe three teams are going to come up from the minors, from the CIS, I think they can be a dangerous dark horse in the in the main tournament as well.
Well, let's take a look at these groups and some of the teams that will be taking part throughout the CIS minor here. And to start with on your screen, you can see Gambit, Simon, Nemiga, and Team Spirit to start off with. Now, obviously, Gambit is a team that everyone will be talking about given their history, but this is a very different Gambit in terms of what we've seen from in the past.
It's a very different Gambit. It's not a Gambit you can expect to go far in a major anymore, safe to say. It's a Gambit that has to fight through all these stacked rosters, within the CIS region to even qualify for the major. I don't think it's a given that they make it through here. I think they're favorites, obviously, of making it. They still have a lot of experienced players. They still have a lot of players who have tried it before. A guy like Mao, potentially the best player in the CIS minor when he's in form. Yeah. So definitely some star power on the team, but they're not as consistent, and they're not the same force to be reckoned with, which we saw 2 years ago, where they were one of the finalists of the major. So a new time, a new era for Gambit, but still, coming in as heavy favorites for this group.
Absolutely. I mean, all things considered, they have won a major, right? That still counts for something. Sure, they've lost a couple of their star players, so to speak. It is a new lineup, but this is where things might get a little tricky, so to speak, for teams like Avangard, like Gambit, teams who are highly favored to make their way out of the minor, would be the fact that when it comes to domestic matchups, especially in CIS, anything could happen.
Well, you alluded to it there a little bit. We're going to have a look at Group B as well, and the teams that will be taking place that feature not just some of the best in this region, but some teams that are certainly on the rise as well. We've got Avangard, Pro 100, Runtime, and Winstrike in there as well. And I want to start with Winstrike, guys, because that's quite an interesting lineup in terms of a good mix of the younger generations and some of the old school heads as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you're talking about not just Winstrike, right? But if you talk about Runtime as well, it's a very interesting group where we have a team like Avangard who are the favorites, at least in that particular group. They are, I think, also the highest ranked team in the CIS minor. But keeping that aside, you look at Runtime, you look at Winstrike, you have some veterans in a like Starix, for example, playing alongside Hooch. I always loved watching them back in the day. And like I said, this group might be a little bit more trickier than Group A. It's going to be a little bit harder to predict, so to speak.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it's going to be super interesting to see how far Avangard can go. I expect them to be the best team within this CIS qualifier, and I expect them, to go far in the major even. I think it's a team that can beat some of the very best teams in the world. They've shown that time and time again. There's a lot of potential on this team, a lot of star power, a lot of fracking power. Whatever they can, stand the test of the pressure that is coming in now for the first time. They're actually favorites coming into a minor qualifier. That's going to be interesting to see, but I do expect them to do well.
Yeah, certainly so. Now we're going to have a look at the bracket and exactly what's going on and how this is going to work out for these teams and how they can make their way to the playoffs. And as you see on this, for Group A, we've got our opening game is going to be Nemiga going up against Team Spirit, and then we're going to have Gambit versus Simon in there as well. Best of ones to start off with, then we go into best of threes.
Yeah, and it's a cool format, right? Because it gives teams the allowance to get started in the tournament. You start out with a pretty, I wouldn't say easy best of one, but you know, a very forgiving format where you can win it, you can lose it. It doesn't really matter in the end because you have another best of 3 coming up no matter what. Yeah. Obviously, winners move into the winners best of 3. Losers goes down to the lower bracket, as you can see, which also is the best of 3. So no matter what, you get to play into your strengths. You get to play, you know, into your own map pool, and you get to show off what you actually have prepared for this minor. So a cool format where basically what it means is if you win 2 games, you're through to the playoff. If you lose 2, you're out.
And that's always going to be a rough ride if you have to take it. Now looking at Group B, we've got Runtime going up against Winstrike and Avangard versus Pro 100. Exactly the same format as follows. But I feel with these best of ones, guys, do we expect to see some of them shaky little potential upsets to come in to start us off with?
That could happen, right? That's the thing with best of ones. That's where a team who would be considered as underdogs would actually be looking to pull off the upset. But like Pim just mentioned right now, the cool thing about double elimination bracket, especially when you have so many best of 3s as well, is even if you might get upset, let's say you're Avangard or Gambit or you're one of the favorites, get upset in the opening matchup. You know, when it comes to best of 3s, although now your one lifeline's gone, but you get to showcase your depth of map pool, you know, how much better you are, and obviously the more experienced and more well-prepared team would at least ideally on paper come through.
Well, we're going to take a look at some of these teams in a little bit more detail. We're going to be starting off with a closer look at Team Pro 100.
Well, we're obviously a pretty known team in CS region, but talking about like the best teams, they obviously don't know much about us. We can beat some of them because we play some practice matches, and we're actually not that bad. We beat some of like good teams. They can have something from us, so we have some cool stuff that they can borrow, I guess. As an in-game leader, I usually don't call some strats where everyone needs to know everything, every nade, every move. It's more about have some mindset for the game. So actually it took like half a year to move from that point to the point that we again feel like a full team.
Pro 100 there. Now, that's a team that's had a little bit more of a difficult run than other teams. They've not been sure even what lineup they'd be playing with up until the very last moments. And that's quite a key thing that can affect them, right, Pim?
Yeah, for sure. It's never nice not to know what you're coming into a tournament with. Obviously, the whole preparation coming into the event hasn't been as fluid as they wanted. You know, you want to make sure you practice. You want to make sure that you get every single situation narrowed down, you know, so you know how to react in certain situations. And obviously, if you haven't had the time to practice and if you've been unsure which player you actually were going to play with, it's going to harm you and it's going to affect you a little bit. That said, though, I think they have figured it out right, and they seem pretty confident in the way they talk about it, you know. This is a team that has been building up for quite some time, that has been trying to sort of like establish themselves within the CIS region, and I think it's getting better and better for them. So definitely a team on the uprise within their own region.
And they've got Senya as a coach, which is quite the interesting addition. Potentially he was having to play, now he's going to sit in that coach role and let all of his experience talk for him, right? So that could be a factor that really helps him out here.
Absolutely. Like when you have a player like Senya, I mean, this guy has been playing for such a long time at the highest levels, Counter-Strike. Sure, we haven't seen him, I think he was casting for a bit here and there, but back when he was playing for Na'Vi, back in the 1.6, he was a champion. I mean, this is a guy who was known for not being a star player like Edward was or Markelov was, but he was a clutch guy. He was a cool guy, he was very calm, collected, very experienced guy. And for a young team like Pro 100, here's the thing, they're very inexperienced if you look at their experience they have, so to speak. They've only played one LAN in this particular lineup. It was a Toyota Bangkok Masters event where, you know, they had mixed results. They beat Kingwin, I think, but they came, I think, 5th or 6th. They didn't reach a playoff, so kind of a rough showing over there. But like I said, they seem confident. You know, they know that they do have the potential to pull off upsets here in this particular tournament. And having Senya, plus their 5th player, I think it was Kenzor who felt sick. Now he's back. They're going to be feeling a little bit more happier, so to speak, getting into this their first matchup.
Now, one question I got for both of you guys before we close up our pre-show here is, just for anyone who may be not too familiar with the CIS region, which teams would you guys recommend they keep an eye on and have a look out throughout all of this?
I gotta say Avanga. It's a pretty easy one to go for. I think it is as you said, the highest ranked team within the CIS minor. But I think it's a team that has a lot of potential. I think there's players on the team as well. There's a few guys on there you want to look out for. Players that could potentially move up in the ranks. Maybe join a Gambit in the future. Or maybe join an English-speaking team if they can get that down. There's a lot of skill, surrounding this team. And I think it's a team that if they do manage to qualify from the CIS minor into the major itself, I think it's a team that can upset a lot of the other teams and a team that other teams don't like to play because that's one of the things surrounding the CIS minor, right? The way they play is a little bit unorthodox. It's not the normal sort of like flow and normal sort of way of playing Counter-Strike, at least not when you come from Europe or when you come from NA. So it's also like sort of like playing the uncertainty that the CIS teams bring into the minor. So if I were them, and if I were the guys out there looking at the screen right now, I would look out for Avanga. I think they're going to be a great team, not only for the minor, but also for the major.
Okay, well, Avangard's the team to look out for in you guys' eyes. We're going to be going to a short break, but when we come back, it'll be up for the first game and to get the minors underway.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Synergy of brute strength, born of elite core power, to thrive under pressure in the most hostile conditions, and built to overclock. Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
That's right, it's the time you guys have been waiting for, the first game of the day. And just before we get into it, it's time for us to break it down in the Vodafone pre-match and find out how we think this game is going to go. It's going to be between Nemiga and Team Spirit. And this is going to be an interesting scenario for our opening game here, because these two teams do have a little bit of a back and forth. They've played each other for a fair amount coming from their own region, but it's fairly one-sided to start things off.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting game, to be completely honest. As said, it's two of the teams that we don't expect to be favorites coming into this CIS minor, but two of the teams that can potentially qualify. So it's going to be a great indicator to see where they stand, how great their practice have been leading up to this tournament, and how much we can actually expect from them moving on.
Absolutely. The thing with Spirit, like James just mentioned, touched upon, was the fact that they have won every one of their encounters, at least, not these two exact lineups, by the way. I think the Nemiga lineup has a couple of new changes that took place a few months back. But apart from that, it's been kind of one-sided. It's been kind of lopsided, so to speak. But at the same time, it's been a while since they played against each other. Nemiga, obviously, they have nothing to lose. Spirit, on the other hand, we might be talking about Avangard, might be talking about Gambit, but I think Spirit are the other team where I wouldn't be too surprised if they did manage to make their way out of the minor. So I think, at least on paper, mentally speaking, they might have more to lose here, right? And for them, obviously, they would want to take the first win, then just play one more best of 3 and then qualify for the playoff. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. I personally am going to expect to see something a little crazy coming from Nemiga.
Yeah, they should, because as you said, it has been one-sided so far. The thing that really goes for Spirit is also the fact that they're very collected team, so to speak. They've been together for a long, long time. These players know each other in and out, so to speak. I remember 2 years ago, actually, when I retired as a professional player, I got back home from Team Liquid, and I was playing some online MDL, and I think I was playing these guys in an online matchup. And I think the players on the team right now were basically the same that I played 2 years ago, almost. So this is a team that's been together for a long, long time. And back then they were decent, and they've only grown better, right? So while you're saying, and while I'm echoing your sentiment, the fact that they can be one of those teams you have to look out for, maybe potentially, bullying the guys like Gambit and Avanga in the potential, fight for the spots for the minor.
Well, they could bully Envy at some point if they get a little bit further on throughout these tournaments. It may come into play. But an interesting thing here for what I see from both these teams is that they are grinders, constantly taking part in all the qualifiers, always playing these online matches. These guys just want to get games under the way, right? And they're so aggressive with it.
That's life as an underdog team, so to speak. Especially if you're from the CIS region, you have to grind all those online qualifiers. You have to play all the tournaments. You have to gain the experience. Being part of those practice groups as well on Facebook, you can see that the Russian teams and the CIS region teams, they're the one practicing the most, I feel. Not necessarily a good idea. There's something called fatigue as well and something about being productive, so that's something they maybe have to learn. But in general, you can't blame them for not trying, and I think that's, where they come in so handy. They have a lot of hours on their accounts. They're very good individually, and they're trying the absolute best. So, the motivational factor and the motivational side of this, you cannot argue against. That's, on top.
Absolutely. And even if you look at the qualifiers, right, like we talk about the EU qualifiers, obviously the hardest, because we had a lot of heartbreak with some teams dropping out, to make it the final 8. But let's be honest, the CIS qualifiers have also been kind of cutthroat as well. One team I was surprised not to make it to the minors was Force, who were looking phenomenal. There was this event recently where James and I were at the Abu Dhabi event where they were just dismantling everyone, and they came close to toppling Fnatic, and they lost them, I think, in the final map or in overtime or something. They're playing great. By the way, they lost in a very miserable fashion. They didn't even qualify over here. So it's been a very rough journey, a very hard journey to make it all the way here to land, for the minors. And I don't think anyone wants to go back home early here.
Well, let's have a look at the Team Spirit roster in a little bit more detail, as we have all of their information at hand, and we get to have a little bit of a closer look at them. There you go, the guys on your screens. Pimp, would you like to take this one away for these guys?
Yeah, I mean, we have quite a wide range of interesting names throughout the CIS minor. This one is fairly easy, though. I think we have Softic, we have Dima, we have Cody, we have Defcost, and Some Da Young SDY. That player, by the way, Some Da Young, is a guy that we have to look out for. I think he's one of the future prospects within the CIS region. He's playing FPL a lot. I get to play with him as well in there, and he's a good player. He also speaks fairly well English, so that's maybe a player, who's looking to make a move into an English-speaking roster in the future. If he can sort of gather that potential. For now, though, obviously he is fully focused with Team Spirit, and I think this team is, as you said, one of the teams that is the dark horse of bullying and of making it tough for Avanga and Gambit. I think they have a lot of potential.
Now, Blair, going into Nemiga, what do we think about these guys?
Well, the first thing is Lollipop 21K is a cool name I've seen in quite a while, considering I'm from Asia and we see a lot of weird Asian names. This takes the cake. But let's talk about the players. We got Hitmouse, we got MDS, we got Lollipop 21K, JYO, Geo, and Robo, right? Two of these players are comparatively new to this lineup. Geo and Lollipop did join in just a few months back. Earlier, it used to be a different lineup, so to speak. What I find interesting in this particular lineup, let's be honest, you know, I did my research and looked at a little bit into this team as well. There's not much material could really work with because most of the games they've played against have been the domestic matchups.
Yes.
So don't know how they really will fare against, you know, a better team, so to speak, you know. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these guys really click. What I found interesting was the fact that there are a lot of oppers in this team. We have Hitmouse, we got Robo, and we got JYO. All three of them are capable of wielding the big green gun, and they do it pretty often as well. So, and nowadays with the current, I wouldn't say the current meta, but, you know, there are teams out there, Liquid comes to mind, obviously, who have kind of like stopped going for a dedicated opera route. And even if you do have a dedicated opera, it's very rare nowadays where you have a team where they, you know, this guy can only op. This team has a lot of options when it comes to that gun. And I know it might sound a little cliched, but that could make things interesting depending on what the map is.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Not to forget, I do believe Nemiga were the team that beat Gambit in the CIS minor qualifier and put them into the lower bracket and making them at risk of not even qualifying for the minor itself. So it is a team that can produce high-level Counter-Strike play.
Now, we talk about team spirit, right? Managed to keep a pretty much stable roster for a long amount of time here. And then you were just saying about Nemiga, Blair, that they've brought in 2 new players to mix things up a bit. Do you see a difference in how it might benefit one team rather than the other in terms of bringing some more young players, give that little motivation boost in there? Or is it the experience that you'll be looking to shine through in this best of one?
I think it's always a pros and cons situation, obviously. And I think when in regards to the CIS region, I think it's very cool to see Spirit have been able to keep this lineup together for this long. Yeah. I think the CIS region is, as said, you know, not a region that is as far developed as the European or the NA for that matter, without being disrespectful at all. So the fact that they've managed to stay together for that long is a great sign, you know, and a great atmosphere to be around, and I think that is going to come in as a handy thing for them. They've been here before. They've been in the pressured situations before. When it goes 14-14 and they're pressured down to the wire, they've been there before, whereas the other team, it's new for them. It's all new, you know, senses, new sort of emotions they have to control. So in that regard, I think experience, especially when we're talking the CIS region, that's valued a lot, because that's not a lot you have right there with the teams that is currently standing.
Now, in terms of what we expect to see from these two teams where we start to go down into map-wise, right, they actually have a kind of bit of an even like spread, right, in what maps they'll play.
Yeah, that is true. Like, if you look at, I was just taking a look at some of the maps they're, you know, they're not comfortable playing on. Like, you have Cache, you have Train. These are two maps that, you know, surprisingly most CIS teams do like playing. But it's going to be perma-bans here. Like, it's a very standard, you know, ban phase I'm expecting to see from these two teams. The problem here is the fact that, like we said, Spirit, they've been playing together for such a long time. They have a much better, deeper map pool and a better record in most of these maps compared to Nemiga. So it's going to be really hard for Nemiga over here. Now, there are 2 ways to go about this. Firstly, it's the best of 1. So you're going to kind of see middle of the pack map. You're not really going to see a really good map for either team coming out here. So for Nemiga, if you're Nemiga, you're a new team, you know, comparatively new team, you don't have that much experience compared to Spirit. You want to kind of throw in a curveball over here. Try and go for a map which might catch Spirit off guard. But to touch upon what you said, Pimp, you know, as Spirit, when you see an experienced team and a new team facing off against each other, some people will be like, yeah, we want to see an upset happening. But I believe in experience. I believe in homework. I believe in grinding it out. And no matter what map's going to be picked up over here, I think you know, Spirit are going to have the upper hand. But I think Nemiga could make things a little easier for them if they do try to go for a little bit of an unorthodox map pick.
All right, guys, well, we're not going to be able to see the veto just yet. It's actually going to go straight to the commentators. So our first game is going to be taken away with a man you are very familiar with and a man who's giving you a bit of a blast from the past. It's Jason Kaplan and Tom Biz.
See, I like to call it the reverse Semler, going from Overwatch back to CS. That's what I say, kind of thing. But yeah, thank you very much, guys. Thank you for the pre-match analysis as we're about to get this underway. Tom, this is going to be exciting because not only are you here finally live in Katowice, casting the CS minor, you're not at home doing it for once.
Yeah, I've casted quite a few like CIS minors in like back in the day from home, like just sat there doing the full day by myself. So I have to say it's a nice upgrade from ESL just to pretty much bring everyone here. Obviously, I think that's sort of been the thing over the last few years is that people have really upped their game when it comes to the minors. And I have to say I love it. It's the build up to the biggest tournament in Counter-Strike. You have to up your game. You have to have pretty much all of the teams here. Obviously, like I said, when it came, or like they said on the desk, like there's a few teams that maybe should have been getting through to the minor that didn't, like Fours, who have been sort of on the up recently. But I think we're definitely going to have some fantastic competition on our hands over the next couple of days.
And I think this is probably one of the hardest regions to actually predict in terms of who's going to win, because
they got away with it.
Yeah, they did. They didn't have to do any sort of predictions there. But, you know, coming to the map of Mirage, it seems, statistically, Spirit is the better team. 88% win rate across 8 maps, 45% for their opponents. And that's kind of worrisome, right? You would assume Spirit should be able to win this then.
Yeah, realistically, they should be the team going forward and taking this one fairly easily. It's more the match later on in the day. By the looks of things, are we already into the pistol?
Okay.
Right? We really are just racing through this one already. Nemiga, they've got the opening pick. They've also got the bomb down.
All right, nice little afterplant situation too. Some utility use out of Lollipop, at least with that Molotov. And Spirit's only going to have that smoke, and Softbank already been taken extremely low as he's able to trade out a frag apiece. And MDS comes up big, taking out some Young. And now it's going to be a 2-on-4 here, Tom.
Yeah, this is already looking like an impossible situation. Probably just going to look to try and save the extra utility, even just the Kevlar. It's not the best scenario, but obviously it's something to bring into the next round. Davkos will do a bit of extra damage, but a great start from Nemiga. And, well, Softbank on the other side of the map, he's at least got away with a kit and a smoke. But yeah, realistically, like going forward into this one, the player I'm actually looking at the most, at least on the Nemiga side, is going to be Lollipop. And the sole reason for that is any like youngster, any player that I see that gets picked up by Blade, I always sort of watch them along the way because we talk about like Simple, we talk about Electronic. Like he was sort of the one that like almost brought them into the light. I think even Davkos was over on that team for a little bit as well. Like he just seems to be a man who finds good young talent. Now, obviously the flip side sort of project has fallen apart recently. I believe they are a one-man roster of Markelov, which definitely isn't ideal, but yeah, I think if he's brought him into that roster, even if it was only for a few months, I think there has to be something there. And I'm actually looking forward to seeing like Gambit in action as well with Axile, because a 16-year-old that's been brought straight into Gambit, obviously ex-major winners. You sort of have to go, this kid's got to have something.
Yeah, he has to, and I think he's might going to be able to prove it here, actually, today. What's for me interesting is the fact that we have had a sort of holiday, a sort of like vacation, obviously, with the holidays coming around back in December, and we've had about 9 days, I think, for most teams to actually prepare for the minor. And for a team like Spirit, who have even said in an interview with HLTV, talking about how they like to anti-strat, they like to be the team that prepares specifically for their opponents, and they've had time to do so, but they need to make it show here, because this is the big deal for them, right? They need to get into the major.
Yeah, I think also the thing to mention as well is there's a lot of sort of CIS teams that do almost, I want to say, save themselves for the majors, because like you talk about Flipside in the past, obviously the amount of majors they made in a row was ridiculous and never should have happened based off like previous years. Like you sort of look at the way they were playing all the way through the year, then they get to the major and they get like straight through, and you're like, I don't know how they've done this.
A big rotation coming in from Kitchen, and Joe's going to have a shooting spree here as he takes down 3 players. Eventually going to fall, but hey, the damage is done, the money's been made, and we're going to see Nemiga pick up another round here on the board here in just a few seconds.
Yeah, it's interesting to note as well that in terms of like finances, a lot of teams like to make sure they get like the big buy with the AWPs. They have everything they desire. So they normally sort of force buy like we used to see in the old meta and then save the next round and have everything extra. Team Spirit have not done that. They've gone straight for the sort of AUGs. They do have an AWP, but limited utility, no kit, and not even armor onto Davkos. So they've gone for the sort of riskier purchase here. I'll be interested to see if Nemiga are just going to play a bit of a bonus round and may have the chance to do some heavy damage to, say, players who don't have head armor or no armor at all.
I think this is also a very important round for them, too, because they can get their foot in the door, right? 3 wins straight in a row. Put Spirit on a little bit of an edgier buy coming into the next round. But like I said, the AUG's going to be picked up here. Softpick going to be looking to hold over towards B, and it seems like that's where Nemiga wants to go. But they're taking their time, and I can respect that. You know, there's no need to rush into anything just yet. You don't need to go too crazy. And speaking of rushing, they're going to come in, and Demon does take down the first and the second. Hitmouse is going to fall, and this is the round we needed to see Spirit pick up.
Yeah, that's a fantastic start. It wasn't even that much of a sort of bonus round coming in. They had, I think, 1 SMG, and that is absolutely flawless. Even maybe that's what happens when you're in a flawless round. You just get a little bit of dubstep playing in the background.
Dubstep never dies. Good old Deadpool, too. Yeah, so fantastic start for them. And you saw the great position out of them as well. Dima just like lined them up and knocked them down, and really well done for them. But Nemiga, you have to wonder, how was that hit coming in? Because when they did cross through in towards Van, they were in the wide open. No one jumped out window to actually get a little bit of a different position towards Catwalk or maybe towards back of sight. And Spirit was able just to completely drop them in that round.
Yeah, but more importantly, completely flawless. That's the best way to start off a sort of run on your CT side. They now have all the utility, armor, everything they could ever desire over on their CT side. And the Ts have taken a big hit. It's not as it used to be where you do get those sort of extra bonus rounds to make that extra cash. They've actually, well, pretty much been left with what will be an eco going into the next round if they don't manage to pull off something a little bit more impressive in this one.
And the utility is going to be a little bit lacking here, as you can see as well. Just a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes on top of that. And they're actually going for a pretty wide spread, so more of like a standard kind of strat. Get control of middle early on, and then work from there as a pivot point later. And Lollipop, you know, the man you wanted to see as well as like a real standout here, potentially for Nemiga. He's actually off by himself over towards B, expecting a potential push or just to kind of cover another angle.
Yeah, this is looking like one of those rounds where they're hoping for an opening on one side of the map. I kind of combine the words there. They're looking for a hopening, and
it's actually pretty good. I actually like the word. They're hoping for an opening, hoping for a chance to get a quick frag and turn it into a potential plant. I like it. I'll go with it, Tom.
The problem is, though, it just gives individual jewels, and I don't think you want to be doing that with Team Spirit. They've got a lot of firepower over on their side, and already some weaponry missing. You have an AK there, that's an easy frag, and now he's getting caught out from short. Dima with a simplistic kill, and now the push looks to come back in, but they've done no damage across the rest of the map. It's already a 4 versus 3 even, as they quickly lose one onto the entry, and that is going to be a bomb plant down. However, lots of players looking for that rotation in.
All they have is a flash and a smoke to hold on to this. 4 players left. That's going to be a big kill to Coldie to eliminate that sort of short control. Robo going to try to rotate in to cover off this thing, and it comes down to Lollipop now to hold on from that 3-man push in from Kitchen, but the bomb is taken away. Time is running thin for Spirit, but not shots, as SDY picks up that big kill.
Yeah, and they almost made that look too easy. I think just the early damage needed to be more. When you have one of those split rounds where you have players sort of in a D-fort around the map, if you just lose both of those openings and then go to push into a site, you're almost just going for a Hail Mary. You're hoping that you can sort of get those openers and play from the after plant, and Team Spirit never looked like they were in trouble anywhere throughout that round.
I think Nemiga can be happy they actually got a plant down in that situation, losing
doing it.
those opening duels. But with Dima actually rotating towards short, pushing out, being spotted, I think that allowed Nemiga to actually get in towards that site and get the bomb down. But unfortunately, it's not really going to help too much. Just going to invest in some utility and some pistols and some armor here. Only head armor for Joe. And they're even trying to get some sort of mid-control, at least try to fake it, Lollipop, but this seems to be a very standard hit. And Spirit actually giving them a lot of real estate to work with, too. They're not trying to hold on site. They're trying to play for the retake because they know they're going to have the weaponry advantage here. And they know that they're going to have potentially their first lead here on the minor.
Yeah, I think they need a bomb plant, though, Nemiga. Like, the money's not particularly good for them. They invested quite a lot, so a bomb plant is sort of a minimum here if they're going to have a decent buy going into the next round. Now, they have managed to cross over to the site, and as you said, it does look like a retake play, but the spray through the smoke, that's enough. There shouldn't be a bomb plant coming in now. Some Young looking to do it all on his own, as he's just denying everything, and he's still alive. I don't know how they haven't managed to finish him off. He was almost completely alone. Another flawless round from Team Spirit. And bear in mind, I think the 3 rounds they've won, they've lost 1 player.
Yeah, I mean, you can see right there, I think it was Saltfig, actually, potentially the player that went down earlier on. But this is really well done out of Spirit. Got to give him credit for that one, too. But Nemiga, so close to getting that bomb down. But realistically, even if they got the bomb planted, they had no utility to hold on to the site. They had no utility to make sure that bomb could explode and, you know, get the extra money in their pockets, and more importantly, the round. So there's no real chance for them to maintain that. And now, unfortunately, they're going to be back on the save here into round 6.
Yeah, well, I have to say I'm quite interested by the amount they are investing over these last few rounds, especially considering the success, but they're going to just speed things up straight in towards the site. Coldie up above, gets a little bit stuck on the ladder, but it doesn't matter. It's just going to be another flawless round. This is starting to get a bit too scary. Losing 1 player in 4 rounds is ludicrous.
So they've tried Nemiga now to slow things down on the T side, right? And the first real gun round, we saw them slow things up, go for the mid-control, and then eventually to get the bomb down towards B. Then they switched the pace up there, trying to be super aggressive, super fast pace, but they weren't able to clear over towards Palace. So they weren't able to dismantle that kind of hold. And again, no real chance to really make anything happen in that round. They have to look into round number 7 as potentially being some sort of saving grace as they're finally able to forward the op over to Robo. But he's got a lot of work to do.
Go peeking into mid, looking for the opener, and almost gets caught out, but there's more aggression on the other side of the map as well. The push through underpasses, Dima finds the pick for the CT side, and again, it's a troublesome situation. They should be able to clear him. If he gets anything more, it's a problem, and while he does a lot of damage to Joe, but realistically, actually goes down to the nade afterwards. I was going to say, he's still standing. Either way, trade's coming back, and it will be set into a 4. scoreline, but a 3v3, 3v2 in the round. Every time I do that, someone dies. Every time.
Stop doing it. Just stop cursing them here.
Stop talking.
All right, well, they're actually going to be able to have the bomb here and rotate back towards the A site. And Hitmouse is going to have to hit a hell of a shot here to open up towards the site, because we can already see Spirit stacking, it looks like, over towards us as well. Have a player in CT, about 2 players in CT, and 1 to hold very passively towards the B site. But eventually, the gig will be up. And Davkos is just, he's barreling down this angle. This is going to be so tough to hit this shot here if you're Hitmouse.
Ooh, he's given an opening, though. Still, there's a couple of men towards the CT position, and they don't have a smoke for it. They should be absolutely screwed here. The Molotov will give them a little bit of space to try and get the plant down, but they've got to go now, and the fact is there's even a little bit of space for Davkos to sneak forward. I think this round is done, unless somehow they can get past Sophic and maybe sneak their way into the B side, but it's just not going to be happening, and they really need to sort of gain some ground into CT.
They can plant towards Catwalk, actually, if they wanted to here. It looks like it's going to be actually put down, but the post-plant defense here out of Nemiga is going to be rough. A lot of HP to work with for Team Spirit, not to mention the AWP out of the hands of Hitmouse. Now Robo all alone against 3. Molotov off towards the side. He's not able to hit the shot. Davkos will shut this down, and this is 5 straight now for Team Spirit.
Yeah, but that's the closest that Nemiga have even come in any of these rounds. It has been dominant from Team Spirit, and you can see how just calm and collected they are. They don't seem to mind at all if Nemiga are getting the bomb plants. It's like, okay, you can have the bomb plant, but we are well set up for any sort of retake that's necessary. And even just the confidence that we're seeing coming out from Team Spirit is the sort of confidence that you don't want to see this early in the game. If they're jumping into underpass, they then have the player come back and push into mid and try and take a fight there, almost get away with a kill. Then other players pushing back into the connector. They're starting to get to a point where they may just run over Nemiga.
See, I wonder if this comes down to preparation for Team Spirit. The fact that Dima, like you said, can get into underpass, get that quick frag onto Lollipop, and then back away and do another 90 damage to another player, like that ideally should not happen, but maybe that's the realization of like how they go for their standard default rounds on the T side. They like to send 1 player towards B, 3 towards mid, potentially 1 over towards A to watch a push. And you can see that, yeah, there's some frustration, I think, on Nemiga's side, and obviously there should be, you know, considering you've had some time to prepare for this. This is the biggest event of the year so far, because it's January, but this is a major event, and this is your chance to prove to everyone out there, and not to mention prove to your organization that you deserve to be in the major. And there's still a lot of teams out there to fight through.
Well, yeah, sort of no matter when the tournament is, it still leads to the biggest tournament in Counter-Strike. And I think the sort of CIS region, and obviously Asia as well, come under a lot of flack for like, okay, they should be combined with the other ones, and everybody should, basically, like, everybody loves EU, which is understandable when you look how stacked the tournament is. But I think it's definitely worth pointing out that pretty much over the last few majors, at least, every single time there's been a CIS team that sort of makes their way through the minors, or at least has done it before, and then surprises us when they shouldn't do. Like Vegas Squadron, they had pretty much a full overhaul of their squad. They had arguably their 2 best players leave. Mid, obviously now in Gambit, he was the one that was sort of the star of the show, and he was gone, and they still managed to upset a load of teams going into the major. You talk about, obviously, the craziest one was QB Fire, now Winstrike, who managed to get top 8 major, going all the way through the minor system from the very beginning, from qualifying for the minor, qualifying for the major qualifier, and then making it all the way to top 8. It's something that you don't even see a lot of the EU teams doing. Now, obviously, this time you've got teams like Mouse Sports who are expected to get Legend. That's what they're expected to do. They wouldn't want anything less than that, and probably even want more. But at the same time, I still always sit there and go, every time I'm like, nah, it's not going to happen this time for CIS, and then somebody does it.
And looking at maybe even other regions, thinking back to MIBR when they were known as Luminosity, actually back in, I think, 2015 here, they made it through into the Legend stage, playing against VP. To go through to the next part of the tournament, and they unfortunately did fall, but the fact that they made it through, they're able to represent their region, was very nice to see. And I think kind of one of the unfortunate parts about CIS compared to like Europe is there's not as many like big organizations, so you have a lot of like the top teams like your Gambits use these other teams as like feeder teams to take you know, the best players for them to make the best team, you know, from the CIS region, and it makes it really hard to stick together as a team and kind of evolve as a team when you know any moment someone could be poached off your roster.
Yeah, the other thing as well is that even if, say, a player is poached, sometimes, like, for example, Lollipop, the man currently on our screen, he can be picked up by someone, then drop back straight. Like, Flipside was the one at the time, pick him up. It's like, then the organization folds, he goes straight back down. You look, for example, at Fitch on Avangar. He was in Gambit. Then they go, actually, he doesn't really work for our team. We're going to just drop him off. And then he bounced around for a few different teams, eventually getting back into the Avangar roster. And it's like, it becomes very, very messy because it's sort of like, we'll give this guy a chance. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, now we can give this guy a chance because he's also very good. Oh, we can give this guy. And eventually, of course, we get someone like Electronic come up who played in, I think it was the team Rebels, was absolutely ridiculous. I think he helped me cast it, or he didn't help me cast, but helped in the game, my longest ever game. It was 68 round map. And it was basically him versus the whole of Gambit. He had an absolutely ridiculous score by the end. I don't know if someone actually found it. Last time I said this, someone found it and sent it to me. So if they want to do that again, I always love looking at the stats, but that was like the first time I ever saw him like play. He then gets picked up by Flipside, easily the best player in that team. Like, he was absolutely fantastic. Now, well, we've got the top 5 coming soon of the HLTV rankings, and I'm pretty certain he's going to be in there. So it really does show that, like, well, the best way to put it is, okay, we've got, like, obviously Astralis, like, sort of owning the top 20. The top 5 is going to have 2 players from the CIS region. So there's definitely talent here.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, even thinking back to 2015, doing the qualifiers here for ESL in Cologne, seeing Waylander and Waterfalls when they were playing on Peter as a team. Like, they kind of surprised everyone with what they could do. Seeing them on Mirage time and time again, seeing like the damage that could be done. That's ideally why I like the minors. You get to see teams you're not used to, players not used to as much. And this is not only a showing ground for the teams, it's a showing ground for the individual players as a chance to potentially be picked up by another team or another organization and make your way up the ranks.
Well, okay, we got tactical for Nemiga. Yeah. That's why this is now ongoing. I believe it may have been some sort of tech pause beforehand, so we should be getting out of this fairly soon. Another team I'm actually really looking forward to as well is obviously the new Winstrike. Like, you've got the likes of World Edit. Now, I've always said that whenever I saw him in the sort of Flipside roster, I feel like he was chained. And whenever you saw him in the likes of Team Russia, you saw the guy unleashed. Now, I think this Winstrike roster is going to be a much more sort of free-flowing team, like players allowed to take aggressive peeks, allowed to sort of play the positions they like. I'm really looking forward to seeing them come up, and that's, I believe, actually our next game. So them versus the likes of Runtime. Either way, I think we filled that pretty well. We're going to be going into round number 8. Nemiga, they've got themselves a purchase on the board, but even still, there's a few limitations in terms of utility. And on the other side, we're, like I said, round number 8, $12,000, $12,000, $12,000, 3 different players.
And at the moment, the top fragger for Nemiga is actually Joe at 3, tied with Robo, but no flash assist yet, which is a pretty big deal. And again, Dima. I think if you're Nemiga here, you can't allow him to get confident. And we already talked about his confidence jumping out window, going underpass, getting the pick in towards Lollipop at B. He pushes mid, gets a frag, backs away, and gives them the easy man advantage into the round. Like, you need, where's the refrag, right? That's what we need to see happen a little bit more for Nemiga and take that confidence away from him.
Oh, the timing here is going to be so important. Some Young actually goes down. So he knows a player in mid, but they've completely missed the push into the window. Look at the wraparound coming in on towards the B site. This is very well played from Nemiga. They're waiting patiently for him to make his move as the rest of the players are going to go backing in towards the B site. Now, they were so close to actually being spotted there, but Joe has the chance to really do the damage onto the man on short, and that's the only person anywhere near this B site. And there you go, easy as you like. Kill in, and the site's open for business.
Massive kill too, because that means Nemiga doesn't have to use any utility to get in towards that B site. They just have to take down Dima, who's trying to hold on to this pretty much by himself. Bongbi dropped down. Gonna be planted here in just a few seconds. Now it's gonna be a 3-on-3 after plant here for Nemiga. They have the Molotov and the Flash. But do they have what it takes to take down this man on your screen? Already has 8 frags in this round. Again, adds another one towards his tally.
The ball's on this man. He's on his own. The rest of the team haven't even moved yet. Dima's just trying to do it alone. And actually, Davkos managed to find the man in the apartments. It's left all onto Lollipop. He is just screwed. They've ruined in there. I love that from Dima. Like, it's almost indefinitely the wrong play in most situations where it's like, okay, we have a 3v3. I'm just going to push it on my own and take the fight.
Yeah.
But the confidence this man has at the moment, he gets the opening pick. He sort of, wow, confuses the rest of the team as they're looking to just try and fight him.
I mean, you said it here. Look at the minimap. They're nowhere near. That was Coldy, like, in back of kitchen, just getting there while Dima was in the site trying to look for the frag towards Van.
That's madness.
Well, we'll see if Nemiga can stop this, though, because 6-2 now. 6 rounds straight here for Team Spirit. It's not looking good, because this is only a best of 1.
Yeah.
Going to start off today with best of ones and switch over to best of threes as our final match here in CIS later on. Robo looking for a quick push towards Palace, trying to change the pace up yet again. Davkos, though, going to open up with the first frag, and Cody's not able to return.
It's a good trade early on. They're going to be able to get the bomb down quite comfortably as the rest of the players look to try and rotate in. I think they realized the sort of aggression that had been coming in over towards middle. So, yep, just go barreling into the side. The problem is that smoke does have a bit of a gap, but on both sides it gives some space. But MDS isn't able to capitalize. Davkos just ruins him. Joe's able to get one back, but there's still the remaining players pushing in. It's a bit of a ring around the rosy as Joe gets another, turns it into the 2 versus 2. Not much utility left for the T side to try and just flashbang these players out. That's all they've got. The push going to come in, and that's the victory they needed. Nice work from Sum Dayoung as well, and it looked close. Looked like it was possible. But Team Spirit, they still get the round again.
I'm like 80% sure MDS did swap that player on the side of the smoke in towards CT spawn, but he was looking for more. He's looking for more information, maybe 2 frags, instead of taking that one and just kind of trying to work with it. And that's unfortunate now for Nemiga because they lose another round here on the board. And interesting that Lollipop, he actually didn't peek from A ramp at all when they were pushing in towards the site from jungle and from short, or sorry, from connector.
Beta.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, because he didn't show himself, maybe Spirit didn't expect him to be there, but as you saw, Sum Dayoung expected it, got the frag, and more importantly, helped get the round on the board.
Ooh. Close, almost getting the opening pick. Davkos tagged, but actually not that low in the end. The damage through the wall isn't fatal, and that they are going into some fairly basic strategies now, just trying to brute force their way onto this A side. This time, though, the setup far better from the CT side. They found that opening pick as well, and this is one of those rounds that you sort of don't like to watch, where they're just trying to slowly push their way out. The interesting thing is, though, they've not been spotted.
Either way, though, it looks like Spirit's going to be playing for the retake nonetheless. I'm so surprised to see Dima get away with so many frags without actually being refragged on.
Yeah.
Time and time again, it seems to be happening. And now we have the smokes coming in. Robo's already pushed up. The connector smoke actually was missed. And that's what it cost Robo to actually fall here. Davkos gets a frag on a Joe with the nade. And just like that, an aftercut that should have been is now gone.
And another flawless round. Like, it's dominant from Team Spirit. Like, they may have a close one, but it seems like they are a team that, well, you said they like to do a lot of research, but I'm more impressed with the way they're adjusting. Like, in the previous round, they got rushed on the A site, so they were ready. They had 3 players there initially. They had some aggression onto short from Dima, who has not been shut down pretty much every time. Like, I don't know how much money he currently has in the bank. I know that in the last round, he had 10,000. And he's the most aggressive player on the CT side. That should never happen. Like, maybe the rest of the team at the bank, he should be the one that is falling a lot, but he's getting away with everything that he tries. And I think the biggest thing at the moment, although it's obviously silly to sort of counter one player, that could be a great opener for the T side. Try and get that frag, try and find the man who's pushing, then just work on your default, because you can't work on your default at the moment because he could be pushing anywhere.
And the thing is, their default in the first real gun round was 3 mid, 1 towards B, and then 1 over towards A, and yet they're not shutting him down at all in the mid section, so I want to see them actually potentially do that as actually switching things up. Looks like they're going to be going for a big, quick push over towards B as we see them looking at spawn. And it looks like they will go for the set play here. But again, Dima, he's already there. So instead of actually going towards mid, which I think Davkos is holding, so he doesn't need to, he's rotated back towards B, he's playing a little bit passive, and now they see the Molotov smokes, everything coming in. We're going to see if Nemiga can get the bomb down.
Oh, the answer is no. It's already just 3 kills coming in for Sophic. He doesn't even need the support of Dima, and wow, again, it's another near flawless round. Sophic with a multi-frag to start things off, and you even sort of have to wonder if there's even just counter nades coming in a lot of the time. Like, they're definitely buying the utility. We're seeing it invested into, but Sophic able to just hold the same angle to get 3 players and not be blinded, not be hit by any nades, no smokes, no molotovs, nothing. That's a problem.
Let's be fair, though. Nemiga was going for basically the full save there so they can bat fully into this round, so they didn't really have too many flashes, but they did have the utility to use. It just didn't seem to hit the right points. It was like they didn't have the idea of where Spirit was going to be holding. Sort of a mid-smoke coming in, allowing them to potentially get this this position, but you can see Team Spirit, they're the ones now with a 3-man stack over towards mid.
Yeah, again, switching up their setups, taking control into mid. The thing is, that's been something they've enjoyed doing for a lot of the games. They really do sort of rely on both Coldie and Sophic to hold down their positions, and to be fair to them, they've done a pretty damn good job of it so far. This is now 9 rounds in a row for Team Spirit as they look to dominate their first match in the CIS minor.
One thing I want to go back to and touch on that you mentioned before was the fact that Spirit aren't really losing that many players in these rounds, which means they have a ton of money, but you're not going to break their economy anytime soon, or at all in this half anymore. So you're going to have to fight tooth and nail every single round to get those on the board. And yet, again, Dima, initial frag goes to him, gets them the man advantage in this round. And we're looking at potentially like a 13-2 scoreline. That'd be almost impossible to come back from.
Yeah, I wouldn't see it happening at all, especially the way they've been playing so far. And it definitely looking like they're a little bit demoralized at the moment. Obviously, they did take a tactical pause to try and talk things through. Nothing has really changed. And then they are still just losing those opening battles to Dima every time. And he's now fallen back into the site. There's no more chance for an opening there. Young has gone a little bit more aggressive, though, in towards that mid window. He's got to be careful. He's just trying to basically catch off anybody who gets boosted in. That was pretty much the only way that they almost managed to lose a round. But he's actually going to be caught off. Davkost aggressive. Close up, looking for the pick, but actually caught out by MDS. And this is a decent chance now. The problem is the clock. They've only got 7 seconds left to get this bomb down. They will do just that. And now going into the retake, well, Dima's got to do it all alone.
Honestly, I wouldn't count him out, though, even in this 1-on-3. He's got time to work with. He's got full HP. He's got no utility, unfortunately, to use. As this man is the top fragger at the moment here for Team Spirit. It's not necessarily something he's going to need. And he even spots out Joe over towards B, so now they're going to lose a potentially long flank towards CT. He's going to have...
Oh, no. Oh, he's trying to fake it out. I like the idea, but MDS well positioned for the open bomb plant. It almost seemed like the T side were already hunting for frags. Like, you look at the position of Joe all the way up in market. Now, I do understand in a normal situation trying to remove a lot of this weaponry.
But not in a 9-2 situation.
Not in this spot. Like, the chance of you actually doing enough damage to break this economy is slim to none. Like, you'd pretty much have to just flawlessly win the next few rounds. And even then, I think there's going to be a purchase for the last 3 rounds of the half. But we are going to see a pause called.
By the way, I just want to update you guys really quickly if you're watching the A stream and not the B stream. Simon Gaming is actually up 9-4 against Gambit on Train. A team that let's be honest, let's be completely blunt about this, a team we almost wrote off coming into this because as completely the underdog in their group, and yet they're beating Gambit. That's insane. At CT side, Train, obviously, a little bit of a different story, but still, if they can keep that momentum going. I'm not sure if you guys are hearing the screaming that we're hearing here in the studio, but I'm assuming that's coming from their side.
Well, we're now going to throw in that double AWP setup, something that Team Spirit have pretty much always run. Like, since this roster has been created, they love their CT side double AWP on Mirage. Sophic going to be picking up the secondary. Now, his finances are starting to run a little bit low, but the rest of the team is still around that $10,000 marker, and the T's are on a reset here. If they lose this round, they're straight back to nothing for the last couple of rounds of the half. So a pretty integral one for them. A 9-6, really just standard on this map. So if they can bring it back to that scoreline, there really isn't that much worry for them. Right. Although obviously there's going to be that little sort of bit in the back of your mind where we did lose 9 rounds in a row, but even still, I think if you end the half 9-6, you're thinking, okay, we brought it back.
It just makes the victory even better if you're like, yeah, we were down 9 rounds straight, but we came back. But also looking at this, the fact that Dima hasn't gotten a frag in the first 20 seconds of the round is a big win for Nemiga. As Robo actually takes down Davkost in towards middle. Sophic is going to be pushed up towards short. Dima will be left alone on his own devices over towards the B side. But that's a big kill out of Sophic. Does allow them to get the man advantage back. Not even a man advantage, actually just to tie things up between the two teams.
Yeah, switching up the sort of style of the peak onto short, it's always been sort of Dima looking for the player and underpass, but instead they now have the AWP in position. 30 seconds left coming up on the clock, so they do need to get their move on. It is looking like a B hit, and it's going to be Sophic, as you said, as the sort of lone defender, but now we've got that cross in. I can try and hold it down. Still 20 seconds left. MDS is going to go down trying to take it onto short, so it's all just going to have to come in through the apartments. Sophic will miss, but Dima's here, and actually, the first time we've actually seen him get caught. Is he going to go down? Yes, he is. And that's now the site falling. It's left onto Coldie and Sumdayoung to try and retake this as the bomb will be planted.
We got Coldie coming in from short. SDY coming in from kitchen. Well, now just SDY up against 3. Does have the chance to pull this one back, but this is a huge round for Nemiga. Like I said before, don't want to be reset on their economy. It looks like SDY will just go for the save here. If you're him, I mean, with how much money you also still have, Dima's still at 10K, he has 8.5, Davkost has 8.1. I think make this costly. Try to get a couple of exit frags here, or even just potentially save this AWP to make it even easier into that next round.
Yeah, I think it may just be the idea of the double AWP. Like, it's quite a costly setup, so...
I mean, this is the first time they've run double AWP though, right?
Yeah.
So, and they've lost this round. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying that's a little bit worrisome because it prevents Dima from being super aggressive towards short, towards middle, right? And it forces him to sit alone towards that B side. And he's been the big explosive player so far here for Spirit.
Yeah, I'm actually quite interested they didn't play it what I would say is the most standard way of sort of having Sophic aggressive into the apartments.
Right.
Taking that long peek, taking away the sort of surprise factor of a B push by just having a man just homed in on that angle. But either way, they're not going to go back for it. They saved the AWP and it's handed over to Mr. Davkost, and I don't mind them just switching back. Like, obviously, it's been the more successful of the plays to go for these sort of buys. The AWP save actually could make a bit of a difference to make sure that they do have a flawless buy if they are losing this round. Obviously, they'll still have a bit of loss bonus, and it won't be much of a problem anyway. But by the looks of things, they're going to try and switch it right back to a faster A play as they look to push into Davkost, and this time, not going to miss.
Nice little shot. Cody's going to be here to pick up two quick frags, and Davkost not able to return onto another one or towards a ramp, but it seems like this is a round that Nemiga's just not going to have a chance to win. Cody picks up a third in the round, and it's all on Robo, up against 4 with the AWP. I will say this, though, it seems like the rounds Nemiga has gone fast, quick-paced, and aggressive has not worked out for them. The rounds that they've been winning are the slower rounds, where they've slowed things down, waited to the last 20 seconds to actually make a push in towards a side happen.
The other problem I have is as well, that's not the first time we've seen Cody do that from the exact same spot.
Yeah.
That's just, you're not clearing angles. So if he's able to sort of go for those aggressive peaks, like I know obviously the more standard is to try and throw the Molotov down into that sort of dark position. But I think if you see a man peek out once and finish off 2 of your players, then the second time you have to be clearing. You have to make sure that he's not there again, even if it's just bouncing a couple of nades in there to make sure that he's gone. Instead, their buy for this final round of the half is pitiful.
Well, they got to make something happen off of it. 11-4. Not what you want to see happen, especially in your opening game here of the Miners for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice Major. Just right around the corner. MDS already down to about 58 HP, but he does get out window relatively cleanly. Dima will quickly turn this one. They sold the fake. The push is coming towards A, but again, can they hold the afterplant situation? Can they even get the bomb down first of all here, Tom?
They do still have Cody waiting around in the back angles, and it has to be said, the retakes on A from Team Spirit have pretty much been flawless. I don't know if they've actually lost a single one. I think it's been the B site where they've actually been losing a lot of the rounds. Ooh, weaponry not even been picked up either because, well, nobody's died over on the CT side, so it is just a push. Looking to come back in. Nice work from Joe to at least find one, but he's quickly traded out. And while just continuing his reign of terror with this AUG, Sophic manages to pick up another. They've even spotted the man up close, but Lollipop is surviving at least for now. However, that doesn't last long, and the last man is over onto that short position. The problem is they know, and already smoking off onto the bomb. He has to try and hit the shots through the smoke, and he does get it as well. That's the man on the diffuser. Gets a second, and all of them done! Great work from Hitmouse to get a 5th round on the board, and that's at least a little bit of life left in Nemiga.
Ladies and gentlemen, that should almost never happen. That spray down onto the diffuser as well. Picks up a 3K to save the round here for Nemiga. But unfortunately, we do have to head to a short break. But when we come back, we're going to be kicking off here the second half of our first match of the day. Welcome back, everyone, to the CIS Minors for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2019 Major, live here from Katowice, Poland. You can see on your screens earlier on the Spodek Arena, which all these teams were looking to get to in just a few months' time. But they do have to get through this next week to actually qualify to play against the best teams in the world here. I'm joined by Tombiz as we kick off this second half, and Nemiga, that was a hell of a comeback for them, considering it was a 9-2 scoreline. They were able to pull back 3.
Yeah, one of them in crazy, crazy fashion with a 1v3 clutch to end out the half. It sort of pays you. You go to a break, you're like, I want to see more after that, but either way, it's going to be a quick pistol round coming in from the T side. They're looking to try and split in towards this A site. Now, it's looking like more of a retake setup currently in for the CT side, and you can already see Lollipop just like, yep, you want to challenge me, CT, you're going to do it on my terms because I'm not taking those aggressive fights. And that's exactly what the T side want to do. They really want to go pushing in, but there's going to be a stack of players looking to try and fight that spot back.
It's going to cut down to the aim here out of Spirit too, because they have no flashes, no smokes, no nades to use, but a big little stack coming in as well here towards CT spawn. They run around the corner into the gauntlet, and they just shut them down.
Do you know what's funny there? So Nemiga, you actually said it at the time, there was no flash for the T side. Nemiga were ready for a flash. Like, you had 2 players sort of in the little crevice in the side, playing anti-flash, ready for when they flashed. No one flashed, so they went, oh, we got to face this, don't we? And that was just absolute slaughter. Yep. Some Young, 3 kills, 3 headshots. The Glock just spamming away, and while that's not what Nemiga wanted going into the second half, already losing themselves the pistol round, and they're going to have to just save here.
And more importantly, they're losing that confidence they just got off the last round of the first half. That big 3K coming through to save them that round, to put them on a 10-5 scoreline or a 5-10 scoreline. That's just been completely shut. And look at Team Spirit now, not giving up an inch, playing slow, sticking together, not giving up any weapons. I mean, out of all the rounds they played, let's see, out of the 9 streak they did have, I think they had a maximum of like 5 deaths over the course of 9 rounds.
Yeah, it was something insane.
So we'll see if they can do it here yet again, try not to lose a single man. And Nemiga, they're not out just yet, but they have a hell of a lot of work to do.
No, it's going to be a similar start to what we saw in the previous half, where we sort of have this buy as a little bit of a almost bonus round. You can see Davkos actually just going straight for a pistol. I'm not a huge fan of that, especially when you do still see a lot of teams forcing into this second round and like really making sure that you have obviously the AWPs and everything. But I suppose they're going to have played against Nemiga plenty of times and know that.
Was Foon just playing? Jeez, it's insane. I can understand what you're saying about Davkos and the pistol, but maybe that shows the confidence in his teammates.
Yeah, or even just the confidence in knowing what their opponents are going to do. Because I do feel like there are a lot of sort of CIS teams who are more likely to just go, well, we can do it with just the rifles. However, already doing a little bit of damage. Davkos fairly low as well. Now, obviously, he doesn't have much to lose, but it's his teammates that have all the rifles, all the extra weaponry. The thing is, though, if Davkos manages to save weapon, I was going to say, and they don't lose anyone else, then it's not such a problem. But actually, Robo's managed to do a hell of a lot of damage, taking down 2 players. They now lose a lot of the extra weaponry they had. There's no sort of bonus round left for them. And actually, Robo's now able to get a glass cannon AWP just off those 2 headshots.
All right, well, he's going to need to hit some big shots here, too, to pull them back in this one. Really well done as well with the kind of bait in towards Shadow. You had 2 players there. One was just hiding, waiting for his teammate to kind of die. Then SDY, you saw he didn't expect a second player to be there. So when he rounded the corner, looked towards jungle, he actually just got popped in the head a couple times in the backside. There we go, into the next round. Even though the investment, the AWP for Nemiga, look at the utility they have. Pretty much nothing. So it's going to come down to just this raw aim. Hopefully for their sake, a couple of picks here. It looks like Dima's going to be leading the charge. This connector hasn't been smoked off.
Yeah, the interesting thing, though, is that you don't actually see Davkos bringing that AWP. Nice entry from Dima again. He seems to be the man finding all of those first frags, and this is already a problem. CT side may have to consider saving unless Lollipop can go big. 2 kills the 3rd, almost there. And he's given his team an opportunity in this retake. The problem is, we spoke about limitations. They don't have a kit. They don't have much utility. But they do have the frags. It's left all onto Sotfik. 1 versus 2. Doesn't have the best position, especially for this bomb. It's currently planted quite far back, and they're already just going to smoke off. He needs to catch them as they look to cross over, and it seems like they're going to try and get over anyway. Luckily, that player was low, but it is going to be won by the CT side, and I don't think that should have happened. Like, that was one of those rounds where sort of the 3v2 situation ensues, and you go, they don't have much to get back into this round. How are they going to do it? But 2 frags out of nowhere. And
Lollipop with the big play as they try to enter the site, try to hold from Ticket Booth there. Really well done. And you mentioned, by the way, about Davkos. He didn't invest into the AWP, probably due to how many people died in the round prior. He had to actually drop an AK to a teammate. But this play here, this is what they needed. This is the massive play to allow them. Yeah, he 100%. 100%. Just escapes barely into Palace. But Nemiga still, there's some signs of life in them. It's just they're not really able to string these together into, you know, consistent rounds, into opening frags. But they do have the weapon advantage coming into round 19.
Yeah, in the next round we should see a sort of better buy coming in from Team Spirit. AWP I would expect, especially with the amount of money that Davkos is currently saving. If not, probably would have got some Kevlar or maybe dropped an extra pistol or 2 to a teammate. But this round for Team Spirit, more about damage, and the opposite for obviously Nemiga. They want to keep everybody alive. They want to make sure into the next round they have all the utility they want, kits on the majority of players. This is interesting for me, for Robo, because, yeah, you've just given Davkos an AWP. That's not what you want to be doing. Luckily, I think they should be able to just trade this out fairly comfortably, but that's sort of a risk you don't really need to be taking. Obviously, you still have the sort of moment of, okay, I want to gain a bit of confidence. I want to try and gain some eco frags, but don't do it with an AWP in mid.
It's high risk, low reward.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is like very odd because, yeah, you can get that 1 frag. Great, you have a man advantage when they're saving. But the downside is you lose that AWP, Davkos gets it, and he wins the round for his team. Yeah. So a little bit questionable out of Nemiga, but maybe playing a little bit questionable is what they need against Spirit, because we already talked about before how Sumda Young did say they like to prepare specifically for the teams they're going to be going against and try to pull off some anti-strats. 12-7.
Maybe that in itself was an anti-strat and they didn't prepare at all.
The anti-strat of the anti-strat.
Yeah, it's like, we prepared loads for you. I've just been sat there eating fast food. No, that's my life, not theirs. Anyway.
Let's not talk about what you texted me this morning, all right? When it comes to that.
Well, some aggression coming out from the CTs once again. The AWP looking to try and find the opener towards ramp. A little bit of a dink onto Lollipop. Was that through a smoke? I'm actually interested with, yeah, because he was the man just playing around. They AWP'd in towards Palace, and his teammate gets shot in the head through the wood. So that's quite unlucky. Nice start from Hitmouse, though. Even with the FAMAS, definitely not the weapon you expect to see just sort of wrecking faces with ease, but
a big kill onto a big player here for Dima. Davkos currently, by the way, leading at 21 frags for his team. Dima at 18.
Yeah, I think Dima definitely had, in my eyes, the most impact frags, though. Like, the 100%. Amount of, like, first kills, I think, that must be on the board at the moment is fantastic. But, again, the man advantage just sticking at the moment. The T's unable to find any openings in towards these sites. Has left on to just 2. Nice work from Davkos to finish off 1. And Cody actually picks off another. They now got an opportunity here. And the peek out from Robo. He had no support once again. You talk about the plays that Dima were making. He's just tried to do the same thing 2 rounds in a row. Both time he's been caught out. And now Lollipop's left in a 1v2 clutch.
Luckily for him, though, he's coming in towards Palace. He does have the kit and 1 flash. But up against 2. It's going to be tough. He needs to eliminate Davkos somehow, who has those 2 frags on the board in this round. He's actually going to be holding over towards bench while Coldie's going to be pushed in towards kitchen. Let's see if he can somehow do this. The thing is, there's so many angles he has to clear. He has to get this big frag, and he's going to be able to do it here as he takes down Davkos. Now up against Coldie. Is he going to stick this? Coldie's not checking it because he's low on HP. He's finally going to come around slowly, but the defuse is not going to come in as Coldie gets the angle. And Coldie will save the round here for Team Spirit.
Yeah, that was unbelievably close, but again, that was a 4v2. That never should have happened. That was a round that Team Spirit were almost definitely out of. They get 2 opening picks, and then there's the play from Robo. And that's the one I have to question the most. He goes for a sort of peek in with the AWP when his teammate is nowhere to be seen. And obviously, we spoke about the sort of plays being made by Team Spirit. Obviously, I said it at the time, it's like the play that Dima made was one that you don't normally make because it's risky, because a lot of the time if you play as a team, you're going to win. Now, Lollipop was left in an impossible situation. And the fact is, he almost manages to pull it off as well because Coldie's a little bit further away. Obviously, then you also have to give the props to Davkos, though. Doesn't miss a shot.
Yeah, he's been playing fantastic. Again, still leading his team in frags at 23. Just want to point out one thing that really interests me is that Dima's at 7-3 in opening duels.
Yeah.
And then you have Davkos at 4-1. The highest player on the side here for Nemiga is Robo at 3-2. And then you have 2 players at 0-3, 0-6. So that's not really what you want to see, especially for Nemiga here. But credit where credit's due to these 2 big players here out of Spirit.
The other thing to mention as well, though, is one of the ones for Robo, it was when he had an AWP peeking into mid, and he was traded out by Pistol straight away. So
true.
It's sort of like it's all the way up. It's like, yeah, you got an opening kill. You also gave them an AWP, but either way, it's into SMGs. It's a risky purchase up and almost managing to find that opening kill. And actually, Robo this time, you can't really fault him. 2 quick kills with the MP9 and, well, a trade not really coming in. They're looking for it, but it's the AWP around the corner. Davkos surely doesn't want to take this risk, but he looks like he's going to go over it. What is that? Just hits the no-scope onto Robo. Absolutely ruined. Oh, that's got to hurt. That's got to hurt so much.
Hashtag just Davkos things.
He is on fire at the moment. And the worst thing is now that, again, no kits. Again, there's only one player over towards this A site, and they baited the rotation. Even though there's such an aggressive position from Hitmouse, you still see MDS sort of like hesitating. He's more watching the window in case there's a boost up, but it leaves Joe with everything left to do. He's got to win this duel and actually peeks out a little bit too far, shows too much skin and gets punished for it. Is left all onto MDS as the rotation's quite far from Hitmouse. And the bomb's still yet to cross. They really are playing patiently, and that could play into the hands of Hitmouse as he's going to be coming around the back.
Thing is he going to be noticed? He actually does get the walk off in time. Not looking in this direction. This is going to be potentially a big player. Will it be a mouse trap for him? He's going to come around that corner. The bomb will be planted. MDS is staying alive, most importantly. Actually, I think they have noticed it. He comes around the corner and towards A-ramp, and Davkos again picks up another big frag. MDS left alone now, up against 3. Has a lot of work to do, but unfortunately won't be able to accomplish that one. And now 14-7 here for Team Spirit.
What do you do? I haven't seen Davkos play this well in a while. Like, he really is just absolutely ruining his opponent, looking like he's coming into this tournament strong. Obviously, a nice double kill coming in from Robo, and again, in that round, I can't really fault him. When you get wrecked, like, partly through a wall with a no-scope running around a corner, I can't really say, oh, yeah, he made the wrong decision there. So that's a painful one, and, well, the bigger pain train for Nemiga is the amount they're having to just force into this one now. The CT side hasn't really seen a proper buy at all.
So a quick little check-in for you guys at home who are not watching the B stream with Gambit versus Simon Gaming. 11-12 in favor Simon. Able to, actually Gambit was able to come back really heavily on that CT side on Train, but that's on the B stream. You can head over to watch Scrawny and Launders casting that match. In the meantime, Scrawnders. That's a little bit too close to something else. But we're going to stay with us to see if Team Spirit's going to close this one out. Move on into the winners match, which will be happening a little bit later on today.
Got some aggression actually out from the CT side. It seems like there's patience this time from Team Spirit. They know that they have a big advantage in terms of the buy, the weaponry, utility, pretty much everything, even the rounds. But we see this is where Nemiga have to make some sort of ludicrous play. Now, what they're currently doing, a complete stack of the B site other than the one man currently up in Palace. Now, obviously his position, any sound made by Team Spirit will give away the game, and their rotation likely to come in faster from Nemiga the second that happens. The problem is if they don't make any sound by the time they push into the site, the only value that he has is the fact that he has a perfect flank. But the fact is, with such little utility, there's a lot left to do. But you can see, sound made, movement coming. I think it's going to be a little bit too late.
It's still going to be tough to actually do much with this. Lollipop, though, still could be a big player for them, tucked away inside Palace. I do like the composure that Team Spirit are keeping, realizing they're so close to picking up their first victory here at the Minor. That's a risky plant with no smoke over towards CT spawn. Doesn't matter, he picks up a double kill. Can he get a third? No, Lollipop's going to come in. Lollipop gets a second, and now it's going to be SDY up against 2. Somehow, Nemiga have pulled this one back. 7 seconds left to go. The bomb is going to be so hard to get to. He does get the big kill on MDS, but Lollipop just has to hide. There's no time left. And Nemiga has somehow been able to pull this off.
Oh, he's even going to kill him after time. Put a little extra nail in the coffin and give them a much better chance of bringing this back. The money's just not going to be there for Team Spirit into this round. It started so strongly. The problem I have is I think there were so many players over into CT that they sort of forgot the thing that they initially knew about. Like, the fact is, going into that site, Team Spirit knew they hadn't cleared Palace. There's no doubt in my mind that if they all push through ramp, they go, okay, there could be somebody Palace. But when you see 4 players pushing through CT, everybody on your team goes, there's 4 players CT, and all switches. And he just, I think he got even 2, maybe 3 kills in the end with the last kill added in.
Yeah, 3. Well, my question is, why was there no smoke towards CT spawn? Why was there a Molotov instead? I mean, you saw OpTic, he couldn't even get the bomb down because he was being shot at by 3 different players. He actually got himself a nice little quick double kill there, but then the Lollipop swings out wide from Palace and completely turns that round, well, around. So now 8-14 here for Nemiga. Team Spirit going to be on basically the ecos. You can see a couple of pistols bought up, but they do have the smokes and the flashbang to come in. Looks like they're going to be going for a hit towards B potentially to get that plant down.
Yeah, good opportunity to just blanket the site with smokes and allow those pistols to get up nice and close. You could pretty much completely isolate short to make sure that nobody can be peeking from that angle. Unfortunately for them, both players are on the site, but Hitmouse got to be a little bit careful. Look how far Dima's actually managed to get the Tech-9 running and gunning, has finished off one, and now it's just the man hiding in the smoke, but Joe again doing fantastic work to try and hold on here, even gets himself the third, and that should be enough to deny any sort of plant and any sort of damage. The only interesting thing is Davkos. Nobody's watching the flank. He could even get both players from behind, but Lollipop, Sixth Sense, Spidey sense is tingling, will turn around at the last second.
That caster's curse there, coming out of you pretty hard today. But still, I mean, you saw Joe there, the Estonian player for Nemiga, able to come up really big with a big 3K, and not to mention it actually has maybe forced Team Spirit to not go for the investment into this round. Because of the denied bomb plant, they're not going to buy up the weaponry, they're not going to buy up a gun round here, and it allows Nemiga now to potentially get things a little bit closer, looking at potentially now a 10 to 14 scoreline. I say potentially because Dima and Davkos are alive, and you can never count them out.
Yeah, just even then, Dima running into the site last round sort of brought fear into my heart for the Nemiga side, as he did manage to pick off one. Looking like some Young's going to be the one trying to make a bit of a play, but Hitmouse feeling confident. The nade doing a lot of damage as well. As all of the players being whittled down. Dima may even burn to death. He hasn't actually seen anybody yet. He's just been going up in flames, and while the rest of the players are joining him, this is a fantastic show from Utility, from Nemiga, just ruining any sort of purchase. I always like to see that in rounds where you know your opponent hasn't invested much, but you still don't want to risk anything.
Yeah, very true. And yeah, even with Famas able to come up really well here for Hitmouse. Poor Dima, though. He, like you said, he literally saw no one and got taken from 100 to 0. That's and all off utility. 2 nades and a Molotov on top of things. And here we go now into our 25th round. I honestly did not expect to get here, if I'm completely blunt with you.
Oh, not a 9-2.
I never thought we would have made it like this. But credit to Nemiga to not let things slip away. And we talked to MBK yesterday a little bit from Vitality. He was saying, you know, you have to be careful of Nemiga because they're going to come in and they're going to click heads, and they're starting to wake up. They're starting to be able to do it here as you see Joe over towards short picks up the first. Aroba's going to be there to at least return and keep that man advantage.
Problem is, there's only one man to defend this site. Hitmouse goes down without much done, and although the rotation has managed to find its way in, it's now into a 3 versus 3. The problem is, so many low players currently in the server. Young is going to fall, and MDS takes the only healthy man down and finishes off Sophic as well. The comeback starting to almost look real for Nemiga. The question is, will Team Spirit, well, have a little bit of Team Spirit and turn this one back into their favor?
Do you feel good about that one?
It had to be done once, you know, just get out of the way.
It's
Day
fine.
one, no one else can say it now. Otherwise, they're copying an awful pun, which is arguably
even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, need a shower after potentially doing that. We're going to see another save coming in here for Team Spirit. A couple of pistols again. Tech-9 for Dima, which is interesting to see the Tech-9 being picked up out of him.
Yeah, it's one of those weapons that was obviously massively in fashion, then was just dead. Like, no one used it at all. And then it sort of started to creep its way back in. There's obviously the opportunity to still run and gun and spam a little bit. It's the same with the 5.7. There's a few more players starting to pick it back up. Either way, shooting gallery for Lollipop. Starting to show at least his individual talent, his aim. But the fact is, it's obviously a round with just pistols, so not much invested for Team Spirit. The next round will be a properly big buy. They'll have pretty much everything they desire, which is something we haven't actually seen too much from on the T side. I think that was the case for both teams, though. Always seem to be limitations in their economy, but this is where we actually see, okay, they now have finances behind them.
And we have Nemiga with a stable economy now. I wonder if they're going to invest into the double AWP setup, or maybe they're thinking that's a little bit too risky, because what they're doing now is working, right?
Yeah.
Why change it if it's not broken?
The thing is, you can always say the opposite, though, of like, okay, yeah, it's not broken, but yeah, it becomes more predictable. You could have the surprise factor. Do you want to limit yourself to not throwing in a setup if you think it's good? Like, that's always the problem, but we'll see what they're going to go for into this round. I think it's a big factor that obviously we're likely to see the AWP back in for Davkos, and considering the sort of first round or the first couple of rounds that they managed to win on their T side were pretty much purely based off of him. Like the round that they managed to win off the SMGs, where he sort of saved them a couple of times.
So on that note of Davkos really quickly, I believe he was at like 24 frags at the end of the first half. He's on 25 right now. So he hasn't picked up too many frags in this second half, unfortunately. So he's been a little bit quiet. Dima as well has been relatively quiet, but that's because Nemiga has just been looking fantastic here. And well, speaking of Dima, takes on Robo. Joe's going to get Dima back down, but again, Dafkos is going to be there, and he's been a real standout player, but a real staple player for them in this first match.
And Cody's now going to add another to the death toll. This is looking pretty bleak for the CT side. Lollipop and Hitmouse trying to save them here, and Cody's just ruined Lollipop once again. It's left all onto Hitmouse. Hasn't had his best game, and oh, okay, a little bit sketchy. Nade going to be thrown in to do some extra damage, or not, never mind. Curse again, but some Young will be there to finish it. 15-12, map point, obviously match point as well. It is a best of one situation. And now, well, everything needs to come up trumps for the Nemiga side, because realistically, money's not bad. They're still going to be able to purchase into this one. The bank of Robo and Lollipop will be able to bail them out of any situation they're currently in. AWP can come in onto the CT side as well, so it's pretty much a flawless buy, but that's the same for both teams. And Team Spirit has said the one thing that's sort of been their drought is economy. Since they've had it back in, since they've had the AWP, it has looked a lot better.
I wonder if they're going to go a little bit quick-paced here over towards the A site. They're going to come in, not really going to catch too much. So SDY is going to get burned down to 48 HP. The Molotov spread a little bit further than he expected. Dima tries to push in, gets taken down to 6 HP. Lollipop is going to eliminate SDY. You can see a man has actually gotten out from Palace, and that's going to be Coldy who gets the first, but MDS is going to be there from Shadow to take him down. And it looks like Nemiga might be able to pick this round up, might be able to keep their hopes alive, and potentially take us into overtime in our first match here of the CIS Minor. Dafkos up against 4. I almost want you to say he's not going to clutch us just to see him clutch it. I almost want to ask you to do that, but it's going to be a little bit too tough for him. And the thing is, you can't even think about saving right now because there's way too much time on the board.
I've learned that the second you call the jinx, it doesn't work anymore. That's the rule of the world. But he's going to go looking over towards the B side. Obviously, the bomb is down on the side, so it's more of a situation where, okay, if he can just bring this AWP, he has enough money already that he can drop another AK to one of his teammates, and they can have a buy. But I would say this round is probably the messiest and most disjointed round we've seen from Team Spirit all the way through this map. Like, that was just an attempt to run through smokes, and it just wasn't good at all.
Funny enough, the other match, Gambit versus Simon Gaming, 15-12 as well, actually.
Yeah, and that's a reset. Nice shot from Dafkos. He is going to be... What? His body just launched into the air. What?
I didn't know we were playing Kerbal Space Program.
That was impressive.
Well, here we go. Nemiga, can they keep this pace up? And honestly, I credit to them. Like, after a half like that, I would be so mentally broken. But maybe that's why I'm a caster, not a player, because you can't let something like that break your spirits. Ha. Yeah. But Nemiga, 13 rounds now, 2 to go to take it into overtime. And again, they have to invest into every round here. And luckily for them, they're still able to maintain a decent set of utility, as MDS is the only one really lacking here.
Yeah, also Dafkos with no AWP. And he is one of those players where I feel like his impact is severely diminished. Ooh, a little bit of a sneak through. MDS has to be careful. He needs to get out of what is a horrible situation. Robo's going to be the one to attempt to take a repeat, but maybe caught with an aid in hand. MDS well placed. It's going to be the trades back, and the T's have come out on top. It's more left onto Lollipop now. He's been the hero before. He's looking to do it again. Already finds a first, second, maybe the third on the cards as well for Lollipop. And Dafkos now left alone, looking to get on towards the site. He may be caught out here, though. Has the bomb in hand. That's at least one saving grace, but Hitmouse is just around the corner. Needs to win this duel and won't. It's 15-14, and, well, they have to now try and do it with very little indeed on that Team Spirit inside.
Tom, how many times has Lollipop now gone massive for his team?
Especially on that exact spot on the A site.
Like, how can you pull this off as well? Because we're seeing a completely different style of holding the A site. We saw Team Spirit like to sit back, go for the retake every time. He was pushed up aggressively in sight and still picks up 3 massive frags. And he was a player you wanted to see, you know, really to look forward coming into this match. And he's doing it here. He might not have the most frags on his team, but 100% he has the most impact frags right now.
Yeah, Blade doesn't find bad players. And if he does, we don't remember them anyway, so it's all good. So you only remember the good players. That's a fact, unless they're so atrociously bad. But then again, I can't think of any off the top of my head. So yeah, it's another one. Obviously, one of the other top players in the server at the moment, Dafkos, and the one who played under Blade. So It's just a fact. It's just a fact. Although then again, if you look at Gambit at the moment, maybe there's other arguments to be had.
Yeah, 16-12. Simon Gaming pick up that victory over Gambit, so they move into the winners match of Group A. And if they win that, they're through to the playoffs, and they're one step closer to being into the major. Nemiga gonna push in and takes down Hitmouse. That's not how you want to lose this match potentially here for Nemiga. Robo's got to hit these shots, and he does. Takes Dima down, but the fake has been sold. They have to play for the retake.
Oh, that's a fantastic fake. They've completely baited them in. The problem is they've lost another man, and they don't have the utility to try and just hold back these players. It's going to come down to just raw individual skill over on the Team Spirit side if they're going to take this home. And you can see the CT's looking to gather up. MDS goes pushing in, traded out, but they have the man advantage, so that's absolutely fine. And already they're falling one by one. It's left on to Young, the man that people sort of say is the star of this team, and he's just getting pushed by all angles. His first map of this minor going to OT. And well, that is one hell of a comeback considering the sort of scoreline.
9-2 in the first half.
Was it 12-5 as well? After winning the pistol. Because 10-5 half, pistol, and second round 1. So they've come from 12-5 down to end at 15-15. Fantastic.
Yeah, amazing stuff for them too, to really kind of stay together and stick together, considering how the odds seem to be stacked against them. And they're looking much happier. I think they're looking a lot more relieved, considering how things did start off for them here. But it's not over just yet here, Tom. They still obviously have to secure this overtime and potentially get that map on the board. I wonder for Team Spirit, though, are they going to be a little bit hurting mentally, considering the lead they did have? Because we're talking about how great it is to see Nemiga come back from this, but to see them struggle now, it's going to be a little bit odd for them.
Has everybody been given an extra $1 just for luck? It's really weird that everybody's ends in 1 instead of 0, but anyway, not important. It is going to be what I believe is 10K MR3 OT. Well, I don't think we ever do MR5 anymore, so I'd be very surprised, but already nice start. There we go, Davkos on that AWP.
Weird position for MDS to hold alone, because even if you do get that one frag from the guy in underpass, or push you in the lower part of short, you're most likely to get returned on, considering they had no one in window either. But a punishment does come in there. Ollie pop again. You want to get a big kill onto Coldie. More importantly, he gets the information that, hey, there's no one else A ramp. They're potentially heading towards B, and with Hitmouse falling to Dima, I think the call will be made that's going to be heading towards that B side. And this should be Team Spirit starting off strong.
Yeah, this seems to happen a lot of the time where you find you sort of struggle over on that T side to sort of break into the CT side. You get into OT, have all the money, and do it first time. And it's almost like, if we just done this like a few minutes
Right, right. It's because the thing is, you think about momentum, right? And I know that word gets thrown around a lot when it comes to esports in general, but Nemiga definitely had momentum coming into this half, and then they get completely shut down.
Yeah, and the other thing as well with this sort of OT, with only 10K in the bank at the start, you can be reset. If they lose this next round on the CT side, they will have no money for the final round of the OT, which is absolutely horrible. So yeah, it's going to be a difficult situation. Obviously, the sort of 4 players surviving for the T side will pretty much guarantee that in any case they'll be fine. And actually, a lot of the time the Ts don't really run out of money in this sort of circumstance. So 16 to 15. We are just going to be looking at the CT side and see what sort of purchase. Are they going to bring in another double AWP? They've obviously saved one. Will they purchase a second?
For Nemiga or for Team Spirit?
For Nemiga, not for Team.
So they haven't really run double AWP, have
No.
they? So I'd be surprised to see them pull it out here in overtime, but it's definitely something you can't count out, right?
Yeah. The OT special. Like, oh, we have money now.
Well, let's see if they do go that route as we get into the second round here of overtime. And it looks like they're not going to go for the double AWP, but they will have the AUG out of MDS.
Just as good.
Yeah, basically.
Once again, looking for a little bit of a mid-challenge. Obviously, Davkos was the man to find them the opener in the previous round. He's going to be looking for some more with that AWP, and I think the sort of deadliest duo is currently sat in middle for this T side. They have both been fantastic, Dima and Davkos. I think Young has made somewhat of a comeback as well over the last few rounds, but I'm not going to see what they can do. Already, middle control pretty much abandoned. Only Joe trying to take those fights from short. Other than that, it really is only a little bit of positioning in the connector, and the rest of it was more of an early A-site setup. Coldie is pretty much in his home. You'll always see him playing in the sort of palace spot, but the sneak through the smoke from Dima doesn't work. But actually, stop pick helps quite a lot there for Davkos to get the trade.
All right, so 1-for-1 going to favor the T side. You can see the bomb back towards T spawn, so it's not like they're investing into any rounds. This is just kind of a a freestyle. Let's work off picks. Let's try to make something happen in middle. Let's get a frag off of that. Let's hope that, you know, another player maybe towards the B piles can catch, or B apartments can catch someone out. Now the bomb being secured, it looks like they will go for the hit towards B, but Hitmouse.
Yeah, this could be a problem. Robo's rotated away. I think they're worried that somebody could boost into the window and catch off any sort of play through CT. He's in fact going to go all the way around. They've got this completely wrong. It's all left onto Hitmouse. He has everything left to do from short. I think if he loses this one, they just have to save. And that's the big problem. The money just isn't there. If they challenge, this is such a risk. Obviously, if you win, okay, we got the chance to get 2 rounds on the board in overtime. You lose all your weaponry, and then the money starts to be a big problem. And I think if they don't find a pick within the next few seconds, the chances are we will just see them save.
And considering how their T side went for them, it's going to be even more risky as they do swap over. Lollipop, though, coming in from short. Be 3-on-4. They need to pick somewhere, and it's going to be at the hands of Lollipop taking on Coldie. But unfortunately, Robo has fallen. MDS gets a massive kill that they're going to need in this round. Down to 2-on-2. Lollipop goes for the spray. He gets another. And Sophic going to be all alone in B halls, trying to somehow stop this diffuse from coming through. He's going to actually swing out a little bit wider. Takes them both down! You cannot lose those.
That was, you could even see it. You could see it on their faces. Like, how has that just happened? That is a mistake that they couldn't afford to make. And, well, I pretty much said it before they went for any sort of retake. If you lose that, you've screwed your own economy. And that's exactly what's happened here. The money for the CT side is now going to be in real trouble. And Sophic, that is one hell of a clutch to make. That may have just handed them the game. It's actually not as bad as I thought. They've managed to get some rifles on the board, so I suppose it kind of was worth the risk, but even still, there's going to be some limitations. No head armor, not going to be a problem. Obviously, no SMGs could be in play at this time, other than the one, of course, on Hitmouse.
Let's see. Bringing out wide. Robo goes for the re-peek there, and unfortunately cannot catch Dima, who's able to secure, again, another massive kill. 11-6, or sorry, 12-6 now in opening duels for this man.
Is that correct? MDS is 0-8 in opening duels.
I believe so.
That's crazy. Don't let that man fight first.
Jeez. It's only the first game, man. You know, you can hold some punches back here. God damn.
Can't argue with the stats.
It's true. I will back you up on that one. So now Team Spirit looking at a flawless T-half in the first half of overtime.
They've gone for the same gamble as last round. The exact same gamble. And, well, okay, it's a trade. Joe does a decent amount of damage, but it's only a trade. And the fact is they now have to go for that same full rotation. Hitmouse is just going to go running straight into the site. Again, doesn't have any support, but he has managed to gain some ground, which means that still the T's have to clear a little bit more than they would have done.
Well, MDS is going to be in towards Kitchen now with AWP. He's picking up for one of the first times in this match, and Hitmouse tries to swing around the corner to take down the planter. Not going to be successful, but MDS will be. So it takes down some Die Young. Now Lollipop coming in again. This man has been fantastic in this series, but unfortunately Davkos is going to be a little bit better in that situation. And MDS alone against 2. Might be 0-8 opening duels, but this can be his chance to redeem himself. I just can't track where Coldie's going to be. And there we go. Team Spirit, 18-15. Need 1 round to close this out. And 1 round to get through to play against Simon Gaming in the winners match.
Yeah, and then that's, well, I would say that's a bit of a let-off for obviously the team that gets through, but that team did just go and beat Gambit. Obviously, it's one that we didn't expect too much from. Hopefully, the teams going into those battles did expect a little bit more than we did, because otherwise, maybe whoever goes through, obviously it's looking like Team Spirit at the moment, but whoever goes through may be meeting the same surprise, and that would be crazy if the first team through to the playoff stage would be Simon, but
yeah.
You know,
well, I think on the other route, one of these 2 teams has to play against Gambit in an elimination match where they'll now be knocked out of the minor.
That is also true, which is arguably worse.
A little bit worse. But here we go now. Team Spirit, Davkos again with the AWP back in his hands. Robo gonna have his own on Nemiga's side.
And as you mentioned, Davkos, he was impactful on the T side, but in terms of the heavy numbers, they all came in on the CT side. I think at least 20-odd kills came in on his CT side, so we are just going to be looking to see if he can still do the same. Obviously, Sumdayum still taking quite an aggressive position, and they have learned. Look, they've Molotoved off Dima. He was the big pain in their backside in the previous, where he was just able to push short every round and find a kill every round. He's still going to be there, so they can't just like completely not realize, and while Davkos actually peeks into the window instead, they lose 1 spot and they gain another instead. MDS has taken a little bit of control. He should expect him to be on that short spot, doesn't actually see him, and this could be a problem if he's able to sort of clear them out. And he will. There's Dima. That's the kill from short that I was talking about. This is looking like it could be over as the T's really need to spring into action. Davkos takes another, misses the shot this time, but he's left his team in a 4v2.
Oh, Lollipop, he was the man to really look for on that CT half, keeping Nemiga's hopes alive. He's gonna have to do it yet again up against 4. He's gonna get the first into Dima, but the first won't be enough, and Team Spirit will finally be able to take the victory here against Nemiga and advance through into that winner's match.
Yeah, I think we have to talk about the fact that it did take so long for Nemiga to get going, because realistically in the second half they played very, very well. Like they managed to, obviously from a 12-5 half, bring it back to go to OT. Obviously it was 15-13 at one point and looking like we were sort of going to see them out of it anyway, but then it got to overtime and it looked like Team Spirit just kicked up another gear.
And it's the team I think we expected to win the match. If you look at past results, you know, the head-to-head is like 5-0 in favor of Spirit, but that's dating back to like the beginning of last year. But it wasn't the route we expected Spirit to get through. They definitely struggled at some points, and we saw Nemiga have a sign of life. But now they're going to be playing against Gambit, and we're going to have Spirit playing against Simon Gaming, and that's going to be. I actually couldn't guess now who's going to win in the winners match.
I'm pretty sure someone can check, but one of the games that I think Nemiga actually managed to win in the sort of qualifier was against Gambit. Like, I'm pretty sure. If not, so it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup going into that elimination game. Of course, we do have our Group B coming up shortly, and of course the winners match later in the day. But I believe we're going to be handing straight back to Mr. Banks, and well, you got a lot to break down.
We certainly have. Thank you very much, Jason and Tom. And just to put one thing clear there, Tom's not actually that small. Jason's even taller than me. He just makes everyone look really, really short. We've even got Tom a box. He wouldn't usually need one. But what a game to start things off with here, guys. And what a way we had to see it go down. But Spirit, and we talk about the CIS region in general, closing out games a lot of the times, it gets a little bit eerie. I was very nervous then when we went to overtime. I was thinking, Spirit, what are you doing?
Yeah, I was super impressed with the way they came out and sort of like played in the beginning of the game. Obviously, they went up big time. A 10-5 half was a great start for the Spirit guys. But somehow, as you said, they managed to lose 8 out of the 9 last rounds in regular time, and that's just not good enough. No. I think we're talking about it out there as well. You know, the fact that the CIS teams sometimes seem to have trouble closing down the games, that's something they need to work on, because I don't think there's any doubt that Spirit is the better team when you put them up head-to-head. I think the overtime showed that as well. Kudos to them for still keeping it together for the OT, but the fact that it even got to OT was not good enough by Spirit, you know. Yeah. So getting a win, that's good, you know, but if you want to be a team that is qualifying for a major, you got to even out those mistakes, and that's not being disrespectful to Nemiga by any means, but that's just from the Spirit perspective, you got to do better. Yeah, certainly. I think the biggest issue I had there was both teams, T-side was so lackluster, Blair.
Yeah, absolutely, right? But if you look at the way, I mean, both the teams took it to overtime. If you look at the first half, for example, I think Spirit just played some decent standard Counter-Strike to City side. It was just that Nemiga weren't punishing them enough. Colty was getting so many kills. I think Tom pointed out while he was casting as well. He's getting so many kills on top of the shadow area towards Palace, and he was never getting countered. They had so many rounds, but they're just getting shut down. They went for kind of some Hail Mary plays early on, just rushing into sites, hoping to get lucky, not really panning out. So more than Spirit having a crazy CD side, it was more like Nemiga not really showing anything. And then 10-5 scoreline, and then on the CD side for Nemiga, it was more like everyone going off, everyone having like a multi-kill round. Like I think we spoke about, I think it was Lollipop 21K, who had so many crucial kills. Yes, he wasn't top fragging for the team, but he had so many rounds where it was like that one spot towards, I think it was Ninja, in the A-bomb side, where he got like 3 kills just standing right there like a rock. That shouldn't really be happening. I mean, kudos to these guys. They managed to take it to overtime, but then Spirit finally we saw what we saw from them earlier in that game, where they just like shut it down. So I don't think Spirit's going to be very happy about this, the way they managed to, but at least they closed it out. And for Nemiga, sure, now they're going to go in the lower bracket, but this might just give them a little bit of extra push, because I think they're playing Gambit now.
Oh, it's going to get interesting. But before we continue to break this one down, let's find out what Stunner has got to say with some of the guys from Team Spirit.
That's right. I got a little bit of spirit down here, and they have survived this first matchup. It got a little bit closer than I think that they imagined, but I've got Victor here to kind of walk me through that first half and really how it was so much in your favor in the first half.
Yeah, we just play our default and our game, so we start really good, and then after we struggle a bit on the second half.
Which is exactly what we all saw. The second half was a little rough. Why do you think you guys hit a block there, a roadblock?
We lost some clutches, and that's make a bit nervous. And after we fix our mentality in tag pauses, we got back in the game.
Yeah, you got to start somewhere. You've got to get back into it somehow. But I've got to ask you this, man. If you had to stack up against Simon Gaming or Gambit, who would you want to play?
It doesn't really matter. We prepare to every team in the tournament, so we're ready.
Good, because you're going to be playing Simon Gaming. Gambit has lost. Does that catch you off guard?
Yeah, I didn't expect it at all.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the sentiment from around the world. Anyway, congratulations on your win. I'm going to let you say some words in your native language, if you don't mind.
Спасибо всем, кто за нас болеет и поддерживает нас. Мы вас очень любим.
Couldn't have said it any better myself. That's right, spasiba, and back over to you at the desk, James.
Thank you, Trace. He could have translated that for us. He spent some time in Ukraine now. I heard his Russian's getting a little bit better.
I did hear a certain word in that. I don't know if you guys did, but what?
Oh, okay.
Just let it go. Just let it go.
Yeah, you clearly got to tell us about what this was afterwards. Either way, they didn't expect that Gambit would lose that first game. And I think that's a sentiment, right, from straight off the bat, because Gambit's a team with a little bit more history in terms of these kind of minors being able to play well across this region, and already dropping at the first hurdle. They need to step things up. But Simon Gaming, God, we could hear them roaring like crazy throughout this, couldn't we?
Yeah, they were really loud. I mean, we're far away from the teams that are playing right now, but we could hear them loud and clear where we're sitting. So there's definitely some sound on. As you said, Gambit, a team that has the experience, you know, a team that has the know-how, a team that has won a major before. Some of these players are legends within the region. So I have no doubt that they know how to come back from a deficit like this. But looking at Nemiga's performance here, right, what a disaster for them. They make a great comeback, you know, winning 8 out of 9 rounds in the last regular time here, and still falling short in the OT. That's a little bit sad for them, you know. Gives them a little bit of hope, I guess, that they could play to a higher level. But now facing Gambit in a best-of-3 game where loser goes out of the tournament, that's tough odds for them, you know. So they must be a little bit disappointed that they didn't manage to pull this one off.
Now, one thing I got to say that I really loved that we heard there from the Spirit team was just the fact that they took that time, they used the pause correctly, reset their mental game, and it showed when they got to overtime, right? Because they just came all guns blazing, they were ready to bring the pain. But it's like, you should have done that earlier, right? It's okay, one thing to say, yep, we need to readjust ourselves. Going into a best-of-3, you're not going to get those kind of chances again, right? The pressure's on the whole way through. You need to make sure that you're fully ready for it. And that kind of shows the cracks in a team that we spoke about has been together quite a long time.
Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, let's be honest, right? I mean, it's probably, it is, I think, the first event of the year for almost all these teams as well. It's a best-of-1. It's early in the day. It's kind of cold outside. You're just going to shake it off. I think it's a good wake-up call for all the teams. I'm not just talking about the teams who won. Like, for Spirit, it's a good wake-up call. They're like, hey, we can't really slack off here. If you're winning, we need to close it out because it's going to get only tougher and tougher as you go ahead. And for Nemiga as well, they came so close. Got so far, but still not going to play against Gambit, like James just mentioned right now. Gambit have looked a little shaky. Look, best-of-3s are a whole different ball game altogether. Like we said earlier on the desk, you know, it comes down to how experienced you are as a team. This is where best-of-3s are where experience, deep map pool, and and all the all those cool words that you want to throw around really come into play. So on paper, yes, Gambit would be the favorites over here. Even in the other game where Spirit's going to be playing against Simon Gaming, Spirit should be on paper the better team as well. But then again, it's CIS Counter-Strike. It's always fun. Anything could happen.
Anything could happen. We're going to take a quick look at the bracket as well, just to see how things have worked out across the games to start us off with here today. As you saw, it went the full distance on the game between Spirit and Nemiga that we saw here. Over on the B stream, Simon, they did take down Gambit. That means that Gambit's first best-of-3 is going to go against Nemiga, and then we're going to see Team Spirit take on Simon Gaming. Now, the key thing here is one of these two teams already gets to qualify for the playoffs this early on, right? So it's a nice quick push forward, where if you have to drop down to that lower bracket, you've got a harder, longer route.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's a nice little carrot, for Spirit that they, again, without being disrespectful by any means to Simon Gaming, Spirit are happy right now that they get to get a chance to play a best-of-3 against a team that they should be better than, So they go into another matchup where they're arguably the favorites, and I think they're pretty happy and satisfied with the outcome of that. That said, though, we did see the Simon game. We have a second money inside our room as well. There was some loud plays, there was some individually skilled players in that team as well, so I wouldn't count them out by any means. Whereas for Gambit, going down to the lower bracket, you said it yourself, experience comes in. It's the best-of-3 scenario. If they're good, if Gambit is here to win, if Gambit is here to qualify the major, they will win that game. If not, they'll go out.
Hey, one of those teams will be going out if they cannot get it together. What we're going to be doing is going to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be getting ready to talk about our first best-of-3 of the day. We're going to be doing Simon taking on Spirit. Don't go anywhere.
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
That's right, it's the Vodafone pre-match time. As the first games are out the way, we move on a little bit further. But this time we're going over to Group B. It's not the best of threes just yet. I was getting ahead of myself there before. We're going into the next best of one, and it's going to be Winstrike going up against Runtime. Now, guys, Blair and Pimp joining me as always. This is the question mark one, right? A Winstrike we haven't seen too much from, and a Runtime that's given us a bit of a blast from the past, mixed in with a bit of the new guys at the same time.
This is the game I'm looking the most forward to today, honestly speaking. I mean, we have a best of three coming up between two winners of their games, but this one in a best of one scenario, that's going to be interesting because, as you said, there's a lot of names that you know. Just listing up some of the name right here, we got Starix on the team, we got Hooch, we got Seized. On the other one, we got World Edit and Waylander. 5 players that for themselves, you know, been at plenty of majors, been at plenty of big tournaments, and actually won some of those tournaments as well, you know. So this is a stacked lineup for both teams, you know, in terms of the names, but do they still have the level to be on this level? That's the question.
That is true. I completely agree with you. And if you look at just the names like you mentioned, like Starix, Hooch, these guys have been playing CS for such a long time indeed. It's great to see Starix back, you know, with the mouse in his hand, not just standing behind his team. We got Seized as well. He has a lot to prove as well, right? I mean, he's been tossed around from team to team for a while now, and he obviously would be, he's one of the younger, more experienced players. But I want to really like take a look at the other 2 players in that team. Like, I think Norbert was the one player who's really stood up and made a name for himself in that lineup. So it's going to be great to see them. Winstrike, on the other hand, we have interesting thing about his team. Like, I think it was in September when everyone in the team got kicked and Boomich is the only one remaining, and then they got Quick back, and then of course we got the flip side boys. You got World Edit and Waylander, and sorry, Norbert was actually the name from Winstrike, which I wanted to talk about. But he's been kind of the standout player. Yeah, you might talk about World Edit and everyone else in the lineup, but Norbert has really surprised me, at least with his stats in the recent games they've had.
All right, well, let's see exactly how this is going to go. It's going to be getting into that veto nice and fast, guys. Any particular idea? Because with the Runtime lineup especially, it's literally like a shot in the dark.
Yeah, it seems to me like Cash is not going to be played for whatever reason. And you're right, Nuke not going to be played either. I think it's going to be the same sentiment as we talked about in the first game. You want to find a middle ground map. You want to find a map where both teams feel comfortable. And you don't want to
everyone hates Nuke so much that they banned it twice right there.
They're like, yep, get rid of it forever, for good. No more Nuke at all.
No more Nuke.
Slight miscommunication that it will surely be cleared up in a second. But either way, these 2 lineups, it is a very difficult scenario to look at in terms of where their actual veto goes here.
I personally think it's going to be like I said earlier in the previous game as well. I think it's going to be kind of like a middle ground map, so to speak, right? I'd be a little surprised, but I'm sorry, not too surprised to see a Dust 2 come out here, or maybe even a Mirage make its appearance. I think it's going to come down to that, because if you look at most of these maps, like I said, there's not much to really look into these 2 lineups. So if you're talking about Winstrike as well, they're a comparatively new team as well. Even if you look at the games they've played recently, there's no, like, apart from the default perma bans, there's no, like, you know, pattern, so to speak, in the way they're playing about it. And there we go, Dust 2. Whoop-de-doo.
Ooh, an interesting one, though. Not a map that a lot of teams still pick into. We're starting to see maybe add to the map pools a little bit more here. Are we just going to see an all-out kind of blast from the past, rolling back the years, glory fight on Dust 2?
Starix with the op out again. Yeah, that'll be fun to watch.
That'll be fun, you know, holding off Catwalk. I think Dust 2 is a great map for the CIS region in general. So goes for Mirage. I think those 2 maps are maps that favors, you know, the way they play. It's very aggressive. It's very, you know, momentum-based. It's very, you know, feeling-based in a way. If one of the players on the server feel, all right, I have a frag here, I have an opportunity to go for a play, he will do it because you have the confidence to do so. And they're not as structured as many European teams or many American teams are. So that should make for a good Dust 2 game, and that should make for a brawl fight, a fist fight, so to speak. So I'm looking forward to see, you know, some of these old names get in on the server and actually battle it out. I'm looking forward to see World Edit. He used to be a very, very good player, to be completely honest. I played plenty of times against him. He's great with AVP. Seized used to be a player that played in Navi, and he was doing well, you know, at the big major tournaments. So those 2 players are 2 you have to look out for.
Well, guys, it's time to get into the game. We're wrapping up this nice and fast. It's time to go back to Jason and Tom. So, guys, take it away. And what are you going to make of this crazy blast from the past?
It's honestly going to be great to see. I am so excited to actually see Starks come back and playing after coaching for such a long time. Even Seized in there, and Hooch, for me, is one of my favorite players.
It's like you never left, basically.
Basically.
We brought back a few teams just to make you feel at home. That's sort of what it is. It's like, oh, I know that guy. I don't remember him. Like,
also, I do want to say, for all the viewers out there, and for Banks in particular, he's actually not on a box.
Not on a box.
He's not smaller than it actually seems. He's not, you know, really
How small would I have to Blair, sorry. No, I'm joking.
Well, Blair actually is here on the desk. You just can't see him because he's too short to be seen over the desk. But no, this is going to be a great game, honestly. And this is one of the highlight matches, actually, for me for today.
Oh,
and
well,
ideally for this group. Because for me, seeing that core of those 3 players, Seas, Starks, and Hooch, come together into a team is going to be fantastic. And then Waylander and World Edit, you already talked about World Edit before. He is an insane player. And you think he's definitely going to be top 5 on the HLTV rankings. Yeah. That's what you said, right?
No, I said electronic.
There's an E in there. It counts, right? Okay, well, World Edit still is a fantastic player, fantastic opper.
Oh, Jesus. That would be a surprise. But you never know. You never know. They're not out yet. We can't predict it. Either way, Hooch gonna have a lot of players pushing his way. The smokes have gone down. They will be able to cross. Nice start from Boomage as well to find that opening pick. The push through the smoke comes back, Nor, but can't quite hit the shots, and the trades are coming back in. But it's still the T's out on top at the moment. We are going to have the rotation from Waylander as well. Perfectly timed to leave it all onto Scooby. And what will Scooby do? It was coming, wasn't it? Get out of the way in the first round.
Okay, I like it. I like it. I just think you did it a little too early.
I know, but
yeah, you had so many more rounds to use that one. But don't worry, we got more to go from that one. I'm excited though to see like Runtime in general as we see this pistol round ideally come to a close here for Winstrike, because they have such a strong core team. And the thing is, you have Seas who can technically call, you have Hooch who can technically call, but they put it on the back of Starks, who's been the coach for Navi since forever, basically, since he basically stopped becoming a player. So they have a strong core, a strong team, but have they had the time they needed to come together and be able to pull off a victory and pull off a potential major berth? That's something we're obviously going to be asking about as time does go on.
Yeah, it's sort of a weird one of almost like, will it be too many cooks? Like they can spoil the brew, because there's so many people in that team that can realistically have their own opinions and have their own things. Will just like Starks just rule with an iron fist and just be like, look, you're doing what I say, end of? Or is there going to be like different people inputting? Like I asked him and he said it's just me. Like there's like, it is just me. So I'm going to be interested to see if there are going to be a few rounds where we go, he doesn't look like he's going to plan, or he's making his own choices. On the other side, of course, Boomage could be the one in game lead, and also sort of the man that I look to put up a lot of the frags. Obviously, a little bit different now. We have World Edit and Waylander in. I think World Edit with the AWP is going to be the man making a lot of the plays, and of course the youngster of Norbert as well. Who, again, when you see youngsters in teams like this, teams that have managed to do damage in the past, you kind of expect them to be, well, performing. And for Winstrike especially, like they brought in 2 sort of very well-versed players, alongside 2 players who managed to surprise everybody by getting top AR major, that they went all the way through the minor process. So yeah, he's got a lot to live up to, but I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
What's cool to me is to see, like, even though there was, about like a 3-year period that I wasn't casting Counter-Strike, it's nice to see in those 3 years so many new players, so many young new players coming up, because obviously when CS came out, you had a lot of the old guard from 1.6 and Source come in and play, right? But the fact that the time has gone so long now that you're starting to see those other players catch up and start to really surprise. And, in a couple of years from now, we might see a massive overturn in terms of who are the top players in the world at the moment.
Well, yeah, I think, like, you do look at players like, for example, Electronic. You look at Twist as well, who's, like, right up there in the sort of top 20 list at the moment of players who've just, over the last couple of years, have developed massively to be some of the best players in the world. And you never know, we may be looking at some of the future best. Like, we know that eventually Na'Vi, well, Gambit are definitely already in the sort of movement of, like, completely overhauling their roster, but eventually Na'Vi will make a change, and there's going to have to be someone to come up to it.
True. Well, here we go, coming into our 3rd round, the first gun round here for both these 2 teams. Still the ump picked up here for Boomage, and then the scout as well for World Edit. Runtime, they don't really have that much head armor, so Boomage could go off pretty well here. Was able to catch him out, but again, keeping their composure, slowing the pace down. I think with what's on the line here for these teams, I mean, as we just saw Gambit or to be knocked into the elimination match of Group A, you want to start off strong and you want to start off well.
Well, the other thing is as well, this group is pretty stacked. Like, I think Prosto could definitely be a team to do some damage, and of course you got Avangard as well, who are arguably the favorites. So this game is pretty crucial, because no matter who you face next, okay, Prosto could arguably be an easier game, but they're also a much longer standing roster than either of these teams. So We'll see. We'll see. It's going to be interesting. But Scooby, nice start, but Boomage will be there to trade and even retrieves a rifle as he goes. Of course, a bit more of a bonus round coming in for the T side, as they do still have the cash to buy into the next round if everything goes wrong. I'm sort of looking at Starix here because he needs to help. It's only going to be seized in the site, looking to try and be the anchor, and Boomage will finish him off as well. But the trades have come in for the CT side. Even still, the B site of this map, pretty damn difficult to retake.
No utility, though, for the side of Winstrike here. But I can say the same thing about Runtime. It's going to come down to this raw aim. If the refract can happen here, it'd be massive for Runtime. But Quick gets the kill, and just like his name, quickly gets out of that tunnel position to rotate back in towards door. Stark's going to be coming in at the same time as Hooch, and Hooch is going to get one. He's going to need to get the second over towards Car. Can he take Quick down? And no! Quick will come up big. Gets 3 frags in that round and keeps Winstrike on a winning streak.
That's another one that had to come in eventually, didn't it? Great work from Quick in that situation. Obviously, again, he's one of the players who did pull off that sort of legendary run that surprised everybody not too long ago. Obviously, in the previous major, didn't do anywhere near as much damage. And yeah, that's why we've seen all the changes that have come in with this roster. A complete turnaround, and even he himself wasn't in the original plans of Winstrike, but he's going to be here now and doing the damage early on. Obviously up against another Lithuanian in Kalinka, one of his ex-teammates as well, so it might be a little bit of rivalry there alongside the sort of brotherly love, but we are going to be watching, at least in this round, Runtime, nada. Pretty much nothing invested, just a few pistols. They're going to get max loss bonus in the next round, so have a full purchase, potentially an AWP or 2 coming into play. Almost expected on this map. I don't think you really played this map without an AWP. That'd be a big, big surprise, but we're just going to have the T-side cleaning out the angles, but taking a bit of extra damage. Is the Molotov actually going to clear out the position of Hooch? No, but that one will. And yeah, a little bit of trouble for him, and the remaining 2 players don't really have a leg to stand on here. The best hope is just to maybe hit a cheeky deagle. Obviously, Scooby has invested a bit more than anybody else, but he's just going to be on the other side of the map looking to keep his Kevlar and his trusty deag.
I wonder if Winstrike's even going to go for the chase on this too, because their economy isn't that stable at the moment either. Quick at 5,800, you have rolled it at 400 because they did invest the AWP over to him. And they're not really going to care. I mean, yeah, it's a pistol. Not that big of a deal to chase down so far here. Some early stats coming in as well. You can see Quick, 171 ADR. Not bad.
If he keeps that up, they'll win. I'm pretty certain of that.
Bold predictions here from Tom on the desk.
That's big boy ADR, but a nice shot from Scooby. He's actually net him an AK. Now, obviously, the T's, as you sort of mentioned, there was no need at all to hunt the weapons there. And the only sort of reason I can scrape is maybe a slight confidence boost, or if you thought, hey, he's not pushing us, he must have something. But other than that, it's sort of like they've lost an AK. 4 players alive, it's not so much of a problem as their economy now will be bolstered anyway. But this is where the big buy comes in for the CT side. Already, you can see there's 2 AWPs in play at the moment. One of them is maybe in the hands of C's, the other on Kalinka, so potentially going to be on other sides of the map. And I imagine one of them may just be used to sort of home in onto middle, try and gain a little bit of more control, because they did have a bit of trouble in the earlier rounds where the push down mid was actually the problem.
And we are seeing the double up set up here out of Runtime, with C's going to be the one to pick up the other one for his team, with Kalinka onto the side. C's will open things up on a roll edit. So that's the AWP out of Winstrike now down in middle. A big frag coming in for Runtime, and definitely at a perfect time for it to happen, considering they're down 4-0 so far in this best of 1.
Yeah, this is also a map that I feel like momentum is probably one of the biggest factors sort of available to them. So, like, you are just going to see rounds run and run and run, especially if the economy starts to play a part. So I think it's important for Runtime to get off to a big start. Otherwise, Winstrike may just completely run over them. But as you said, they've got the opening pick. Waylander's even taken a little bit of extra damage, and by the looks of things, they may try and split their way in on towards this A site. The problem is they haven't really gained any map control or even any information. The only thing they saw was the man that killed them initially, and even he's fallen back into a passive B hold. And now, as the push looks to come in, so far they haven't cleared a single angle.
Time is starting to run thin too. 35 seconds left to go. And they're going to have to hit in towards the Say site, but they're going to run into so many people to actually stop them from getting this bomb down. Now the Molotov comes in. Boomage does drop down towards CT. Kalika's gonna miss that shot, which cost him his life, but Stark's gonna be there. Return back on the one. They've lost the Opstone. Waylander comes in big with a fantastic kill. 19 seconds left to go. The flank coming in from Quick from behind, but it's gonna be a little bit too slow, and Hooch gonna take Waylander down, and now it's gonna be Quick all alone against 2. The hardest part is he has to cross with only 1 smoke.
Actually does manage to find the pick. The problem is he doesn't have time. Absolutely none, so they will just have to try and save this AWP. But that's a hell of a lot of damage, and more importantly, there is no way in hell there's going to be a double op setup. That is...
Why would you re-peek that?
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea. I guess the idea was to hope to take the AWP away, but that is a massive risk and a small reward, really, for the CT side. As said, they can. I think they can have a glass cannon AWP, but that's about it. And that was sort of the big play that they saved everything for. Go for the double AWPs, try and bring it in, and they scraped the round.
Well, here we go into round number 6 of our second match of today. Still have a best of 3 to come up after this, which I believe it's the winner's match of Group A. C is going to be on the FAMAS here over towards the B site. Scooby there in tow as well, and a big 3-man stack at a runtime off the bat here to get that initial long control, but they haven't really left a player over towards Pit. So it seems like they want to make sure to focus towards Catwalk for a quick rotate in towards this B side. And as we can see, it looks like a B hit will be coming in with a nice 3-2 split.
That's the same problem they had before. The Pete coming in, but Seized has managed to find the opener and drop the bomb. More importantly, that's left into the open, but the trade's coming out and Seized. Running in with his knife, definitely not what you want to be doing. This is a slaughter into mid, and well, we spoke about how much damage was done in the previous round, how only 1 man survived as they win. Now they've got 1 man trying to just hold on to what he got, and you can see Winstrike, they're straight on the hunt, and in this situation, don't blame them at all.
Yeah, we're going to see a quick little rotate come in back towards T-Spawn. The last runtime player, it's going to be Hooch up against 4, just trying to keep his weapon. Not even looking in the right angle, technically, as we can see on the mini-map. Looking over towards down mid from Suicide.
I think he's heard all the footsteps though, yeah. That'll be a fairly simplistic kill in the end, obviously using the wall to his advantage, but they do now know where he is. I think the time should just be able to get away from them to save that extra weapon. And actually, to be fair to the T side, they're not overly hunting here. They want to keep 3 players alive, make sure they're still making a little bit of money going into the next round. And they know that no matter what happens here, their economy is going to be absolutely wrecked. I'm guessing C's just completely ran out of bullets there with the spray from the FAMAS, and that's why I was running him with a knife. Didn't just go for a full YOLO play in one of the most important rounds at the beginning. Simple. Yeah, you know, not everyone can do that.
Yeah, that's true. And it's probably why he's one of the best players, if not the best player in the world. I don't think it really takes a genius to know who the #1 player of 2018 was going to be when we get down to it for the HLTV rankings. But I think for me, what's kind of not disappointing, but I want to see change a little bit as this match goes on, is that Hooch, at least back then, he used to be a very loud player. He used to have a lot of emotion, and whenever they would win a round, he would get so excited, and that energy would flow through the team, and it would help keep the mentality and you know, the emotions high in a positive note for them. So I wonder if he's actually being a little bit quieter. I can't hear him just yet, but then again, they've only won 1 round. But I want to see him really start to step up for his team and help them stay focused in this match, because things are not looking good. It looks like Winstrike's going to be off to a 6-1 start.
Yeah, and I think as well the way that they won the round was not really anything to like scream about. Oh, wow.
Just a quick little update for you, if you want to take that away, Tom.
Yeah, Avangar are doing quite well at the moment over in their game versus Prosto. It is 11-1. I am going to be
just
very
like Buster
impressed.
score, 11-1, only 1 death.
And they are just running over their opponents. That is ridiculous. And, well, I was saying that whichever team comes up against, I did say Prosto, which I probably shouldn't have done considering the game hasn't finished. But whoever does come up against them might have a bit more competition, but so far they haven't looked like it. Either that or Avangar really are just in their element. But either way, at the moment, 6-1 as well for Winstrike. They're looking very good at the moment, and even still, there's no buy coming back in for runtime just yet, even after the eco round in the previous. So again, they're just going to have to save, go in for some pistols, and look at the money starting to build up. You got Boomage with 9,500 in the bank, only 1 player below 5,000 after what is just 7 rounds. So yeah, Winstrike looking pretty damn good at the moment.
And the weird thing is that World Edit, he's only on 2 frags, but it's not necessarily because like, oh, he's not playing well. It's because he hasn't needed to really step up for his team, because Boomage is actually the one doing it. 11-2, you have Quick as well at 10-2. Waylander and World Edit, the 2 we looked at as being, you know, like the staple of the team, are actually being relatively the quietest ones so far. But again, not necessarily a bad thing. It just shows how well and how confident everyone else is playing on the team.
well, let's be honest, there was a reason they were building a team around this map. It's just facts. If you're clearing out your roster, you're going to change everything, and you're like, you know what, I want this guy. There's got to be a reason for it, and he always was the sort of staple when it came to like the major run that they had, and yeah, definitely a good decision so far. Orbit as well, going to win himself that initial duel. A lot of damage done onto Boomage on the cross, but the fact is they've still managed to make it to the site, and it's just going to be onto the rotations, trying to catch off some of these players, steal a weapon away, bolster the economy of the CT side a little bit, and Scooby will start off quite well, at least by removing an AK, and actually there's nobody left to defend it, so that's going to be an easy pickup for Hooch, and he could just leave.
Thing is, I look at the scoreline, you know, Tom, and I'm like, oh, well, this is not going well for Runtime. This is going to have a really, you know, rough game ahead of them. But then I think back to the match we literally just did, a Spirit up against Nemiga, and that was a 9-2 scoreline. So you really can't count Runtime out after seeing Nemiga have such a fantastic performance and a fantastic job to push it into overtime.
Yeah, the only problem I have is with this map is I feel like it is one of the most momentum, if not the most momentum-based map in the pool at the moment, where a team just gets on a run of rounds, they build up the economy they have with the orbs, they can make those ridiculous plays towards the end of the half where they're just like having a sort of like shooting gallery down mid if they want, and that's where the game just gets completely out of control, and it's very hard, especially on the CT side, to break into that, because a lot of time the things you want to do, bring in a double up setup, well, you gotta have finances to be able to do that. Right. Now, Runtime, I'm guessing they may have done that again now because they were saving a lot of money over the last couple of rounds. Actually only gone for one. It's going to be onto Kalinka. Sees, that's got to be painful. Hit through the door down mid, well did it. He may not be getting all the frags, but he is still having impact.
The thing is, even though it's 100% win rate so far here for Runtime, I mean 100% 4 maps, they're up against 67% for 9 maps for Winstrike. And I would have thought that this was going to be a map that favored Runtime just for the fact that it's one of the most puggiest maps out there, and for a team that kind of has just come together right before the minor, right before the qualifiers, I feel like it would favor them a little bit in terms of being an easier map for them to play, but Winstrike is just completely proving me wrong.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's one of those maps that is sort of very puggy, but when I look at a lot of the players on their team, I wouldn't say they've got the puggiest team in the world. I would look at players like Starix and Hooch and say, you know what, I'm not expecting them to like put up like 30 frags a game. Like Starix in some of the qualifiers has played very, very well, but obviously the further you get, the more difficult it's going to get to play like that. Either way, Kalinka is here on the cross, does start things off. There should be a trade available, and actually Boomage goes for more, but he will be stopped by Hooch, and the trades at the moment at least coming in favor of this CT side.
World Edit's going to be on site as well. The big player here is going to be Norbert, who's on the flank. I think actually players already look in his direction, but not in the right position to spot him coming out of mid-doors. The bomb's going to be planted here. I'm surprised World Edit's feeling confident enough to go for this. I guess because they did come in through catwalking with Norbert here. He's able to make something happen. It's going to be all on Starks. Now, you talked about him playing well in the qualifiers, but can he hit this shot up against World Edit, who's actually pushed up towards short? He drops in towards CT1. Actually might be able to catch him from behind. He's going to spot him out. Can he hit the shots? No! World Edit just barely gets around the corner in time. And speaking of time, it's going to start taking away here now. Starks going to pick up the incendiary grenade. Thing is, it's planted towards short, if I'm not mistaken. So World Edit's not really going to have an angle on it. Now down to 4 HP. How many shots is it going to take to get to the center of World Edit here? Oh, that nade's not even enough to finish him off here. But he's going to be no kit. There is a kit for Starks, but he's not going to have time. But he at least gets the frag. That's some compensation. But that could have been his round. If he caught him at CT spawn and hit the headshot, that could have been a different round completely.
But the thing is that, like, for Starks, there was so many sort of, like, most messy mistakes, like looking to pick up the grenades and, running in. Obviously, he didn't realize where the plant was. I can forgive him for that. Like, if you see a player playing, like, running towards long, you're going to assume the bomb's planted for long. He had so much time to plant it. So I can forgive him for that one. But just those little bits of time that were wasted, if he then gets to the site and realizes, okay, it's planted for sure, he wins. So, yeah, a little bit of bad luck, but realistically, at this point, 8-1, still plenty of money for the T side. They're not going to be worrying at all about losing all of their players, and really, again, the focus comes in onto one individual play. Norbert, that double kill from CT, fantastic.
And again, timing is such a big factor because there was a player checking that angle, but he got out at the perfect moment, so he wasn't seen crossing. And Norbert, who is doing pretty well currently at 8 and 6, I believe.
Maybe 7 now.
Yeah, commentators curse, as we like to say. And Seized has done this exact same thing before, opening up with an initial frag. But even with the man advantage, they need to hold on to this. Hooch is going to be left to his own devices here towards long A. And he's just going to be overwhelmed.
Yeah, he needs some support, and he needs it quick. Boomage already going to be tagged quite low, and Hooch doing a good job of staying alive, but it won't last long whatsoever. And they're going to look to go through the smoke. That's risky, but Waylander, fantastic trade back through. Leaves it into a 3 versus 3. That early frag found by Seized is now somewhat worthless. And, well, this comes down to a situation where Runtime can't allow this to go to a retake. They're currently playing with 2 AWPs and a FAMAS. Definitely not ideal. The one FAMAS is currently alone over onto the B site as well, so if Scooby loses this battle, it's going to be a double AWP retake for Runtime.
There we go, smoke comes in. Molotov as well being thrown. Flashbang going to buy him a little bit of time. Rotation has come in out of C's, who's going to be over towards window. I don't know if he's going to have the best of angles to hit a shot as they come through with the smoke. Woda is well going to get tagged up here. He has the AWP. Waylander's going to get that one, and Kalinka over towards CT spawn picks up Boomage. 10 seconds left to go. They have to pick up the pace, and Kalinka gets himself another, and now it's just on World Edit. The double up, well, retake doesn't even happen because Kalinka picks up 3, and Runtime finally get another round on the board.
Yeah, no, I think I'm hoping we'll have some sort of replay of his kills at some point, because that was 3 kills just players crossing the door, which is not an easy thing to do by any stretch of the imagination. So great work from Kalinka. They keep both AWPs in play as well going into the next round. The interesting thing for me will be, do we now see Winstrike pick up the pace? Because that is basically the main counter to a double AWP setup is, let's just go running in, let's try and just counter these AWP players. Either that or they just leave World Edit to try and finish them off, but CT side, they've gambled correctly here. 3 players towards long. It's going to be an all-out brawl. Norbert will trade the initial one. And actually, the remaining players on the CT side just look to fall back. They don't support Stark, so just like, you've got this.
We believe in you, buddy. Well, World Ed's going to take 1 op out of the equation. Kalinka will fall. And again, minute 20 left to go. You have the man advantage. There's no need to invest into this push in towards A just yet. We're seeing Scooby being left over towards the B site. Hooch going to be over towards short, and they're still making their way through. And considering no one's checking on Runtime, maybe they could potentially sell sort of fake. But with that smoke going through, C's going to get naded up and spammed down. And they will lose the second op that the team did pick up. And now Hooch has to get these kills. Doesn't even have a chance. Whaler just sprays down, and now Scooby all alone against 4 other players.
This is ambitious. Waylander's just popping heads. I have to say, like, we've definitely seen it before at the majors where, well, even both of these teams, that's the thing, they've managed to combine 2 teams that pulled off ridiculous things at the major. Flip side, able to do it so many times where we were looking at the team going into the major and going, they won't do it, until it got to a point where everybody going, they'll do it because they do it every time. And then with the same from QB Fire. Now you've combined those 2 teams, added a youngster, and they seem to be doing it again because Waylander, again, is a player that we haven't seen too much from recently. I think he got 2 kills there, either through smoke or like through the edge of something, and then just runs into the site and pops the head of a player jumping up and down.
Yeah, really well done by that by Waylander. And I still think back to when it was like him and Waterfalls on Peter. Actually, I think it was him, Waterfalls, and Hooch, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to remember if that's the team that was all together, but they played flawlessly back then. Of course, that was 2015, so it was a long, long time ago.
I was only 7.
Only 7, but about the same height. Just hasn't grown since then.
That's true. I needed a few extra boxes back then.
We'll get Blood to bend over and you can stand on his back or something. Maybe put us at the right height.
I was about to say, that won't put me up that much.
Anyways, we'll let him get away with this one because we're going to see a Eco come in out of Runtime. Just a P250 out of Scooby. Not really expecting too much, especially with the bomb being planted here.
Yeah, I think this just pretty much falls into a let's try and get someone on the exit, but realistically, a chance for a little bit of stat padding to come in from Winstrike. Not that they particularly need it. Things are going very, very well at the moment, and Runtime have sort of had the worst possible scenario. It's one of those games where you're like, okay, we're on the board, and then they get absolutely obliterated, and then again, they get on the board, and they get absolutely obliterated, and you sort of just sat there going, they've never really been in this game. They've never had a string of rounds together. It's just been multiple sort of resets, and that's a horrible, horrible position to be in. And while now we're looking at another potentially flawless round coming in for the T side, and this is sort of the reward. You lose a round, you win the next, you reset them, you beat the force spike, then you get a freebie round to just make all the money back that you lost.
Intended.
Wouldn't go that far, but...
No, I'm calling it. They purposely lost the round before. So they would just reset them.
Next level meta game coming in.
Well, 10-2 now here for Winstrike, who honestly seems to be in no sign of stopping at this rate. It's really all on the court here of Runtime to change things up, which they are doing. Instead of going for a long A hold, they're actually pushing a couple players in towards short to get that middle control, which they actually might be able to capitalize off of. The problem is they still have Quick to worry about, and they still have World Edit lurking in Suicide here. And World Edit, again, to pick up another frag. Yeah, they only has 6, but has 6 big ones, especially thinking back to the round up against Starix in that 1v1.
Yeah, the other thing as well in this situation is just him finding the info. Because otherwise, Quick probably gets killed from behind and the round just spirals out of control. The problem is, for Runtime in this round, they didn't really have much to play with. It's a buy, but it was never a good one. They had a Scout, which they still have currently on Kalinka, SMGs, and no real rifles. Hooch with a chance, but nothing really coming of it. Kalinka and just doors seems to be like the best combination he has at the moment, just able to find frags through them all the time. The fact is, though, just the positional play, Norbert playing that lurk role always seems to catch off one. And now Kalinka's, well, you know it's bad when you're sort of in a horrible spot and you're looking to save a gun. He has managed to pick up an AWP, but Quick, his Lithuanian counterpart, ready and waiting.
All right, so 11-2. Winstrike looking to do what their name says, pick up a big victory here and go on to play against the winner of Avangard.
I thought they were going to go on strike for a second.
No, we're not. Well, as Banks found out, we're not an airline company right now.
Do you want to say which one?
Nope. I don't want to be like flying home from Poland. Yeah, sir, your flight's been. You're actually not on the flight
anymore. You've been downgraded to like
cargo hold.
Yeah, cargo.
Yeah. At least I'll make sure my luggage makes it that way. So we're just going to be pushing into pit here again, back on pistols. Going to be dropped really quickly here. And again, it looks like Winstrike should be able to pick up this round relatively easily. There we go. Norbert gets the spray through onto Starks. I swear, Banks has one of the worst lucks when it comes to flying anywhere.
Then again, you say that, he always seems to have seats spare. Like, whenever he posts a picture of him on a flight, there's always, like, 2 seats spare next to him.
Just because no one wants to sit next to him.
It might be that. They just go, can I get a different seat? I don't want to get on the plane.
Well, here we go. A minute left to finish off this round here for Winstrike. Just slowly making their way through. Again, I mean, I talked about this before in our last match. I do like the slower kind of style like this. Even if you know they're on eco, you know you have a man advantage. With what's on the line here for these teams, you know, getting through into the major potentially, there's no need to throw away any rounds. There's no need to throw away any guns. There's no need to give the other team an opportunity to get back into the match. So definitely credit for me out of Winstrike. It looks like we're about 12-2 here and potentially 13-2 first half.
Yeah, no, I'm starting to question if Scooby might have got the majority of his kills actually with a pistol. He's currently sat on 4. I'm pretty sure I've seen him get at least 2 kills with the Deagle, and he just got one with the P250. So I wonder if he's actually had a kill in a round with rifles, which is horrifying to even think about.
Well, at the same time, how many rounds have they actually had rifles out of the 14?
That is also a big problem.
Yeah.
I'm interested. How's the Avangard game going? It's probably not the best time to check. 12-5. Comeback. Comeback is on.
So, yeah, 11-1 to 12-5 now.
Well, seized. Again, managing to find an opener. He's been good at winning the duels, and that's a little bit better from him. 3 kills over towards the B site. Bomb dropped on the floor, and this time the B site is closed for business. It's looking like Runtime will be able to steal away around right at the end. The fact is that they've still got World Edit. They've still got Quick to deal with. He's managed. How has that happened? How has that happened? Hooch has been completely bamboozled. I'm guessing he was sat in the corner over towards blue and just let him pass. Oh, this is just fantastic. Like, obviously, it's a 1v5.
You know he's not going to turn. There's no way. But the thing is, he didn't see Hooch either, did he?
Go on, knife him. Do it. Yes, this is what we want. Don't
Welcome back to CS, Starks! No. Sorry, that's insane in his head.
Yeah, very quick exit from that one, either way. He's actually managed to make this a little bit interesting, but finally Scooby will put him down. And yeah, that's just got to be painful. Seized is at least having a little bit of a laugh, but it looks like an almost laugh in pain. But we'll see if they can sort of sort all of this out after a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CIS Minor here in Katowice, Poland for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2019 Major, just right around the corner. And if you just joined us, you missed out on an exciting first half, I'd still say, with Winstrike leading 12-3 against Runtime here on Dust 2.
Yeah, this has been a decent performance coming out from Winstrike, has to be said, but we never really got to see much from Runtime because of the way that the sort of rounds went. You can just look at it, 4, then they managed to win 1, then lost straight away, and lost another 4, then another 1. Oh, then look, another 4. And it was just the same all the way through. It's a beautiful pattern. Hopefully not the one that ends the game here, because if the pattern continues, it's going to be 16-3.
It would be. Let's see, Boomage actually can be boosted up here and towards short. The push coming in very quickly over towards the B site, though. Norbert looking for these shots. Nice little movement out of Hooch to get around and actually avoid those. Flashbang comes in, and actually Waylander is going to push through doors. No kills coming in, surprisingly, considering how explosive this round's been so far. But finally, Boomage comes in with the first. They actually have a flanking from behind. That's going to be quick. Who gets the first on the Kalinka? He will finally fall. Tunnel's now clear. So the damage has been done. It's going to be a 3-on-2, and the bomb has yet to be planted.
He's gone. See you later, Hooch. You can hold on to the B site. We're going to sell this as a little bit of a fake. The problem is, the B site is sort of one that's very difficult to retake. The A site, not so much. So Hooch at least needs to get a kill or 2 to give his teammate a chance, and also some time, because if Hooch goes down within the next few seconds, it's a problem. But he's actually going to be able to escape as well. Maybe going to throw out a little bit of utility just to try and bait them in that they're still there, or that they're going to peek in towards the mid position. The bomb now is going to make its way through long. The problem is, if anybody turns around, they don't have a smoke. So he has to just cross this at pretty much full speed, and he has managed to avoid any eyes going his way.
It's funny, because if I'm seized in that position when I'm playing, I'm like, all right, just stay alive, Hooch, just stay alive. And then you're Hooch, you're like, well, how do I do that? There's 3 of them, and they know I'm here. In the meantime, the bomb has been put down, seized. His position has been given away. Hooch trying to look for a lurk here, like we did see Norbert do before, and Seized picks up 1. Definite opportunity that they can win this round here. It'll be a massive round, but again, Waylander's alive, and you can't count him out. The kick going to be on World Edit, who's trying to make his way in towards site, but Waylander's going to stick the defuse anyways, and that will be Winstrike taking the pistol round here.
It's going to take quite a while to do it, but there's no time for the rotation to come in. Bomb plant will at least give a little bit extra in the next round for Runtime, and realistically, if they save here, they will have a buy going into the next couple of rounds. The risk they could take, which I actually wouldn't mind seeing considering the situation they're in, is maybe chuck around a couple of AKs, try and get like 2 or 3 in play, and just break them here. Because you're so far behind, I feel like you have to start taking some risks.
Well, if you guys are not watching the other stream, it looks like Avangard have won 16-5 on Dust 2, so taking their initial map victory here. So well done by them, and again, pretty much the favorites in their group, as Frosta was not able to come up. Yeah, I mean, that's what Kalinka does, right? He's better shooting through doors than he is shooting out in the open.
Yeah, he's a talented man, but either way, it is going to be that investment that I spoke about. The AK's purchased up for Runtime as they try and break their opponents early. Now the Scout and the SMG is what has been lost so far. So on the other side is all the rifles left for the CTs, and quite a bit of damage done, at least onto C's. Now he's going to be handed the Scout. Obviously the idea there, give the rifle to someone who's a little bit healthier, although yeah, Starix doesn't actually have any armor, so there's still going to be some limitations in the purchase here. Plenty of time left for them to play with, and we do now see a little bit of a push coming in on towards that top mid spot. But if they go into long, obviously they'll be met by Boomage, and if they hit towards short, well, that it is the man waiting. So plenty of players left still to clear, and Winstrike definitely aren't out of this one just yet.
They do have at least a smoke and a couple of flashes to go for the retake if they do need it. So looks like a smoke going to come in to fake a push in towards B. Linka needs to hit this shot onto World Edit to have a chance here to take this with relative ease. 30 seconds left to go. The call's been made. They know they're coming in towards the safe side. Spray comes down through the smoke. He's not going to catch one finally on a Starix, as Kalinka's actually getting his head taken off as well. World Edit's still alive. He has backup from his teammate Boomage there as well. Boomage is going to fall Scooby. Picks up the first. He has 15 seconds left to go, and Winstrike looks like they're just trying to play the time here.
Scooby manages to find and gets the second as well. Great clear. For God's sake.
Sorry, I was so disappointed in myself I had to punch the desk. And this is a really well-built, hard desk.
Is that more props going the way of ESL? It's like, well done, you've made a good desk.
Yeah, good job. It's thick, you know? 2 Cs.
Either way, that is actually the reset round. The great work coming in from Scooby to actually save them in that situation. And well, yeah, just going to be some pistols. Another eco will probably come in the next round as well for Winstrike, because you can already see Quick doesn't have the cash, and the rest of the team are only going to get $1,900 added in anyway. So this is a real chance for Runtime to actually build into this a little bit earlier, and that is the sort of the risk that they took. Obviously, if they'd lost that round, they pretty much would have been out of the map, but I think it was a necessary one.
Okay, well, Kalinka, that's not okay, because you had him behind the box and you didn't shoot him. Come on. A great shot of him to take World Edit out and again give him a man advantage as they push through in towards the safe site. Boomage with the deagle. And well, he had one. Starks will finally finish him off, and this should be, again, obviously another round going over to Runtime, but Hooch down to 1 HP. Not in the position he wants to be in, but it looks like Winstrike just going to save this deagle out of Quick, and Norbert going to save this Galil.
Yeah, just something a little bit extra to bring into the next round. They could potentially get Norbert to maybe pick up a bit of extra Kevlar behind it and try and do some real damage in the next. But realistically, this is just going to be a situation where they're ecoing again. They don't have the money to buy back, and again, they have the sort of rounds to play with. They don't have to be taking any ridiculous risks. They're not in the same situation that we can see from Runtime, where they have to sort of go for these purchases. And yeah, we're just going to be looking to see if they can do any more damage going into the following rounds, because well, the T's obviously want to make sure that if they do eventually lose a round, they still have plenty of money to actually buy back in.
I mean, I don't want to count Runtime out. Like, the caliber of players they do have is insane. And I feel like, obviously, that if you're just joining us, a 13-5 scoreline doesn't really give credit to, you know, what Runtime can do with the players they do have. But again, they haven't had the most time in the world to come together as a team. Only, you know, I think a month or two, actually about 2 months ago was actually when they formed, right before the CS minors did happen. They were able to qualify, obviously, as you see them here today. But from that time since, have they been able to really come together and potentially come back from a scoreline like this?
Oh, Kalinka might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's lucky the remaining players actually don't peek behind that one. It was sort of like a leave quick to do the damage and hope that he's able to find a kill. Still, they do have that rifle sat onto Norbert. Again, the young gun for this team. And even if he just picks up a kill or two more, that could really hurt them in the future if Winstrike then go on to win the next round. Obviously, we know that the next one is where the buy is coming. That's where the AWPs can come in. That's where they can invest into pretty much anything they desire. The only thing that's been bought for Norbert is that sort of extra Kevlar, and I think Quick may have done the same. Either way, he's going to be perfectly placed. That Galil sat into the corner. They're not going to expect the rifle to be there. He sprays them all down. That's a 4th kill now. He's looking for the ace to close it out. Norbert to do it all, but someone else will have to pick up the slack. The thing is, though, the remaining players actually don't have anything. They've only got the pistols. It's Waylander with the Deeg, and it seems like Starix has read the situation correctly. No, there's a man coming in behind. He needs to isolate this duel. He gets the kill. The round is back into his favor, and that's exactly what he does. Now World Edit with a glass cannon rifle. Definitely not the ideal position for him, and Starix has played the mind games and going back to A.
But even if Winstrike lose this round, the damage has been done for Runtime. Like, C's on very low money, Scooby as well. Hooch isn't necessarily as safe as he wants to be. 15 seconds left. The bomb should be planted here momentarily. And there's definitely a world where World Edit could win this round. Problem is he doesn't have a kit, and I don't remember seeing one at the start of the round either.
No, chances are there wouldn't have been much invested into this at all, so he's got to get that kill quickly. Know that Starix is on the site and has managed to do a little bit of damage. The problem is he has to be going for these headshots. He can't afford anything, and Starix, he saves them there. 4 kills for him, 4 kills for Norbert, but that was way too close for comfort considering they had a saved Galil with Kevlar, I think a Deagle with Kevlar, and then obviously the Deagle was picked up a little bit later on. This was fantastic from Norbert. The fact is he also repositioned away from the initial kill that he found. That's why they were running into the B site in the first place, to try and avoid that rifle.
I wonder what's going on through the minds here of Runtime. It's definitely not how they wanted to start the minor off. 13-6, and they've got a hell of a lot of work to still come back into this. But luckily for them, I mean, Starks, again, I think he's probably one of like the most, not questionable in a negative sense, but people are always wondering what's his performance going to be like after coaching for so long. For instance, Senya was almost even going to come in and play because I guess they couldn't field a player because of health issues. But luckily for him, I think it was Kenshiro was able to actually pick up the mouse, I guess we should say. But still, it's nice to see him come back and nice to see him still have a good head on his shoulders. Nice little 4K. He played that situation perfectly, as you pointed out, getting the 1v1 up against Waylander first, and then able to get the bomb down over towards A. But here we go, 13-6. Fallback coming in for runtime. Kalinka again with the AWP, but World Edit finally going to have an op in his hands here on the CT side.
Well, yeah, this is what Winstrike have been saving for over the last few rounds. The last was never meant to be that close. They had barely anything actually invested. Again, just a saved rifle brought in. Norbert able to do a huge amount of damage. Now they come in with the chance to pretty much set Runtime's economy straight back to 0 again, reset the counter on the dollars, and, well, that is not what we want to see for Runtime if they're going to make any sort of comeback over the next few rounds. Either way, they have managed to gain themselves some mid-control, and it does look like Quick sort of lurking around the idea of sort of like taking a bit of an angle to try and take the face into middle, but not really worth the risk. Spray through from Seized, hoping to connect the stray headshot, but as of yet isn't going to find anything, and they've got to be careful because World Edit is just going to be sat the turret up over on the car.
Boomage as well has been kind of quiet so far in this half, but he was doing fantastic when they were on that T side. Norbert currently at 20 frags and Quick at 19. There we go, push coming in towards A. I think drop someone towards CT spawn. Actually, 2 people do drop down there. World Edit's not going to hit that first shot. Hits the second though with the no-scope. Scooby, fortunately, going to be the one to fall there, but Quick comes in massive actually from CT spawn, picks up 2 fantastic frags, and just like that, it's going to be Kalinka pretty much by himself on this A site.
That Molotov is so well placed. He's going to be tagged down to just 20 HP, knowing exactly where the bomb's going to be planted. Quick pushes in with a third in the round, retrieves an AWP to look to try and fight, and he's even going to finish it off as well. The Lithuanian just going ham at the moment, finishing this round, again doing huge amount of damage onto Runtime, and now they have this sort of question on their hands. Do we force? Do we sort of risk it all because we don't really want to be going to overtime? Or do we sort of do what I would say is the smarter thing and maybe save your cash and try and bring it in? But yeah, absolutely fantastic. I don't know who threw the Molotov as well onto Kalinka, but
I want to say it was Quick, because he was like the only one in that position to do it.
If that was him as well, that means he gets 4 kills, and one of them he sets himself up by damaging a player 80 HP while he's planting the bomb.
He just shot up from like 80 ADR up to like 110 off that round. Insane stuff out of that player. But we are going to see the force up here out of Runtime. No money left to spare here, but they do have an op out of Kalinka. He's been quiet again, I'd say. I mean, obviously on CT side, the door shots on towards B was phenomenal. And now with him and Seized with no armor at all, it means they're going to be even more of a difficult situation. Norbert, he's gone massive before. Can he do it yet again? Smoke going to come in to try and buy some time. Hooch takes down Waylander.
Yeah, he's now all alone. Like, he has to pretty much be the hero once again, and he is! That's 2 quick kills onto the site. That's not even one of the armored players. He's just looking to try and hold this B on his own, but he will fall. And that is going to be the trade back that gives the B site over. Quick looking to try and hunt down Starks. He's actually going to run into the hands of Boomage. That's so unlucky with the rotation. Leaves Scooby and Kalinka. Now bear in mind, Kalinka still doesn't have any armor. That's actually a team flash coming in. A little bit of utility as well. The 2 incendiaries could be crucial here, but Kalinka homed in on the angle. If he misses this shot, the round is pretty much over, and he does. That's going to be so difficult, but Scooby actually managing to find one. Gives them a little bit of hope. He's left in the clutch once again. Damage done, at least onto Quick, but he's got so much left to do, and the incendiary will force him off the angle. They know he has to peek in through this door if he's going to do absolutely anything, and Quick, again, is there to hold it down. It's close, but it's not enough for Runtime, and that is going to be another round on the board and a 15th for Winstrike.
Just to bring this up, by the way, Quick has 8 2+ kill rounds.
That's nuts.
Out of 21, he's got 8. That's insane. That's ridiculous. Only person close to him, actually, I say only person, you have Norbert at 5, you have Waylander at, Boomage at 5. But on the other side, you have 2s and 1s. Like, you have no one really able to step up and get these frags. Obviously, you look at the score, and yeah, you can say, all right, well, that's not too hard of a thing to figure out that they don't have that many frags, but it just shows that everyone at Winstrike's really doing fantastic so far in the series. And World Edit and Boomage able to get 2, Seized able to return onto 1. Quick comes in and he gets himself another double. I think that's his 9th. May even get a 3rd here onto Kalinka as he's the last man alive for the hopes of Runtime to avoid being put into an elimination match. Gets the scout shot on the World Edit, but he still has 3 more here to find, Tom.
Yeah, lots still to do. But if they take too many risky peeks, there could be a bit of a problem. I don't know if he even knows that Quick is still currently sat into middle, and actually he's just going to bypass all of them. See you later. You can chill down there. I'm going to go and try and get myself the bomb plant. The problem is he's got players surrounding him, and Quick is going to finish the game as he continues on. A fantastic performance for Winstrike, and I have to say I'm quite happy for a lot of these players. I know that after the last major performance, like speaking to Quick, obviously everybody was quite demoralized after what was expected of them. They now come back into the minor here, and they have shown they're definitely here to play. They dominated that match.
The thing is, coming into this with the vacation everyone had, the time off they've had from obviously like the Christmas holidays, we wonder like what kind of form our team is going to be coming into this. A lot of the teams have only had about 9 days to actually practice, and obviously a team like Winstrike, who has such a longer history, the Runtime have been able to kind of maintain that form as time's gone on. But guys, that's enough from us here on the desk. Let's head over to the analysis desk with the Bank Street boys.
Thank you very much, Jason and Tom. Now, a game that was very one-sided throughout that, guys. Runtime didn't show us their rule. We saw Starix continue on a bit of that form, kind of what we saw throughout the qualifying stages. But really, there was just dominance coming out of the Winstrike boys.
I think we are allowed to be a little bit disappointed by the performance of Runtime. I think they have the players on the team that justifies them to play better. I think C's, you know, not to point fingers at anyone, but I think the whole, obviously, team did not work out the way they wanted to, but they didn't have any players taking any responsibility at any point throughout the game. There was no, you know, leading figure within the team. C's would be one of the guys you would look towards, you know, can you pick up the AVP? Can you go for some aggressive plays? Try to give us some advantageous situations, but he didn't do that, you know, at least not with success. So I think it's a little bit disappointing to see they didn't have more to offer in a game where I think Winstrike played a well executed Counter-Strike game.
Absolutely. And just to add on to what you just mentioned right now would be the fact that, look, I get it. It's coming down to a map like Dust 2 where we talk about momentum, we talk about it being a puggy map and whatnot, but there is so many rounds where on the T side especially, it was just disappointing to see them having so many holes in the way they were approaching the bomb sites. Like, for example, they just gave so much map control over to their opponents, to Winstrike. And Winstrike, firstly, they were hitting all the shots. Quick and Norbert were like just destroying them. I mean, Wollet as well had a pretty great time. Boomage as well. Everyone's hitting the shots. And the thing is, they didn't make their lives hard at all. It was so easy the way Winstrike were winning those games. Sure, they won that their 1v3 clutch, which Scooby managed to pull off. That managed to get them, net them a few more rounds here and there. Winstrike were never close to like being out of the game. They just like eco for a couple of rounds, got back in, and just closed it out.
Well, they certainly did close out. We're going to take a look at the bracket of how it looks now as we see these best of ones get underway. So Winstrike will be going up against Avangard in their best of 3, and then we're going to see Runtime versus Pro 100 on the other side of things in that lower bracket.
It's going to be a very interesting game, you know, Winstrike going up against Avangard, because they won their first game pretty convincingly as well, 16-5, if I'm not mistaken, as we just saw in the bracket. And Avangard, we know the quantities of those, right? That's a great team. That's a team we expect to qualify for the major. It's one of the heavy favorites coming into this one, whereas Winstrike, we just saw them absolutely dismantle, I would say, you know, a Runtime that should be playing better than this, you know, but there were some individual players, as you were mentioning, that showed up, you know, at a very high level. The potentially best player of this team, you know, World Edit, or at least the guy who used to be the best player, you know, given the circumstances of how Counter-Strike is evolving, he was the bottom fragger in this game. So if that's your worst player by rating, if that's your worst fragging player, this Winstrike team is going to be a team to be reckoned with going into the CIS minor.
Well, we've actually got one of the Winstrike members in Quick talking to Stunner right now, so let's see how he is feeling after that one.
Yep, we're going to see exactly how my friend here in Katowice is feeling. My friend, first and foremost, you guys came in here and really did set the tone. You really did make Runtime feel quite under pressure. Why did it look so easy through the first half?
I don't know. Actually, we did a lot of preparations before the match, and it just went out to our plan, and we just had nothing to think about in the game, just doing our plan, and it all worked out, so calm and easy.
Yes, slow is smooth, smooth is fast is exactly what happened here. But you guys were stacked up against some pretty well-known names. I mean, did it surprise you that you guys were able to come in and really set a tone there? Or what are your thoughts on this Runtime roster?
I think the roster is okay. They have a lot of experience, I guess. But nowadays, I think the young mans like Norbert or Firepower is like is really important, and shooting is really like the key to win, I guess. So having only experience doesn't gonna help you out. So I guess the roster is okay, but they need just more time.
Right, more time to kind of put it all together. Well, you do have Avangard now. That's who you're stacked up against. Anything you can tell us, or at least the viewer at home, going into that matchup next?
Actually, we haven't thought about this match yet. We're just one step at a time. So just gonna prepare this 1 hour on the break, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, let's do just that. I'm sure I'll dos vidanya later, my friend. And, of course, I'm going to head it back over to the desk, and we're going to continue this show and keep it rolling, James.
Keep it rolling indeed. That's certainly what the Winstrike boys will want to do. Very quickly, though, guys, what did you make of what Quick had to say there?
I think he's onto something when he's saying experience doesn't get you far in today's Counter-Strike world. You need some firepower. You need somebody to back that up. Obviously, it's great to have a guy on the team that can share some of his experience, but you don't need a Seized, a Hooch, and a Starix. You know, all three guys with lots of experience, but none of them can shoot the other guys out. You're going to lack firepower, and that's the biggest problem for this team.
Yeah, it's not a MOBA game, right? You still need to shoot heads at the end of the day. And I completely agree with that sentiment. But you know what I'm really looking forward to? I think this Avangard, like, very quietly, this Avangard Winstrike matchup just might be the game of the day, to be very honest. I think it's going to be one barn burner of a game.
Hey, it certainly is, and experience may not be exactly what those teams need. They need to add some firepower to it, but there'll be some more firepower coming your way after this break. When we come back, we will be starting with the best of threes, so don't go anywhere.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
All eyes are on you, so give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
As we enter our first best of 3 here at the CIS Minor, we get to see Simon Gaming go up against Spirit. Simon upsetting Gambit, and Spirit nearly throwing their lead away, but gradually getting it done as we reach overtime. As always, I'm joined by Pimp and Blair, and this is where it starts to get interesting. Was the best of 1 for Simon? A little bit of luck involved there, and can they get it done in a best of 3?
It's a good question. It's a question we'll have to be answered on within a few hours. I think it's going to be interesting to see them play in a best of 3 scenario. I think Spirit are the big winners in this one. Obviously, they're playing Gambit in a best of 3 scenario, and I think everyone would like to do that. So in that regard, I think Spirit has a good chance of qualifying into the playoff. Whereas for Simon, you know, we have to see if they can pick it up from the first match. They were winning 16-12 against Gambit on a map like Train, which normally is a great map for Gambit. So I would say it's a pretty impressive display in the first game here.
And you can see Simon Gaming on the screen at the moment. Not names that we're maybe so much used to seeing, but there is an option for them to get involved in it.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 players especially, they were really loud, by the way. They were so loud when they were beating Gambit. Like, they were in a different floor where we're sitting.
Energy too early, though.
They might have expended it, but yeah, 2 guys who stood out for me was Nealon and I Disbalance. My God, these names. They really did step up, but then again, Gambit were having a pretty rough game. I felt like they seemed to have a very slow start. On the other hand, Team Spirit, like, sure, it looked a little messy here and there, but they did manage to get the W at the end. Sotfik, Dima, Coldy, Dafgos, and of course some Die Young. I don't know if he's going with SDY now. Is it a new change or whatever?
I think it is.
Yeah, maybe a smart decision, right? He wants to just make the name a little bit more PG, a little bit more friendly. He is at the minor side of things, but the veto is coming up thick and fast. So guys, obviously it's a little bit harder for us to understand exactly where this might go, because even Team Spirit, right? They've got a bit of a wider play book here. Yeah,
it makes sense that Cash is not being played and Train is not being played. Train obviously were the map that they did win against Gambit, so they didn't want to go into that. For the rest of the maps, we did have them on our screen, but they just quickly disappeared. I think Dust 2 were one of them. And
we're back.
We're back, there you go. Dust 2 were one of them, and Mirage were one of them. The 2, you know, CIS maps, I would even classify them as being very open, you know, allows for a lot of individual plays, and a map we already have been seeing both teams, you know, already play.
I think the biggest problem I see with this particular map ban is the fact that I think Simon Gaming kind of screwed themselves over, because Nuke is usually the permaban, and they have allowed it through as a 3rd map. That could be a big problem. On the other hand, see, I'm not a big fan of a team going, especially when you're a favorite team, the better team, going for Dust 2 as your first pick, right? Even if you're some of the best teams in the world, it can kind of backfire, and that could be something which could be a factor here.
Now, coming into this, right, you speak about Dust 2 and Mirage as an example. I'm being told to go to the commentators, so I'm not even going to get time to finish this off. Sorry, guys, we'll come back to it after. Jason and Tom, we're speeding things through. Are you guys ready for your first best of 3 of today?
Of course, we're ready now, as we're about to get this one underway. Best of 3 to end off things here in the CIS Minor for today. Still have EU to come up later on. I think actually Harry and Hugo are over doing the winners match of Group B at the moment, with Winstrike up against Avangard. So if you want to check that out, however, to the B stream. More importantly, stay here with us though, because you get to see this great height difference. My child here, who
just sit down. I just want you to do it once.
Okay, so to legitimately sit down, just to show you guys at home really quickly. This is me sitting. And that's him standing.
Thank you for
cutting the camera away. They're like, yeah, we don't want to see
Thank you so much for cutting the camera off.
Anyways, though, Dust 2 kicking off. Simon Gaming, a team we did not expect to see them get through to the winners match. We expected to see them at one point in potentially the elimination match, but they overthrew Gambit on Train.
Yeah, you have to feel that Team Spirit, in a sense, will probably be like, okay, we hit the luck of the draw here. But at the same time, they said they're a team that want to prep. Have they prepped for Simon Gaming? I don't know. We'll see. Quick push in over onto the B side. It's going to be a trade early on, but that's pretty damn good, especially if the bomb can go down without any real problems. Sotfik, the only one looking to try and defend it, but he's already kept out of the doors. The bomb will be planted, and this is an excellent starting position for Simon to go on.
Not only is there a disbalance here in our heights, but there's a disbalance in the game. Actually, he did get disposed of right off the bat as they did enter the B site. You see Perfecto trying to hold them off as they try to push in through tunnel. All of them are actually trying to push through tunnel. And that does allow them to actually rotate positions, actually, Simon Gaming, to get outside of B. And Sanji's going to be sitting away in sight to try to hold this one. Coldy comes in with a fantastic shot. Now it's going to be a 2-on-2 as Torik's able to respond.
Yeah, this is problematic for the CT side. They're looking to try and get the final kill. It's even going to be with a knife as the defusal is attempted but failed. And it will be the T side to get themselves the opening round. I believe everybody's going to die in the end, but well, just like life, really, isn't it? A nice depressing way to finish off that round.
Jesus.
Just a morbid.
I mean, thinking about my mortality, but thanks now.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I could die tomorrow. I could die literally in the middle of this cast.
You're welcome.
I'm not going to drink my water anymore. Who knows if it's poison from you? Because you want the solo cast back to do the CS minors yourself.
Yeah.
When anyone else taking the spotlight. No, wait, here we go. It's time of gaming. Do pick up the first round. And I just want to point out, if you guys did miss out on their match before, when they played against Gambit, Neelan had a 1.3 rating, and Disbalance had a 1.18. On the other side for Spirit, though, when they played against Nemiga, it was Davkos at a 1.45 and 1.42 for Dima. And Dima was really, well, to be honest, it was actually Davkos, but Dima had some really unorthodox plays, unorthodox pushes that really caught off Nemiga in the last game on Mirage. And this pistol stacked towards CT spawn has net them 2 kills. No weapons just yet, but I would imagine Simon's going to keep someone back to prevent them from picking up these weapons.
That smoke was either intentionally bad or just, I don't know what happened there, but it didn't smoke anything, and they have another one. I have no idea why you try and face that. That's just a loss of 2 weapons, and they've still got to try and go back in. Okay, this is going to be a nice, easy couple of kills for Torque, but realistically, Davkos, only one left, and they will clean up in the Ember. Yeah, that was definitely a questionable play. Maybe trying to sort of bait them out and get some kills with the Mac-10 at range, but realistically, just lost a couple of guns for no real reason, and now we come in with the purchase. Davkos not going to be able to bring in his AWP, which, again, we sort of spoke about the sort of difference we would see between Davkos with and Davkos without. With, easily the best player in the server. Without, well, didn't really see too much from him at all, so be interesting to see if he is going to be able to do it with the rifle. And, well, AUG's in full force here from the CT side. But again, we saw this in their match of Mirage, the first map we saw from them. Bit of a slow start losing the pistol. They came right back in that first buy round and actually won it flawlessly.
You see Sanj not expecting to push in towards Kawak. Gets the first, though, as 7 Young. Well, he does die early, at least in this case. Sanji picks himself up a double. Well done by this player, as he's maybe even looking for more towards mid. Dima is trying to get this one back, and Cody's going to get the spray through the door. Not even through the door, just straight through the middle. To net themselves a frag, their first of the round. One isn't going to do it. They have another player pushing up towards short. Sotfik gets the kill onto Disbalance. He gets a second on Perfecto. And I don't know what the hell's going on this round. This push is coming in left and right. Now it's going to be Dima all alone in a 1v1 up against Torque. Spots him out. Doesn't go for the repeat just yet. He knows that Torque has to come to him.
Flashbang going to go through, but doesn't actually catch off his opponent. It's the 1 versus 1, and Torque will win it. 3-0. It is going to be the T side continuing their reign of terror, and now has to be just an eco coming in for this side. Now, realistically, Team Spirit going to look to try and bring in the AWP. What AWPs? Now, we didn't really see it too much in their CT side when it came in the first map we saw on Mirage. Like, it was something they threw in every once in a while, like Sotfik picking it up, but it wasn't particularly effective.
Yeah.
I feel like on Dust 2 it could be, but, well, obviously Davkos has to have one, without a doubt.
It really changed the way Dima was allowed to play when they did run the double up setup. A little bit of a push coming in towards long Torque. Quick little triple for this man. Nice player. I don't know how Sotfik's going to fight his way out of this. He does have a CZ at least, but the CZ's not going to net him more than just that 2 kills. And a 4-0 start here.
Yeah, this is now where we need to see the CT side actually start to step up, because realistically going forward, we saw previously, like in the Winstrike game, where they were just able to get so much economy early on, do real damage onto the CT side, not allow them to get any proper buys, and that's where things sort of went a little bit wrong, at least for Runtime. We'll see if there's any sort of similar situation for Team Spirit. Now, they do come in with the double AWP, but it's actually going to be Coldy picking up the secondary. Perfecto looking to just run straight through long, but he's left completely blind. Sotfik managing that opener, and now we see the CT side for the first time, actually, with an advantage.
Wondering why they actually just had Perfecto go out long A by himself. There was no chance for refrag. If he didn't get the kill, then they're going to be down a player now. Interesting choice out of them. Maybe some overconfidence shining through as they are at 4-0. And not to mention, the winner of this match, we didn't even talk about it just yet, they go through to the playoffs. They're 1 step away from getting through into the minors. Or sorry, into the major.
Yeah, so still, it's easier said than done.
Oh yeah, of course.
Long way still to go.
It is the best of 3.
Well, sort of expecting Team Spirit to be one of the teams to make it through. Obviously, staying in that upper bracket always helpful. Gives you a little bit of a extra chance to double down to basically get a couple of opportunities to get into the minor. And obviously, there's also the 3rd place spot. So if you're in the upper bracket, you basically get 3 chances to actually get through. Obviously, if you're falling down, you play against the EU teams, the NA teams, it gets more and more difficult. Either way, though, this round looking pretty good at the moment for the CT side. They always seem to come back flawless when they do it, but Senji will ruin that at least. And Dima's so low, he doesn't really want to take the face alone. Has Sophic there to support him, but he'll be forced out of the window and gives a chance for Sanji to get the bomb down. The problem is there are players waiting, and Davkos now going to be hitting one through the door. It is going to be 4-1, 4 players surviving as well for Team Spirit, but there's not actually that much money left. Considering they won 4 rounds in a row, it's going to be a bit of a sketchy purchase, especially onto Torik, who has some weaponry missing.
They weren't necessarily as clean rounds as I think they were hoping for. But to be fair, for Spirit, like that was a major investment into that round. They had double op set up. They were investing every buck they had into it. And luckily for them, it does pay off. I was surprised to see Coldy, though, the one to actually be picking it up for his team as he was over towards the B site. Team, in the meantime, has been relatively quiet, I guess we can say, so far. Hasn't really had the opportunity to shine just yet, since they did lose 4 rounds straight. And speaking of money on the side of Simon Gaming, Torik just left with a deagle.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he's actually the top fragger at the moment for his team. So, although there's obviously many variables to take, and I always like to see the players playing well with a rifle. Like somebody just hand it over to him and give him the opportunity to find those initial picks. But let's see, giving the rest of the players the chance can also be demoralizing. Just having to hand your weapon over your hard-earned cash into your teammates' hands. But we are looking at that push coming in on towards short. There is going to be Davkos set up with the AWP. They're pretty much the primary place you want to see an AWPer. I think there's been many a Kenny-esque clip from here. Davkos will have many of his own. Still 50 seconds left, and the smoke actually going to hold them back a little bit further. They'll have to wait patiently. Long control also taken completely from Sumdayoung. So in terms of like a retake situation, they're going to be well placed. But it's starting to get a little bit low on the clock. 35 seconds left, and the T's looking to make their move.
Not a lot of utility left for them on the other side, though, for Spirit. They've got tons to overclear, especially the incendiary grenades being thrown in. Davkos going to get his down to delay the push even further. 20 seconds left to go. They're potentially have to run through this fire as a nade comes in as well. Should do some decent damage. You see all those red health bars appearing. Softfit gets himself a nice little double. Disbalance. Let's get the return frag onto him. Again, one's not going to be enough. And Davkos is hitting shots like this. Oh, I don't know what's going to stop Team Spirit at this rate if they can keep the op in his hands.
Yeah, this man is definitely on form so far in this tournament. Obviously, we've only seen one other map from him, but he was absolutely phenomenal. I think 30+ kills in the first battle that we saw. And yeah, in this one already, kicking things off, 3 kills with that AWP. And this is the damage. When you win 4 rounds in a row, and you don't keep them clean. Like, they even had sort of problems even buying into the last round. Now they just have absolutely nothing. Only going to be a few pistols, a chance again for Team Spirit to work those anti-ecos. And in the game, at least on Mirage versus Nemiga, they were pretty damn good at winning those anti-ecos very cleanly indeed.
So again, going to rush out actually almost into the smoke, getting Nealon set up in CT spawn. The problem is he's being forced to jump and earn every point of damage he's doing to Sotfik, but eventually he will fall. There's Perfecto by himself. He can do it, Dima.
just panics and throws his gun away. Well,
as you do.
It is a flawless victory, as said. Very good in these anti-eco situations. So money made for the CT side. They've sort of given themselves that little buffer so that if things do go wrong in future rounds, they are going to be able to buy back in. We're going to be now watching to see if the T's can now break back themselves. Now, in terms of finances, there's still going to be some limitations. Like, utility isn't going to be maxed out. In fact, they don't have a single Molotov going into the take. Obviously, a lot of what we've seen so far has been a lot of sort of running and gunning individual plays. We haven't seen many sort of set strategies. And, well, speak of the devil, just going to be an aggressive push down mid from Nilan, and he's gone within seconds.
I like the little delay, too, out of Coldy. Because you could have obviously went for like the quick scope, but no scope, but instead he takes like that quarter of a second moment just to make sure he gets that frag, because he's assuming that his opponent's going to miss it. Gets some the man advantage, most important in this round. Trying to keep this momentum up, and they have a lot of money to spend too. Davkos is 7,100, and he's yet to really be pressured too much when he has the big green in his hands.
Again, we see the same position actually taken by Sumdayoung in the pit. Be ready and waiting again. Not really anybody coming his way so far. He will start things off, but again, it's only going to be a trade. Still, though, the CT side already finding the initial engagements. Have that man advantage, but this time not with so much utility. Only a couple of incendiaries left, a couple of flashbangs alongside it. However, the more worrying prospect for me, and the reason probably that we're seeing the T's actually back out of long, they don't have the utility to actually smoke off this cross. They can't get onto the A site via that position, so they've sort of just left the man in the pit, given that control. Davkos still trying to fight. I like the audacity to try and go for the headshot in that situation, but the rotation's already in. The CT side know exactly what's going on. All the information's there for them. Nice shot from Sanji, and again, the clock starts to play as an extra member of this Team Spirit side as they have to force their way into the site. I disbalance, more like I despair.
Or if you're old school and old like me, more like I demise, as Cody's going to drop him here. And get another round on the board. Most importantly here for Spirit.
Cold hands?
I was trying to see where you're going with that. Was there more to it?
I don't know. It just seems like almost aggressive. I don't know. Is it cold down there?
I mean, it's cold outside. You know, for people like Blood, this actually, I don't know if you mentioned on the dust, this is his first time seeing snow in his life in person. And a great way to have that happen too, considering it's been snowing like crazy in Neelan.
He's just been hit twice with an AWP within the first few seconds. This nade could do so much damage. The smoke well placed, and even going to be left in the corner of his own. They can overwhelm him here. There's a chance for a bomb plant. Coldie trying to hold off the cross with an AWP, and actually does manage to hit the shot, leaving only 2 players remaining. Now the chance of winning this round for the T-side pretty slim, but the chance of getting a bomb plant, not so much, but that is perfectly dunked. The curse again. Coldie, well, he's warmed up at the moment.
Is Spirit paying you off here? As a commentator's curse every time. Oh, nice little double stack. Good old Pubmaster style. And Torque will be dropped from behind. Coldie, who is relatively quiet, I guess I would say. You didn't see any big flashy plays out of him on Mirage against Nemiga. Has been doing fantastic here on Dust 2. Able to get Spirit now the lead for the first time in this match.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, he's been in this roster quite a long time, obviously before the likes of Sum Dayoung. And I don't know if you actually knew that before the Sum Dayoung, they actually had Starix in this roster. Like, he was the in-game leader, it didn't work at all, and so he then left, and that's why we see him in another roster in Runtime. But yeah, Coldie was always one of the sort of heavy hitters for this team. Like, you'd have Davkos step up with the AWP. Now you've got SDY coming into the roster and definitely having impact frags. But Coldie was always the one that would just consistently sort of bang out 20 kills a game. He'd use pretty much any weapon you'd give him. I said it to you sort of before any of the broadcasts. I said if it goes to Inferno, I expect him to bring out the XM and just go running and gunning with that, which I obviously a big fan of. Because
really hoping to see it, aren't you?
Yeah, but it's not going to happen with these maps. Although, third map, if we get to the third map, I expect someone to bring in a shotgun. Otherwise, I've been let down. Like, Hiko gave me hope originally by bringing in that XM on the top of the hut, and now other people have copied, like Oscar. He uses it as well.
Wasn't MBK one of the first players to use the AUG or the SIG?
Just the, I don't know, but that's just brilliant. Like, not only does he get hit by the AWP, but the nade dunks him out in the end as well.
Actually, a lot of nade kills so far in this match, 2 in the last 2 rounds. Sanji trying to push up towards short with the bomb. Doesn't really have any backup directly. Sotfik, I was maybe looking for a re-peek there as the flashbangs had to come in, and Sanji's not going to be blinded up, but we'll get the big kill on a Sotfik. So by himself, with the other 2 players pushing towards long A, it's going to be a hell of a lot of work for him to do to even get in towards the site, especially with Disbalance now falling.
Yeah, I think the thing is, in that round, there was a lot of opportunities for them to actually win some battles. Like, if they manage to take down Sum Dayoung in either of the duels, they can just pincer it onto the remaining players. The fact is, though, he does such an excellent job of winning both of those fights that in the end, as you said, a sort of hopeless situation, just trying to push back in on his own with the bomb. And yeah, things at the moment are not working out at all. And it's giving me somewhat of a deja vu, a little bit of a slow start for Team Spirit. And then they just rack up a load of rounds together, just continue to... Bad.
He's got to slap it to wake it up.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I wonder, though, because the rounds that Spirit started winning was when they got the AWP to Davkos.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's like, oh, great, you get him an AWP, you start winning rounds. But the other side of it is...
also when they got the full buy as well.
Yeah, well, that's true. I just worry if he doesn't have the op, are they going to be able to maintain this sort of presence? So OpTic not happy with only getting 1 kill this round. Takes out his teammate. I'd still count it. Now Davcost against 2. As the rotation's coming in to help out from CT spawn, but Dima's actually going to be dropped for this one. Now Davcost going to be completely alone. Gets the no-scope. Can they take down Disbalance? Push back up. P250's not going to be enough, and just like that, it's going to turn into a one-on-one, but the bomb is dropped in towards CT spawn. Coldie has the angle with an AWP. How is Disbalance going to drop into this?
The thing is, he's now picked up an AWP of his own, so definitely an opportunity for him to try and take the pick. Now, there's plenty of time left on the clock, a minute for him to try and rotate around, take some different angles, and I think with the bomb position, he's going to have a decent idea of where his opponent currently sits. The problem is Coldie's also having some ideas of his own, and the timing is going to be everything in this situation. Both players spawning each other out, both players missing the shots at the moment, and now a complete rotation back from Disbalance, knowing that there's nobody left to defend the bomb. He can now take the angle that Coldie had, but the timing, they're both just missing. How has nobody got the kill at this point? It's a pretty questionable battle, to say the least, and now Coldie's almost scared that he was still holding the angle. The bomb, after such a horrific position, now goes down, and we're still stuck in this 1v1.
It's the 1v1 for ages here. Bomb taken away. Coldie pretty much directly below Disbalance, and Turner look towards short. It's going to be a pistol versus pistol, and the CZ's going to tag him up. The CZ will get the win here. A much-needed win for Simon Gaming, considering they lost 6 straight. Able to finally get one back on the board, but it was still not as clean as they were hoping. But then again, it was just the investments of pistols and body armor. It wasn't even, you know, real weapons being picked up for their side, and they were still able to secure this round.
Yeah, that was a really sort of messy round, just in general, like a team kill coming in. Davcost, he missed a lot of shots. Like, he had a lot of players obviously to aim at and did manage to take down a couple, but there was so many chances for him to just kill off that final player. So yeah, some mistakes made from Team Spirit. Obviously plenty of cash to buy back in. You were worried about the sort of AWP coming in Suzu's hands. He still got enough to buy another one in this round if he really wanted to, so.
All right, DJ Khaled. Never mind, I'm not going to say what I wanted to say there.
All he does is win.
Well, so does Disbalance here in this case, up against Davcost. That's 2 in a row for him in the 1v1 battles.
That was a literal cast a curse using DJ Khaled lyrics. Oh, God. Oh. Well, it's still going to be the trade back, though. The aggression of Sumdayoung and Sophic combined manages to get them the kill. The problem is they have lost control of long. This time the smokes will go down, allowing them to cross. I think a little bit of a gap in one of them. And actually, Sumdayoung's going to go down. The problem is they still don't have any control of short. So every time they have one portion of the map, it's the rest of it where they somewhat struggle. Torek well positioned, but can't connect. Coldie with the P250 from down the bottom of mid, manages to close him out. Now leaves it onto the remaining 2 players. They've got no utility. They've just got to try and hold off the bombardment of this CT side. Sanji manages one, the second not quite to be, and Perfecto, I don't even know if he was peeking. He was too worried about the man possibly coming from CT. In fact, it's all on the short play. Dima doesn't know where he is. He's just below his opponent. It's left all onto Coldie once again, and once again he's going to lose that battle. It will be 6-6, and now, as you said, the money starts to come into play a little bit more here.
I got the coach went in for a fist bump and ended up just going for a slap because he's so excited. So happy to see Simon Gaming take those 2 rounds back-to-back, because their economy would have been destroyed coming into the round after. And they can't really afford to let too many rounds slip away. As we've seen Spirit, once you give them an inch, they'll take 6 rounds at least against you. A little bit of a... Actually, Nealon doesn't have a gun. He's probably going to go back for it, I would assume. Probably just getting the flashes out to help his help Sanji get out in towards long A and towards pit. Nealon still has not gone back for the gun. All right, there we go.
This, though, the aggression on the other side of the map from the CT side. They have all the information. Demons are all the way through in towards the spawn. They know exactly where this push is coming in now as they clear through, and there's nobody watching the flank. This is a big, big problem. It's not like the last round. This was something I mentioned, that they had short control, but the one factor was they couldn't really get back into long. They had nobody in that position, and in fact, the T's even had somebody waiting towards top mid. The problem will be, though, the time. If they can actually get back in to get that flank on point. And I think now the T's are going to be watching that angle. A lot of players coming in through short from the CT side. The battle of sprays, and it's the CT side at least coming out on top initially. They still have the man advantage stuck.
Even though Dima didn't get any kills there on that flank, it at least allowed them to go for the stack towards this A side. The bomb currently sitting on the ground in sight. This balance Again, he's starting to really step up here with the AWP, his second and now third of the round. That's all on Davcost against 2 with his own op. Not a lot of money into the next round. There's definitely the thoughts of potentially saving this. Here we go, working his way up. This balance, I don't think he's going to be looking directly at this angle from CT, and Davcost gets the catch with the USP. He's going to go for the second one as well. He actually only needs one shot onto him, and Toric's going to be able to clutch this round out. And there we go. We have Simon Gaming taking the lead for another time.
Yeah, I think he knew one of the players was low, managed to kill the one that wasn't low.
Exactly.
And then switches to the AWP to try and finish the final. But yeah, it's a problem now for Team Spirit. The money just gone towards the end of this half. And what started, well, I say started, in the sort of middle of the rounds, they managed to get their 6 in a row. It's now turned into actually the T's turning things back. Simon take the lead once again, and it's just pistols. There's not really much there at all from the CT side. They want to make sure that they can invest into the AWPs, into everything they desire going into what will be the final round of the half. And realistically here, they've just got to take some risks.
Speaking of risks, looks like Spirit actually go for a big stack here over towards long A. Simon Gaming not actually going to be in this location necessarily. They're going to be holding it from the outside here with Perfecto. He might get rushed down here. He's got to be careful. He does have a player off towards C2 spawn, but he went back for the bomb here. Disbalance needs to rotate in to help out, and he will get one. But he needs to not die here as the push is going to come in momentarily at Edema. And what a shot out of him again. Disbalance has been really going off in this half.
Yeah, playing very, very well with that AWP, and it definitely has made a difference, especially in some of the more clutch situations, him being able to just hit those final shots and bring them rounds that they probably never should have had. And I think this is probably going to play in the back of Team Spirit's mind. Bear in mind the sort of the 1v2 that he managed to win, where the bomb was down in a horrific position and Coldie just basically got outplayed completely by him managing to retrieve it. Now, obviously, we do have what is a decent buy coming out from the CT side. Milan trying to make a little bit of noise over towards the B side. They really haven't played much towards B at all. I think the reason he's actually thrown in some utility over on that side of the map is just because of the sheer aggression we saw previously from Spirit to take over all of that part of the map and actually come in behind them, even though they still managed to win that round.
It's interesting to me to see Spirit not go for any sort of long A stack. You know, get 2 players there, rotate one back towards car, let them take short and play for the retake instead. They're actually trying to put a lot more emphasis on this short position, which Simon Gaming have been eventually able to get the better of, as they're currently up 8-6 here in this half. Davcost still with the AWP, going to be holding in towards ramp yet again. Saw him already have some fantastic plays from here, but unfortunately I don't think he's going to have an opportunity as the rotates come in towards CT spawn. They're going to head towards B with a 3-2 split. Our Team Spirit going to be ready for this. They're going to be ready for Sotpic to potentially push the smoke here, catch him off guard, but Disbalance will be.
Oh, nice work from Dima, though, with a quick double. He knows the push is going to come in, and Coldie's there to support him. Looking like we're going to get the pretty much as standard as it gets for Dust 2. An 8-7 half, an even Steven scoreline going into the second, and the pistol can pretty much take the lead.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we'll be kicking off here our second half of our first map. Welcome back, everyone, to the CIS Minor for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2000. This is hurting my legs. 2019 Major. We're already done with our first half here on Dust 2 between Spirit and Simon Gaming. Currently 8-7 in favor of Simon Gaming. Let's be honest, Tom. This is a team we didn't expect to be here in the winners match. They did beat Gambit to get here, and Spirit did beat Nemiga, but they are looking pretty good. Idis Balance has been having some fantastic work done here with the AWP.
Yeah, a quick push in coming in from Sunday Young, looking to lead the charge, but he is out of there within seconds. A quick trade back from Coldy, but the cavalry has already arrived for the CT side. Perfecto looking to do it all alone, and the flashbangs leaving their opponents blind, but as they begin to see once again the headshots reign supreme as only 2 players remain for the CT side. Still a kid in place. Angie looking to come in on the flank, but he's now dinked within inches of his life and just looking to try and survive. And Milan still with a lot to do, but they know all the information. And let's look at that from Coldy, jumping straight into the site, hits himself the headshot, and they're actually just going to leave. But, you know, you can have the B site.
Half with your 2 HP. And eventually death, as we do see. Spirit going to tie things up now. Much needed round as well. I feel like Dima has been a little bit quiet so far in the series. Look at Coldy at 20 frags. Next closest to him is at 14 with OpTic. That's showing how well he's doing. And considering how they looked at Mirage with Davkos and Dima being the real big standout players, it's nice to see someone else can step up here on a different map.
Well, once again, back to the pistols. Nothing else invested. It is what we're seeing from all the CIS teams, really. They're not really saving a lot of money to try and get those AWPs in early, which, especially on a map like this, is quite surprising. They're actually just going to look to try and do some damage with what they've got. Oh, Coldy has to be a little bit careful. Juggling those AKs around. Of course, if they can just retrieve that AK and only lose like an SMG or the Scout, it really isn't the biggest deal. I don't know how Torik's managing to dodge all of these bullets, but eventually he will meet the same fate as his teammates. The AKs are retrieved, and we will go into our, well, I want to say full buy, but almost full buy situation. Not a lot of utility will be there for the CT side.
Interesting, considering Team Spirit looked a lot stronger, I'd say, on the CT side of Mirage, but T side, maybe this is where they're going to step up here on Dust 2. Simon Gaming, no op yet for them. I almost want to say, because we didn't get to see, obviously, the Gambit match that they played prior, but Idis Balance, he did all right, 1.18 rating, you can't complain about that, but I didn't get to see how many kills were from the AWP against Gambit, because so far in this match, he's been able to hit a majority of them. But I wonder, is it going to be the Davkos situation? If you don't get him the op, are you going to start to struggle?
We could have seen a big problem early in this round, and it may still come to pass because they managed to kill the man in middle, and they've now just got nobody in B. Now, obviously, you can see that that's intentional. They've left the man just outside, but this is probably the hardest site in the game to retake. It's not one that you just want to be surrendering, and as you pointed out, the Sophic is still on the other side of the map, just ready and waiting for any sort of rotation to come in. Torik almost able to take down the bomb planner. They're actually going to go looking for him still, though, as they look to try and save their weapons. Sophic will finish off one more. The CT side have no real choice but to just try and run away, cower away from these Team Spirit players. And yeah, that was what I would say is a little bit of luck, because if you sort of look at the early play that was made by Simon, it's a pretty common play, actually, just the aggression towards long. And then they lose the player in mid, and you can just tell in their minds, they go, oh God, what do we do now?
Well, hopefully they have an answer for that, considering what's at stake here. I did like, though, Sotfik. I mean, he didn't even need to get a frag there. Just his presence alone, with him making it known that, hey, I'm here, prevented Simon from actually pushing in towards the B side, from having all the players directly in front of them. They had to worry about the flank coming in and worry about their 6. So that alone, I mean, was it 2 kills for Spirit and they won the round? Well done in the end. And I'll come into this round, just balance again. Still not able to pick up the AWP just yet. Scout going to be dropped over for Sanji, so they're going to invest into this round. At least a little bit.
Yeah, it's somewhat a half buy. Obviously, the loss bonus is now picked up in this sort of like early rounds. Like, obviously, once you lose one, it's all reset and done back to normal. But it means that they get a bit of extra loss bonus going into the next, so they can afford to invest a bit more money, have the extra Kevlar, have an extra Scout, and just try and do some damage pretty much, and maybe set up one of your players to win you the round. We saw Norbert with a hero play in the previous to actually get 4 kills. They didn't quite steal it away, but that was off the back of one Galil, and Simon have a little bit more than that in this scenario. Just look at the amount of damage that's already done. Okay, they lose the first player in the form of eye disbalance, but there are currently 3 players low. I'd say 3, now down to 2 as Davkos is dead.
He's still being controlled here by Team Spirit. Perfecto getting a little bit lucky jumping across middle like that with not taking too much damage. D-Man actually comes out worse for wear. A little bit of an exchange. I worry though for Torque, who's basically left alone on this half of the map. We obviously have the quick rotate potentially coming in for Simon Gaming, but if Torque can't really get a kill here, then they're going to be overrun, and then I would assume Simon's going to save the AK, maybe try to find where the AUG is and pick that up and save it into the next round as well. There we go, push comes in, completely bonded up, uses that entire clip to hit absolutely nothing. Perfecto comes in though to clean up Sotfik. So 3-on-3, it is doable. They also have a flank coming in from tunnels. He's gonna be completely smoked off here.
Yeah, that's the AK, and that smoke may just be the moment where he decides to save. Obviously, Sanji hoping for a little bit of luck that could lead them to win the round, but realistically, all Team Spirit have to do is just keep their composure. They're the ones with the rifles. They're the one with the extra utility that they could throw out. Neil, no, that's a great shot. And now this is where you want to see one of the players from the CTs make an aggressive play, and Sanji with the scout just decks some Daeyoung right at the end of it. They're going to be able to steal that one away, and in fact even had a sneaky kit to be held as well. 10-9. Now, well, the T side, I think they should still have a purchase into this round, but that's a lot of damage done.
I was trying to see if Sanji got a gun there. I'm surprised if Disbalance didn't drop him the op and then go pick up an AK himself. Okay, so it looks like they did get him in AUG. All right, I was a little bit worried there if they weren't able to secure a weapon for him and save it into the next. But there we go, Simon. They do finally respawn back here on the CT side. Only down 1 round here. Remember, this is just the best of 3. I wonder if this goes on to playoff, well, to play in the playoffs.
The standoff. Oh, a little bit of a run through, but not anything to really worry about. The interesting thing is this time they've gone a little bit heavier onto the B side of the map, so if there is a push through short right now, the round is done. It's something you see quite often for the CT side, but it comes to Dust 2, you have to take risks, you have to take gambles. It's very unlikely you're able to cover off every single portion of the map unless you have a lot of players playing very well at once. And well, speaking of playing very well, Davkos again, he's going to find that opening pick, winning the AWP duel this time, and now you can sort of see the disparity between the defenses, one towards long, one on the site, then the remainder sort of defending B. It's almost like players with multiple roles at once, of where you'd normally have a few players to do the job.
I was going to say, it was a little bit interesting to see Sanji be alone at the ace site instead of just holding long with his teammate, with Neelan. Looks like Neelan will back off here to help out. Sanji trying to go for a counter flash as they push in. Molotov's actually going to stack up Neelan. Not too much, but Sanji, though, gets taken down to 39 HP off the back of that. Dima and Sotfik able to pick up those 2 kills, and now you would imagine it's going to be Torque and Perfecto to save these weapons, potentially, into the next round.
Yeah, the problem is the T side, while knowing how much damage has already been done to the economy of their opponent, they're going to send some Daeyoung to try and hunt them, and he's heard all the footsteps. He's going to be hunting his prey. Doesn't know if the second player's already exited, but he will spot both. And now the rest of the Ts know exactly where their opponent sits. And if he goes down, they literally have nothing into the next round. Okay, I Disbalance may be able to just go for a risky AWP buy and try and be a bit of a hero. But you'd kind of hope that they have like a rifle or something else behind it. Obviously, on the other side, though, both Dima and Sotfik are very, very low. And that's already Coldie, actually, the one to go down first. There's a real chance that he can remove a lot of players. Luckily, Davkos is there to save the day.
You saw there too, they could have had a double op set up, but instead, just gonna let the op sit on the ground and eventually disappear. It's showing how Team Spirit are not really feeling comfortable around the double op. But again, I feel like it actually did change their playstyle in Mirage, as we pointed out before. Dima wasn't allowed to be as free as he was on the CT side, which is where he was really punishing Nemiga. It's around number 21. And Simon's not going to have much of anything. Just a couple of P250s, a deagle, and a flashbang.
And even going into the next round, a buy is not going to be particularly good. Okay, I Disbalance can have an AWP. They can get rifles on the majority of other players, but Perfecto is likely to have an SMG, if anything.
And Davkos, that's a second round in a row. He opens things up with AWP. Obviously not against weapons, so it's not that big.
Yeah, this time it's a little bit less impressive, but even still, it's important in these rounds that they do keep them clean. Now, I will say that we did see quite a lot of that from Team Spirit in the first half of the last map we saw. Then it got a little bit messier, but realistically, I'd say that this team is pretty strong in their anti-ecos, especially in these sort of situations. And again, it's another flawless round.
I saw Perfecto there with his knife out. I'm like, do it. Do it. Come on.
Try.
That would have been great. But either way, Spirit looking good. Again, not looking as fantastic as before, but at the same rate, I can say that, but at the same time to criticize myself because Coldy's been the one to step up. He's on 24 frags. Dima's been a little bit quiet. T-Side's been starting to wake up a little bit more. Sophic as well on 19. Davkos just being pretty consistent so far across the 2 maps we've seen him now.
I will say as well that Mirage is a lot more forgiving with the amount of aggression you can go for on the CT side, and that's where we had Dima have his most impact.
Yeah.
Now he's still doing a lot of damage. 100 ADR is never anything to frown upon. It's just not quite putting up the same numbers in terms of actual frags and maybe impact frags that we've noticed throughout the game. But yeah, it's definitely still having a good game, and overall they're looking a little bit more solid in terms of the likelihood of a comeback. I don't see it so much at the moment. Like Simon are yet to really step up over on this CT side, and there has been only really one round actually coming in for them so far. Davkos again is going to be looking for this opening pick in middle. They have to be careful that they don't give any angle to Sanji. Obviously, if he goes for any sort of wide peek here, he is dead.
Even just a flashbang could end his career here on this round. Some Young, a guy we haven't really talked about too much, able to open things up on a Torque. That leaves Sanji by himself over towards the B side and forces a little bit of a rotate. Perfecto to come in to be there for the rotation if they need it, but leaves them a little bit light now towards A because it's going to be all on disbalance to hold on to this one. He's got a lot of frags to fire, and he also has the pushing from CT spawn to worry about too, but there's still going to be Perfecto there, I think, sitting inside the smoke.
Oh, I love it. I just love this sort of sheet of Molotovs that just came out to just completely ruin the site. Nilan now the only one left to try and tap away as the bomb goes down, and Davkos is there. That was just fantastic use of utility there. That's the sort of difference between Team Spirit and Simon. Like, notice how many times we had Davkos just sat there with an AWP, and he had about 15 opportunities to take a shot. He didn't get to take a single shot because the Molotovs made him run all the way through. I think he burned down to about 15 HP before somebody finally killed him.
It's actually a really good point. There's a lot more flexibility in the way Davkos has been allowed to play because of the utility usage, even flashbangs as well. I mean, there isn't that many flashbangs to kind of turn his eyes away from the angles he was holding. It's just unfortunate a couple of rounds he wasn't able to hit the shots. Either way, Simon Gaming, I still don't want to count them out just yet. They definitely come to impress. I think Spirit are looking more and more comfortable, and you know, if you have Dima or Davkos step up the way they played on Mirage here on Dust 2, I think it should be ideally an end. But Mirage will be our next map, and I mean, Some Young said in an interview that they prepare for every one of their opponents specifically.
Again. Again, it's pistols, but even still, it's enjoyable watching him kill through. Really?
Got the tag.
It's too quick. Too quick on the trigger thing.
If he hit that one, then I'd been like, all right, calm down, Davkos.
Check his mouse. He's got a special gaming chair that
I thought he was going to be typing up a 200-word essay.
Wow. Again, just pistols. It seems to be the sort of name of the game at the moment for Simon Gaming, where they're purchasing one round, reset straight into just these pistols once again, and hoping to do a little bit of damage. But as said, we have to give props so far for Team Spirit that they've been very good at sort of making the money where it's needed, winning these rounds relatively clean, and realistically not making the same sort of mistakes. I still remember the weird smoke that we saw early on from Simon that didn't cover off the cross where they lose a couple of players. These sort of mistakes are not what I'm expecting to see from Team Spirit. Either way, they are patiently playing, methodical. The Molotov's actually going to go down just to clear anybody who's close and allow them to smoke things properly. Obviously, we expect the riskier plays from Simon here. Again, they're actually just going to Molotov it more. They're just trying to make sure there isn't anybody here and really go for it, take the fights. This I'm not so much of a fan of. It gives a lot more space over. Even still, the firing range allows them to clear off a couple and leaves iDisbalance and Perfecto. And I think they did actually throw a smoke. It was just quite a bit deeper.
And Some Young as well was in T-spawn watching the push in from middle. in case anyone's going to flank in towards short. But that's a clean round here for Team Spirit. Again, something we talked about in their match versus Nemiga was even the rounds that they're winning, or they're like guaranteed to win because they're up against pistols, or most likely guaranteed to win.
Yeah.
It's not like they're rushing in and, you know, going gung-ho. They're still being respectful. They're still keeping their composure. They're playing together because they realize all these rounds matter. And as we're seeing, like, economy-wise, it's been reflected in that alone.
Yeah, well, you can see it right now. It's probably the easiest way that we can show that is literally just look at their economy. Every single player above $6,000. Davkos set up to take the early pick, and Sanji actually there as well with the AWP. They've got the double AWP in on the CT side. Now, IDisbalance has been losing a lot of the sort of any mid battles he's taken. He was forced off a lot of angles when it came to the short place. They've actually tried to set him up onto long and just switch things up a little bit, which I think was needed. They're obviously in a bit of trouble here now. They won the half 8-7. They haven't won, well, they've won one round in this whole half, and that's it. So definitely looking a little bit more problematic. We are just going to be watching to see if the CT side can manage to steal the round back. Otherwise, they are going to be in trouble once again. It'll be a force buy going into the next. Sanji up aggressive is going to be forced off the angle and allows short control to go the way of the T side. Still a little bit of a face coming in onto middle, but you can see they've almost been forced to stop taking such aggressive peaks. Like, the mid play from Davkos has been superb on this T side, and because of that, the Ts are actually being given quite a lot of control.
Yeah, they're definitely respecting Davkos and AWP, like you're saying with middle. And so flashbang comes through. Dima was waiting for it, but Dima can't get the kill. But you know what? Dima doesn't need to because Davkos is going to be there. Being flanked in from long A as well. That's going to be Sanji, who does get the kill on the Coldie. Davkos is going to be here, and Davkos does what he does best, getting another frag on the board. This man has really started to step up here at 19 kills for himself, but a big portion of those 19 have been out of the AWP and have been massively impactful. Torque finally able to respond over towards the B side, able to get one. The Davkos is still alive. Sotfit gets the kill in towards mid, so it's going to be 2-1, or it's going to be a 1v2 here for Torque.
Yeah, the problem is the time. Yeah, there's absolutely no time on the clock, and Davkos has to trade this. Great work from Torque to just hold down that B site. I mean, we'll even retrieve the secondary AWP as well. Of course, so much money left for Team Spirit to rebuy, and this could be the hard reset once again. This is where Simon have to make their stand.
It's a little bit of a slippery slope for Simon as well here. Like you said, if they lose this round, it's over. But Team Spirit, even with the money they do have, they're going to have consecutive rounds time and time again. So even if Simon do pick up this next round, it doesn't get any easier for them. They're still going to have to deal with a full buyout of Spirit for potentially the next two. They still have to worry about and still respect the way Davkos has been playing with this AWP. Sanji, he wants an opportunity to maybe go up against him. The only one that's been able to do yet so far is IDisbalance. But with the way they've been handling him, like you said, over towards the A position, towards ramp, they've been Molotoving him off completely, so he's not going to be impactful. But this time he's over towards car. No Mollies just yet, but it all banks on Nealon staying alive here towards pit.
We've seen Coldie in this position quite a few times, but Dima's actually going to get the entry onto Sanji as they look to push now. Will they clear the second player over to the car? Yes, they will. Dima with another ping-in headshot and leaves Nealon trying to take a fight with an MP9. 4 players looking to hunt him down, and they'll be successful in the end. Perfecto, Torque, the only ones left.
And you saw a change of position out of Disbalance, right? Instead of holding towards ramp because he got Molotoved off last time, he went towards car. But even at car, he wasn't given an angle to shoot. He wasn't given an angle to pick up any frags, which allowed Team Spirit to just walk into the site, get the bomb down, and more importantly, put them on map point here. Unless Torque can do something about it, and unfortunately, he won't be able to. Perfecto just trying to maybe get a kill or two, but again, he's up against Davkos, so you're not going to win those trades the way he's playing currently.
Yeah, he's looking like an almost different player to what we saw. Like, he had a few rounds on the CT side that was still high impact, but definitely wasn't anywhere near as good as he's been on this T side. He's been wiping the floor with his opponents, and he's not been the only one. It's been a fantastic performance. Dima with the 2 entries in that round were brilliant, and well, this is sort of the pain train for Simon once again, as they're going to be left with just pistols. Okay, the 1 rifle on IDisbalance, but he's been a lot quieter than what we saw in the previous half. Hasn't had the same level of impact, to say the least. But there's Dima again. Already finds the aggression onto short and leaves it into a 5v4.
I just love, look at the way Spirit are set up. They're reserved in like 1/3 of the map, not even technically half if you look at it, because they realize, well, Simon's going to have nothing. They need to get information somewhere because they can't stop us if we push in together. So eventually we're going to pick someone off, get a man advantage, and then we can work off of that. They're starting to regroup in now, potentially towards middle, maybe towards long A since they have the
Well,
all right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologize for what just happened. We kind of lost power here in our production area. However, we didn't lose power on the server, and Simon Gaming actually won that round. When all they
it was not safe for work. We couldn't show it. It was so brutal.
It was, because Team Spirit lost the round on time. They didn't even get the bomb down. A little bit unfortunate for them, but I don't think they're going to matter too much because they still have a lot of weapons here. And Simon Gaming, I mean, MP9s, Amasas, not really much utility to be seen. But then again, I never expect them to win the last round anyways, so who am I to judge them?
Already, Dima is looking like he wants redemption for the last. This time he knows the camera's on him, so we'll find that opener once again. But they did the same in the last round. They managed to get that opening pick, and then it was the CT side to turn things back around while nobody was watching. Either way, again, they're looking to maybe over-rotate here. A man looking to go into that CT spot as the T's throwing in some utility over onto short. Again, Milan trying to hold them off with his own utility, but actually it's a fake out. They're going to go back into mid, and while there is a man ready and waiting, but Perfecto is down and out. The trade's just not coming in. Sophic with a double looking to end this here and now. Toric has everything left to do, and his teammate is down and out, but he gets a quick double. There's only one man actually pushing into the site. He's going to look to try and catch up Dabkos, who's pushing in, but Sun Dayoung will put this one to bed. We come back for just one round as it will be ended by the side of Spirit.
All right, Spirit looking good, actually. 29 kills for Coldy, 21 for Dima, 21 for Sotvic, 20 for Dabkos. Actually, the entire team playing extremely well. 105 ADR for Coldy there at the end of that on top of things. Really well done by Spirit, and it's nice to see them really start to step up here. They looked good against Nemiga, even though they did eventually get pushed into overtime after a 9-2 scoreline with them taking nine rounds straight. But Simon Gaming as well, there was some good things out of them, and now we can see maybe why they did beat Gambit on Train.
Yeah, the trouble I have now is that they're going into a map where their opponent's very, very happy to play. Obviously, it was a close match earlier, but I think you always sort of learn from your mistakes. I think Team Spirit know that that game was way too close for comfort. And when they're in their element, they looked fantastic. Like we saw in OT, they won pretty much 4 rounds back-to-back. They won 9 rounds in a row. So I think it's going to be a tough one. And their win percentage may be up to like 90% now because they won earlier. Yeah. Either way, it's not our job to break things down. We can head that over to Banks.
Thank you very much. Whoop, there we go. The screen comes back on all of a sudden. Thank you very much, guys. We're plagued by technical issues, but we're making our way through the days. I'm joined by Blair and Pimp once again to look at this, and first map comes underway. And Spirit, they take control, right? They didn't really look in a position where that was ever going to slip away from them.
No, that was a team performance by the entire team. I think Jason summed it up pretty well by saying that everyone had plus 20 kills from that team. You know, it was. Yeah. I would say the score suggested the game was a little bit closer than it actually were. You know, it's one of those scenarios where when you start on the T side for Simon, you can build some of that momentum. And they were trying to string some rounds together, but constantly, you know, they were fighting back and getting fought back by the Spirit guys. I think first half ended 8-7, so it's sort of like back and forth. And when it got to the T side for the Spirit guys, they were just superior in pretty much all aspects of the game. Individually as well, you know, none of the Simon players stepped up to the same level that Devcast had, or Softic for that matter. So in general, I would just say that Spirit, you know, showcased why I think they're the better core, the better unit than Simon, and also why I think they're the heavy favorites moving into Mirage.
Absolutely. Like one thing I wanted to point out when it came to that second half, especially, right, how methodical Spirit were when they're taking the A bomb side in particular. Was it coming in from long or coming in from short? The Molotovs, the smokes, the flashes, everything was on point. I was a little, you know, not too sure about Dust 2 pick coming in. Like I said, it's a map that can kind of spiral out of control if your opponents really start going. But Spirit were really on point. They looked like a much better team. Simon, let's be honest about these guys. They weren't that. They weren't really that bad, so to speak. It's just that they got completely outplayed, especially on the CD side. They really couldn't step up, or nor could they really adapt to what you know, their opponents were throwing to them. So I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. But map number 2, this is the problem, right? They went with Mirage. That's a map that, sure, Spirit did struggle on it initially a little bit, but I think they would have fixed the small little issues they had. And to be very honest, I don't want to like sound too preemptive about this, but if Simon Gaming were to win this game, they should have taken this particular map, which they didn't. And now it's going to be Mirage, and if it goes through, it's going to be Nuke. I don't really fancy their chances here.
It's going to be tough either way, guys. Next up, it is going to be Mirage. It is the pick of Simon, but we know Spirit can be strong in it. They almost let it slip away last time, though, so you never know what's going to happen. Will we be going to a third? We'll be breaking that one down right after this break.
Think he can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Spirit take the lead in map 1 as we head on to Mirage, which is the pick of Simon's, but Spirit, they've been a more than capable team on it in the past, and we got to see them open with it in the original best of 1 here from today. This is the CIS Minor. I'm here with Pimp and Blair, and as we go into Mirage, what can we expect? Because we started off by saying the first 2 maps here were kind of the more middle ground maps. We can get away with less tactics, a lot more of the crazy pub style that these teams love to come and play here. But is there really any chance at this point for Simon?
I would say there's a chance for sure, but when you look at it, it doesn't look good. You know, Spirit currently have a win ratio on 89% the past 3 months on Mirage, I believe, where it's only 67 for the Simon guys. That said, though, those 2 win rates are pretty high for each of the teams, you know, so it's acceptable. Whereas we have seen Spirit play Mirage already in the first matchup today that went to an OT game. It wasn't necessarily a very convincing win, and, you know, there's no way they could have changed anything from that game. There's no way they can, like, build new strats or do new strats. So Simon knows everything that's going to come at them. Question is if they have the abilities to actually shut it down.
I'll be very honest, I don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer here, but if Spirit bring the same T-side they bought on Dust 2, I know it's obviously a different map and whatnot, right? But the way they're hitting the shots, and also, if you look at the kill spread they had, apart from Coldie, who was, I think, like 1 kill short of a 30 bomb, everyone was, like, fragging, like, everywhere, all across the map. So if we're going to be seeing the same Spirit here, I don't really see Simon pulling off anything spectacular here. Don't get me wrong, I mean, they had a great game initially against Gambit. You know, they had a train win, which is a pretty big upset on its own. And even on Dust 2, they showed signs of life. But there was never a point in time in the previous map where it felt like, okay, they might actually get the win over here, especially once the Spirit train started rolling.
Well, we spoke about their teamwork and their chemistry going into it. It's time for us to get into Mirage and to see if the Spirit can take it away with a 2-0, if Simon can bounce back and force us over to Nuke. Tom Biz and Kaplan, it's over to you guys.
I was trying to think of some sort of name to combine ours, and I just blanked completely before we came back to us. Tomlin, J-Biz, both are equally
I feel like it's got to be
terrible.
like Kaplan and Bizzle or something like that.
Bizzle?
Yeah, I don't mind. You can add.
You do look like a Bizzle. I'll give you that. Yeah, so going into Mirage, our second map, we got to luckily see Spirit play earlier on today against Nemiga, and they looked fantastic. And one player in particular I want to point out was Dima. And I feel like Simon, they didn't get the full brunt of what he can do in Dust 2, but coming on to Mirage, they didn't have time to watch this match because they were playing against Gambit at the same time. I feel like he's definitely going to be the player to watch. Also, at the same time, Davcost, if he can have any sort of game like he had just previously on Dust 2 or just before on Mirage, this is going to be a very tough match.
Well, it's interesting as well, Team Spirit on the CT side again. This is where we saw them get the majority of their rounds, 9 rounds in a row. T side was a bit more questionable. It ended up going to OT, so definitely interested to see if they can do a little bit better on that side of the map, but still got to do the fantastic CT half again. Good start for Coldie. Now they just set up for the retake, already having the man advantage, and we'll see the same sort of aggression that we saw come out even from Team Spirit going into this sort of CT spawn, looking to try and take the fights, and it's just going to be a bloodbath at the moment, but still the CTs hold on to what is their advantage. Dima just hitting heads, and well, Perfecto's able to dance, that's for sure, but not for long.
Yeah, it was really well done by Dima to flank in from Connector. And surprisingly enough, I expected Simon to actually push in towards CT spawn and actually get those fights aggressively on their own terms a little bit more instead of letting them come around the corner. But instead, they kind of waited. It allowed Team Spirit to regroup back in. There was no flashbang to stop them from just demolishing them left and right. And Spirit started off things strong here with this first round.
Yeah, and this is something we haven't really seen from them. Like, they always seem to lose the pistol rounds over on the CT side at least. I think they lost and then go and win after normally when the buy round comes in. So if they can get off to an even stronger start, then you do sort of have to worry a little bit when it comes to Simon Gaming. Of course, they're actually going to go for a force buy their own. That's interesting. They used the bomb plant to get themselves a couple of AKs. Perfecto's going to be saving a bit of extra cash, and Sanji and I Disbalance have a bit more as well. So they could go for something in the next round. But Davcost, he's going farming. No P250 for him this time. He wants to get that trusty SMG in play. The nade, it looked like it was going to do a hell of a lot of damage. I don't know if it did catch Sanji and there was a bit of a delay, but it looked like that damage came in way after the nade went off.
Yeah, Sanji was over towards B apartment, yeah. So unfortunately, the nade really did pretty much nothing, but that was a fantastic kill onto Dima, who's rotated back in towards B. Davcost is going to be there. The thing is, Sanji's just buying time because the rest of the players are moving in towards short. And I think they're going to catch someone off guard here. No one's even looking at him. That's going to be Torque coming through. Davcost is going to fall as Sanji picks up a second. Sophic up against 2 as they push in. It's going to be a flanker in towards window, but he's going to be disposed of by Coldie. And now Sophic's going to have some help come in from the side. But Perfecto, that was a great shot of him. Still has 2 more to find, but he has a hell of a lot of time to work with. Promise, he's got a player into kitchen. Not going to matter, though. Sotvik's going to get the kill. And that was still a very scrappy round here out of Spirit, nonetheless.
Yeah, that was a really good B-side hold from Sotfik. It seemed like every time one of his teammates came in to support, they died. Yeah. And he just continued to just rack up the frags. But this is sort of what we were looking at. Like, I'm not a massive fan of this sort of buy, but it does give them a couple of attempts to try and have those hero players. It means that, okay, the CT economy has been kept low, but so is yours. Like, you have a couple of players on pistols still. Yes, sure, you have the extra loss bonus. You have now 3 rifles. You've done slightly better. But the question is, can you now capitalize off it? Because if you still go on and lose this round, then the sort of 2 risky force buys not worth it at all.
Very true, and Sanji's already been spammed away at. Davkos actually the player over here where we saw Coldie doing previously against Nemiga. Davkos is going to get one quickly. Balance is going to take him down, but Coldie again, it seems like he's not changed at all in what he's been able to do here on that first map into second. He's definitely looking on fire at this rate. Now Sanji by himself against 4, and you would imagine Team Spirit going to be up 3-0 at the end of this.
That was so sick. The thing is, he didn't even need a headshot there. He just needed like chest, even leg shot to finish off that player. But just why not? A ping in 1D just to close out your triple kill. And I think the only reason they swapped positions is because Coldie had a rifle. So it was just, okay, I've got the rifle, I'll play at range. Davkos gets up close, and yeah, Coldie did an excellent job. And we saw that in the last map as well. He wasn't the stand-up player when it came to their first best of 1. But in the previous map, he definitely had his sort of impact frags and was really rolling with the punches. So I'm interested to see if he will now be stepping up alongside the other 2. Either way, Davkos again, yet to get his AWP. He's just looking to make more moolah every single round. And well, an extra $1,200 is into his bank account, although he's dead.
Not quite like Harry with the 10K. Let's see though. They lost on Coldie as well. So it's been a little bit expensive for the side of Team Spirit. And Sanji now with the weapon in hand. No bomb though. That's going to be down in towards Team Mid. And no real chance to pick this one up either, as Dima's going to finish that one off. And Team Spirit now up to a 4-0 start. But here we go. Simon's going to buy up into this round. Davkos most likely going to upgrade into an AWP here. No reason not to. And this is the first real chance for Simon to show what they've got here on Mirage, because like they said on the desk, this was their map choice.
Yeah, the problem being, though, is this is, at least statistically, the best map for Team Spirit. So obviously wouldn't say anything other than pick into your strengths. It's still a very good map for Simon. They're coming in as an underdog in this tournament. Don't go and play maps you don't normally play. That's madness, but realistically, still looking pretty good.
Not only is it their best map, it's their most played map at 9 as well. And they've been playing against some decent teams like B-Pro, Vitality, Red Reserve, Existence lately. So definitely showing that this is going to be a tough pick here for Spirit, or sorry, for Simon. I don't know how they're going to go about dismantling Spirit's holds on these sites, and not to mention the aggression that we've seen out of Dima that just kind of catches teams off guard. There we go, nice little boost in towards mid. Get him out wide. Dima's not going to hit the shot. Just kind of standard holds, though, out of Spirit. Nothing too crazy just yet. They are being a little bit more aggressive in towards the A side instead of playing for the retake, however.
It is going to be Dima. I believe that was straight through smoke as well, managing to find the opener. But again, disbalance there to trade things out, keep it into a 4 versus 4. There will be some dying able to escape, so isn't going to be punished by his aggression into the connector. And actually the bomb, somewhat alone, is going to be edging its way in towards this B site. Quite a risky play. Now, they do obviously have presence in onto short, so he's not realistically alone, but at the same time, if that bomb goes down, we could have a bit more of a problem. Disbalance, however, finding another pick on the other side of the map. The wraparound enabled, but will he get caught off by Coldie? Sotfik again, he's this anchor on the site and has support from Sumda Young. The problem is they've been split. He knows it's coming from behind, though, and it's into the 1 versus 1. Sumda Young versus Perfecto, who's desperately low, but hits the headshot anyway. The wide peek out, and Simon, they're on the board.
At a time they needed most too, Perfecto, considering a 5-0 start would have definitely not been a good sign for them, considering we're into the winners match, and that would have been Team Spirit guaranteed through into the playoffs. But what a play out of Perfecto. 4 frags from him so far, but massive frags there nonetheless. Aside for Spirit, we had seen Coldie go a little bit quiet, as well as Sotfik, who's been on 4 frags for the last 2-3 rounds. Didn't really get to talk about Perfecto too much in the first map. The only one that really stood out was Disbalance, if we're to think about it, because it was AWP, but then again, Team Spirit caught on to that and prevented him from being too effective. especially at that A site.
Already you can see both teams with some damage done to their economy. OpTic's been excellent so far, almost gets caught out, but won't be able to survive, and actually switches to the bench, drops the bomb as well. Again, the anchor that they need, holding this site down alone. Davkos will fall, and OpTic almost manages another, but the trades come back and forward. Demon now pushes into the site to give the man advantage over to Spirit. A crucial round in terms of economy, and Sanji's left to save them.
We saw his teammate Perfecto do it before, and he might be able to pull it off himself. That's going to be Demon now down and out. He's got a minute to work with here. Doesn't have the bomb in his hands, though. He does spot him out, but Coldie's able to get the range battle on him. More importantly, take the round here now for Team Spirit. 5-1. Simon, unfortunately, economy is going to be reset coming into now our 7th round.
Yeah, right down the toilet. It's sort of the worst case. They win a round with like one player surviving. They then lose everybody in the next, and they're going to have to force it. They've got to take a risk here. Now, Disbalance will have himself an AK. That's something at least. Give him the chance to be the hero they need. And actually, the CT side money is not in a particularly good state. They've been losing players across the board in a lot of these rounds. It's not been anywhere near as clean as they'd like. The fact is, though, they win this one. They get the chance to play against Eco. Even then, going into the next buy round, there'll still be some missing pieces for Simon. So this is a really good chance for Team Spirit to take it from a decent scoreline to one where there may not be any coming back from.
What a flick out of Dima there on Sanji too. So well done. Does get traded out on, but still helps maintain the man advantage here for Spirit. As Coldie's going to take down Torque, who's been having an extremely rough game. I believe he's on 0 for 7 now.
No. He's joined the British Secret Service. Either way, attempting to at least do some damage, keep that economy a little bit lower. I'm going to hear the rotation. Now, this is clearly a fake. Neelam trying to make as much noise as humanly possible. He's going to need at least a kill to try and bait anybody else over. And as you can see, the remaining 2 players over on that A site haven't budged. They're just going to sit and wait patiently. Sam Dayoung has to be a little bit careful because he's the one who could be opened up by the push. And Coldie sat in the corner. He's going to be spotted out. The trade, well, I say should be available, but it's actually going to be the chance for a bomb plant. But that Molotov, fantastic. Amazing. Doesn't go for the range fight. I didn't realize he was actually playing with a SMG. So instead, Molotov out, clears the angle. Very easy for Sam Dayoung.
I mean, a little bit of a money investment out of him to stop the entire team. Simon from picking up quite a bit of money in their pockets. Looks like, I'm guessing we're having a little bit of a pause here. A little bit of a tack timeout for Simon as they starting to struggle here on their own map choice. Okay, I guess we're not having a pause, but 6-1, maybe they should think about having a little bit of a tack timeout just to discuss some things, what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong. More importantly, what they can do to punish Spirit. Because Dima's been much more passive, I think we can say, compared to their first match against Nemiga. And I think that maybe goes into what Sam Dayoung was saying in an interview about how they prepare for each team, and maybe this is the strategy they prepared against Simon, just be a little bit more passive and just beat him in the aim battles. Not to mention the refrags that they've been doing fantastic on.
Well, another thing about this is it seems like a better map for Simon than it does for Nemiga. That they play it a lot, I will say, Nemiga, but their win percentage is pretty damn poor. And although they managed to show a lot of work over on the CT side, their T side was pretty abysmal. Like, they didn't really get much done at all. It was, I think, 5 rounds total, and one of them was a 1v3 clutch. So not really too much to write home about in that regard. Then again, you have to say Team Spirit's T-side look a little bit lackluster. So maybe that's what they sort of talked about, like, okay, we made some mistakes, things got a little bit wrong. It's their T-side that they need to work on, not so much the CT side.
Sam Dayoung does push out, take down Disbalance, but gets traded on. OpTic in the right place at the right time. Taking out Neelan. Again, Coldie. Like, these AUGs are really punishing Simon Gaming quite a bit. Sanji and Perfecto. Well, now just Perfecto is by himself with the Deagle, or sorry, the P250. And OpTic's gonna obviously know where he is now. He switches to the Glock. Obviously looking for an AK there, but
I don't think that was intentional. I think he wanted to pick up maybe a Deagle or something, but wasn't to be. We are going to now see the tactical pause. Understandable, they're now going into their buy round. They can have an AWP if they so desire. And even still, even after like the few rounds in a row coming out from the side of Spirit, they don't have a huge amount of cash. They're not sat there with bulks and bolts of stacks, but the rounds are starting to slip into a way where you're thinking, you kind of start to need to get some on the board.
You know what's weird about looking at these 8 rounds so far? Besides the pistol round, It seems like Simon Gaming haven't been given an opportunity to set up like an execute towards A or an execute towards B. It seems like they're losing these rounds before the rounds really get going. They're losing a player or two in middle. They're obviously emphasizing a lot of mid control for them on the T side. But when that happens, it's not like they're really converting them into kills or to man advantages. It's just more of scrappy rounds that end up turning out in favor of Team Spirit. So I would like to see maybe an A execute, maybe force Team Spirit to play for the retake and see how well you can do as Simon Gaming defending that bomb site. As you can see, 0 and 8, I believe, for Torek. He had a couple of really good rounds on Dust 2, but he is not having the greatest of times here on Mirage.
Yeah, he started the last map fantastically. I think it was 10 and 2 at the beginning. Like, really played very, very well. I'm pretty sure they just took back-to-back pauses as well.
Yeah, they did.
So really are taking the time to talk things over, give their coach a little bit of a moment to, okay, sort of say, yeah, it hasn't been going well, but obviously there's positives. Like, as I said, the money for the CT side is not really anything good. It's all right. Like, they won't be able to rebuy into the next round properly. They'll have some missing pieces if they do lose this one. So even though, okay, it is 7-1, there's still a decent opportunity to turn things back. And you can even talk about, as said, the T side from them earlier in the day wasn't particularly good.
We actually had a little bit of a little bit of switch up come in. Someday Young was holding middle with the AUG, and we had Davkos being put over towards A, expecting maybe an aim battle coming in with the AWP versus AWP towards A ramp, holding back towards Toll Booth. In the meantime, Coldie's actually pushed up towards Palace, gets the kill to Torek again, who unfortunately has another death to add towards his tally. The Spirit, they do tie things up now at 4 apiece. And, I mean, you can see the way Simon Gaming are kind of set up. They're hoping Disbalance can be the one to open up a site, to get that entry frag they need to make their way through, and the bomb's still even down in T-spawn.
Yeah, a minute left on the clock. Now, the Palace push is going to be a problem, but they do manage to get rid of Davkos and leave them with a little bit of a hole in the defense. Now, obviously, we saw how powerful that position can be in the previous matches we had. Obviously, Lollipop doing a lot of damage. Youngie's been spotted. That's the information they needed, and now Coldie's spot is somewhat null and void, as he really doesn't have much HP to play with. He's hoping Sophic can be the one to make the play. Now, he does manage to drop the bomb, but it's not really in a position where there's too much time to worry about. But actually, Coldie takes the time to peek, but it's Disbalance from middle who's actually caused them a bit more of a problem.
And so Smoke to help him get out at Palace if he needs to. The problem is Disbalance is going to be watching the push through. Coldie now sitting inside the smoke, waiting for the plant. I was actually listening for it. Is he going to try to shoot through it? Molotov comes in a little bit too late, though. And Disbalance will get the kill, and more importantly, get a round finally back on the board here for Simon Gaming.
That's the thing, though. That man on the site was actually pretty damn low on HP. Like, a couple more ticks of that Molotov, and we could have seen the end. And we've got a couple assists now coming in for Torek, so he's not 00 anymore, at least.
Yeah, he's the estranged Secret Service member of the MI-23 with 029. You guys all heard about him.
Great.
I don't know.
But hopefully...
This is why I don't cast anymore. Because I say stupid things.
Hopefully this is where we actually see Simon start to build into this game, because we've already seen this once. They get themselves back into the game, they get around on the board, and then they lose straight away, and the reset just ruins them for the next few. Already, though, that's a better start, but again, it's just quickly traded out. The CT side losing a man in turn for the Ts. Now, Coldie's position needs to be one that's hard checked, and it's not. He's done so much damage already, but can't spin around and finish off either of the players he tagged. However, he has set his team up well.
It's going to be a grenade on Dima, who could potentially take Perfecto out of this fight before he even has a chance. They're going to come in, and there we go. Dima gets the big frag they need, and now it's going to be a 2-on-3. Disbalance is going to, again, need to hit a lot of these shots to have the hopes of Simon stay alive a little bit longer. Comes in, takes down Sumdai Young. Sanji's going to fall, though. It's going to be a 1-on-1 here, potentially. But the problem is the bomb's not even planted for Disbalance, so he's going to have to just save the AWP into this round. He's not even challenging this.
Yeah, there was a chance he could have got that, but I think the problem was Sophics holding the cross. So he would have just basically been hoping that his opponent missed. But in this sort of situation, I would have liked to see him go for that, because you're now sat in a spot again where, okay, money's not in the worst case, but you can't really afford to buy into this one. So again, you're trying to work things off of the pistols. You're so far down, the half has already gone. It's 8-4 Team Spirit. They're now actually going to take a tactical pause of their own, and if they... Well, obviously, if they win this round, it doesn't play the biggest part, because we know that there will be a buy coming in the next round anyway. But even still, you're looking at 9 rounds, 6 being the potential best. That's not a good sign.
Oof, 141 ADR for Coldie. It's nice to see. I think that's nice to have in a player. Maybe he wasn't so impactful in their match versus Nemiga.
No.
But in this match on Dust 2, he stepped up. He's maintaining that kind of form into the first half of Mirage. And that's going to be tough to deal with because technically right now, everyone on the side of Spirit is a big threat. I think the only person that's not as big of a threat that we've seen so far, unfortunately, is Young. He's had some good kills when he's needed him. He's had some good trade-outs when he's needed him as well. But, you know, OpTic has really stepped up in a couple of good situations. Davkos as well has been relatively quiet, but he's had a couple of big kills with the AWP. And he'll be looking yet again here over towards the A side. But as we can see, it's not going to really be going in this direction.
Yeah, they're going to go for the fast underpass play. A lot of footsteps being made, so information can be gathered by the CTs.
Ooh.
And already that nade going to dunk down, but actually does about 6 damage. Not really much at all. But yeah, I think, like, obviously you mentioned... Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. This round is pretty much over already. That's a horrible position to try and retrieve the bomb, although they're actually going to manage to get quite close. And Dima obviously wants to keep this bomb. It'll be a nice little addition to this round for the team, but realistically he doesn't need to overface in this scenario. But yeah, what I was going to say is you speak about sort of Young, Davkos maybe not having the best of games. When you have a scoreline like this, how scary is that? That arguably 2 of your best players are not even playing that well.
I think that's good though, right? Isn't it?
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
It means that they've got plenty of players who can step up when needed, and that's really, really scary for any opponent they're going to come up against, especially if Davkos then picks things up later in the game. I think it's done, and even if he doesn't, it may be done anyway, because they're now looking to try and fight back a 5v2. Disbalance peeking in with the AWP. I don't think OpTic expected that to be in play. They've still got a deal with Dima, and also the cross being held by Young. He's going to be spotted as he makes his way forward. Dima with the MP9 already doing quite a bit of damage onto one, taking out the kill. Turek finally is getting himself onto the board. At least that's something, but
what is going on?
Bullets.
Oh my gosh. I don't even know what the hell is going on there. He could have potentially reloaded in there. Also, keep in mind, Dima did trade out his AK that he had in towards short over to a teammate and took his SMG to kind of alleviate the pressure since he took a lot of damage in middle. If you guys are obviously just joining us, we do have 2 streams going on at once. We still have the B stream, and I'll give you a quick little update if you don't want to head over there just yet because you want to keep watching this match. It's currently 1-0 in favor of Avangard as they won 16-5 on Dust 2, and they're currently up 6-3 on Cash up against Winstrike.
That's so dominant as well on Dust 2, a map that we saw Winstrike actually dominate Runtime on, so that's quite a scary prospect for anybody coming up against Avangard. Davkos, though, surprising miss. Not something really expect to see from him. Dima now going to be the one slightly hung out to dry. As Neelan has managed to make his way around the corner. Oh, you always see the temptation to push there. Is he going to be able to avoid all of this? They're actually not going to check the angle properly. That's a bit of a mistake, but still, a trade is not bad for the T-side. Look at the rotation. They're almost playing retake A from the very get-go. They've got so many players around towards this B side. The bomb's still back in apps. There's no dedication as of yet to which way the Ts are going to be going, but they have managed to gather a lot of map control.
Is it me, or are you also surprised to see Dima not looking towards house, considering Davkos took a shot at the guy crossing, and then he just basically ignored that completely. No, actually almost pushed into it, not looking towards that direction either, so that was...
I think it was once the Molotov went down, he was already dedicated
he was committed,
trying to get the kill. It's better to try and take maybe a couple than just go for the one. Now that was the one valuable position that the Ts had. Now that they've lost that, they're literally just going for a dry push onto the A site, where there's still a couple of players ready and waiting. Coldy just going to be taking the angle onto the box. There's only 30 seconds left, and just look at the utility. That's it. That one flashbang. That's all of it gone.
Look at it, and it's gone.
Yeah, and they've got to try and clear so many different players and so many different angles. They don't know where anybody currently is. So luckily for them, they may be able to get the plant down. I don't think there's anything the CTs can do about this, but holding on to the round is going to be very difficult indeed. They're already being sprayed through the box. Down to just 42 HP. This is a tough one for the Ts to handle.
Vector, though, on top of the box on triple. Does get dropped by Coldy there. Sanji trying to do something with the SMG, and now it's just going to be all on Torek, who has been able to pick up a frag. He's currently at 1-11. Maybe looking to pick up 4 big frags to help get his team back into this. And, well, it won't happen.
Never mind.
You know, because if you build it up and it happens, you're like, oh, you're a genius because you did it right. And if he doesn't, it's like, all right, yeah, because it's 1v4. Of course he's not going to do it.
They left that a little bit close. I was sort of looking at that like, is the guy without the kit defusing?
I've never seen that look of worry in someone's eyes before as I saw you looking at the screen. I'm like, wait a minute, what am I missing?
Ticking a bit too fast, but never mind. They comfortably get there in the end. It is 10-2, and yeah, this was the sort of position where, like, just because Sumdayoung read it so well, it completely changed the round. Because up until that point, there was a good amount of map control, a chance to sort of split onto one of the other sides, and you noticed that Simon actually had a lot of space, and they were really playing around that spot. The second that spot's gone, they've got 35 seconds left and no positioning at all. So it was such a heavy gamble onto that one spot. Now this looks like just a straight up B play. You got SMGs, you got pistols. You're not really going to make much headway over towards the A site or playing into mid. So I think they've just got to try and brute force B. But it seems like most of the team are a little bit too far behind. Like, you're expecting a lot from your entry fragger here, and he doesn't get anything. Luckily, the trade is there from Toric.
Oh, Dafkov comes in with a P250, does drop the bomb. Does buy some more time. Looks for the second as well, and that was an awkward fight. Sumdayoung eventually picks it up with the nade, but either way, 11-2 now here for Team Spirit.
How did he not die? Like,
which one?
Davcost. Like, there's 4 players in that site, and he doesn't really... I think he kills the bomb planter, then the nade kills one of them, Sophic kills another, and Sumdayoung kills the other. It's just... Davcost just stood in the site, just walking around.
Attack the VIP.
Yeah. Crazy. He will
miss those maps. I misplayed 1.6 VIP, especially on custom maps.
I'm good.
There's some DE rats. 11-2 now as we hit into round 14. Disbalance back with the AWP in hand, and a big investment out of Simon as well. Coldy basically calls the Coldy spot at this rate, and gets himself a nice little W. Drops it on top of Sanji. 2 players still towards A ramp. Finally, Neelan's going to shut him down, but Dafkov will be there to get the kill onto Perfecto and Neelan. And Disbalance, well, he's not going to be able to save this, but he can at least make it costly for Team Spirit. And doesn't hit his first shot, and you can see mid already pushing up for Team Spirit, so they're going to lock him in towards Palace.
Yeah, this is a horrible position to be in, and the CTs have absolutely nothing to lose, so might as well just go for it, even clip him through the floor. That'll be 12-2, Team Spirit absolutely dominant in the way that they're playing this map at the moment. And yeah, what started off as a little bit of a dicey half with a lot of close rounds, a lot of rounds where I was like, okay, now if Simon win, they can break their opponents. It just never happened. And that can happen in Counter-Strike, where you're always expecting them to sort of break back into the game with the closer rounds, and because they never win one, it never comes to be.
I still want to count them out just yet, because considering Team Spirit didn't look fantastic, not even close to that when they were on T side of Mirage up against Nemiga, we're going to see a little bit of a quicker play that looks up towards A. They're actually going to push straight out towards Palace, catching Coldy with his pants down. Sanji hold on to this position towards jungle. You can see Davkov still has a slight angle to work with here, at least towards Palace if he needs. The bomb has made its way in towards site. Everyone's rotated back over from Team Spirit. The bomb hasn't gone down just yet, though. Oh my god, that shot.
Yeah, a bit of a messy one. I think they realized that they wanted to plant open, and then Davkos was in the perfect spot. There's a couple of low players here for the remainder, but the real flank coming in from Perfecto should make things nigh on impossible. Although the bomb isn't planted for him, so if they can somehow clear out the remainder, then they do have a little bit of an opportunity. But the fact is, the CTs are just hoping that somebody peeks, hoping somebody makes a mistake, and the Ts are being fairly methodical, but, well, a couple of kills come in, but every time there's a trade. 12-3, at least getting back on the board towards the end. But, well, we'll see if they can try and turn things back over on their CT side after a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CIS Minor for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2019 Major, as we are here in cold, snowy Katowice, Poland. And we're about to kick off our second half here of our second map of our third game of the day. I love doing all those numbers. And currently it's 12-3 here in favor of Spirit, as they're already up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, this is pretty much looking dead to rights at the moment. We need to see a complete turnaround from Simon. And the worrying thing is Team Spirit have already had a game where it came really close when they had a big advantage. They were 12-5 up versus Nemiga, and they almost threw it away. I don't think they're going to make the same mistake again. I think Simon have been sort of hit with a bit of bad luck. They're going to go very aggressive, and already Sumdayoung is going to get that opener.
They still have a stack here. They still have a 3-man hold on this one. Disbalance is going to get the kill.
Fake?
Yeah, I think that was like a fake push to get for information, try to bait them to push in towards B, but just as quick as that bait could have worked, they've actually backed off and delayed this a little bit, forcing the rotation to come in out of Simon.
Yeah, the great thing is there's been another fake from Sophic. It's almost like they faked the fake and now both teams are just confused. Like, look at this balance. He's at top mid. He loses his battle. This is one of the most confusing pistol rounds I think I've ever seen. And I personally believe that neither team right now knows what's going on.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, look at what's happening on the minimap. You have Dima still over towards B. There's no one really there to do anything. I think he's made the call. He's like, guys, B is pretty damn open right now. Neelan's going to be the only one quick enough to see them or potentially hear them if they do pick up the pace. I think they're just going to walk in, try to go for some contact. Also hearing some typing in game. Not sure what's going on, but we'll get that sorted out as this round's going to come to a close. One way or another.
Nice shots from Neelan, but he is being whittled away and will be closed out by Coldy. Another for Dima, and it's left all on to Torek to try and save. He does manage to at least pop the head of one, but there's still a couple of players ready and waiting to try and finish him off. The bomb yet to be planted. There's only 10 seconds left, so Davkos have to go for it. Torek trying to run into the site and find his teammate while that's going on, but the fact is the bomb is down. And realistically, there shouldn't be much hope, but he's going to try and pick these players apart, find an individual battle. They're not giving him anything here, just shoulder peeking, just finding out the information of where this remaining man lies. And without a kit, the clock just ticks too low. He has to try and find one quickly. And actually, he has caught out Davkos, running a little bit fast. It won't matter, though. Does he have time? I don't even think he knew if he had time there.
Well, he's going to go for it. He's going to try for this. Let's see as the time does tick away. I think he's going to have it, actually.
Yeah.
So Torek, who was relatively quiet the entire first half, gonna come up big when it matters in the second, taking that pistol on for themselves. And considering that was one of the most odd pistol runs we've ever seen, as you mentioned before, the bait from Sanji to get them to come into B, then they put the brakes on. They're like, wait a minute, we're not gonna go for this. Maybe it's a bait, and then they baited it out. It was back and forth, and I can hear somewhere.
I even think he thought that he was like, well, I got the. Oh wait, no, I can get this.
Yeah. Well, that's a sign of life, though, for Simon Gaming. And again, we've been saying throughout this entire series, or at least in this entire map, that we know Team Spirit are a little bit weaker when it comes to the T side of Mirage. They struggled against Nemiga. We'll see if they're going to struggle here against Simon as well, as Sumdayoung almost died before seeing someone yet again.
Yeah, the problem is, though, with the bomb plant and going into a buy in the next round, we're not seeing like the sort of aggressive force buy we had coming out from their opponents. It's just going to be that sort of safe, okay, we're coming in the next round with a lot of money and a big bolstered buy, and that's not something that the CTs will have. They can't afford to lose any players here, and the fact is they've even got one man who's just playing on a USP. So there's some risk taken. Davkos just ends the life of Disbalance, and they're actually looking to win this round. They found themselves 3 kills. The B side's currently under their control. The bomb slowly rotating. The problem is, Sumdayoung, I like this. He's going to get nice and close. The man on the other side only has a USP. And it may not matter anyway. He's going to check the angle. They both spot each other. Sumdayoung gets another kill. This is a save round. This is literally just pistols. And look who has to clutch it once again.
6 kills, but he can increase that by half here if he can get this clutch somehow. There's the first. And keep in mind, there's still no weapons on the side here of Team Spirit. They weren't able to capitalize off those frags before, and there's Torek getting a second. Can he do it yet again? Can he get the third? No, Coldy will be there to shut this down. And Team Spirit winning a round they ideally should not have been able to. Off the great pistol work, they're able to secure that round and lengthen that lead even further.
That was ridiculous. There obviously no head armor coming in, but That is a massive mistake from Simon, a team that had like a lifeline. That was it. That pistol round clutch that came out from Turek was the lifeline they had, and they've thrown it away. And you have to remember, there was already a big buy coming in this round from Team Spirit. They now have even more money. The CTs have to force it up, and this is pretty much like GG if they lose.
Well, Simon says, I need to take this round. It's 2 wins to get through to the playoffs and 2 losses to be knocked out. And there we go, 2 quick kills come through. Young has been able to get in towards the B site. The bomb should be planted here momentarily. Sanchi gets dinked up down to 38 health, but he does get the frag onto Coldie. So now 2 versus 4. And as Simon, I think there's a legitimate chance that they can take this round. Disbalance does have an AK in hand, does get the kill into Young. Now Davkos all alone against 3 now. But the AWP is not going to have enough to take down the man with the AK. And just back and forth rounds here. I don't know what to say about this, really.
Yeah, these have been just really, really messy rounds from both teams. Like Deagle shots and Pistols able to win versus rifles. Things we've obviously seen in the past, but not in sort of like back-to-back rounds like this. It is just messy as hell, but realistically, the bomb plant should actually help the Ts in getting a bit of a buy themselves. The problem is the CTs have now just managed to pick up a load of weaponry that they didn't even have when they went for a buy.
So not only did Team Spirit win a round off pistols, basically, when they didn't spend much money into that round, and they had a fantastic buy into the next. Now Simon's going to have the same opportunity, as you can see. AWP picked up for Disbalance. Hog. And 2 AKs. Like, that really stands out to me, seeing the double AK picked up for them. And Team Spirit have actually invested into Coldie, who's had a phenomenal series so far.
Yeah, but they're not going for the full investment. I actually quite like this. They're just going to invest, as you said, 1 AK, pistol, and then they're going to attempt to really do some damage, maybe steal the round away off the back of just an individual play, and other than that, they'll come in with a buy in the next round anyway. So this is another chance to just really do some damage. It hasn't started particularly well, though, with Dima already falling. And again, they seem to be quite heavy on a lot of their rotations. The second things don't work out or anybody gains a little bit of space, they just go gambling in, and I think there may be some Young dead. Yeah, good spot from Sanji to open things back up. And now there's not a lot of space for Team Spirit to actually play with. They need to gain some map control and try to get that AK somewhere a little bit more valuable.
The thing is, you saw the bomb rotated in towards B as well. It seemed like Young kind of made the call, like, hey, we can potentially make this B hit work. But with him falling right there, they've immediately rotated back in towards middle. Davkos going to fall as he does get boosted up. They're going to go for it yet again here with Coldie, who still has an AK in hands. Just at the wrong moment. Stops watching towards Catwalk.
Ooh. Shot onto 1. The peek out, a little bit risky from Disbalance. Not worth it in any sense. Just don't go facing against that AK now. There's no time left on the clock. They have to go running into one of these sites. Interesting that they've actually gambled so heavily over towards A. Like a 2-for-2 split probably would have been the safer bet here, especially if Perfecto goes down, but he plays it smart. Takes him a little bit of time, but realistically he gets the kill nonetheless, and although Coldie's doing damage, ultimately it won't matter in the end. Another round on the board for the CT side, but as said, that was only a partial investment from the Ts. There will be a proper buy coming in this round.
I think when Davkos gets an AWP as well is where things are going to get very difficult for Simon Gaming. Kind of make me think about Dust 2, right? Where Disbalance was, we talked about him holding the A side. They were able to dislodge him with Molotovs and learn the way he wanted to hold positions. I wonder if they're going to get him in the same kind of way here, figure out where he's holding, though obviously on a map like Mirage, you can hold from many different positions than in like Dust 2.
This round, looking at a little bit more of a default coming in from the T side, just taking over mid control, underpass also cleared. And then 1 player on either side of the map just to check for any aggression. Good utility usage, though, to take Young down low. And he hasn't had much impact over towards the B side. He's really been struggling to find any sort of opener. Been removed, in fact, most of the rounds we've seen so far over on this T side for Team Spirit. However, again, we still talk about these sort of rounds being integral. The CT side, again, have not built up a huge amount of economy. They're definitely not in the clear just yet, and well, considering they're 7 rounds down, I think stating the obvious may just be the phrase that comes to mind, but...
It seemed like Spirit are banking on getting a pick somewhere, though, because you saw Coldie pushed up towards Palace, waiting for someone to get aggressive over there, when they're trying to bait someone from the B site. And yet, Simon have been very careful about those pushes that they have been making. They haven't really given up too much ground here. They got a little bit of an aggressive hold towards A with, I think that's Torque there. Looks like the hit will come in towards B. And I mean, the thing is, Dima can kind of pincer, right, from short. He is in towards House. If he gets his kill on Asanji, or if the distraction comes in from the B push, this could be massive. And Asanji's still going to be holding that angle, luckily. But he won't win the fight, nonetheless. And now it's going to be on to Perfecto, who's actually bottom fragging at the moment from Simon. Bomb plant going to be going down here. Actually gets faked out. They know he's in the smoke. He runs through it. And he does get the kill onto Sotfik to delay the plant a little bit longer. But with 10 seconds left to go, the bomb should be planted. And I would almost say if you're a disbalancer, you potentially just want to save this.
Yeah, the money's not in the best of states, and Coldy is going to go hunting, running and gunning, and finds the headshot onto Torek. It's left all onto Disbalance to try and hold onto his gun. Now, he knows the last position of Coldy, but he's going to hear him running through the palace. That will give him the information that he probably can just escape back in the other direction. Thread the eye of the needle, make his way through the spot his opponent just walked through. But even still, like looking at the next round with an extra $1,400 onto the majority of the players on Simon, it's not going to be a good purchase. You sort of look at like $2,500 for some of the players, which is not a pretty picture. And that was sort of the one round they needed to just break back. And really all it comes down to is that one sort of peek out, knowing that there's a potential push from short, needing to win that duel versus Dima. He wins the fight, and then all the players on the site themselves are just sort of like looking in all directions because they know they're about to be pincered.
And you saw Perfecto, the struggle he ran. Smoke coming down did buy him a little bit of time, but not enough to actually win the round in the end of things. So round 21 about to kick off here. Team Spirit 2 rounds away from getting themselves through into the playoffs. And Simon Gaming 2 rounds away from potentially being knocked into the loser's side of our GSL Group A. Well, they'll be playing against either Gambit or Nemiga. And we are looking at Spawn, but that's because the kills are coming through. Out of Nealon gets himself a nice little double. You can say that Sotfik is in towards mid, rotating back towards B Halls. And Sum Dae-young is actually coming in from underpass. There we go. We got there.
Again, not safe for a while. We couldn't show it. Simon are just too brutal in their execution of the Team Spirit players. And well, Sum Dae-young left with 30 HP and 3 players to find. Now, Nealon's had a very good round, but he is low on HP, just 4 to his name, and the bomb plant definitely would be a help here if Sum Dae-young can somehow get it. It's looking like he is going to be going for that plant, so that's an extra under $800 per player, which actually should make the difference here. That'll be enough for them to get a buy into the next round.
Team Spirit still at 14. I think they're giving a lot of opportunities for Simon to get back into this. I think we're definitely seeing some like weakness in the group of Spirit. This isn't the first time we see them struggle Mirage. They struggled in their first game of the day. Their CT side looks pretty flawless, let's be honest. It was like a 12-3 first half.
Their CT side has been fantastic pretty much all the way through. Like, realistically, in the last game versus Nemiga, they should have had at least an 11-4 when you look at that sort of 1v3 clutch that came in at the very end of the first half of that map. So, yeah, their CT side, great, but their T side has been, as you said in the last, just sort of like... he can't move his left arm now. But, yeah, it looks like a bit disjointed. They're looking like they're just trying to get an opening pick, and if they don't, then it's sort of like, okay, now let's go running into one of the sides with like 30 seconds left on the clock.
They still have yet to do a set execute towards A, which is surprising. I know it's like, obviously, you can read into it really easily, and you see it coming, and you go for the afterplant situation, but they have yet to execute anything, really. They've gone for a kind of execute towards B, but it wasn't efficient. It didn't look well done.
To be honest, have we seen a single execute today?
No. Well, not at least out of this match.
on the A side. Like, I don't remember like a specific smoke setup that came in.
Definitely not between these two teams on Mirage. There we go, round 22 kicking off. No op here for Davcost. Actually sneaking their way in towards Connector. I don't think this balance is going to be expected. I think there's a second player there, though, to actually watch that angle for him. And Dima's going to quickly dispose of Nealon. This balance going to catch Sum Dae-young, even though he was flashed up in the midst of it. The site has been taken here so far out of Team Spirit, but Torque able to respond, takes Coldy down. Bomb still on A ramp. Fasha's coming in, but the thing is, the rotate's already been there for the CT side.
Yeah, they've already got full CT control and there's no utility left for the T's to try and section it off. It just becomes a firing range, and they're desperately trying to get some sort of plant in on towards short, but there's a player there as well. They need to clear Perfecto before anything can be done, and Sopvik's going to fail at his one mission, leaving it all onto Davkost. A lot of damage done to Sanji, but not anything that will cost a life. And that'll be 4 players surviving for the CT side, and now the money is ruined for the T's once again. And it's giving me deja vu back to the previous map where, again, we look at a really good CT side, a sort of pistol. Well, it should have gone their way. It didn't this time, but it should have done. And then we just see the opponents just really bringing the game back because they can't really do too much on the T side.
Well, we're seeing a full save out of Team Spirit in this round. Nothing bought up, not even a flash or a smoke to get them through into the B side if they want to go for that rush. Still going to rotate a couple players back in towards underpass. In the meantime, 3 players watching towards the top of mid. Probably going to pincer in around the same time. But like, you're not going to stop this balance with a Glock from this range. But watch me just curse that and watch them just triple headshot long range.
They'll win this round now. It's your fault. To get themselves towards the connect. The problem is you can just see the way that the CTs are set up. They're just playing the range game. They know they have the sheer advantage in weaponry, and the Glocks from that range are not going to be able to do any damage at all. So they can just sit back and relax and just wait for the duels that are advantageous to them. It's a smart way to play this sort of round. Obviously, for Sanji, he's going to try and take a long-range battle with an MP9, but he's going to win it, so who could complain?
This is about 3 rounds straight now. Where's Simon Gaming? This is actually the biggest streak they've had on this map now against Team Spirit. I almost want to go back and look at Dust 2, but I'm lazy.
14-9. Still not really in trouble yet for Team Spirit, but are getting some sort of deja vu. Sanji still actually keeping that MP9, which I think is quite a big risk considering the scoreline, but it does give them an extra bit of bank if they do want to purchase up into the round if they inevitably do lose, but are going to have to push in again. This time it's Dima looking to lead the charge over towards that B site. He has been a fantastic entry Farragut for this team. We'll see if he can do it again. By the looks of it, the answer is no. Perfecto with a double. That should end this round, but there's still a couple of players left standing. Coldy and Sotvik left. In a 2 versus 4, they need somebody to make a bit of a mistake, and even the boost coming in onto short to give an angle up above. Coldy spots the man below, but doesn't know there's one boosted. Could be a bit of a problem, and yeah, Disbalance not going to miss the shot from there and leave Sotvik all alone. 1v4, managing the first, but realistically, all he can hope for in this situation is a bomb plant.
Thing is, there's no one actually in towards the A side. He could have rotated back through Kitchen, but does have the same information that we do have, but delaying things. Maybe he's sold a sort of fake. See, Disbalance with the AWP has rotated back towards A, going towards Palace. And we are in a world where, technically, Sotvik could win this round. 1v3 after plant comes in. Problem is he doesn't really have any information where anyone on the CT side is.
Yeah, I think the full rotation from Apps gives a lot of space. I'm interested to see that they don't actually send the second player through market. I guess they just want the sort of trade potential rather than all swarming in on different angles. The fact is, though, he's going to have the chance to spray, but will only do damage to Neil. And once again, the bomb plant will give enough money for a purchase into the next round, but it will still leave them with some limitations. But we see Simon hit double digits after a half that was 12-3.
Unfortunately for Spirit, though, they're not going to be able to afford the AWP for their star opera of Davkost. So he has to go another round. I would imagine they're just going to buy a couple of pistols into this, too. I think they realize we need to save for a big buy. We need to get an op out of Davkost to deal with Disbalance, who's been really put a lot of pressure onto him. You saw the little boost up coming in towards short. Got the pick on towards Perfecto, who was over towards bench. But we'll see. Obviously taking some time to figure some things out. I believe we do have a attack pause.
Yeah, I imagine this is from Spirit's side as well, because they really haven't been able to do too much over on this T side once again, and I think they've relied almost solely on Dima finding them opening picks to have any real chance of actually winning these rounds. Dayoung has not been doing particularly well over towards the B site, so they sort of switched things up in the last round, and in this one, they're just going to go for some pistols once again. Save up, get all the cash that they desire for the next and attempt to do some damage in this one. And again, it is going to be the same case. Dima's 85 damage from that grenade will take him very low indeed. In fact, he's not going to make it to the site. The rest of the team will now be pushing with a bit of a delay. I think he was hoping to make it past a lot of the grenades. Sanji almost overwhelmed and will actually go down in the end, but the fact is, Perfecto, it's been a bit of a rock over to this site over the last few rounds, just finishing off these remaining players, making sure there's no real chance for a bomb plant, although you have to be a little bit careful. However, Neelan clearly aware of Coldy's remaining spot.
Well, here we go, though. This is the time for Spirit to shut this game out, to shut this match out. They're going to go for the full vibe into this. Hopefully, Davkos going to be able to pick up an AWP, most importantly. But I agree. It seems like Team Spirit have been banking on the fact of, hey, Dima, go get us an entry frag somewhere, and then we'll follow you. There's no real set strategies. They have yet to go for that set execute towards A. Simon didn't do it at all on the T side. And they're actually favoring this middle to be part of the map.
First time in a while we've seen a probably big buy over on the Team Spirit side. They've got the AWP onto Davkos, who definitely isn't having the game of his life.
Messed up smoke there, it looks like, out of Sumda Young. Actually came back to him instead of going to allow him to push up a little bit more aggressively. But again, look at this spread. They have one player towards B Halls, they have one player towards Palace, and 3 players in towards mid trying to gain that control. Maybe they're going to transition in towards an A hit here. You could always have Sumda Young rotate back in from B, pick up the bomb through middle, and head up towards connector. But again, Dima, go get us a kill. He's able to do it this time.
A flashbang was good as well. Sanji was completely blind, no chance of him winning that battle, and yeah, Dima does his job. Opening frag once again. I don't know, can we look at the sort of opening duels that he's had? Because I imagine he's winning a lot of them. That seems to be the case, or he's involved in a lot of them. That's definitely the case. 7 and 5 currently at the moment. And while realistically, that's what they've needed. Now we are going to have a push coming in onto B. Now there's only one man. It's Perfecto once again. He has been brilliant over on this CT side so far, but he's actually going to start making his way out of the site. I think knowing that the chances of him winning it just individually on the site is slim. He's going to throw a little bit of an incendiary down. However, the site will fall into the hands, at least, of the T's for now.
And OpTic is playing the lurk roll here towards connector. Perfecto comes up big, takes down Dima, does equalize things here now, as Disbalance as well takes down Davkos. That flank is still yet to come in out of OpTic, and the bomb is going to be down back in Palace. Torque's going to take down OpTic, so the flank's not even going to be there anymore. With 10 seconds left, they're not able to get the bomb, they're not able to plant anymore. And Simon Gaming again, able to pick up another round.
I don't know how they got away with that one. The cross with the bomb, that was the biggest problem. And then the rest of the time, it just, wow, it was clustered. They had to try and run back in. Mistakes were definitely made, and Team Spirit is starting to look a little bit demoralized in the way that they're playing, because again, it's a case where Dima gets them the opening kill. They get all the space onto the site, and then they just can't win any of the battles. And, well, as said, once the bomb is dropped, it just seemed that everything went wrong for Team Spirit.
It seems like this entire half has just been the story of everything is going wrong for Team Spirit. They've only taken 2 rounds so far here on the T side, and they have definitely struggled. Coldy has, well, he's gone cold so far on T side. So is Davkos, actually. He's been relatively quiet this entire map. He's actually bottom fragging at 14, but he has won 4 out of 7 opening duels. Now going back into this, 27 rounds in. We do have the buy up yet again, but Davkos only going to be on the scout. And I feel like Spirit are definitely feeling the pressure.
Yeah, for sure. To be 12-3 up, almost winning the pistol and just putting the game to bed, losing a clutch in that scenario, and then winning a few force buys along the way. They're now in a situation where you can see the CT side just gaining in confidence. Davkos, that was an AWP, he had the kill, but the money doesn't allow it. So it is just going to be the early aggression from Torek. Now, it's worth mentioning, there was a point where he was, what, 0 and 9?
Yeah, Torek?
Yeah,
he was.
And he is now 14 and 17. That's one hell of a comeback.
Definitely. And right now we have OpTic actually tucked away in towards the B side. They rotate out a little bit early with that push coming in towards A. Coldy's going to fall as he was lurking in towards Palace. Bomb making its way in towards the B side. Should be able to successfully get there with a manager. And they do not have a smoke, though, for the cross. And Neelan has every opportunity to play spoiler here, but he gets completely blinded up.
Yeah, the thing is, for the CT side, they don't really need to challenge any of this. They can allow the bomb to go down. They have a 2-man advantage. Davkos has 1 HP. They've got a flank coming in from behind. Davkos pretty much has to hit a headshot here. Actually does manage to tag and gets away with it. I'm not really sure how. He can get a second chance, and that's actually a pretty good clearing point. They've managed a couple of kills back, and there's a lot of low players over on the CT side as well, 2 of them with 30 HP and below. This balance is going to have to be the one to make the play as he looks to push in. 2 quick kills come back as Stopvik is left into the 1 versus 1, just hiding behind the bench. Goes for the spray, but can't quite finish. Disbalance with a 4K in the retake. Fantastic work from him, and he keeps things going. 14-13. Are they actually going to bring this back?
There's definitely a possibility. That's their 7th round straight on the CT side. I mean, Disbalance, he's definitely stepped up when they needed it. His op on this map has been fantastic. His clutches as well has been great.
28 and 15. And they only got 3 rounds in the first half.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see just how many kills he's getting in the second half, because he's absolutely banging them at the moment. I think that's the only way it can be put. Either way, we're going to see a buyback in, of course. Max loss bonus in play, bombs going down. It's money available to Team Spirit. They're just not utilizing it particularly well, and the retakes from Simon have been fantastic. You can see why this is a map that they like to play. Maybe not so much on the T side, but both teams showing that they do have some CT side prowess. Either way, all it takes is one. Team Spirit at least guaranteed themselves the OT. However, looking like we're going to get one dunked out, although he does just about survive.
It still blows my mind to have not seen a proper A execute on this map a single time over the course of these 27 rounds. And we're not going to see it here in number 28. The push will come in towards B as we have kind of a 2-3 split, rotating back. Davkos to hit from Palace, or from B Halls. And Perfecto is in a great position to shut this down. As you see, Sumdai Young does fall. But they've got the big player out of the fight, though. This balance is no longer here. The problem is Sanji's still going to be alive towards Kitchen. He gets 1 big frag. He gets a second as well on a Sotfik who was reloading. And just like that, it's down to a 2-on-3.
And again, the clock starts to tick down. They do have Dima, the one with the majority of HP, and he has been pretty good at finding opening frags for the team. The bomb should be available to go down, so at least puts it into an afterplant. The problem is he needs to find this kill onto Neelan. Now, he's very low on HP. He's got to be a little bit wary of this man coming in from behind, because that could pretty much end the round in his track. That's Dima down and leaves it all onto Davkos. 14-14. Another bomb plant, another bit of loss bonus, which will allow Team Spirit to buy. But the fact is, we've come back from a 12-3 scoreline for it to now be level. Can Team Spirit just not close out Mirage? Is that what we're looking at?
It seems like it. Maybe they just want to really play Nuke. They're like, yeah, we just really want to play it today and not win this in a 2-0. But, you know, credit to Simon Gaming, like, being down the scoreline they were, to keep that mentality, to, you know, keep high spirits into the second half. That's not easy to do, even for the best of players. You know, you get down yourself, you miss a couple of shots that you know on most given days you're going to hit. But they've been able to keep that composure, most importantly. And this is a big switch up. Maybe they're expecting that execute to come in towards A, as they have 4 players here towards that site. Poor Perfecto. He's being left alone at B.
I know, of course, our observers will be very excited for this to go to a third map. Obviously, Nuka personal favorite of all of the observers. But well, we've still got a little bit of a way to go. 14-14, nice start from Neelan, though. The potential to find 2, but either way, he's done enough damage and even going to close out Coldie from the Palace. We finally look to see a hit towards this A site, but the fact is, they may not even get to the site. There's 4 players ready and waiting. Simon have read this one. And yeah, the CT side may just have to go back to the old faithful and try and head into B.
I was going to say, the one time they decide to go A this half, Simon reads into it and has a 4-man stack there. That's a big oof. But they are still having 2 players in towards middle. This balance is going to be holding over towards Toll, Winter's ticket booth. And Sofik trying to push in Coldie. I think a lot of it's going to come down to him if he can get any sort of entry in towards the site. But Sanji gets a spray onto 1. Davkos able to return. Coldie does make his way out, spots out 1 towards ticket. Not going to see the man towards Shadows. Eventually he's able to get that. And now it's a 1-on-3 for Coldie. And a 0 versus 3. Now, as Simon, get this, take the lead for the first time of this map.
It's unbelievable. Like, obviously, in the previous match, I saw that, okay, the T side was not particularly good. But the fact that Team Spirit have only managed to get a total of 2 rounds, and those 2 rounds came a long time ago. One of them, I believe, was even just sort of that pistol eco round that they managed to fluke through. And then that's the thing. They could have ended the game there. We could already be on the little like transit back to the hotel at this point.
We could be getting underway with EU matches.
Yeah, exactly. But the fact is, this is a fantastic comeback, and you almost feel like Team Spirit have sort of allowed them back into this one. But here comes Young. He's had enough. He's brought out the Mac Daddy. He's looking to try and turn the tide, and a couple of kills go his way. The problem is this is all a fake. This was just an elaborate ruse to pull them in towards the B site. And now, are we actually going to hit OT? Pimp's looking ecstatic.
I didn't think he... Okay, we'll go with that. I remember what happened in rehearsals yesterday. I'm not going to anger the beast. Anyways, 14 to 15 bomb has been planted. It's all on Torque, up against 4. And I think we're going to be heading into overtime here in just a few seconds. It seems like Team Spirit in overtime. Name a better duo.
Where has this come from? Young buys a Mac 10, runs into the B site, and just manages to completely overwhelm. That's the player we've been wanting to see like throughout this tournament so far.
It's like, I got nothing to lose this round because we still have a third map to go to anyways. I'm just going to rush it.
Yeah.
And it works out. I mean, to be fair, Perfecto 100% should have had that kill.
Oh, yeah.
And not to call him out in particular, I don't really like doing that, but there was a couple of instances where he would go for a spray down and it was just nowhere on the mark. He had the AUG trying to spray into the guy in smoke, but we could see him trying to plant the bomb. He took, 20 bullets just to finish off that one player. Wasn't even really looking at him. But overtime, we're going to hit it off again. And Team Spirit, last time they were in overtime against Nemiga in our first match of the day, they did take 4 straight, and they did start on that T side.
Yeah, this was when they really stepped up their game. They get all the utility they desire. The fact is, though, that the one sort of round that they've managed to win over the last, what, like 8, 9 rounds?
A lot.
Was based off a Mac 10 running into the B side. So we'll see if they can now sort of break what has been such a composed CT side of Simon. It is going to be an aggressive push. Bomb goes through first, but they actually get away with it. Dima once again managing to find the opening pick. Disbalance waiting around the smoke, lurking in the backlines, trying to do some extra damage. The bomb is going to be planted. There's nothing he can really do about that. He's hoping that somebody shows themselves, gives him an inch to try and take the frag away. The fact is, though, it is just all down to the retake.
And there's no utility. It's only on Neelan who's actually going to get the Molotov off towards Dima, who's eventually actually somehow finds a little spot to actually sit inside it to stay alive here. Disbalance does take down Davkos, goes for a jump shot, takes down Dima. The bomb is being defused. It's going to be stuck. There's no kid on this player. What is he doing in this round when it's overtime starting? And Young stops it from happening and gets the third on top of that. And just like that, Team Spirit have come out swinging.
Yeah, it's amazing how they just didn't manage to do that all the way through. And
why didn't you have a kit? It's the first round of overtime.
Saving money.
Did something happen in my 3 years being gone that I don't know about not buying kits?
Well, even if he didn't, there must have been somebody around with one. I don't know why he's the one looking to actually stick the bomb, but yeah, mistakes were made. Young, what, that's 2 rounds, he's just got 7 kills. And some of the most impactful kills we've seen from Team Spirit all the way through this T side. They're looking to do it again. And the fact is, we are in a situation once more with this 10K MR3 that this third round can be with no money.
You know what? Who would have thought 32 rounds in, we would see the first AX EQ come in?
It's not going to work.
And it's going to be shut down like right as quick as we start to see it happen. That's a shame. Torque, nice little push in towards A-Ramp, does end himself 2 big frags. So looks like we will be going back to 16 apiece unless somehow Young or Cody can come off massive in this round.
They are the 2 players who've sort of been the stars of the show for Spirit when they have been performing, but the fact is Young going to be left alone. Looking to try and at least do a little bit of damage, maybe able to weaken the buy a little bit, but not going to be a problem for Simon going into the next round. Maybe just sort of rectifying some of the problems that we've seen from them over the last couple. And this was a lovely setup coming in from them. It is also worth noting that Disbalance is currently sat 31 kills. I believe that may have even put him up to 32. An impressive display from him.
Put him up to 33, actually.
Ah, I missed one.
Yeah, it's funny because rehearsals yesterday, Pimp was telling us about he's played against Team Spirit, if I'm not mistaken. It's the exact lineup, but he dropped 37 against him. So Disbalance has a little bit of work to do here, but still has some rounds to do it.
Hashtag bring back him. That's what they need to do.
It went a completely different way in rehearsals, but you know, I'll be nice to him for now.
Wow. 16-16. Of course, still has his AWP. There's not a whole lot missing from this round, in all honesty. Both teams with a full buy and lots of utility being expended early into the round. Soptic's going to be trying to make a little bit of play into middle. They haven't really been utilizing it particularly well. A lot of short pushes, but we haven't seen anything of the connector play. And while OpTic tries to take a battle in that very spot and loses his life within the first few seconds of this round, Dima, again, the entry frag of the man to take a lot of these opening battles, and again, we'll find the kill onto Tariq to turn it into this 4v4. The fact is, they're very heavy over onto this B side. Understandable with how dedicated we saw Team Spirit over towards this side of the map. But the fact is, as of yet, they don't really have any direction as to where they're going, although the rotation away from the A site does suggest that they may be pushing into B.
It just seems like they've fallen into their old ways from the second half of this map. They just gone, let's just hit B over and over again. Let's hope that Dima can get some sort of entry frag, which he was able to in this round. It's going to be a little bit of a 2-2 split. So they're going to have a man advantage here out of Spirit over towards the B site. Refecto's going to need to hit these shots. Does look for the first. Young drops. He's not able to get them. Also, it's going to buy some time, though, for the rotation to come in. The problem is they've lost 2 players in the meantime, and Dima's still going to be lurking in towards middle.
Yeah, this is a problem scenario, but a couple of low players available, and Disbalance has been pretty damn good at finding these openings back into the site. The fact is, Team Spirit don't need to take any risky plays, and holding
where he's being shot from.
This absolutely ruins the remaining player. It is going to be another round on the board for Team Spirit as they manage the second. The thing that actually interests me in that scenario is, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Perfecto has played the AUG pretty much every single time we've seen him on the B site.
Generally, yeah.
He's always had that
the M4 in that one round we saw.
The last round there, he had a silence M4, and he gets absolutely ruined.
Yeah.
And it's the same angle he held with the AUG, and you could just scope in, and it's very easy to find that first kill. So I don't know if that was maybe just like one of those sort of old buys where you're like, okay, now I buy the M4. Ah, I wanted the AUG.
Maybe it's out of money because it was the last round of the half as well, of the half overtime.
What, 1900 or something?
So he had money.
Yeah,
had money.
You only need an extra $50. The chance of not having that's quite slim.
It's true. It's true. But what kind of worries me is the fact that Team Spirit got 2 on T side. And they struggled over the course of 15 rounds to get 3. So getting 2 on the T side, and we know how strong they were CT side, it's going to put a lot of extra pressure on Simon Gaming as they're going to go for their own execute towards A. I'm not sure if it's a commitment, though, because they have 2 players in towards underpass. So actually, they will be going for the 3-2 split. Smokes have come in, but you can see Coldy and Dabcost not switch up their angles. Palace is actually with no presence. They're actually looking directly at each other, but the fire and the smoke has actually blocked off the shot. So 2-for-2 trade. The 2 players have gone up connector, though. They're going to be smoked off at the moment. I think it's by their own team smoke. And Dabcost looking at his teammate here. Doesn't catch up nearly. He's pushed up towards benches, but he gets the kill nonetheless. And now a man towards stairs. Cody's going to eliminate him. It's all on Sanji. Up against 2. 50 seconds to go. And he's over towards Palace, and he catches Dabcost on the switch.
Bit of a mistake. The Molotov is going to be able to force him back off the angle. He's surviving the Molotov right in the corner. He almost looks like he just sat in hell at the moment. The flames surrounding him, looking for the 1v1, but Sophic is going to win it. An important frag as we now see the map point hit. Now, I was expecting this to happen about 20 minutes ago when they were still up at 12-3. Yeah, it's taken them a long time to do it after a fantastic comeback. But is it all going to be in vain? Is it going to be the fake comeback as they fail at the final hurdle? Obviously, this would take us to a 3rd map of Nuke where things do get a little bit more messy, especially considering a map that I believe Simon don't even really play. But either way, definitely given Team Spirit a run for their money, and they're not looking to give up just yet.
I wonder what's the longest official match played in the major before, or minor, has been.
I'd imagine it's pretty long.
Well, Disbalance has yet to get a kill here. In the last few, as we pointed out, he was at 33. I feel like that was at the end of the first round. Or sorry, second round we said that. And there we go. Disbalance does get one onto Dima. Does open up a potential push in towards the B side. It's going to be all on Saltvic, alone towards bench. And he's going to drop. Disbalance has been able to open up the site completely. And just like that, I feel like Team Spirit are just going to go for the save.
Yeah, they invested a lot into this round. I don't know if it was double or, but they definitely spent a whole lot of cash. Now, the kill there is interesting, but just look at the position of Tariq. There's another lurker. They have a 2nd player just waiting on the other side of the map. Now, normally, like, if you sort of have like the 16K, you don't have to worry about cash at all. But in this sort of situation and overtime, you do have to worry about the money a little bit. You have to be a bit more careful.
What's interesting to me is on match point is when you only send 3 to hit B and you have 2 lurking. Like, it's
risky.
That's a very risky time of the map to do it.
But it worked.
It did.
So it must be good. That's how the game works. If it
I've heard
works, it doesn't matter. To be honest, in this sort of situation, I feel like that's fair. 18-17. Simon looking to take us to double OT.
Most importantly,
Him's got his fingers crossed for that.
Cold is able to maintain the op, though, at least, into the next round for Davkos. Their money was extremely low, but this buy is going to be shoddy at best.
I like how the highlight there is Some Young getting the one kill in mid after the round's already done. Because he does actually get the majority of the frags, at least for his team. But yeah, doesn't really play any part at all, as there is a perfect buy coming in for the T side. CTs with some minor missing pieces, like for example the FAMAS, but not anything to really worry about. And well, it all comes down to this once again for Simon. Are they going to look to try and take us to that third and final map, or will they fall the final hurdle after a fantastic comeback? Either way, this man here has been the one to open up a lot of these rounds in the last. He pretty much won it within the first 30 seconds just by running in with an AWP and finding both the players on the B site. CTs, however, they've managed to keep some of their weaponry into this round to give them the chance to fight things back. Thus far, not really anybody taking the challenge, and we sort of mentioned it before. The confidence that we were seeing from Team Spirit versus Nemiga seemed to be gone. But I don't think that was actually the problem that they had on their CT side. It was the T side that was the problem. But it seems like they fixed the problem they didn't have.
We've seen Spirit also adapt their style here, giving more respect to Disbalance, who has been dropped by Dima. So a massive frag coming in for Spirit. Actually might be the frag they needed to get themselves through into the playoffs. Torek, who was 0-9, was it? 0-2-9 at one point. He's now up to
21 and 25, or
22 and 25.
Oh, that's a risky play from Some Young. Goes peeking into middle and now leaves Davkos as the only defender. He misses a shot, but he's lucky enough to get away with it, but not the second time. Sopvik now going to be the only one remaining. Sprays down the first on the cross, but the fact is, I think this may be going to a second overtime. He's only got 19 HP. He's praying that there's somebody up close, but the fact is, there's just nothing he can do in this scenario. And yeah, do you know what I really like about that round? That is the first person we finally see counter Coldy directly. There was a peek out and just pre-fired that little corner that he sits in every single time, and he plays that so often that to see someone finally pre-fire that is a nice little change.
So I do have a question for you. What were you saying about Pimp?
I say he's really happy that this is going to a second overtime.
Yeah, I think so. And now we run into the opposite problem of what we had for Spirit, is that they're starting CT side great, but if they can't pick up the rounds on the side that they did so well on in the very first time around, then going through it again and then having to switch to T side might spell their demise.
Well, that's the thing. It's now, what I would say is sometimes starting on the more difficult side is going to be the one that sort of helps you out, because if you do manage to get 1 or 2 rounds on it, you can sort of demoralize your opponent to the point where you go, we've got to now do the same.
Right.
So Simon now start over on that T side. Okay, sure, like 20 rounds ago, yeah, they were having a poor time over on their T side. They've definitely built into this game some confidence. It looked like in the last Disbalance, able to just find a lot of opening picks was a pretty big deal. So I think that they actually now are in a decent position to take this. And Team Spirit, I don't think they expected such a resistance versus someone that obviously Gambit didn't earlier in the day, but yeah, this team is here to play.
And for the first time, we're actually seeing the double up setup here out of Team Spirit. You got Sotfik over with his own and Davkos as well. Sotfik going to be holding over towards the B side, but again, it forces Dima to play a little bit closer. Doesn't seem to matter though, as Nealon has fallen. And again, they're not letting... It's pretty much the battle between Disbalance and Dima, I feel like, on the T side. It's whichever one's better at entry fragging has allowed them to pick up these rounds. And Torek going to be spotted from behind by Dima. Sotfik, is he going to expect Sanju to be here? Because I don't think they've had mid control for a decent amount of time so far.
Yeah, the problem is, even if he does manage to sneak that kill away, just look at the position of Disbalance. He comes in from behind, but even still, Some Young is going to finish him off, and every single duel is just going the way of Team Spirit. Looking like they've woken up into this CT side round at least. Perfecto trying to turn the tide, but it won't be. And Team Spirit are going to find themselves that first round and flawlessly.
Just want to point out, by the way, for Pimp, as we mentioned before, that was 37 rounds in normal time. 37 kills. Disbalance at 35 at the moment, I believe, in extra time. So clearly Pimp should come back to playing professionally.
Yeah. Just join Astralis. So they don't have all of their players in the top 10 yet, so, you know, he can be the next one. That would mean he replaced Ipix, though, and I don't.
That would be pretty hilarious if, like, top 5 was just Astralis. Top 20.
Well, 2019.
You almost kind of have to, right? Just for the fact that they're here, but yeah, maybe 2019 will be the year of Astralis. Oh, wait.
Again.
You know, we did some, yeah, you and I were casting together, if you guys didn't see the Americas qualifier, minor qualifier, and we were wondering how many chicken nuggets you could get for a gold bar.
Don't make me go back and find that stat.
It was like 2.2 million
I say me find
nuggets.
it. I think it was Insomnio found it.
Yeah. I don't know why I brought that up, but...
No, neither do I, actually. Just shows how off-topic we can truly go.
That's because we were in an attack pause. Double up setup still here for Spirit. This bound's going to be thrown out in towards middle as they have full control of this. They have some Dayoung tucked away in connector, and Sotfik over towards short, so they have a little bit of a pincer here if they need it. But the problem is, Smoke has come in towards connector to block off the vision out of some Dayoung. Are they going to boost in for this? Oh, this could be huge. He spots it.
Okay, I guess he must have moved at like the last second or something, because that looked bang on, but Sotfik has, well, I was going to say got away with murder, but he's got away with not being murdered, as he's survived in the corner. Not for long, though, as this balance is there to finish the job. He's finished his dinner a little bit later on. He wasn't quite ready for the peas just yet, but either way, Davkos now sat in the corner, has some support from Coldy. He's going to be watching the Palace, and actually peeks out, perfectly timed, and the trades come back in. Davkos with a double as well, and it's left all onto Sanji to try and save this one. The problem is even the T's money is now pretty problematic. And Dima is going to be there to finish it off. What a fantastic little double down from both of those players, because it looked like the timing easily could have gone the other way.
Yeah, and I actually thought Coldy was going to hold Palace, so Davkos could peek over towards connector, but instead he actually goes for the shot himself. They actually both double peek it, gave him Palace up, which caused Coldy to eventually fall. But quick kills, Davkos again. If we think back to the final round of the first overtime, if he hit those shots that he did just there, that actually could have been game already. Yeah. But now up by 2, looking to go into this final round of the first half of our second overtime. They take this, and they're 1 round away from closing this out.
And already, again, Davkos is there to start things off with the AWP. He's come into his own over the last few rounds alongside Coldy and some Dayoung. And, well, now it's down to the T's to try and make this work with the bare minimum. Davkos, again, a second kill picked up. And Coldy in the back lines. He may get caught out as Sanji is able to run him down. He's just going to go looking for a little bit more. But Davkos is just doing all the work on his own. He's had enough of playing Mirage. He wants to move on to that upper bracket, continue further forward into the playoffs, but Torik has other ideas. A man who is almost about to even out his frags after being 0-9. He really has had a fantastic comeback in this game. Still, he needs a couple more. He needs to get himself to that lucky number 28, or at least lucky for him. He is trying to sneak his way in. He has a chance to fight Dima without much of a response. In fact, he gets the first. The second may be possible as well, as he's just taking this fight, but it will be Sotfik to put it down all 3 rounds. A smile comes onto the face of Davkos, at least for a second. And, well, they now have the chance to finally close this out.
I love how Coldy got that kill. And then Sanji ran after him, running straight into him, holding left click, just getting the kill. And the thing is, the Coldy was reloading his AUG, right? So then Sanji picks up like, hey, thanks for the reload.
Yep.
But he didn't get really much accomplished off of this. But here we go. This is potentially the final round here. If Team Spirit can take this, we'll go through into the playoffs, and Simon Gaming wants to play against the winners of Gambit and Nemiga, I believe. So maybe have a rematch for themselves where they already beat Gambit on train. Davkos with the AWP. I just hope for their sake, they're not hoping that Dima is going to be the entry fragger for him this time. They all really need to pull their weight. And some Dayoung was even one to do so before.
Well, there you go. Your question has been answered. Davkos is going to be the one to really kick it off in the second OT. He's been the man to step up for this Team Spirit side, but he's gone within seconds. Luckily, Dima is there for the trade to keep the man advantage going for Spirit, as they do look to sneak their way forward. Still got Coldy up in the Palace, but that should be expected. And Torik, with that sort of rotation all the way through, he might find the bomb.
Yeah, he's going to, 100%. And he actually might catch Dima on the rotate to pick it up when they do decide to move in. Oh, no, he's not going to spot it.
Oh, is it really going to be just above his head? It might as well be sat on his head. But instead, he might get the reward of Torek or the reward of death.
Oh,
as Dima is going to turn around at just the right moment. Now the T's can go and retrieve the bomb, knowing that there's been some aggression through A, and they could just go running in towards the A site. This is the biggest problem at the moment. Nilan has to go rotating. He's got support from Perfecto, who's both going to gamble. The question is, will Sumdayoung push? Because if he does, that could give all the information that's needed to Team Spirit about which site is clear.
The thing is that there's no utility really to use. Perfecto's going to have a flashbang, but that's going to be pretty much it. And Neelan might potentially get caught off looking towards connector. And actually, I think the flash or the Molotov out of Sumdayoung has forced rotation to come in. Coldie takes down Neelan and outstands between Perfecto and these four to keep the hopes of Simon Gaming alive.
He's got his trusty silenced M4. It hasn't been working too well, but he almost gets himself a double early on. The question is, not getting that second frag could be the nail in the coffin. 3 players, a crossfire, the bomb planted in an open position. No kit, and now no utility as well. He really is hoping for a massive mistake to come out from Team Spirit, and I think they've been playing this game long enough. 12-3 half is how they took the lead, at least. And a fantastic comeback to go to OT from Simon, but it wasn't quite enough. We see Team Spirit make their way into the playoffs, and Simon will now have to play in that decider game later on over the next couple of days.
37 frags for Disbalance. On the other side of that coin, Coldie with
matched
35. What's that?
He matched Pimp.
Yeah, but it took him 2 overtimes to pull that off. So Pimp clearly going to be still a good player. 36 for Coldie, 33 for Sumdayoung. It's still confusing to me to see a team like Spirit struggle on T side so badly against Nemiga, struggle badly here up against Simon Gaming, and not really have an answer for it. And their answer turned out to be, let's just keep doing the same thing over and over again. Let's not switch it up. Let's not try to go for some sort of execute towards A. And the god play out of Sumdayoung in the last round of normal time, running out with the SMG, getting a double kill. Like, if Perfecto got that, that could have been actually their map. That could have turned the tides and given them a map 3, but it didn't work out that way.
No, either way, we are going to be handing it back off to the desk. And again, they've got an awful lot to break down after that map.
Another overtime for Spirit on Mirage, but they do manage to close it out 2-0. But again, not looking easy for them. It was certainly Simon being the gift that kept on giving. They were unrelenting in everything they threw at this team. But kind of the awkward moments there again for Spirit is, you're doing so well, you're up 12-3. How on earth do you allow it to get to that point where you just see almost no hope in their eyes?
I think we found the first weakness of the Spirit team, and that's definitely the T side on Mirage. I think this is the second time today we now find ourselves here talking about how they do so well in the first half, you know, get up to a good lead. The CT side seem very well orchestrated, you know, they have a good idea of how they want to play the CT side and how they want to execute it, but when it goes to the T side, it just falls flat. Sumdayoung had to pull out a Mac 10 double kill on B, just rushing out, no braining it completely to get that into OT for them. So it's a bad feeling, a bad way to win for Spirit, because I do believe they're the better team right now. I do believe that they should be able to close out a game like this a little bit better. That said, though, you know, winning when you're bad is also sort of like a quantity and sort of like a good thing for your team. So overall, you know, credit where credit is due. Simon Gaming did pull off a great comeback. They could have pulled it to a third map. Spirit is the better team, so I think we got all the stuff that we wanted. It just was a little bit messy to get there.
Absolutely. Just to add a little bit to what you just mentioned about Spirit's closing it out, was the Dust 2 T side, going back to the first map, was so good. It was so clean, so methodical, and they had so many options available. They went for the B hits, some of the fakes towards mid and all that. And how many times did they go to the B bomb side time and time and time again, just trying to break it through without trying anything crazy? Sure, they had that one, you know, wall of smokes going for them towards short, but that's about it. They tried nothing special. And that's what was surprising for me. Like, you have such a good lead. When you're 12-3 up, you want to try everything you have in your bag of tricks to close it out as soon as possible, because the closer it gets, it's going to get rougher and rougher. You won't have that much of a margin of error. And like you said, like, it took Sumdayoung running out like a madman with a Mac 10, getting 2 kills to take it to overtime. And then again, and even in overtime, you know, credit to Simon. These guys are one of the bigger underdogs in this entire minor, but they actually have, you know, proven that they can actually kind of hang with the best in this tournament.
Definitely played well.
Yeah, they certainly did. And Stunner is in the sidelines. He's got the Mac Daddy himself, Sumdayoung. Over to you.
Yes, Mac Daddy is some sort of verbiage that can be put down on this, at least. Looking at this matchup, man, you guys know you had it in the bag in the beginning. You know you had it in the bag in the first half. Talk to me about what happened at halftime. What do you guys say to each other?
We said we need to play more aggressive and take picks. And in the first half, we have a really good start, like always. Because the CT half, and we definitely need to work on our T side on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, the T sides are definitely the talking point. I believe that's what the desk is talking about right now, and I believe it's what I can ask you to expand on. Tell me what you could be doing better on your T sides, maybe. What are you going to go back and study and look to do better?
We need to play more default and try to get the picks in the beginning, because when we play default rounds like executes and others, we don't really good at this. So we need to change a bit of that.
Yeah, and that might be the final piece to the puzzle, because you guys have come in here and you've looked really strong all the way up to this point, but you got to figure out the T sides. Now, looking ahead of your next matchup, man, it's either going to be Avangar or Winstrike. Where are you sitting on that one?
It's pretty simple. Like I said before, we're ready for everyone. It doesn't matter who you are, we're ready for you.
I like it. I felt it when he said it, and we looked down the barrel to tell you the same thing. Let's go ahead and get back to that desk and get into our next miner soon.
Thank you, Stunner. Sumdai Young is very much similar to what he did before, just taking it quite easy. He's quite relaxed with it all. We'll just take on anyone. We'll take each game as it comes. But they have managed to do it very well so far. They're looking to go further forward here, whoever they come up against. And the main thing is this is starting to close out the CIS minor, at least for today, right?
Yeah, and a win is a win, right? It doesn't have to be pretty all the time as long as you get the job done, and that we can't say Spirit did do. I think overall, you know, it's great to see them perform to the level we expect them to. And as I said, you know, I think they stand a pretty good chance going up against either Winstrike or Avangar. It doesn't really matter for them. I think he's ready. I think they're ready. They just need to work on those, you know, tense situations, and also it may come down to some of the nerves as well. You know, this is a minor. This is potentially the most important tournament for these guys in their careers. So obviously there is nerves playing in as well. So it does make sense that you will see some of these teams that are, you know, in a favorable position start to choke a little bit. But as long as they get the job done, James, no harms is intended to happen.
No, certainly not. Now, anything else you want to bring up on what you saw from Raja and Team Spirit in general, Blair, before we wrap this one up?
Yeah, I mean, like, let's be honest, right? Like, it's day one. The hard part's over. They've won their opening matchup. They've won the best of this best of three as well in a 2-0 fashion. Could have been a little bit rougher. You know, it didn't win 2 maps in overtime. Bear in mind, so they're going to be kind of relieved. I kind of feel, and now also have some time to, like, you know, just rest, repose themselves, kind of compose themselves, and talk about, all right, what did we do wrong? Why did we play so well in Dust 2? And what's wrong with our Mirage? Because they keep letting it through. Then best of one, they allowed it through, and over here, sure, it's not their pick, but still, you know, it's a map that it should be better against the teams, you know, like the likes of Simon Gaming, for example. So they have time now to really work on it. And I think, you know, going forward in this tournament, I'm just going to stick with what I said. I think Spirit are one team who, apart from your Avangars and your Gambit and your Winstrikes, they're one team who I wouldn't be too surprised if they made it out of the minors.
Hey, good way to close this off. Thank you very much, guys. That is day one done here at the CIS minor. But next up is coming the European side of things, where you will have a little bit of a different set of people to take you all the way through that. Some more exciting games and some teams we're certainly looking to see what they can do across some of the most action-packed region we have. Thank you very much for joining us. Don't go anywhere and stick with us for the European minor.
Welcome to the Acer Predator pre-show.
That's right, the Acer Predator pre-show is upon us, and we do have some predators swimming around in this big old pond known as the EU Minor. It's time to kick it off in style here live from Katowice, Poland. My name is Trace Stunnis-Saranthus, and I'll be taking over the reins as the desk host as we move into the EU Minor. And of course, I have to have a new set of analysts alongside of us. Got to keep it fresh, and there's one guy that I know has kept it so fresh that he's even got fresh spaghetti on his shirt. That's going to be Natu, who's going to be standing to the left of Sponge. Guys, welcome to the first day of the EU Minor.
I recovered the situation pretty well. So
was it good spaghetti?
Pretty salty.
As long as it's worth it, right? That's okay. As long as you eat something, you can go.
Are your arms feeling heavy though?
Gotta make sure that you're energized for this fun ride that we're gonna have.
I'm pretty nervous.
Why is that, Chad?
I think that the fact that we're getting back on broadcast here, kicking things off with the minor on the get-go, and this one here, no offense to the CIS crew, but
this is the banger. I know
this is the main event, right? This is where we have some really big names going toe-to-toe, and a lot of them are new rosters as well.
Now, that's funny you say that, Chad, because I think we should tell the viewer at home what exactly it is they're preparing themselves for. That includes formats, that includes all the teams. We could start by taking a look at Group A, which will be the first teams battling it out here amongst the EU teams, at least for this portion of the minor. And perhaps I can go ahead and give you a fair warning that it's going to be the likes of Vitality, OpTic, Mousesports, Valiance, and X-Base Soldiers. Ints. Got to keep it easy for them because we got Natu on the desk here. And then OpTic Gaming. So, of course, we've got a fully stacked lineup here of teams that you would think would probably already be in the major themselves. Yeah. But for some of these teams, specifically a Mousesports, they really do find themselves out of their comfort zone.
Let's think back, like, just how these minors have progressed. You know, it's become this tournament now that you have bigger fish after bigger fish, right? It used to be like a platform for new teams. We got to see a lot of new players come into the scene and really get their first try to make it into major, obviously, and then also to get noticed by the bigger teams. Yep. But now we actually have the bigger teams here battling out. We have teams within that top 10 range even fighting it out to make it into, well, the actual major.
That for sure. And I think, you know, you look how competitive it's gotten over the time and what you're alluding to, right? This one here has always been seen, regardless of how the other ones are shaped up, as the biggest and best. So this is why we're so excited.
You said biggest and best, and we can't spell best without the B or Group B. We can take a look at what Group B encompasses right about now, Chad, because those teams are going to be North Wendigo, X-Base Soldiers, and Ints Esports. That's right. Hailing from Finland, the Finns themselves here looking to solidify what was a really good year for them last year. Natu, I'm sure you know a thing or two about them. But they had a really good year last year, and for them to come into the minors and find anything short of success here, I think would be kind of upsetting for me at least. I mean,
yeah, I mean, massive heartbreak, obviously, at the minor for the London major. Obviously, the team ended up in a third place. The first went out, and having 2 opportunities even to close it out. So, yes, definitely coming in with a bit of vengeance.
This time, though, if they make it third place, it's not so bad because they go to the play-in, right, to go to the... So and then it's against arguably easier opponents, I suppose. I don't think too many people would fault me if I said that.
Yeah, but, you know, I don't think that we've really set that stage, boys. I don't think that we've really set the tone and the stage for what these brackets and all that all comes down to be, which is what we can take a look at right now. We do have some brackets coming your way, and you can see exactly what Group A is going to be working with, and maybe we can get that going. Yes, we can indeed. Vitality and OpTic squaring off in that first one, and then the rest of the teams, well,
they don't matter, apparently.
They're going to be taking a little breather, you know. It is what it is.
It'll be Mousesports versus Valiance as the other game in this Group A bracket, but I think the big one and the one that we're kicking it off with is the Vitality OpTic Gaming one. Now, for me, a lot of people, you know, are going to say, oh, Chad, how can you say this? Vitality are a team who I'm going to put in my top 3 for this event very early. And the reason there is because I think that the backbone of this squad, the Zywus of the world coming in and being a star performer, it's a very exciting prospect. So I'm excited to see how that goes up against an OpTic with Refresh added in.
I mean, I don't think it's easy to quantify the fact that there's so much experience on this lineup as well. And the added individual skill of Zywoo. When you put those 2 things together in this kind of a situation, fighting for a spot at the major, I feel like there's a lot of power in that. I feel like a lot of teams should be looking out for Vitality.
Yeah, a lot of teams will be looking out for them. We should also be looking out for Group B, the other half of the equation here, and we can start to take a look at what that bracket will unfold to be.
in due time. I can't just tell you what it'll be instead. It'll be X-Space Soldiers versus Ints to kick that one off, and then North and Wendigo to square out the best of ones.
So there's some exciting names here as well, right? Ints is one we've already touched on, and the fact is it's the style of Counter-Strike that they play, which is why we look to them as a shining light in this event. Space Soldiers, obviously Zantara is leaving recently, so that's a bit of an issue. They've had to bring in Yam to fill in that role. But I'm actually really intrigued by Wendigo. Now, I watched them a lot online during the Pro League, and I saw like players like Poison and Ships. They looked, you know, really good as individuals. It was online, obviously that caveat. Yeah. And people, you know, North and OpTic are ones that we know that the potential is there. They just haven't been able to prove it to us consistently.
Well, these are two teams that have become household names over the tenure of their time in Counter-Strike. But also, if you look at these teams, they haven't necessarily had that great trajectory that you would expect them to have, hailing from the namesakes that they do have.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that comes to mind is that, does Yam speak Turkish?
Yeah, he is Turkish. Turkish descent, yeah. So for them, there should be no communication issues in that regard.
That'll help a lot.
Obviously, to go from speaking English full-time to then having to speak Turkish full-time, there's always going to be that adjustment period.
Pretty sure, yeah. Like Counter-Strike language is different from everyday language,
That's true. That's
Getting
very
used
true.
to that might be a bit of a hurdle.
I know when people tune in to watch us sometimes when we're breaking down a match, they come and it sounds like a whole different language, right? I showed my mum a clip, she's got no idea what I'm saying.
Or you know that they're just spamming chat, shut up, start the game, start the game. Well, we're not quite there yet, but we're getting ever so much closer. And in fact, we can take an even closer look at OpTic Gaming, one of the front runners here within Group, would it be A? We're going to see what they've got going on before we jump into this matchup.
Refresh was added to the team after New Year. He's been a pleasant surprise. Nobody really knew him from the team. Nobody played with him, but he has a really good work ethic and he want to learn, and he's also willing to come up with his own ideas, so we get a new perspective on some of the stuff we do. So far it's been a pleasure playing with him, and I can only imagine it's going to continue that way. We did a boot camp, and I think given the amount of time, we couldn't have done any more. We boot camped for 5 days in Copenhagen, and then we had practice for every day apart from, I think we had one day off up to this tournament. So I don't think we could have done more than what we did with that amount of time we had with Refresh. Obviously we don't get 100% comfortable, but we've done what we could, and I think that's enough.
That's right, Nico out, Refresh in, and that's going to be the story of a refreshed OpTic Gaming coming in here to this minor and trying to set a tone, set a presence here early on, at least within their matchups. But guys, give me some takeaways at least for the OpTic Gaming side, because they're going to have an uphill battle, I feel.
For me, looking at this situation, right, the fact of the matter is the last official played for OpTic was on the 17th of December, and that was with Nico still in the roster, and they lost to Spirit. It was on a qualifier for Star Ladder, I believe. So with that in play, this is the first time that we're going to get to see this roster really get unleashed. Now, I like this because Nico, for me, was kind of more of a supportive style player. You bring Refresh in, he can be more of a star player with Config and with Yugi, and if that trio fires, very exciting, but it's the proving grounds right now, right? We need to learn about this, and it has to unfold in front of all of our eyes.
I think what's the interesting part about this team is that we look at them on paper, you feel like it should be one of the more skilled sides in all of Counter-Strike, basically. But it just doesn't seem to be clicking. I know they've been working hard. I'm not sure whether it's a case of them trying to play a trick or two, but apparently they've been searching for a lot of practice on cash, a map that they've been trying to get away from before. They tried it a couple times. It hasn't really looked great. So, interesting to see, obviously, with that long pause that they've had from competitive play, how does it work out?
You talk about taking that little bit of a break, that little bit of a refresh. Perhaps that new stance on life is exactly what we're going to do. That does it for the Acer Predator pre-show. We're going to be jumping into our pre-match shortly, but first we're going to go to a quick break. So make sure you're here with us when we come back.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL One returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
That's right, the pre-match indeed. It's time to start talking about our first matchup of the EU Minor, OpTic versus Vitality here in Poland. Katowice to be exact, and the Minors are going to be a long process for some of these teams, always looking to battle uphill and probably trying to make it easier on themselves. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. It's time for that pre-match. It's going to be Sponge, Natu, and myself to walk you right into this game. And boys, maybe we start talking about Vitality first. Maybe we start talking about Vetoes first. There's a whole lot of variables that are going on here. Some real optics on the situation.
We could maybe blend the two in the discussion, right? I want to get this out of the way early. I think this is going to be the minors and majors of Dust 2, right? Because when that's come back into the pool, I don't think it's been integrated as quickly as what I personally thought it would have been. I think now's the point in where teams have had the break. They're going to have practiced. We're going to see a lot of that, and we're going to see a lot more Orgs and Kriegs coming in. That's the SSG for those who don't understand the terminology. But going into this is why I think this is one that could just be a Dust 2, right? Yugi loves the AWP, you got Zywo on that bad boy. It's quite roamy. I think the way it's being played at the moment, though, is more structured. So teams might be looking at this as a weakness that maybe other squads haven't practiced. And coming into this off of the player break, you get that opportunity, right? So it's going to be interesting to see where we end up on this one.
Well, how about we do just that, Chad? We're going to take you down that path right now and find out what map it is that we're going to be fighting over here on our best of one. And the Vetoes are going to start flying in, boys. Any win conditions right off the bat for these Vetoes?
I mean, the fun thing, if you look at Vitality's win percentages on different maps, you know, it looks pretty tasty. You got like 100% on Inferno, 14 wins, but obviously those are not kind of stats that you might be looking at as much. There's a couple of wins that are bigger ones, like against Motorsports, for example, but at the same time, they're not something that you can really count on in terms of what it comes down to.
So I'm surprised as well, you know, that it's come through this quickly, and with the choice between Mirage and Dust 2, the French scene not necessarily historically
it's
Mirage
a very French
teams.
map. Well, also, Dust 2 is I can think of a bunch of times where French teams have been wrecking everyone on Dust 2.
Yeah, I think Dust 2 is probably a good place for these guys to end up, especially like once you have the entry frag potential of someone like Apex. You can think about how this one can unfold, and it is a bit of a juicy morsel in that regard. But I want to go back to the point we made earlier. This team, I think they're going to be very hungry, having to go from being a team with players who have won majors, Apex and MBK, to now having to go back through the entire system just to get to this point of minors with a star player like ZywOo. I think it's going to click very nicely.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, you are talking about players that have gone through the system. They've done this from the grassroots all the way up from the bottom, and humility isn't something that they can even begin to think of when they come this far, because we've got a lot of new guns out there, and they're all equally hungry for this part of the major.
I mean, you know, you have players on Vitality that have already tasted the high of winning big tournaments, winning big championships, and I feel like they've been thrown down low enough for them to really realize that now it's a time that we need to grind it, and I'm sure they have.
Well, let's throw it to them real quick. We do have some commentators ready to go, and I believe both of you just said that you think OpTic's going to win, right? All right, cool. So we're going to be moving forward, and that's actually not what the analysts said, but the commentators might say just that. We've got Scrawny and Launders ready to get us into the action, and I believe this bad boy's ready to kick off right about now.
We most certainly are ready, Stunna. So ready, in fact, there's already been damage dealt here to both ZywOo and Snappy. So Dust 2 Launders, that is where this one unfolds. Our first European matchup, and I couldn't be any more excited. I think this one could be incredibly close or a total blowout. It's all up in the air here in Katowice.
It definitely can be. Long control taken early for Vitality. 4 players all ready to go, and there is cat control for OpTic. RPK, the only player ready to challenge it, gets a dink off, which is huge. And now he's got a big rotate around to get back to anywhere useful. Decides to peek into lower, gets killed as 4 of his teammates make their way up to the site.
Yeah, Snappy, he tries to commit to that smidgen of a gap he had to work with within the smoke. However, that leaves him in no man's land. So he dies within the elbow, and it leaves it to Vitality's advantage. Not only with the bomb plant, but a 4 versus 3. Kit not currently on any of the OpTic members, but they do have a smoke on Cajun, who's worked his way up from ramp with Yugi by his side. Another headshot, that's 3. And Apex can only get 1 of his own. So it's OpTic to take the first pistol.
Nice, a pretty simple retake there with the USPs. Good kills from most players on the team. Yugi and Cajun contributing with 2 apiece. Defuse comes out. Vitality don't win the round, but they come close, and I like the strategy. I think the only awkward part of it was RPK and lower finding a way for him to be useful without having to have him have a huge rotate around through spawn was the difficult part. But because he got his gush off, that was huge. And then he came back for more, and that was his choice. I think it would have been difficult for him to go back through playground, into spawn, out to long, and just assume that his teammates would be fine without him. So you can't blame him for looking for another fight. Now, it's going to be a buy-up as MBK has picked up a scout. We've got 3 Galeals on the board. Not my favorite weapon, but no, just not my favorite. Probably
you're a real critic.
Very low on the tier list of guns for me.
Real critic when it comes to the Galil. I'm more of a FAMAS man myself, so we're in the same boat, Launders.
Someone compared it to an M4 that is less accurate. And so I said, it's like an M4, except the bullets don't go where you want them to.
Precisely. So speak of the FAMAS, we've got one here for config, or maybe I should use the past tense. ZywOo instantly dinks him, drops him down, and MBK with a swift headshot through the eyes of Yugi has cracked this A site wide open. So Vitality really rebounding for the moment. I mean, they have 3 kills up. Nothing's really been done back by OpTic, and Cajun and Refresh are nowhere to be found.
That's amazing. Those are incredible entries right there. They get the 3 pieces. There's not a single player down for Vitality. So they invest everything they have, and NBK knifes RPK. It might, I don't know if a replay is possible on that, but I'd like to get a second look for sure. It's not a kill that they wanted to have happen, especially not go down by their own teammates' hands. Economy's not going to be in a terrible place, so that's one thing they have going for them. But yeah, an interesting way to start the map.
That's all right. Goofs and gaffs and laughs all around. Not so much here on this side. That's a bit of a hard pill to swallow. Straight out the gates, you've got your pistol, you think all is fine and dandy, and then ZywOo and NBK have something to say about it.
Yeah, even though MBK hit his scout headshot, I thought it was just interesting that there wasn't head armor bot on whoever it was playing on A ramp, and so he was susceptible to dying to almost any gun, maybe even a Galil.
Well, there's more scouts in play. This time one for a refresh. I'm all for this. I had an absolute blast watching this man do his magic at Blast Lisbon when, of course, he stood in for Cloud9. You know, that Fragsters lineup, they really started to turn some heads throughout 2018. And then, you know, this is what happens sometimes. You have one guy who seems to be kind of a step above and beyond, and that was Refresh. Consistently at the top of that team. No surprise that, you know, he wanted to sink his teeth into bigger projects. So this is it. And like Sponge was speaking of on the desk, the core fragging lineup here with OpTic, I think, is at its all-time high. I mean, Yugi, Config, Refresh. If these three players can't make magic happen, who can? But they've started it off with at least one kill to their favor. Config from behind the boxes cannot rail ahead to the side of Cat. Maybe Yugi can at an even further distance, but it's a tall order to ask.
Yeah, it's not quite good. Bomb goes down for a Cat plant. Looks like they want to hunt out this one Deagle that they initially spotted in Yugi, and he gets killed. Cajun and Refresh have a decision to make, and it looks like they're going to opt to go the passive route and save. They have this M4 that they want to take care of, and it's something we want to bring to the next round. You definitely have to consider that if you lose the first round, or if you lose the second round, so you get eco'd in some fashion, and they got, you know, it was a force up from Vitality, but you lose a round like that, you have to decide. Do you want to try to save for a couple of rounds and just hold the L, or do you want to reinvest versus players who are going to have very good guns the next round and you only got a single kill? Because if you only got a single kill, I mean, you're going to be going up against a very fortified buy, which is the troubling part, I think. And so I honestly am not sure if I was OpTic if I would have decided to buy, but it's easier to say that in retrospect now that they lost the round so convincingly. But that being said, at least they were able to recycle a couple of guns. Config, Snappy, Cajun going to sit on 2K, not going to invest further than that. And we'll see what the eco strat is, assuming a smoke has been used for the cross. Three players go for the stack towards B. Yugi gets tagged through the door, I believe, as he's just trying to spot to top mid.
Refresh ready to strike here. Remember, 2 primary weapons picked up for OpTic. That and the Scout. Speak of the devil, Yugi right over the edge of the box as Apex tries to work his way forward. Luckily, MBK is there to trade, and Refresh still looms near. The spray down does not work out to his favor, and Nathan's going on a bit of a tear now. That's his 3rd frag in the round, single-handedly dispatching of the mid-hold here from OpTic. But does he anticipate another 2 players? Whether he anticipated it or not, it's now been spotted, and RPK picks up those pieces. So clean movements from Vitality moving forward to the 3-1 lead they'll go.
Yeah, full control of mid, and at that point, all the frags came their way, no problem. OpTic aren't going to think too hard about that. They've got a buy up now. They have the M4s in hand. Yugi will be picking up an op right away. Snappy is the last one to decide what he's going to buy, and it's going to be an AUG. He has only enough money after that to get a smoke. They've got enough smokes to go around, but the rest of the utility is going to be somewhat sparse. There's a total of 0 kits on the board, and Yugi has a completely naked op, so the setup is going to be quite volatile. I don't know what kind of aggression we're about to see, but it looks like a cat push is on the docket for OpTic Gaming. They move up Yugi in the back lines, and there is no one from Vitality here, but with long control, they can go back and take it, really threaten this cat. And because the players here are so squishy, it might end up being a nade dump for players who come back to mid at once long control has just been solidified, and it seems like they are sitting on this for quite a long time, expecting a retake, I want to say. One man in lower. And we're just past the minute mark. CTs are sitting pretty. I think they feel like there aren't too many options for them at this moment. They're worried about long. The B presence is going to affect their mental state at the moment, because I think they're going to freak out about this, and it's actually Cajun to try to support with some spam through the smoke, but from this lower position is not going to be too useful to his cat players.
No, not so much. So it's really these other players for OpTic within the A site that have to come into fruition, but Yugi's not going to be able to find an angle. The smoke grenade's just blanketing this bomb site until Snappy does emerge, and here comes Config with a kill towards mid. That leaves all three of Vitality's left players here on the ramp, and they are still going to do a good enough job to get bomb on site, but it falls on RPK to clutch this 1 versus 3. And the utility here for OpTic comes in the form of a smoke and flash. So no Molotov to force him out. He does, on his own accord, decide to move forward, and he's going to take that duel to his demise. Config grabs another, as does OpTic. A second round to the board.
Yeah, good try in the 1v3, but ultimately it comes down to, I guess, OpTic not having to move too much, and the little bit of B presence that Vitality did throw at them probably made them worried, because if they were stuck in a cat setup without long control and they knew that players were going B, they might have had to rotate in a position where they didn't know if anybody was top mid or if anybody was in lower, which there was one, and that could have made it very difficult. But I guess fortunately for them, it just continued to be an A play, and since they had one piece of map control, they were able to use that to hold. And the kills come out, and it ends up being a very favorable 3v1 situation for OpTic Gaming. So they're not quite out of it yet. Zywoo goes for the tag on the cross, but comes up short. Yugi here being aggressive one more time. And I definitely like on CT side to implore like one aggressive option each round, whether it be a long push, a cat push, or a mid stack, or something or the other. A lot of it is very non-committal, as we can see there. For example, you can take that shot, fall off for free, go for a tag. If he doesn't get it, whatever, he can fall back to this next angle. And all the while, they've got long control, so.
Right. The beauty of that is that now he could fall one further, play off of Car, fall back and continuously try to draw them forward. I mean, Config, he's ready to spring his trap. He could be good for 1, if not 2 frags, but very committed in this position. Odds are it won't be Molotov. It's not going to be tried to be countered with nades. As long as he doesn't get blinded by a flashbang, he should be good to knock down some pegs here. But, oh my god. Apex has other ideas. Swings out, instant headshot, and while Snappy may maintain long, it is still cat in question. Again, we mentioned that Yugi could hold this off with that op alone, but having lost Config without him finding a single kill, there's a lot of bodies here.
Look at that. Snappy's actually going for the push right away, so he definitely has a read, and because now he's top mid, the cat plan is no longer safe. This suddenly becomes a much more viable round. Clock's just under 30 seconds. 4 players grouped up on cat, and they're already getting fast flanked.
Snappy, he could hit this nail on the head, and he most certainly seems to. Picking up that first one for free, can't manage a second versus Apex, and Yugi, well, he's just ejected all the way back down towards long. The rotators for OpTic, they're going to be inside of CT spawn. And now they've lost all that cat control. So Apex drops downwards, he nearly nabs a double. Refresh will stop him at 5 HP the difference. Can he find the kill versus Zywoo? Because that would be huge. It would enable Yugi to come that much closer, but now Yugi's gone over his shoulder, so Refresh has to clutch, and that's never gonna happen. They had him outgunned, they knew exactly where he was, and they were confident in that after plant.
I gotta say, that kind of looked like, to me, a sloppy round both ways, where Vitality go for the cat control. They wait an extended period of time without making any further moves, and when it's understood what their setup is, Snappy takes it upon himself to push long after realizing that it is probably going to be this 4-1 setup. For whatever reason, it seemed like he was well prepared because he wasn't clearing many angles when he ran through. But after he fast flanked, you know, he got his 1 kill and then went back for more. Didn't have a teammate to come behind him to follow up on the cat play, even though he knew long was totally clean, and that was the most important choke point. And then Vitality almost end up blowing the after plant, jumping into CT spawn for a kill. It just seemed like they were being a little bit too sloppy on both sides. Not the cleanest Counter-Strike in my opinion.
I was just a bit surprised to see Snappy. Once he goes for that flank so effectively on cat, I'm a little surprised that neither of the 2 B rotators actually join him in mid. You know, they opt to go through CT spawn.
He's a free escort.
Right.
They can take his place
with lots of info
on cat, and he fast flanked in such a deliberate way that you knew he was aware that it was going to be a cat play, and when he turned the corner, he saw 3 to 4 players. So they'll have to write that one off, and Apex will have to shake that one off.
Yeah, a little bit of early damage done, but that goes both ways. Cajun as well, sitting on 29. Everybody's cool in their jets. Whoops.
Typically, you want to throw the Molotov, so it just bounces a little bit farther, and then you spam through the door.
Normally want to throw it at your opponent,
right?
Not yourself.
Yeah. And mauling yourself out is never a good idea.
That's how it tends to work.
There's no stack. They've got kind of like a setup you would use on a rifle round for the CTs. They've just got a little bit of cap presence on an angle that could be flashed off, and a nice peek from Config takes the face right off of MBK and brings the advantage into their favor.
Refresh cleared from the box immediately. RPK Swift headshot 2. So that B defense, which looked like it could have set itself up with those deagles, gets absolutely nothing done. Good attempts, but nothing more. Damage, Launders. Damage is certainly there. Look at Apex and Alex. Lucky to be alive. I'm excited for this Alex addition to the Vitality roster. I can't lie to you, Launders. You know, he had a core impact on LDLC, a team, again, that we saw up and come throughout 2018. Now included to, again, a teammate that we mentioned have so much experience behind them. Like Apex, RPK, and NBK. These are legends of Counter-Strike. So you throw Zywoo, one of the hottest prospects in all of the world, alongside a, I would argue now, proven newcomer. You know, he's done enough within the Tier 2 scene to be justified as a good inclusion.
Oh yeah, Zywoo is the simple of Counter-Strike.
Right, these guys are ready. You know, there was only one player at the entire European qualifier who had a higher rating than Zywoo to get here, and that's Poison of Wendigo.
And we'll see him later today.
Right, exactly. Or actually, is it concurrent? No, sir, it is later. So yeah, you're right. It'll be in the next best of one. Exciting, exciting stuff. More exciting, of course, than seeing OpTic Gaming unfortunately stand with only one scout and a single AK. Not the first time they've been here, this map.
So far, Vitality have played a very simplistic brand of Counter-Strike. A lot of 4-1s, and they haven't been trying to work on too many other options. When they go and take long, they go and take cat, then they kind of commit to it. That's what we've seen so far. Trade comes out at long, which favors the T's if MBK wants to go out and clear out long, but it looks like he's going to stay back for a bit, so it's kind of a stalemate. But again, not a great buy for OpTic Gaming.
Nice spray. Apex continues on it. Clears up actually both of those weapons. So the two guns we talked about for OpTic cleared in one foul swoop. Refresh starts to move over and he's spotted on the cross, damaged and done for. Must be RPK's like 4th wallbang frag at this point. And Cajun, while he has the element of surprise, should be sniffed out. Zywoo drops him with the pistol.
Pretty clean stuff, pretty clean stuff. Round 9. Full buy up, Snappy one more time grabs the AUG. Yugi's going to be opting. Last time we saw him, I think he was using a boost on short. I like the aggressive options early on that we've seen so far from OpTic. It just seems like the one round that we saw, like a lot of success was when Vitality went straight up for a long. And another round, OpTic could have definitely won if they had just played maybe a little bit more carefully when they did hold on to long. So now we've got more presence over towards B, bomb outside and playground. And the op to try to lead. I don't know if he walks in after this Molotov, but they have kept it pretty simple. So it looks like that might be the case. Refresh, first man up. Ooh, and first man down.
Yep, Swift headshot once more. Bomb left back, of course, so not a complete capitalization on the situation, but Apex will do one better. Finds Yugi and, most notably, spots out Config. So one of these two oppers has been found. Cajun still yet to strike, but he just wants to exit. You know, this is a big investment coming in from the green wall. These green cannons don't want to be lost. Oh, but Apex gets a chance, nearly finding the frag as he exits.
Yeah, the setup that Vitality go for there is just kind of like a one that if it rains, then it pours, where they go into B, but at the same time they have a lurk being very aggressive at mid, and if the kill in B comes out, then a player might get caught rotating at the same time. And then at that point, you had a Cajun out in the open in between mid and B, making sure that he's not going to die from one or the other angle, spinning around. And it's just awkward for everybody in that situation. So I I like that Vitality are keeping it simple. I really am a big fan of using as few nades as possible if you can. I mean, it's just more money for you. It's more options later in the round if it does come down to a very sketchy mid-round situation. And it also allows you to keep your kind of more deeper set plays in your back pocket, you know, for the later, for the future rounds if you need to.
Right, for those nitty-gritty moments when you most truly need them. That, to me, is a bit of a tragedy. Config dies within like 2 seconds at the end of the round. You know, the whole point was to keep that second op in hand, and they're going to go ahead and lose it.
It didn't even look like his head was exposed.
Shown it all, right? If anything, that frag I thought would be through the box.
Bang, yeah.
MBK with other ideas.
All right, flash out towards long. Vitality have been pretty successful at taking this. Cat control again for OpTic Gaming, so we might have a rerun of that last round. Unfortunately, we don't see it with the same weaponry as the last round, so there won't be a direct comparison, but Vitality are speeding it up, leaving one man in pit. It's kind of classic Dust 2 stuff. And coming back towards tunnel. The push has been made. However, MBK, did he spot it? Now he knows.
Ooh, and it's not just a pistol player, but Cajun on the op. He's got that escort in the form of Refresh just next to his side. So if they come pushing forward to try and pressure Cajun, well, he had that CZ to support. But now Refresh is gone, and Cajun, he wants another. Config even rails Apex straight to the side of long. And this is a 2-weapon purchase from OpTic for, I believe, like the 3rd time, finally seeming to work here in the 10th round. But it's not over yet. You still have Zywoo and RPK happily standing on 100 health apiece. Is there support for Config? That's the question, and there should be. Yugi, just down towards CT spawn, will have a chance as they attempt to cross, and Snappy's got that AUG over on Catwalk. So OpTic are trying to barrel their way over, but they can't do so fast enough to halt Vitality. They will get on site with Bomb.
They could have, though, right? It seems like the rotations have been labored for some reason on OpTic. They're taking their time, even when they have a ton of information. I don't know if the communication isn't there, but it feels like they really just took it slowly. Yugi hears somebody right on top of him at default. Isn't going to jump for the P250 this time. 4v2. Doesn't want to throw caution to the wind. Cajun gets that first one. It's easy, and as well as that one for Snappy. Simple kills. They go for the retake. They get the defuse. They keep all 4 alive there on that round. Very successful overall. Very strange round, though, Connor.
Right.
Very strange round. Two kills coming out from a B push in upper tunnels after Vitality get A extremely quickly. MBK was holding from Playground, watching for a B push, spotted one late, and then dry peek the Opper, and then his teammate Alex goes in to try to kill the Opper. Once again, no nades. Once again, by himself. Once again, dry.
Yep, this one right here.
Yeah, to me, I don't see the strategy there. That seems like
just mistakes.
Yeah, it seems like just a mistake. It seems like maybe they just have too much freedom to do something like that. But that seems odd to me. If I'm the op and I'm in upper tunnels with my teammate who has a rifle, well, my rifling teammate has a high-low advantage on anyone coming in lower, and I can hold a fantastic angle, one of 5 angles, falling back into B site and be completely safe and know that no one can flank me. And if I'm thinking, honestly, I'm thinking the T's are never going to come into the tunnel, right? I mean, maybe they try to do it with nades, but there was over a minute left on the clock. They could have very easily gone back to long control, which they had. I feel like they took an unnecessary risk there.
Right. They paid the price for it, though, Lunders. Right. This is OpTic's 3rd round on the board. Comes off the back foot of one that they should have probably not picked up. As we said, those 2 primary guns seen for a 3rd time, and they do say 3rd time's the charm. So this time it does pan out. 4-point lead for Vitality, a creep and crawl to the edge of long, and Snappy is caught sleeping. Config and Yugi, however, will pick up a kill apiece, and Cajun even good for 1 here towards mid. So this split from Vitality has been stopped. It's been halted for the moment. But Bomb's still over behind Car. And of course, we have NBK in mid. Nice patience from Zywoo. He catches Yugi on the move. And unfortunately for the young gun of Vitality, he's lost his teammate. So what is this man made of? In a 1 versus 2 clutch with plenty of time to make up his mind, he will double back towards mid. And right into Cajun.
Yeah. Pretty easy round for OpTic right there. That was nice stuff. Vitality, they kept it simple. They got long control. This time they took what they did last round, except they continued through. And when they went to the cross, there was no deep CT smoke because that would have taken time to pop. I think they wanted to bank on trying to catch players off guard. But once again, going for the dry peek play, which I'm not extremely mad at. I feel like they were onto something where they maybe took too long in the past, and they thought, okay, we can try to do this and catch the T's off guard. It just feels like in general they're being so loose that it's kind of costing them kills. So let's see if they do something different now. They've got a very standard default 2 and lower. MBK potentially assist their team on getting up towards Cat. Apex gets flashed across.
Cajun playing a dangerous game. He knows it. Most certainly with that flashbang popping off, he's going to take a more passive position. You can see him retreat within the doors and then reposition on window. So anticipating and inviting this mid push, which may or may not be. Vitality have consistently felt up this catwalk.
It's a really strong A setup, obviously, using Goose. It's hard to molly out to that very deep corner. And so if you have somebody who can help you crossfire with long, especially an op that could take attention away from you, it's going to be extremely difficult to kill that CT. And it's going to be on Vitality to try to stir up the rotates a little bit. Try to incentivize the CTs into going into a 2-1-2. Let them know that, hey, maybe this is a better idea where you can hedge your bets, but then we're still going to go A. But a split could also work.
Right.
3 players up at long. They've got to take 1 down in pit. Snappy was clean on his 1 kill last time, but this time it's going to be a bit more to ask for.
They're coming out as a conga line, nearly lining up for the follow-up frags, but he is only good for 1. Yugi burned off his initial position, but still safe enough to add another kill to the tally. Zywoo not needing a second off the op because RPK bails him out of Doom. It is config denied from Goose, and a 3v2 for Vitality. They know someone's over behind the car. Cajun trying to wallbang him, and now Alex will activate from the top of mid, instantly damaging Refresh, popping him through the barrels, and then trying to follow up versus Cajun. But that op shall be saved, or at least that's the plan here for OpTic. They did a really good job, Vitality, of at least keeping those B-site defenders so committed. Cajun and Refresh, they used their utility as a counter play to the smokes that came out from tunnels, but the moment that smoke was thrown, that player rotated up to Cat and enabled for that 5-player split, which worked out to Vitality's 8th round.
It's got to be the first time that they officially split like 3-2 on the A site. It's been 4-1 almost every time, and they haven't really activated the solo player. Just used him either as a lurk, or he didn't even come into play later in the round, or actually died a couple of times, so we didn't see what would have happened. But in that situation, you know, they were clean, great spacing. They traded Snappy out, put a great amount of pressure on him. The trade on Yugi was fantastic, and finally Config was put in an awkward spot, and they were so good on the spacing, they ran up long extremely quickly and made it so that he couldn't isolate that 1 Cat player and then take cover behind the default box. So overall, the explosiveness, like the ferocity was good.
Yeah, they didn't slow down whatsoever. Once the game plan was set in action, they followed through and through. Like you said, Config, he's trying desperately to isolate Yugi coming up from Catwalk, or excuse me, Zywoo coming up from Catwalk, but RPK saves the day. Because that could have been the big play of the round. Config activating from the corner, dropping the Cat player, fixating all of his attention on cross. Those players then exposed and potentially dropped by the rotators from B, despite them being delayed. However, doesn't unfold that way. So Vitality, as we said, grab an 8th, double the score of OpTic, and we'll continue to trudge along. Are double digits in the cards? That's the question.
So this has been quite an interesting game, for sure. Like, we're seeing a very, like, kind of unique way of approaching the majority of the rounds here from Vitality. OpTic are throwing a lot of different takes at them on the CT side, but for the most part are falling short when it matters. Here it is, minute 20, and we're up Cat. They've also got a few different tempos. I feel like Vitality are going all the way down to the final seconds of the round, or executing in the first 30. Doesn't seem like there's much of an in-between phase either. So defensive Molotov, just shy them off of Cat and try to counteract the effects of this smoke. Config here, getting prepared to get flashed into this.
I mean, this could work out so well for him. Yugi's going to be able to pluck one off the side now. Config as the smoke fades. He comes into the fight. Good spray control for the second kill. Superb headshots from Config in what could be a flawless round on OpTic. But Alex still has a chance to tally up some costs. Unfortunately for him, the rest of this play is utterly shut down. So, Config, I mean, that takes balls to just hide inside of the smoke. Like you said, playing off the flash could have been the play, but instead he waits for it to fade and strikes at that time.
Yeah, he's got balls. I think he has like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
You know, probably.
One hanging off his side, or?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the other one. I haven't seen any of them. So I mean,
just dangling off the back of his head, or?
I remember the first time I ever saw Config was at a minor in 2016. Walked into a. It was like the after party.
Yeah.
He was doing the worm on the dance floor. That's the first time I ever saw him.
Who'd you see doing the worm at a DreamHack tour once?
That was Config.
That was him too. Okay, all right. He's got a party trick, folks, and you know what it is.
Slytherin.
This is a bolstered long A setup, anticipating maybe some kind of aggression, setting up those smokes. They're all going to fall onto the lap of Snappy, who has been playing over from these corners before, but he's not going to be isolated because of the smoke wall. Instead, he joins his teammates on the site.
Yeah, they go for the 4-1 again. This is the same setup we saw where they went back to B, but instead of having NBK back in the spawn and passively watching the tunnels, he's inside of the tunnels so they know it's clear. So this could change things up. However, that op kill going down on Apex could bring it right back. They've now lost a player that they would normally, I think, 4-1 at mid with. Cajun.
Oh,
gonna have a friend or two to fight.
Nicely done. Damage there, at least substantial. Flash going to go past all of them, and Refresh instantly denied, as is Cajun. I mean, this entry is swift. No one's caught on the cross of the door. Bomb's going to be planted in a 4 versus 3. And Snappy already up close, maybe waiting for Config to activate the play. He's over in the tunnels, but he's smoked off at the moment, so he needs to hold his horses. And unfortunately for him, may soon have remorses because we've got a scope trained in on him. Flashbang delays what is already a bomb halfway ticked. This is just OpTic looking for exits, and another round for Vitality.
Yeah, that's too much to chew. Config can't hit the spray either, so him dying is a pretty big deal. They have an awkward amount of money. Yugi and Snappy would probably have thought about buying, I think, next round if Config would have lived, and we're moving into the we're actually moving into the last round, so they've got to buy regardless. Config's got enough for himself, so it's one teammate, Cajun B, who will be a little bit shortchanged. I don't know if he's going to have a drop. I might have misread this, actually. It looks like they've all got rifles, so I thought someone was going to be short. So he was fine to lose that. They did the math, folks. OpTic will be fine this round in terms of a buy. Vitality take B quite quickly. This time they're a little bit more careful about how they approach the big rotate back after they go for long control. But I like that they keep going back for long control since OpTic have basically given it up almost every single time or only had Snappy there late in the round.
Ooh, good flash on Cajun. Almost caught by Apex, but he's able to eject into the safety of the B site. Smoke goes down for the CT cross, and a counter flash is fantastic. Snappy only getting one. Zaiwu, that's a very important trade frag here on mid. But, Yugi, he's not going to sit and wait. He's not going to allow Vitality to make the play. Instead, he takes an initiative, shuts down the long player, and that immediately pushes Vitality back from Cat into the depths of mid.
It's got to be pretty terrifying to play against Vitality with the way that they're kind of moving around the map. It feels somewhat unpredictable what they might do as an adjustment if they lose a player. And you can see that Snappy immediately made the rotate back to site to ease up for his teammates over at middle and B. Refresh, does he decide to peek over the Molotov? He's got a distinct advantage since he's peeking so far away from the fire. It lessens the smoke a little bit. The boost comes up, and Refresh is going to stay strong, but the boost is good enough to give RPK a favorable angle, leaving Cajun alone 1v2.
Yeah, not quite sure which side of the boxes to anticipate, so he's dropped there after. Config comes in from the window, dropping the bomb and trying to transition the spray, but now it is RPK who has to get this job done. And he doesn't go for bomb, he's going to go for the frags, but his AK is not ready for the push from Config, and that right there is the 6th round for OpTic. 6-9 is the end of the first half, folks. The second will begin after a short break. We will see you there. Vitality throwing curveballs, fastballs, and even a couple knuckleballs. Launders, that was one hell of a dynamic T-side, and it did give them a 9-6 advantage swapping over to the defense.
It was cool. It was a little old school. They did a few basic things. They did a lot of 4-1s, which are some of my favorite ways to approach a simple map like Dust 2. And some of the time it felt like they didn't have a full plan for the whole round, and they didn't have all their bases covered when it came to variables like the upper tunnels push that we saw that was so effective from OpTic. But overall, OpTic, they weren't fragging too well. The rotations were a little bit slow, and that allowed OpTic or Vitality to have some breathing room when it came to their own mistakes. I feel like the level of Counter-Strike is not exactly as high as I expected, but there's still some cool stuff and unique ways of playing so far.
Right. I personally think maybe a little bit of that boils down to the fact we're on Dust 2. You know, you can kind of let those loose plays happen, but this one's not unfolding all too well here for OpTic. They have been shut down for the most part, Config alone. He would need the pistol ace, and that's not every day. So we shall see. He's at least got enough time to take a breath, try to reset the play. What would you do if you were him?
I would take a breath, for sure. I would take a breath. I'd maybe just take my hands off my mouse, wipe them on my pants real quick.
Yeah.
Right, do a quick prayer. Right? Pray to Gaben, and then maybe I could do this while moving around. I could just take a walk around the map. There's a lot of time left over. Could wait to see if somebody goes for a push. And by this time, you've reset the situation. The CTs have calcified into their positions. You know that now, at this point, they've kind of spread out as evenly as they possibly could, and hopefully they're in the optimal positions, meaning that they're in the most predictable spots for you to go ahead and try to take them out one by one. So as Config comes in, he's not going to have time to clear every angle, but he's going to pick a few. Big box, maybe the back of double stack, and then the window, he sees one. That's going to give him some breathing room. But if he doesn't get that kill, there's 4 players that aren't going to allow him to plant, and that's made his job a whole lot harder. So,
yeah, I mean, he had one real chance at getting this entry. It had to be slippery smooth. Now, however, too many targets to take. No bomb plant either. That's Vitality picking up a second pistol.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, they force bought and then one after the first pistol.
Which is even better.
You know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean. That's even better sometimes. So They do come away with that one. It was a good attempt, I suppose, from OpTic, but it got shut down. And unfortunately, this game could get cut short as well. I don't know if OpTic are not going to decide to force up here on the T side. I think it was very fortunate that Vitality were able to win, but at the same time, they were hitting shots. They were feeling good, and they were running on confidence. So you can't blame them for trying. It's not going to be any upgrades except for Config, who's picked up a Deagle. It's an aggregation of all the T's towards Cap, but they've got eyes on them. Will a play be made? Can Config get revenge for all of the rounds that went south at A as a player holding it? Find out next episode.
3 weeks later. Made a little bit of noise on the drop. Apex within earshot. Yeah, smart call, falls off. Even though they may not be equipped. OpTic Gaming about to flood forward off of mid. Alex will play responsively off of the box. The flash is there for him, and he's only able to grab himself one. The MP9 peak from Apex has taken a lot of damage, so I'm not surprised to see Refresh grab that frag. He was drawn forward step by step, taking increments of damage each time. But NBK from within the site clears up 2 over the shoulder of Snappy. Yugi still yet to activate from mid, but the bomb's been skewered and pinched and dropped, and it's all been cleaned up. It is shop closed here in what was the anti-eco. Yeah. So got a little scary at a moment or two, but all in all, it's good.
Yeah, majority alive for Vitality. They're looking good. OpTic Gaming going to go for the buy now. Config's 4,300, so he's going to have his couple of nades along with his AK and armor. Yugi has only got enough money to get the off, but that's kind of what he's been used to so far in this match already. And, you know, it's not totally imperative that an Opper has armor, but it can help, especially if you're holding onto an angle. Apex dodges a flash. I think he gets the info and hands it off to his teammate, RPK, up on Cat, who goes ahead and collects a kill. It's 4 players on A, all running through CT, deciding how they want to perform or rotate. And if they're hasty enough, they'll be just fine. But for the meantime, it's just MBK alone in the B side. So they've just got to find a way to cross to the left side of mid. Apex does do that off of a smoke. And suddenly, they're back in their more traditional spots.
Right, they were so swift. There was such little hesitation from Vitality. They make their play and then transition into a standard setup in what seems like a blink of an eye. All the while, OpTic, they're just waiting for smokes to fade. So very proactive movement here from Vitality, and this is going to help them out. There is still the chance that one of these B players gets plucked by Yugi, who's trying to hone in on them from mid, but they've not gotten aggressive just yet. So the T's are going to have to make the move on their own accord. Apex deleted by Cajun B instantaneously, just like NBK as he tries to peek out from the windowsill. So it is OpTic to claw it back into a 3v3 situation from a 3v5.
With the post plant in the B side, I mean, it's at this point that Vitality might even decide to not go for this. However, Zywoo has a Molotov and a flash. That means you can pick a choke point, you can pick a position, and flush one player out if they wanted to go for it. Instead, it seems like they're gonna take this, take their money, they take their guns into the next round and try again, and you can't blame them. Hard site to retake on, and just a really difficult spot with just how much time was left after the rotates came out. 3 dedicated to A, so there wasn't that 2-1-2. There wasn't a player in spawn to try to push out for a cheeky kill as the players were splitting on the site.
Ooh, costly, at the very least.
Yeah, no, very costly.
That's serious damage.
That went a lot better than I expected. I anticipated that they would go probably safe through tunnels, but they didn't know where the last 2 players were. So they make it happen.
Oh, yeah, this is a replay. Okay, whoa.
Yeah, Apex was lucky to be live in that situation.
Right in.
They did the boost at mid, and he turned from a flash, but I think they tried to clear him and just didn't notice that he was there, ran right by.
It's okay, the flashbangs came back to bite him. You could see him get flashed out of the B site when he tried to take that initiative on mid and shut down the split, but the 2 players weren't blind at all, and that's what cost him. This time, 2 players get active, push into the tunnels. I know you love to see
I love the tunnels crush. You know, I love to see the tunnels crush on CT side. I wish more teams did it, so that's a a sick call by me. It's terrifying for the T's knowing that they've lost Tunnel's presence to be stuck out at long, which is normally a very good piece of map control, and now have to be forced to use a very good piece of map control because you have to assume the CTs are going to be overly prepared for this, as they are. ZywOo throwing the flash across to long, but will it be too late? RPK awkwardly jumping up on the boxes on the site, but he finds a very good angle and has the help of Apex.
Nice little two-man dance there from Vitality. Good support from ZywOo, sets up his team fantastically. And that cuts it all down to Yugi alone. Considering, of course, the economic losses that they had to endure at the end of the previous round, with the bomb exploding and that exit crunch from Vitality, I mean, a clean sweep of a round like this would be huge for the French. Momentum-wise, they could soar forward, like we saw them do at the beginning of their T side. I mean, remember, they won 7 of the first 9 with a reset smack dab in the center and a reset in the second round after Pistol. So this would be a big one. This is calling back to the first half, Mohan. Smooth moves.
Yeah, the only time you can't really get a player into lower very easily is if you think they're opping. If they're opping from spawn, you can throw a deep mid smoke, but that can be a tell, which can draw the attention of upper players to come and clear you in lower. But with the double tunnels push, that can actually be good by itself. They just had the 3-person move to make sure that they had insurance.
Right. I'd just like to note, I don't know if you guys noticed from home, but the trajectory of that flashbang from ZywOo goes through the smoke that was on the site, the one RPK was trying to climb over, bounces off the railing of the cement next to ramp, and that pops it just high enough to really blind anybody who's underneath it. So like that's a really good lineup smoke that came out of what seemed like a very hectic situation. You know, sometimes people just throw them in the air and hope for the best, but that's very clearly a planned flashbang. So good on him to be ready. Little set piece and the 2-punch combo between Apex and RPK that just smothered OpTic in this most previous round. But this one's going to be a different change of pace. They charge straight forward into the B site, and with only pistols, of course, Launders, of course, they get these smooth, buttery entries and plant their bomb on top of it.
Yeah, when in doubt, rush B, I suppose. That's a good way to get into the site. And again, another situation where, yeah, they've got a lot more time this time around, but they gave up 2 good guns in the sites. There's one player who already bought up, and they've got a lot to save. So I don't know if it's in their best interest to try to go for it. Maybe they see that it's worth it to even get these kills if they can. ZywOo comes off with a P250 headshot to start things off.
Oh, and then they try to exit quick. Alex cleans up 2. That's all of them, and there should be still some time. They're going to jump on this bomb, and they've got it. Everyone's got a kit, except for RPK, so he gets out of the way, and Vitality still take the round.
Oh my god.
Very close to the end there. Do you think there's a reason OpTic go charging out window?
Yeah, because if they charge out window, if they get the kill outside of window, then they have a fine after plant. That would actually be totally legitimate. I think they got really scared when they lost tunnels control, because whoever's sitting on default is prepared to stop someone from coming in the door. You have a car player who can stop someone from coming through the window. But once the tunnels player is lost, that's supposed to be like your ace in the hole. That's right. Your last player who dies. So then you can flip it around and go from outside the window or outside the door, and then all you have to do is like peek in the door to shoot anybody who's defusing on default, and you have total cover from a lot of grenades. It's hard to tell from the inside whether or not it's going to be a window or doors peek. There's a lot of reasons why that would work, but Vitality were smart in tucking their player outside of the site into such a position that once they went out the window, they thought all was clear.
And then they found a very rude awakening.
And it's very difficult to tell anybody, but it's very difficult, obviously, to try to retake the B site, and that was probably the best way they could have done it.
Whoa, good trade quickly off of refresh. ZywOo down for the count. Alex within the bomb site flashed, and he does have support from teammates running over. The utility goes dry for OpTic. They are straight out of nades and soon to be out of lives. Snappy will join them from mid as a late rotate, and his result is all the same. Death and decay for OpTic here on A, and a solid hold from Vitality.
So OpTic falling a little bit short now. It's going to be another rifle buy with Yugi opping. Once again, not having armor. I want to say, yeah, it doesn't have armor again. I don't think he's had armor a single time that he's off this game. Maybe 1 round in total.
I like that trade frag. That first one, the deagle to op kill. You know, that was smooth. It's a good start to what could have been at least a bomb plant, but Vitality, they had layers to the defense. They were ready.
Pretty deceptive smoke at mid. Try to peer over. Good early HE damage.
Followed by an important smoke, because Apex was all alone versus 4.
And it seemed like they had the full intention of trying to hit B directly in between 2 nades if it was going to be a smoke, or right after a Molotov if that was going to be the case, but now it's kind of a change of plans. A little bit of a boost into lower, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible, making sure to silent drop and everything. So I will go ahead and flash for himself at mid. And they've got a player up close by the door. They could try to bait OpTic into running out mid, but Alex will be here.
Whoa.
And the spam is not quite good enough.
Whoa. Apex tries to make a move and Refresh ready for it. As we saw that Molotov burn Alex out of position, he'll immediately return. So down by 1 and relying solely on flashbangs. There is still a lot of utility for OpTic to execute with. Very little counter grenades to come back from the other side. And as ZywOo picks up 1 kill on mid, yes, he's drawn them forward, and right into Alex goes the bomb. Of all the pieces of the puzzle, that's not one you want to lose. NBK immediately takes his place. Yugi tries to fly forward with frags, but it's back and forth again and again. RPK versus Refresh, and Refresh comes in from behind with 8 seconds left. There's no time to plant. He needs the kill. He needs the duel, and he's not going to find RPK. Cedric exits through mid, and that's Vitality with a 15th round.
Oh my god, it was so messy in those last moments, but yeah, Refresh making a bad read. Unfortunately, even if he understood that RPK had pushed through the mid doors, which was kind of the riskiest way that he could have exited, so I understand why Refresh thought he maybe just fell back to CT spawn. It would have been hard to find him up at top mid. It was a good opening trade from him, but this mid bait setup was too good. And I thought Alex bit off a bit more than he could chew after he got the first kill, going back for more. And we've seen a lot of that happening in this match, but Vitality, have at it. You guys are 8 rounds up at this point. They can afford to lose 1 or 2. Config posted up on Cat. 4 players here from OpTic at long. They've got a ton of control so early on. Config makes his presence known. ZywOo gets peppered down, but a flash will help. RBK try to kill Config, excuse me.
Ooh, Config comes back up, peeking and prying into 2 waiting members of Vitality. Now ZywOo's already trained forward versus Yugi. A follow-up kill is his. These pistols are going to get nothing done versus the sniper of Vitality. So they will try to reposition here. Snappy's Deagle, Cajun's Op versus ZywOo and NBK.
Yeah, good opportunity for an interesting mid-round from both sides. For ZywOo, he's got a great spot. He doesn't know if they'll come late long, which is something that will cross his mind in a few moments, you'd assume. But he could just push forward onto Cat and still have a very nice fight on his hands, especially if it's going to be late in the round when you know a team's got quite low utility. Or he can fall back to Cat, or fall back to Sight, excuse me, and have a very favorable engagement at long. So he doesn't have to do much other than patrol. And his teammate has just got to basically lock down B. But ZywOo gets caught on the crossback. Cajun's got an op in his hands. The bomb will certainly get planted in this situation, leaving NBK alone to fight against both. Cajun, however, is too composed.
Yep.
Easily hits that off shot and moves OpTic 1 round forward.
Takes a couple shots to the legs there, but obviously NBK just trying to dwindle down the numbers before the clutch retake gets going. ZywOo jumping on the A site and caught out by Cajun.
He didn't need to extend that far. I'm not sure if he anticipated that there was an op. Maybe if he thought, okay, there's no op, then it's fine. But he had a lot of options. He could have just, if he just went and walk cleared that angle, for example, probably would have been favored in just killing Config op for op. But could have done a number of things. Probably picked the worst one. We'll call it awkward timing.
And that's what you get. You op me, I dig you. ZywOo takes the 5v4. Ooh, now you know Yugi's going to feel pressured because that pistol player could be anywhere. Draws back Snappy for at least a moment just to ensure he's not tucked away into the corners. And ZywOo with swift repositioning. He's going to look to hunker down on mid.
Conflict's got a lead, but he can't extend too much farther, and MBK once again goes for the tunnels push. It is a pistol round, but it is 5v4, and another AK has been collected. ZywOo puts up 3.
I mean, if he needs to be the difference maker, he's going to be that guy. In what could be the 16th round for Vitality, he nearly picks up a 4K with nothing but a deagle. The rest of Vitality now surely looking to swarm down and clamp onto what remains of OpTic. Bomb's been dropped, RPK's close, Refresh's aim drawn in 2 directions, so there you have it. 16-8, and the Frenchmen will take their win.
They make it look easy, and I want to say they used just such a low amount of utility throughout that match. They kept it as simple as possible on their T side, and they weren't ever pushed into a position where they needed to do a lot more. It felt like OpTic kind of were open to losing to rounds that were very simplistic, and so you can't really fault Vitality for doing that. They maybe looked a little bit rough around the edges, but again, so did OpTic. So at the end of the day, it was a dominant performance, and Vitality looked pretty good.
Dominating performance in a map that we thought maybe could go either way, right? It was a close one that could have gone in either direction, but this one's going back in the direction of the analyst desk. It's the Alabama boy with the unbuttoned shirt. It's Tres Stunna Sorrenthus.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. I was actually just very curious if ZywOo added a D to his name for the deliverance that he just gave right there on that last round. My goodness, quite the showing to close it out there on the side of Vitality. I wouldn't say it was easy, but they definitely were a front runner in that first half, all the way through to the second half as well.
Obviously tapered off a little bit, and it looked like it could have been closer going into that second half. But what I think is impressive to me is it wasn't what we see online in a lot of occasions where ZywOo is that carrying factor and he's the only one contributing. This was definitely a team effort from the Vitality squad. You could see everybody contributing when they needed to. It didn't feel like there was too much pressure really applied to them in many occasions. And this is what I want to see happening, the older dogs in the team coming up and showing that experience, because we know there was that period not long ago where RPK was just dominating, and we definitely know that Apex and MBK still have it. They're still young players, really. Right. They're just achieved a lot very early.
You've got to wonder, Natu, I mean, speaking from maybe your experience or whatnot, if you see a player leave the fold, such as Happy, now does that reinvigorate? Does that reignite what they've got going on over here in this project? I mean, you've got some young guns in here, you've got some fresh blood in here that can definitely get in the trenches and get it done down and dirty. But I mean, maybe this is just what they needed. Maybe there's a little bit of a spark.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's a lot of, I feel like there's still a lot of quality players out there in the French scene that should be introduced into the top teams. And it's great to see finally the old guard, maybe, you know, they're not part of it anymore. They're getting these new kids in, and I think that's big. But in the big picture of this game, it felt to me like, we talked about the experience on this Vitality lineup, they still felt to me like they were a little bit timid in the early parts of the game. Their timings were off. They were taking, like there was a round where ABK would throw all his grenades basically to be bomb site, and then everyone else committing along, they would throw the cross smoke and get ready. But all they did was just get behind the car and kind of wait for a reaction from OpTic. And then it took so much time that OpTic managed to just basically have 4 people on that bomb site, and it became a round where they had no possibilities. But in the big picture, also from an OpTic point of view, they did not take enough initiative. On a map like Dust 2 on a CT side, you kind of try to make plays. You're always going to be taking a bit of a risk here and there, meaning that you're either going to be leaving catwalk open, or you're going to be leaving long open, and then making plays afterwards, having a bit of a stack here and there, and trying to be aggressive in your face, because I felt like the opportunity was there to try to rattle Vitality.
Which you can maybe attribute some of OpTic's woes here to the newfound addition of Refresh. But one thing that's not going to be new, but a natural-born killer in all of that, will be MBK himself. He's going to be down on the sidelines. We're going to get the chance to check in with him. James Banks is standing by.
Thank you very much, son. I'm back where I belong, back where I feel most comfortable, the bit I love. And finally, I'm getting to speak to Nathan again. Firstly, you were just saying to me you expected Dust 2, but we had a conversation yesterday about some of the maps and differences that Alex has brought to the table since he's joined. Is this one of them?
Yeah, I mean, we have some surprising in store for all the matchups that we have. I don't think that we're expecting Dust 2 in the best of 1 because our stats have been looking pretty bad. I think that's our worst rated map out of all of them. So yeah, we worked on some interesting stuff. Alex as an individual also prefers different maps that Happy preferred. So that really plays a role into how strong we're going to be on this or that map, and we can play with it. So that's the interesting part.
Now, you guys get a lot of criticism in the terms of everyone saying, oh, yeah, well, ZywOo now being the young star, he's going to be one leading the charge. But this was a team performance. This was a strong game. How is it just feeling for you guys at the moment? What's the big change for you guys? Is it just the fact you've had to come from the bottom and grind all the way back up to the top again?
I think the scene is so competitive right now that the games we're playing, whether it is here or online, like Mountain Duty, Go to qualifying and stuff like that, all of the games are pretty hard because all the teams now have some substance in their game. They know what they want to do, and they have a lot of talented players. So we have to be focused no matter what, and I think it would make a very good story to say, we came back from the bottom, and we had to grind our way through, and we made it. So that's one big motivation, but also one of the very big part that we have right now is that with the addition of Alex, we know exactly where we want to go as a team, and so we're a unit, and that's very important for us. That's what we're looking for. And now coming into the tournament, despite not having the most practice or anything like this, we're feeling pretty confident because we're on the same page. We're working very hard to get the goal, and yeah, it's an important tournament, and I think we're going to shine when pressure is on us.
Well, you've certainly shined so far. You'll be going into the best of threes next. And one thing I just want to ask you to finish this off is, what is the big difference to you personally? Because I've spoken to you many times before, and this is the first time I've seen you this confident. It's probably since 2015. So what's the biggest difference for you personally here?
I don't know. I feel that we have control over what we're doing. And for example, the rounds we lost against OpTic, we were looking for ourselves, and we were not sure. We were pretty hesitant in what we were doing. And so when we have control of that uncertainty, we're comfortable with what we're doing because our game is ready, more or less. Alex took all our game with quite some ease, although we have quite a lot of stuff. Yeah, it just... For me, as a leader, I'm far confident in the team. Like I trust everybody, and everybody can make moves. Everybody can be aggressive, passive, whatever. I trust everyone on the same level that they trust me to lead them to victory. So having that balance, in my opinion, is extremely important as a team, and that's what we have right now. So that's why I'm very confident that we can make it. Plus, we have Zaiwu. So even if we screw up some stuff, he's going to be here having our backs, and we can always count on him.
Hey, just like that last round then, right, with the deagle that came into play. It worked. Thank you very much, Nathan. Very good speaking to you once again. Guys on the desk, back over to you. And what do you make of all of that? Because Vitality, they've come here and they've come to play.
Yeah, the one sentiment I'm going to be running away with all of that was Nathan, NBK, Nathan said, started from the bottom, and now we're here. That's what I got from all that. Talked about being a unit. There were a lot of things that they did there cohesively, and they did start to look good. I think perhaps the fact that, you get a little bit of a slower start, and then it all starts to fall in play.
I don't think it's any mystery to people that the French scene historically has had social issues being some of their biggest problems, right? And the fact that he said that they're on the same page and they feel that they're in control, and having Alex there, they can play different maps. That's something which you don't really want as a concern because of individuals. So it's good to hear a French team on the same page, going in the right direction, and it's looking good early.
Well, we're going to start to turn the page here, but before we do that, I want to give you a little quick B-Stream update. Valiant's taking on Mousesports right now on the map of Mirage. Not looking pretty for Mousesports. It's going to be 7-3 currently for Valiant, and we're going to be looking ahead into our next matchup, which is going to be Ince versus the former Space Soldiers. So make sure you're here with us when we come back from this break.
One more time. Are you ready? Let's get it on!
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
That's right, it's time for another Vodafone pre-match, and for this one, we're going to be jumping into the former Space Soldiers versus ENCE esports organization, hailing from Finland and trying to work their way through to the majors once and maybe for all. My name is Trey, son of Saranthus, and I will be your desk host going forward here for the EU Miners. And of course, to my left, we do have Natu and Sponge, and they're going to be breaking down this and making sense of all the stuff that you're seeing on your screen right about now. Guys, I think we might have a heavy hitter here, or it could be very much a landslide, as I call it.
Do you want me to drop the beat while you break it down?
Yeah, let's get it.
I'm not really good at that. We need Jordan here for that kind of
Yeah, I
stuff.
know.
But like we can pretend.
Yeah, I was right.
Someone can like do like a.
Don't want to leave a
clip.
lie. Don't want to leave a lie.
Anyway, okay, so maybe you got some insight here on the ENCE side of things. Perhaps not to. Maybe you know a thing or two that we don't.
That we're going to be looking for the Northern Lights.
What map are you playing?
That's a good one.
Just ruin the video for everybody. Let's do it.
No, why not? Why should I? I mean,
it's fun.
It's not going to be Cash. It's not going to be Nuke.
There we go.
We can
Okay.
talk about-
So there's some substance there. We can run with that. But in all seriousness, guys, let's kind of tone it down a little bit and kind of bring it back into reality here, right? Because the Space Soldiers were that once formidable opponent.
Yeah.
But again, things have changed now. Things are different variables. We're not online. We're on land. There's a whole lot of things to talk about with at least the Space Soldiers.
I think with the Space Soldiers team, right, if you looked at their work ethic and the way that they were growing and the style of CS that they were playing, there's a lot of similarities with ENCE, right? And I think that's kind of a cool way to talk about these guys. Unfortunately, let's catch everybody up. Yes, that is Yam on your screen right there. Zentara's left and he went to big. So Yam, from Renegades fame, the Australian with a Turkish background, is now playing for the ex-Space Soldiers here at the Minor. And look, I don't think anybody will critique me in a negative way for saying this, but there's no way that Yam is a one-for-one in terms of firepower compared to a Zentara. So the structure of this team is going to have to change, and that for me is going to be one of the more curious things. Based on the Madger interview, I believe Yam will be doing the primary AWPing.
Yeah, I mean, Space Soldiers definitely, or ex-Space Soldiers at this point in them, right? They've gone through the grind. I remember the first time I really started taking notice of this team was in 2016. They came to Helsinki, actually, at one of the assembly tournaments, and they did really well. I can't remember. I think they won it, or they came, at least they made the final.
Sure.
One or the other. And they obviously, the first thing you think is Zentara is obviously, but now he's gone. But the big picture, like you were saying, they actually played some really, really solid Counter-Strike. Things they were doing made sense, and it wasn't a lot of Hail Marys, but instead calm and calculated a lot of the time. So that's good. And obviously now, like you alluded to, they need to kind of come up with something, a different sauce, if you will, because that heavy-hitting power of Zentara is no longer available.
Yeah, Paz has to kind of fill up and take a new role, I think, more of a star role, because Calix, you know, he can now have a bit more room himself. That third star becomes a question, but with ENCE on your screen right there, you said calm, right? You mentioned the word calm. The Finns, at least they look calm. I don't know how calm they are all the time, but these guys are a team who have impressed based on the way that they've been playing CS. Now, we know they have star power. We know that the fact that Sergey is a prodigy, that he's kind of proving himself event after event. But the thing is, the thing which I really like, the thing that gets me going in the morning, is the way that they approach the game. They don't make... Exactly, right? It's the basics, right? This is what I love to see. And then on top of that, they have the star players. The one thing I think this team is lacking, the one thing that I think this team needs to find is the ability to have a closer. So, because they've had so many matches where you guys probably should have won and you've had really big leads and it's fallen away and no one's been able to step up. The pressure has gotten to them.
Well, there's some more pressure on this situation because I do have to remind you that this is a best of one, which means we do have to go through this veto process and we do have to determine where these lights are shining and who will be underneath them because they're not so shining north just yet, but this best of one will determine at least who moves on in this bracket. So, since we got all the spoilers out of the bag.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even see the screen properly, but yeah, Cash and Inferno. Oh, they get the ban too, right? Cash and Inferno out the equation. You can over, but it makes sense. I mean,
if it's Dust 2, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, the boys were talking about Dust 2, and they were talking about Mirage.
You got that curveball in there.
So we'll see how this pans out.
It's going to be between Mirage and Train. So it looks like Train is going to be the map here coming up, which is going to be interesting, right? I did mention that Yam is going to be most likely taking over the primary AWPing duties for the Space Soldiers roster. So going toe-to-toe with the likes of Alu, that's no easy task there. But I think one of the positives, if you are Space Soldiers on a map like this, is it can be execute heavy if you want it to be. So you don't need to rely on those individuals to find picks. They could have dry run 1 or 2 strategies, and that could play in. But answer the favorites, man. That's just the way it has to go.
I mean, they had a really good season or a really good year last year. But I guess at this point, I'm going to ask you guys for who you got in this one. 3, 2, 1, go.
ENCE.
Easy for ENCE.
Wow. Didn't expect that one from Natu. Don't know where it came from. Honestly, it threw me off guard. Kind of like the next two who continuously throw me off guard. So I'm going to throw the guard over to them going forward. In that role will be the commentators that are Scrawny and Launders. Guys, if you could please put us in the train yard.
All aboard, Stunna, all aboard. I don't know about you, Mohan, but I'm excited to see whether or not ENCE can continue all the success that we saw from them in 2018 here to the start of this 2019 year.
Of the Earth. Can you believe that the Earth is 2019 years old?
So old, Mohan.
Pretty amazing. Wow, we've come so far.
We're flying into it. I'm glad that they talked about the interview with Major on the hltv.org website, because it was in that interview that he mentioned, you know, the biggest thing that they were able to accomplish during their 7 days of practice as a team with YAM is including a op-heavy game style into their strategies. That's not something they had when Xantares was on this lineup, and now they think that they have gone ahead and thrown it forward. Obviously, the Betway odds will favor ENCE Esports, as they should. This is the more experienced team, it is the heavier hitting team, and the more recently successful team as well. So, we'll give them the edge. But, do we give them the map? Well, that's up to X-Space Soldiers to prove.
I think we can. I would give them the map as well. I think, you know, this is definitely ENCE's game to lose. As much as intensive as the practice that Space Soldiers have gotten in, as big as they've been talking about themselves, I think they've still got, you know, so much ground to make up for to even be on the same plane as ENCE, especially after losing Xantares. It's just such a big loss for any roster in the world. So this is going to be tough. Major here from the back lines with a USP getting a lot of damage in. It's not going to be a kill to come out of it, but the rotates have arrived.
Oi.
Oh my god, okay.
The rotates have arrived, and then they're all dead. I mean, the damage is there for ENCE. Check your scoreboard here, folks. I mean, that is dangerously low on 3 of the 5 surviving members from ENCE.
Yam, like, what have I gotten myself into?
Never mind, guys. I don't know if I want a part of this caboose, but hell, he'll get Aerial at the very least. Now he's going to be hunted down by Alu, and he too turned away. So a consolation prize that comes. Ooh, and goes. There you have it. Sergey to finish the frags. That is ENCE to the board early on.
Pretty easy stuff for them. Run down the lower ramp, get the bomb down in the site, crush the rotates in the Z rotator position, and then allow Major to sit at the back lanes, fire off as many shots as you want to. As long as he's isolated, he's not going to be a huge threat. There it is, Aerial. Just putting them all to sleep. Very nice stuff from him. And yeah, for some consolation kills in the end. Cute stuff for the exits. Why not? Pistols aplenty for X-Space Soldiers. They've got only USPs, no upgrades, as Alu is quickly making his way down to Hell, spotting Ivy, and eventually clearing out camera and back bomb. No CTs in sight.
That's fine. All they want to do is rack up that cash. Through the smoke, the damage is done. Alexi gets a bit of a response back. Alu's being tapped, and he doesn't know where from.
Look at that. So they've just held all these rotates, and they even have Alu to circumvent the defense in Old Bomb with the MAC-10, but being very aggressive because they've got this. They've got the UMPs, they've got the MAC-10. They want to funnel as many kills as possible into the SMGs, and they have done that successfully.
I don't think Alu let go of the W key. He was just stampeding forward, wanted to charge straight through that round, and obviously Space Soldiers, with absolutely nothing invested, knew the outcome was inevitable.
Yeah.
But yes, very good way in cutting off that rotation. I mean, even if Space Soldiers wanted to go for like a 5 versus 1 duel on Ivy just to get a kill, just to get something, it was so counteracted. So very smooth stuff from ENCE early on, but we have the buy. Yam, glass cannon, with M4s and an AUG all around him.
Curious to see how comfortable he'll look. Paz, though. Whoa, my goodness. 3 kills? I mean, it's ladder. The kills are not that difficult, but 3?
They were all rebounding off each other's heads. That was a bit of a blunder. I don't even know if Paz knew what happened. After the second, you close your eyes and just keep holding left click.
Straight massacre.
Yeah, so what a change of pace. I mean, ENCE, if they didn't want to let go of the W keys, they were forced off of it. Now, Yam, be careful, my friend. You are glass cannon, but you are also capable. That is Space Soldiers or X-Space Soldiers on the board already.
I feel like I want to see, I want like a Natu cam from the green room every time a round like that happens, where we can just see him get like Michael Jordan chest pains, you know, like that meme.
His grimaces.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just gonna happen sometimes.
Right.
Go ahead, try again. Why not? They've got enough money to buy. What kind of buy is this? They've got they've got a MAC-10. They've got a MAC-10 and AWP and AK. P250 and Deagle. Diverse. It's a diverse buy.
Right. Diversity is the spice of life. Maybe this one a little too diverse. No scope actually hits the player in the back. That's pretty funny. But it does still cost IEM his life, so no one's laughing for X-Space Soldiers. They've been pinched in both directions. Calyx, swift headshot straight through the eyes of Alexi-B. And this puts it back into the 2 versus 2 as X-Space Soldiers stand side by side. Shoulder to shoulder.
I love these 2v2s because, I mean, as a CT, you wish you had all your teammates alive and everything, but it still feels 50-50. You just kind of have to decide, how well can I work with my teammate here? It's pretty much going to come down to timing in places, but can we play smart enough to have the T's come into our traps? We can see these kind of frantic rotations around the map to pick up lost ground, make sure that no lurks are occurring, and they've got the Rock and Calyx to stay in the most kind of versatile spot. I don't know if he saw that. It doesn't seem, he didn't, like, by the way he acted afterwards, it doesn't seem like he realized Alu was on top of the trains.
Now the utility definitely an indicator.
Oh, potentially stop that bomb plan. My goodness, that was close.
Dangerously close. Looking to clip his toenails. But it's not going to happen. Major not even in position yet from ladder room, but he could come down silently. Just going to have to lurk. Oh, but he makes noise. So now it's obvious. He's on the exit. Alu, patient and waiting for Calyx to peek. That one's too easy. Major flies forward, and in a 1v2, he's going to have to move quick and swift, or...
Got a smoke, too.
Right? Grabs the kid on top of it all. Now, however, he's caught with his pants down. Sergey, perfect timing. Ents bounce straight back onto the board.
Pretty good stuff. They crushed outside. That was interesting because they had, like, a pretty awful... I mean, it was diverse. It was diverse, and in that way it was nice, but apart from that, it was a relatively weak buy, and there was a lot of damage dealt early from Space Soldiers as well, so it's not a complete loss in some sense. The setup was probably pretty decent, but the fast Ivy control is smart.
Yeah. Ooh, the artillery barrage. Ready to wreck.
Those nades are not quite that effective to throw them over top of Sandwich Train. It's a very tough grenade to throw properly, but if players come running outside off of a fast flash, then you could potentially get a lot more damage in than you'd like. But most of the time, your nades are going to go a bit too high. They're probably going to do 10 to 20 damage as opposed to 40 to 50 that you're aiming for.
And if Ents even pump the brakes for a moment inside of T-Con, then they're really not going to hit their mark.
Yeah.
Which they didn't. And of course, then it is easily cleaned up. Swiped left to right, Ents on a 4th. But as expected, I mean, I understand why X-Space Soldiers would go ahead and run that. The second round after the pistol, that's exactly what we saw from them, just this complete charge forward from T-Con. So they anticipate maybe a similar situation, and they are dead wrong.
Sure, and that's going to happen sometimes, but it's not a huge investment, $1,500.
Yeah, it's chump change.
Pocket change in the grand scheme of things. Ends with a 3-round... Lead, thank you. One of the hardest 4-letter words to think of for some reason. And they've also got options here. What do they work on? A couple of players moving towards inner. Looking down, not because they're crazy, just to avoid getting spammed through the walls.
And also line up that smoke.
One of the most tragic ways to take damage. And Alexei setting up for a fast flash as players come out of upper. Major from the top of Pop gets killed, allowing the bomb now to cross.
Not always easy to pick up those frags on players mid-air, so props to Major for at least getting one, but unfortunately he doesn't hold back the push and that full frontal assault from Ents long enough for the rest of the CTs to rotate over. So instead, they'll rotate out. Eject through Ivy and try to keep these 4 weapons, because the gun rounds are far and few between thus far, and they want themselves another try.
You know, we see sometimes that teams will throw this like a kind of overcomplicated, but they'll throw like a very elaborate, thank you. Wow, you're my words today. They'll throw an elaborate fake, and then they'll take their time setting up on the other side of the map. And by that time, your internal timings on CT side will tell you, oh, it might be a fake, right? But here Ents, they throw kind of a quick smoke and flash outside through ladder, maybe one over T-Con to correspond with it, and then that kind of sells the fake. It's still a cheap one, but they move quickly towards inner. They don't decide to walk down.
Yeah.
And I think in that time, there is a brief moment where the CTs can hear your footsteps, but because they didn't waste any time, that Z rotator isn't going to get the information that quickly, and they set up so quickly, they can even run out of upper with 2 players and catch Major in a tough spot. He could get a kill, but he's probably not going to get 2, and he's not going to have a teammate to help him, at least for that brief moment of time. And it's such a fast rotate for your Z connector player on CT side that it's all it takes is just a small fake to capitalize on his rotation.
Solidly done. This time Yam takes that front runner spot over here towards the B site, plucks one up the ramp, and shuts ENCE down for now. I think also take into consideration Major's position in the previous round was a great way to counter any ramp play. You know, like if people start charging forward, you're good. You have the cover of the ground ahead of you, only your head pries over. It's easy to shoot down and get headshots in those kinds of angles, but a completely countered position by that upper push.
They've got 5-4 here. They've got a full buy up, and ENCE also have a full buy. This is definitely a situation where you need help, I would assume. Yeah, they've got a full rotate in. I mean, he's not even in a spot to play back pop. He kind of wants to play more close up since he has the MP5. Of
course.
So he should try to get comfortable if possible. Katowice is here to help him out. Very nice spray. What is that?
Just perfect. Spot on. Now the MP5 can just focus all its attention down on ramp. Alu missing a bit of a zinger, and Katowice grabbing himself the 3rd frag of the round. So excellent M4 work here from Katowice. The rotate is perfectly timed. I mean, there was that window of opportunity that made things look a little scary. It's why you bring up the need for that second player in the bomb site. And sure enough, just as he gets into his position, he cuts down 2 above.
Yeah, sound fundamentals for sure. And at the end of the day, it was, since they had a man up, just having only an MP5 to hold inner, a part of the map they lost so convincingly last round. Fortify it a little bit. If it does end up being an outside take, try to have your 3 players in the best spots possible, but hedge your bets a bit because there's a high likelihood it could go to the other site, and they made sure to do that. So, looking very strong now. All of a sudden, that was just a nice 2-piece. I mean, even if he only got 2 there, they probably would have still won. They maybe would have won with less players alive and had a bit less to work with now. But they've got their full nade sets, about 2 to 3K per player. And I think they have a little bit more hope. Opening kill will be pivotal moving into this round to shake the confidence of ENCE. They definitely know what they're doing here on train. We've seen them pull off some cool stuff already. And it's X-Space Soldiers going to try to answer with some Ivy aggression.
Wow. Alu ready for it. Op v op. And Yam denied anything further than a peek from Ivy. Paz, however, drops bomb twice. Sergey falls right onto the corpse of Alexi B and is swept away as easily as the first. This is not the first time Paz has held down this portion of the map, and this time he's rewarded with bomb. So Aerial tries to fly back into this bomb site, try to pick up some pieces, and he does at least keep this equal in a 3v3. But how much more can he accomplish? Well, he's actually had some decent timing. He's snuck his way around the site. Major could be completely blindsided, most certainly is. So they have a minute to get this bomb back and figure out where Engines got off to. But he's playing in the smoke, and X7's already given himself away, reloading in the corner, making all sorts of a ruckus. Now that goes both ways, though. He shoots before the smoke entirely fades. X7 picks him up, and Paz, well, Paz is going to have to ace.
Yeah, he's going to have to ace, and but he's not going to have to deal with a lot of grenades coming his way, which is interesting. Now, he might assume there will be grenades coming his way, so he doesn't want to risk it by staying down there. He's actually going to leave the bomb with 30 seconds up, attempt to find a player seeking out the bomb from a wide rotate, and if he doesn't find that player, I guess try to cheat over to the site that he thinks they're going to go to. Here he has information on inner. He can make his way into Z. They're going to see that he forfeited the bomb, but now they have to consider where he might have gone to. Bomb gets played in a relatively safe position, but he makes his way out. He's on the bomb train.
Oh, and he gives himself away.
Yikes.
Shoots into the back of X7, only dealing half of the damage. The nade nearly finishes the job. Now Alu spots him, and Aerial seals the deal. I mean, had he immediately gotten that frag with maybe a chance at more information, seeing someone watch ladder, seeing the player on E-Box, or even knowing where the planter got off to, that could have been an astronomical clutch.
For sure.
But good attempt nonetheless. At least he started off the round with what was a 4v3.
Yeah, as sucky as it is that he loses the 1v3 and doesn't get a kill for it, he does. He should have locked out the round completely with those 2 ladder kills, especially having bomb control. But his teammates just getting melted all over the A site.
Yeah, because of sneaky Aerial, finding that timing and just blindsiding Major entirely.
Engine also played that smoke kind of oddly, weird, where right? He didn't shoot, and then when the spam came through and a reload came out, he didn't peek on the reload. but then he waited until afterwards to shoot at a less opportune moment.
When the smoke is fading, which is normally the time that a ENCE player is most likely to be watching it. You know, you just want to confirm, yeah, he's not inside.
Yeah.
So, whoops.
Yeah, whoops. Just got to kind of like walk that one off. But another buy up. A couple of AUGs. Major back on the MP5. And he's got some support from the back lines. A better gun in the hands of Katowice. And with this gun, he can play, you know, way far back and still be consistent and reliable support from a distance. Kaz gets pushed out of position, but it's still not going to be easy to take ladder. It looks like they're spending a lot of utility to try to shide him off this angle, and it works.
Yep. He is still sitting outside of the door. Good for 2. Again, he's picking up these multi-frags. A trio comes his way. Bomb once more thrown into the dirt, and Alu has to clutch it 1 versus 4, but he's tagged up so swiftly and swarmed right thereafter that it's an easy pickup for Space Soldiers.
Dude, Paz is sick. That was so nice.
I mean, not even having to hold inside of ladder and still just as successful.
Yeah, he's really stepped up, man. He's pushed back to E-box, which is an angle that you're going to have to play sometimes as a ladder player, if you want to call yourself that. And he's kind of out in the open. Yeah, he has his side to a wall, so he doesn't have to like 180 to get multiple kills, but still. It's a relatively flat angle. It's difficult to kill people crossing out of ladder sometimes. And you also have the T-Con threat, which means that you can only close yourself off from E-box to T-Con in this very small window of movement. So it's going to be pretty predictable where you'll be standing. And yet, he pulls out 3.
Ooh, Paz, not covered by Yam necessarily, but luckily he does pick up those pieces. Makes up for it with a 2nd kill. Aerial once more trying to sneak his way into the A site, but Engine catches him on his attempt. And Alu just spotted a foot.
Think he likes feet?
I mean, I don't judge Launders.
He looks like he's hunting for it.
He wants it real bad. Yam has, however, picked up a 3rd. So good op play coming off of Space Soldiers. And magnificent op play needed by ENCE. Once again, Alu 1v4.
See if you can do it for the commercial. Minute up. Back to the bomb. That hasn't been spotted. I don't know if there was an Ivy push.
Nope. It's even tucked inside here.
Oh, it's tucked in, yeah.
Oh, I lied.
Oh, it's tucked outside, though.
It's an outie, not an innie.
Right. The rarer of belly buttons.
Is that true?
I think so.
You better be sure.
I could only use my anecdotal evidence of seeing maybe 3 or 4 outies in my life, but I feel like there are a lot more innies than outies.
Well, this clutch goes outie the window. Not going to happen.
Defenestrated.
Yep. What's that mean?
Thrown out the window.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Very specifically. I think it was a word that Shakespeare made.
Ah, the time when you could make more words. You know, it just doesn't happen as often nowadays.
He also invented the word puke, I think it is.
Oh. I mean, you think, if you're going to say something like that, you better be certain, Launders. Don't give me this.
It's like
hazard.
Probably for sure.
Probably for sure, maybe.
It's a guaranteed maybe.
I can tell you something definite. These pistols won't accomplish much. They're being spammed, bombarded by shots. It's not just Yam with the wall bangs, but Katowice on top of it all.
I would call that strat unconfident, where you have to like walk with your head down to dodge the spam.
Oh, it's called the beta crawl.
The beta crawl. Thank you. That sounds better. I like that. Ouch. And they still take the nade damage.
A little bullied. But they'll all bottle up at the top of the B site. Katowice scoped in and ready. Major's dealing with the 1 threat towards ramp, and a little tippity tap at the AUG is good for 3. There's the 4th, and how about the 5th? No plant. ENCE come up empty-handed. 1 round now, the difference.
Not bad. I thought that ENCE were just gonna run away with this first half, but Space Soldiers not only clawed their way back in, but look indomitable now. In these past couple of rounds, look very strong. Oh, in what? Indomitable?
No, would you say indomitable?
Indomitable.
Oh my God, you're teaching me so much.
You know what that word means?
No, I thought you said abominable, like a snowman.
Okay. Well,
which would have been something completely different.
Yeah.
What?
Like gross.
Sorry, I interrupted your point. It was probably a good one.
I think it was done, but I don't remember what it was, so I hope it was over.
Oh, it's over now. Not this match, though. This has been toe-to-toe, tit for tat. 1 round makes up the gap from what was a fantastic T side. Starting to slow down, but still consistent in these outer plays.
Yeah, America's Most Wanted. Paz goes down first. So that's a key play for ENCE. They've also accelerated this lurk on Alexi B right up the middle of the site. Major, however, is here to trade, and so is Engine.
Yeah, Engine these most recent rounds has been really good from the back of the Ivy train, playing within the yard, making it really tough for ENCE and cleaning up these lurks. But now we're in the clutch. Young Sergey versus Yam. He's got a full belt of utility and a kit to boot, but an op of all things.
Yeah, it's like Batman without the suit.
So just a regular guy.
Just a dude, yeah. Just a rich guy.
Well, he's definitely got the money stacked on top of him. Everything he could hope for is still in his back pocket. Sergey plays the time here. There was so much of it. You want Yam to start second-guessing himself, and Sergey wants to be sure that nobody's going to walk out on him. The question is, oh, man, does he predict that it's going to be Z? And he nearly finds him with just the minute amount of timing. Sergey's going to get tagged by the nade, and he hears the footsteps. What a swift flick over. Gets that final kill, and will take the round for ENCE.
It was a crazy reaction. Even when he jumped up on the train, it felt like he wasn't done or prepared to try to hit the flick into Z, and instantly started firing.
Man, he is that good.
He is good. He is very good.
He's a good player.
Yeah, he's good. Solid rounds. So that's another one on the board. It got a bit close outside, but it felt like ENCE were as soon as Alexi hit that lurk kill outside, it seems like once they cross this certain barrier, that's when it gets too much for Space Soldiers to handle. And I guess if I'm Space Soldiers, I'm happy you brought it close enough that it was the 1v1. But now ENCE, even after they have that victory, they've got a worse buy than Space Soldiers. 2 ops for Space Soldiers and 1 rings off. Calyx brings home a kill. Bomb's getting planted nice and early.
Yep, but at what cost? 3 versus 5, and so much damage done already versus Space Soldiers, yet all 5 of their members standing tall. There's the wall bang straight through the pillar of the windowsill. Calyx down, that's 1 of ops removed, and still another standing. Bomb ticked about halfway, and I feel as though the rest of Space Soldiers are waiting for Engine to activate this. He's easily going to drop Alu, and that's the biggest anchor of the 3 remaining ENCE members. But now it falls on only Sergey, and Sergey alone. Major inside of the smoke, going for the defuse. The spam is there, but the shot is not. However, neither's time.
Oh my god, they don't have it. Whoa, ENCE. They pull another one out of the hat. Oh my goodness.
Robberies.
What's the money looking like, though? They lost? No, they're still doing okay. It's just Ariel who's a bit low. That's a huge victory. And Space Soldiers now have a decision to make. They've got 4K on Paz. Most players are low, however, so it seems like they're just going to save for last. That's tragic. That is pretty tragic. Paz is going to even spend a little bit of money to even up. If you've got pistols, you still got a chance to win.
Of course. 2 attempts left here in the first 15.
Yeah, they go ahead and invest in a bit of utility. It's 1 stock that'll always go up. Oof. Oh my goodness. The HEs have been fantastic from both sides, I'd like to say, if I may.
You most certainly can. You've been granted permission, Wanders.
But can they take that damage and run with it? Engine's in a tight spot. If he had a teammate here, he could do so much more. They're going to hard clear him as well. Oh, or do they?
X7 with the spam. Now that flash comes in. That's the support you were just talking of. Imagine if Calyx could follow with another Deeg. Unfortunately, it is him that falls. Yam takes his place, upgrades into the AK, and we find ourselves 2v2.
Oh, look at this. Could go and sit back at the bottom of Ivy and try to play the bomb that way, but instead is going to play up close and pick his favorite angle that might catch somebody off guard. Tough spot to be in. His teammate is not exactly that close and immediately just goes out for the early engagement. I don't know. Did he call that too early?
Seemed as though there was a flash in the mix. Didn't make the mark. Major repositioning.
Major's got a powerful spot because they can plant opposite side of the bomb and they'd be comfortable to do it, but...
He knows that Sergey was close, but both players were forward towards him, and that's a tough spot to call which shot you take.
Yeah, yeah. It seemed like he was like, okay, I'm going to catch someone holding W, and then hopefully they're not both peeking, but that was the case. Close call. It's tough to say. I think Major did flash for Yam to go for a peek, but the flash isn't going to guarantee anything. And in fact, no one was blind. You know, to the player waiting at hell.
And based on that hell position, there's no way to flash him with a flash inside of Ivy.
Yeah.
That hallway is just too long. It cuts off the angles. So Yam finds himself in a duel, does damage, and imagine if that player's flashed, I think that's the kill. You know, they're trying to play proactive. They don't want Ents to come pick up those pieces, bomb and guns included.
They don't have armor to make sure they don't get aim punched afterwards. So you can see why they got a bit frantic.
They were given a great opportunity, tried to make a bigger play, and came up 2 players short.
Previous round they lost because they didn't have a kit. This round will be no different. Not to say they'll lose, but they've got to deny the bomb plant. They also don't have much utility to work with, so retakes in general are just going to be less of an option. Yam has got no armor. They're at the bare minimum here. Center 2-3 outside. No one's going for information. That's one thing I wish Space Soldiers did a little bit more of. Oh my goodness gracious.
That's not even fair. Yam spots nothing other than the headshot through his eyes, and it is all just engine left. 1v5 in the final round of the first half. This is looking like an Ents double digits T-side on train, and that Launders scares the hell out of me.
What if Sergey's like 30 years old, but he's been drinking stem cells for the last 10 years?
You know, I never know what they get up to over in Finland, so
yeah.
What's Natu's angle here? But alas, there you have it, the final frags found. 10-5 is the half, folks, but you're not going to want to go too far. We'll have a break and the second half right after. A 10-5 half to the favor of Ents. A great performance so far between Ariel and Sergey. We saw these consistent lurks out on the A site, and we saw some valiant attempts as well from ex-Space Soldiers. Paz inside of ladder, Paz within the A site, and Yam's opping has netted him 14 frags so far. Really fitting into this puzzle, but the puzzle going to be completed by Space Soldiers? It's going to take one hell of a comeback, and that comeback should begin with the pistol. They've headed out towards the upper box halls for now, and Alu already spots them.
Yeah, there's some tragic rounds in the first half, but I'm really impressed with Space Soldiers so far, even though they only got 5. It would be nice if they got this pistol and could make it more competitive for free, but they'll have to earn it. It'll be a bomb plant to potentially go out. Yam has that line of sight down the back of Old Bomb and make sure to deliver on the kill as well. 4 players up for the retake and a good amount of map control both ways.
Yep, these 2 players on the site themselves, they know they're locked into these duels, so the headshots start to come forward in a flurry, and Sergey's flank is fantastic. Look at the headshots across that kill feed. Ents will take an 11th.
Nice, yeah, that was nice. It could have very easily gone south. You know, there's the bombs down. It's a little bit more difficult at that point for the CTs to get back into their angles, and the Ts can kind of appear and disappear at their will. And it doesn't matter because Ents only lose 1 or 2 players, I think. 2 players. Who's counting? They won the round. And now they buy. In the second round of the first half, they have majority SMGs. In this one, they've got majority M4s. They've got 2 of the SMGs. What they did, though, that was special, was they funneled almost every single kill into 2 of their SMGs. It's going to be more difficult to do that on the CT side, but one of the ways that they can increase their odds of doing that is by pushing. So here's a UMP to get information at Ivy, and there isn't going to be a barrage of terrorists running through with pistols for him to kill. So at least know that now.
That hurts. Deagle shot from Paz through the wall into the brains of Sergey.
Nothing little stem cells can't fix.
Yeah, he'll have to rattle the bullet out from his skull. Here's the push down ramp. Alu blinded in the process, still able to regain vision. And here comes Sergey from the cubby. It's Alu with 2 and Yam with a retrieved M4, almost finding an additional kill. What a blunder that could have been. Mind you, there's so many rotators already in the bomb site that by the time Calyx gets there, he's done. A flank upon flank as Ents grab 12.
So not totally ideal just because of Alu having to pick up the slack there, but probably would have been better than allowing a bomb plant to go down in that situation. Money gained for the other team is money you have to go up against, and so counts against your economy in future rounds. But here it is, a nice hold overall, and Sergey does a lot considering the amount of health he lost from that initial dick. Ends 4 away from taking this map and making it look convincing, but before we get to that kind of conclusion, we've got a full-on buy here for Space Soldiers to show us what their T-side can look like. X7, after a flash came down quickly to Ivy, he moved into the spot almost equally as quick, so I wouldn't be surprised if they don't clear this. Ooh. He took a big risk by walking the entire way, and that smoke kind of changes things up.
Maybe he bails off of this. You can see the support of his teammate now gone.
This is interesting. So because I guess they see the 3 players at Ivy, are they going to go for T-Con control? I would like that. That would be cool.
Yeah, they have that 3-man wall at the front side of the A bomb site. They could go for the T-Con push. They could go into ladder room even if need be. The problem is now that the smoke is gone. Does someone come help X7? No, he charges. He hears the pins on the nades and thinks he can strike, but Yam was ready to support with the scope already honed in.
Yeah, so they trade. So it's 4v5, but they get both ladder and T-Con. So if it's going to be an outside hit, it's not going to be easy. What do Space Soldiers do? They aren't sure about this completely. They can try to subvert the defense and go for just a straight-up inner hit, worry about a fast flank. But with the bomb trailing behind, it'll have to be Yam to pick up ladder.
Okay, for a second I thought that was... you know what I thought. Major's out from above. Doesn't even need to pick up the kill. It's Yam slamming Sergey down. Again, that op pays off. 2-piece for him. MVP of Space Soldiers so far.
Recycle the guns, try again.
Yep. Why not? Give up a 6th round. You still have double the score.
I like it. If they, let's say Space Soldiers knew for sure, or they were 80% sure that after losing that, after Ents lost that 1 player at Ivy, they would have had 1 T-Con, 1 ladder, or they would have just pushed and had 2 in T-Con or something crazy like that. then they can go and try to retake it, but they know that, number one, ENCE are worried about Ivy because they just lost their Ivy player, and they have traded for information in a spot they're not likely to give up because they have lost Ivy as well. So they're going to be thinned out outside, and they're going to be very far from a Z rotate. And if they do go inner, they can lock down ladder very easily. So we didn't see that ladder flank come out, or anyone even holding it, I don't think. But you have to assume that Space Soldiers kind of had them showing all their cards, and I think made the best play by going inner. Made a lot of sense. An initial entry, obviously butters it up too, makes it look a little bit more clean. But Space Soldiers, ex-Space Soldiers, gotta say.
Yeah.
You were saying that you wish they changed their name.
Right. This is just,
cool.
you're still giving free marketing.
Yeah.
You know? You like make an impromptu name.
Yeah.
Something.
Because if they are getting paid, which they should be for the the free brand deal that they're giving Space Soldiers.
You know, like Turkish Delights or something.
Turkish Delights. That'd be a cute name. I like that. I'm not so fearsome. I don't know if I'd fear playing a team named Turkish Delights. But
That's a fair point.
It's a cute name. It's a fun name.
We've got flashes up and over, smoke down deep. Alu's vision blocked off, so it falls on Sergey, and he is gone. Paz instantly tears him apart. Alu comes in for the repeat, nearly taking down a second player. But there's a man in close proximity. That's Engine just outside of Z. He hears the rotators, tries to run forward, and X7 will punish him for it. Alu also decides to move his feet forward. As he gets behind the oil tankard, Yam's going to extinguish his fire, and Major gets dropped from at the top of the train. Alexi doesn't even allow him to retreat. I mean, one after another, they've all fallen. This is a team ace nearly, other than from Sergey. So everybody's doing work for ENCE as they come in on the retake. But there is no smoke for the defuse.
No, he used it already.
Oh, well, there we go. Who needs it on an inventory? It's already on the ground. They're faster than me, Launders.
I would actually have been pretty mad if there was a smoke, if there was no smoke and that Molotov went off the door.
Right.
I mean,
won the round.
Yeah, that's a 1v4. That's a pretty easy 1v4.
That's why I was flabbergasted.
Yeah, it's good reason to be flabbergasted.
I was just a little slow in the draw. Excuse me.
We all have our off days. We flew a long distance.
That's true. We are not from this place.
But at the end of the day, they keep 4 alive, well and healthy, and they move on to this next round. Not resetting Space Soldiers. Space Soldiers still have enough to buy, but they won't next round if they lose. Important to note. This could be their dying breath right here. So hopefully it's stinky.
So that's a depressing image.
Hopefully it's a Wario breath.
This is it. All they may have in them. Good grenade. Yes, sirree. Calyx down to 69.
Giggity, giggity, goo.
Those low-hanging fruits, you just can't resist them.
There's a couple of blueberries hanging low. Giggity, giggity, all right.
They've regrouped. They've reconvened. To the top of B, they'll go. Haven't seen much ladder play, actually, as of late. I like the ladder drops. I think it's always a daunting challenge to drop players down there.
Yeah, it's like its own mini game.
Right, but that's why people don't do it, because it can be pretty 50-50.
The house always wins.
Here we have it. Smoke in their face. Not going to have them resist the temptation to charge down into B, where Sergey lies in wait. He's got a chance to reset the crosshair, but Paz will still best him. All the while, Engine has opted to run down lane. He gets the element of surprise versus Alu. This consistent op presence in the back of the bomb site can always be good for dwindling numbers down. But he's going to try to wrap around. And sure enough, finds Engine. Paz alone. 1v4 with a kill already on him. He'd need the ace to clutch, and that's just not going to happen. 6-14. ENCE are on fire.
Very nicely done. Diffuse comes out early. Solid defense and hold, and good composure outside to not rotate too quickly, knowing that there could still be a looming threat to try to catch players off guard.
Right.
Good stuff. Covered all their bases and had plenty of time left over at the end of the day.
And taking into consideration the last 4 rounds of the first half, this has been ENCE now winning 8 of the last 9, with that reset smack dab in the middle. So poor Space Soldiers or ex-Space Soldiers are kind of taking a bit of a beating.
The Turkish delights. The not-so-Turkish delights.
Right.
Not so delightful Turks.
Not today. not here versus Ents. Although you could argue Ents one of the favorites here for the European minor. Coming out swinging so far. Aerial just over the lip of the smoke, and, well, there's a man on the lip of the train. That's Alexi B with a double frag. Major tries to pick up bomb, but you've got a Mac 10 in the middle of the train yard. Best of luck to you.
Yeah. Get to the damn train, CJ. No, they gave it their best shot. Run down ladder, flash outside, a couple of smokes to make it look like a real strat, but ultimately the firepower is not there. And Ents are just waiting for the opportunity to shut down a fast outside rush, because eventually a team is going to try to throw that at you, especially when they're out of options and out of money. Flash goes outside, assists Paz and getting to Olaf, but the Molotovs are out, and then he gets killed. Alexi B from the back lines to make sure that no one can fall back.
A strong A defense here. Another follow-up frag, leaves 3 players left for the T's. Major smoked off, can't find his footing into the situation yet. Engine just floating around T-Con as he gets peppered by flashbangs and stray bullets. It's not a fun position to be in, especially when you're already down by 9. And it seems as though all of Ents could survive what is this final round. Engine and Major gonna try to make the most of it. Deagle and Galil is all they'll have to play. Smoke will fade, and at that moment, expect the push. The duel goes the way of Major. He actually upgrades into the Galil, but again, as we said, the rest of Ents are all ready to rock and roll, and they have rocked Space Soldiers immediately in this group opening match. That's going to give them a pass into the winners BO3, and of course, that therefore pushes Space Soldiers down to the losers bracket. Not where you want to be, Launders, but they're not done yet. It's a long road, and the road's not over just yet.
Yeah, of all the teams we've seen today, I think so far, honestly, Avangar Ents look the most solid, I would say. Yeah. So far, at least from our perspective. We haven't seen all the games. But I don't think the scoreline tells the entire story. It looked in the first half, it looked like Space Soldiers was somewhat competitive. When we got to the CT side, I mean, you could have run that as many rounds as you want to. Ents would probably come out 30-1.
Right. Well, the score doesn't tell the entire story, but we've got a group of guys who maybe could break that down for you. We'll throw this one over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, fellas. That's right. We're going to talk about simulations and storylines playing themselves out. We're going to continue to cover that of Ents making it look easy. But first, I should probably go ahead and tell you what our lower bracket consists of, because it's going to be 2 unlikely candidates in both OpTic and Mouse Sports. My goodness. Anything to say on that before we get started?
It's a nice juicy one. I think, OpTic are going to be upset that Mouse Sports couldn't take that victory there. That's going to be their biggest drama, I suppose.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it just goes to show what kind of a tournament we're looking at here.
Sure.
There's definitely going to be a lot of disappointments, and that's definitely going to be one of them.
Well, one of the disappointments, we're not going to fall in the lap of Ents today. They did find quite a bit of success here, and at times so dominating, it was almost like, if you're on the former Space Soldier side, what can you even do? We saw instances of Yam just getting wrecked.
I mean, early parts of the game, I felt like were competitive, really. I mean, the Space Soldiers guys were taking initiative, which is a good thing. They were trying to make pushes in IV. They were doing plays and towards the top of the inner bomb site a bunch of times, and managed to actually win those rounds. But it came down to like the nitty-gritty rounds with the 2-on-2s. There was like a 2-on-3 situation where Ents managed to come out on top. Was one with Ali and Sergey, for example. Then Sergey winning a 1-on-2, which were really, really crucial for basically the whole narrative of the game.
But with those rounds in mind, right? Sure, I agree that the mid rounds definitely fell in the favor of Ents. It was quite clear. But the rounds, if we look at the 5 rounds won in the first half by Space Soldiers, Paz had 2 rounds which were 3Ks. Calix had a round with a 3K, and Yam had a 4K. So those 4 out of the 5 rounds are from individuals stepping up and doing something fantastic, and that 5th round was versus a full eco. So if you put it in context like that, this is the way that they're going to have to win, because they haven't had a lot of practice. Individuals need to lock it down, and when you verse an execute-heavy team, or a team who plays together or fundamentally sound, that's likely to happen more often than not, right? Those are rounds that you'd expect to lose on the T side of train. So realistically, the scoreline for me is it's not a 16-0, but it's very, very convincing win by Ents.
Indicative of that. And in fact, we've heard from one Finn. We're going to hear from another. It's going to be Alexi B. And we have the opportunity to catch up with him right now in a post-match interview. Let's see what he's got.
Thank you, Stunner. That's right, I've got Alexi B, and you guys come away with a pretty convincing win there. Full control from the Ents side. But I want to look at how you guys prepare for a game like that, because you can't really know what Space Soldiers were going to throw at you there with the recent changes. So how did you guys kind of look at the game?
We just watched some of their games and just see how their default is and stuff like that. Me and the coach just did a good prep before the game, and it worked.
Well, it certainly did work. And one thing I want to ask you as well is, when you were going into the veto, did you expect Train to come out? Because obviously it's been a strong map of yours for a long time.
Yeah, it was Train, Mirage, or Dust 2. We guessed it's going to be Train or Dust 2, but they left Train and Mirage last map, so it was easy pick for us to go for Train.
Well, it certainly made sense. And if I'm right, you're not feeling too well at the moment, right? And you're still playing well. What's going on with you?
I don't know. Me and Alu are sick at the moment. I don't have fever at the moment, but I'm still getting a big flu. And Alu is very sick, I think, and he just took some painkillers before the game and owned.
Painkillers are the way to success then for you guys, all right? Maybe you can take that into the next game. Now, okay, you've made it through the best of one, the kind of scary position where anything can happen, into the best of threes where we've seen you guys before. You look so much more confident anyway. You guys are certainly a favourite team going into this. What's the mentality like with the team at the moment?
We are very confident. We got rid of the best of one game, and now playing versus North or Windigo. Really got confident, just want to play quick to get to the bed and chill.
Now, you've got Natu on the desk over there. He'll be watching this. Anything you want to say to him? Because you didn't give him a heart attack, at least for now.
Joona, pidä peukut pystyssä.
There you go. I have no idea what that means. But Natu, you can break that one down. Ents, they've got their first win under the bag. Let's see what happens later on.
Yes, we luckily have a translator in the house. We're going to go ahead and reference that now. Can we please get that translation?
Yeah, just telling me not to forget my heart medicine. No, I was just saying.
Wow.
He was just kidding. He was just saying, keep your thumbs up. That's it.
Okay. Well, one thing I noticed in that interview was when he spoke about something negative, he smiled. So is that how it works in your culture?
I suppose. I don't know.
Well,
there's a smile about negativity right there.
There we go.
Kind of something negative. I mean, better smile about it.
We love dark humor as well, so.
Well, the humor will continue, but more importantly, Ints will be continuing themselves. We'll be continuing this show as we have the road in front of us. We do have a best of three, Valiance and Vitality. Unlikely suspects in Valiance, but nonetheless, they have certainly earned that best of three spot after triumphing over Mousesports earlier today. We're going to be going to a quick break. We come back, we're going to be kicking off our last best of three, so make sure you don't go anywhere. And when you come back, bring enough popcorn for all of us, because we're getting hungry.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there, since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
In a matchup where V-cards will be exchanged, it will be Vitality versus Valiance, and maybe we throw a couple more Vs in there. There's no Vendettas, but there is a Vodafone pre-match to be had. My name is Trace Saranthus. I'll be walking you through that alongside of my analytical counterparts over here, Natu and Sponge. And this is going to be our first best of 3 of the EU Minor. And boy, do we have an interesting one on our plate, one we couldn't have quite forecasted to go the way it did, but we do have Valiance here now. So let's see what Esperanto can do in company.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just a cool part of this tournament. I think we might be in for a lot of this where we're gonna expect one thing and then another comes out. But yeah, definitely an interesting lineup for sure. Also having a Finn in there, that's always a good part too.
I guess. Look,
it's great to have more Finns.
That was good.
It's great to have more Finns.
It wasn't a V. But the fact of the matter is this roster, if you actually look at the amount of maps that they've played together, considering there was that whole move around, right? There was actually 2 teams kind of merging together to make this new Valiance roster. They had already played, coming into this tournament, 60 matches together over the variety of different maps, right? They have a very deep map pool. The interesting fact of the matter is, out of those 60 games, none of them were on LAN. They come here, they play their first game on LAN as 5. They beat Mouse Sports on Mirage. Now they have 61 games, 100% win record on LAN. So you can't fault it. You can't fault it.
I mean, the math checks out. I don't know if you guys could help us at home in Twitch chat, if you could go ahead and get some math going on your end. But yeah, I think Mr. Burchill is definitely onto something. But within these 2 teams, at least the real test will come down here in this best of 3. Things do begin to change when you start to get away from the BO1.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, also in a game where Valiance, they were up, what, 14-7?
Yes.
And it came down to 16-14, right? So that's where you think maybe the nerves got into them a little bit, where they should have closed it out. Mouse Sports was a team with a lot of veteran experience on that lineup, then they can manage to scrape it back. But I feel like having seen so far what we've seen from Vitality, I don't think they will get those type of opportunities.
We heard in the interview from MBK, right, the fact of the matter was he said we're playing on one of their weaker maps if you consider looking at their map pool and what they've played so far online. You look at their Inferno, for example, they're like 14 and 0 on a map like that. Now we have the caveat of it's versus lower teams, but coming into this, Valiance would be one of the squads that would fall into a similar boat. So this is like a matchup that's it's quite a good matchup, right? Toe-to-toe wise, of teams who are playing at a similar level, have both been trying to progress up the ranks. Both teams with very deep map pools. It's just we lean towards the Frenchman, or at least I do, just based off the experience and ZywOo. Like,
I mean, yeah, ZywOo being the heavy hitter that he's promised and shown to be. Plus, you have the veterancy. There's another V for you to even think about right now, because honestly, if you look at this French squad on paper, even if you take Happy out of the equation, they should be popping heads, dare I say.
Yeah, and so far they did, obviously, like we talked about in the first game. It wasn't just ZywOo that was on the server doing the work. It was actually RPK was doing a lot of work. They were all playing pretty well. So that's a great thing. And that's something you expect. In this kind of circumstance, we're playing for a spot at a major. That's where experience just kicks in.
Probably what we need to do is mention Alex as the guy who has replaced Happy, right? They removed Happy from the roster and they brought in Alex to replace him. Now, the interesting part with that is Happy within the team, and Happy historically as a player has been a lurker, right? He's been that kind of guy who is taking the backlines in those kind of situations, or if they're doing a 4-1 setup, he's overselling the fake. That's kind of a cool role to come into and get to maybe steal a couple of those positions, because it's not one where you need to be hugely integrated into the team. And if he is going to find himself being more integrated in the team as to what Happy did, because we know Happy's playstyle was very one-dimensional, it brings a whole nother bow to this squad, right? Which is fantastic. So Alex has a really good opportunity here to bring in everything he's learned, put up a very good case for himself in this team, and fit in and give them another gear to find. And that's great. And I hope we see more of that throughout this tournament.
One team that's already proven that they can switch up the gears here would be Valiance. We're going to start to take a look at the teams now taken down on the stage, getting all set up, getting strapped in and locked and loaded. Valiance will be the first one we kind of center ourselves around. And maybe as for what we can say about the players on this lineup. Nexa, you got Esperanto, but you know what? There's a young hunter in the midst, and he is a distant relative or something thereof of a guy that we know that has absolutely no problem putting away the opposition.
Yeah, that 100%. I mean, I feel like this line, we look at the lineup, you think of it like Esperanto as the name that really pops out for you. Obviously, he's really being able to showcase that he's a player that's capable of doing magical things, but at the same time, he's also been, I think he got ousted out of his previous lineup at one point in time and then got brought back.
He got benched for a moment in time.
So something going on there that we don't know of, obviously not being inside the team.
Well, there was some other stuff going on within Vitality, which caused them to bring in a change themselves. And yes, as you said, Alex to join Apex, ZywOo, RPK, and MBK, which we have already seen find success today as well. Now, this lineup, we can talk about the veterancy, but I really think it does rest on the laurels of which one of these guys is going to be coming out today. We saw RPK earlier have a little bit of bite in him, and let's see if he can continue going into a best of 3.
I think in the best of 3, it's so difficult to see. Like, obviously, if you look at the win-loss record for a team like Vitality, they're looking like they're in a really good spot, like map-wise, right? They have a very good map pool here. The question mark is not who's going to show up, because we've already seen both teams have played best of 1s. They've had their individuals do what they need to do. It's how the play styles are going to go toe-to-toe, because I'm curious to see, if Vitality are just going to allow themselves to continue to go, we're going to play the team Counter-Strike, what we've practiced, or if they're going to get a little bit looser, because they actually, I feel that they have that, you know, they definitely have that as a strength. Whereas the guys from Valiance, for them, the individuals that we're talking about, right? Esperanto is a big one right there. I think another name which we've seen over the last couple of years is Nexa. He went and played for Renegades, had to do the in-game leading stuff. Kind of a very quick way for this kid to have to mature. Now coming into this environment, they've already beaten the #1 seeded team in this whole minor. So they're coming off of a high. Are they going? This is where their lack of experience really hurts them, coming straight into a best-of-3 to get through to the bracket stage.
I mean, perhaps they could even use #PlayFaster in chat and maybe kind of get some wind behind their sails on that note. But yes, it is a crash course all in all for these guys. Now, they have kind of probably exceeded their own expectations coming into this best-of-3. So perhaps they can use that as one of their own strengths.
Sure, I guess. I just think that looking at this one right here on paper, which is how we have to do it until we see more in front of us on LAN, is that a team with experience and a team with a very good map pool versus a team who's just had an upset victory in some ways going, and who also has a deep map pool, they're an underdog purely because of the lack of experience factor. Everything else matches up pretty nicely.
Yeah, what's interesting also, if you think about it, Happy being gone, is the fact that he was kind of like the puppet master, it felt like.
Yeah, pulling all the strings.
For the longest time in this French scene. So now him being out, how much does that change the dynamic? And BK was kind of alluding to us to the fact that that's kind of having Alex come in is going to swift the way that we favor different maps and kind of maybe the approach that we have towards the game. So I feel like that's another dynamic that you kind of have to take into account as well.
I think if we can, because we didn't get a chance to reflect on it because it was on the B stream, a lot of people may have missed the Mouse Sports versus the Valiance game that went on earlier. Now, you mentioned the massive lead that they had in the comeback and then the fact that they were able to close it out. In that game against Mouse Sports, this is one critique you could possibly have. The only player who really, truly showed up consistently in that game was Chris J. He was dropping bombs. He had over 30 kills in regulation, whereas the likes of Sunny, and this is his home map, Mirage, which is where they faced, he was nowhere to be found.
Be careful. You don't want to have any Finn on Australian violence, right?
Well, they went Finn on Finn in that game anyway, so someone had to win or lose.
Finn on
right?
Finn
so
sounds like a real maybe Vega Squadron sort of thing, but we're not talking about that. Anyway, carry on, guys.
No, I mean, also at Mouse Sports, they've been putting a lot of effort, it feels to me, like watching from outside in, you know, Sunny posting pictures where they're playing, pugs together as a team, basically, in the morning hours because they couldn't find anyone to practice against, So that kind of shows you the kind of commitment that they're putting into it. And then coming out the first game and you lose in a game that you're heavily favored in, it's not a great look.
But, I mean, just the words that we had with, at least for Mouse Sports on their defense was, this is really out of their comfort zone. For something that would seemingly go well and true in their favor, this is probably a really weird spot for them, finding themselves backs against the wall this early on in the minor. We're not in the major yet.
I think if you were going to have a perfect storm coming off of being a high-seeded team who, I don't want to say they're figured out, but they have a lot more LAN games, a lot more tendencies, a lot of those things to look at when you're in this environment. So there's one thing that the homework could be done. They went to a map that for them hasn't been as, Mirage hasn't been their best map. They might think it's their best map, but what I'm trying to say is they've been losing a lot more games than they were historically. At one point, definitely the best Mirage team in the world, but now that's definitely up for question. So going in a best of one on a map that lots of teams are good at, Mirage has been figured out by everybody at this point, right?
Should be.
In a best of one situation, with not that much practice, no tune-up event coming in against a very hungry team, and now you have to defend, you have to stand, and you have to be showing up in spades, that's the perfect storm to lose. I'm going to make a bold statement right now.
Oh boy.
I don't see Mouse Sports dropping a best of 3, right? I have a really good feeling in the group stage, right? Maybe when we get to the bracket for them, then they might drop one at that point. But I think that at this point now, they go to the best of 3s, they're going to win 2, and they're going to make it straight through, right? I don't see too many dramas for them. The best of ones, the perfect storm, this environment, that's why I think they've found themselves in this position. People are going to go slap themselves in the face and wake up tomorrow and come out with a bit more hunger and I guess, fire in the belly to get the victories they need. But it's just that unfortunate slow start.
Yeah, you better hope that they've got the vision, right? Because obviously taking on OpTic, they have not been able to really find that footing. I mean, they're essentially trying to put it together, trying to piece it together here at the minor, which is an entirely different topic on its own. We could even dive down. I don't think we're anywhere near telling you, the viewer at home, what maps we're going to be playing yet. So perhaps we can dive down that rabbit hole, guys.
Okay, so OpTic, with the addition of Refresh instead of Nico, in case you all missed the news over the holiday period, they hadn't actually played an official game together before today, and they got their asses handed to them against Vitality earlier. Look, it was a scrappier game. There was some rough moments from either team, but the scoreline, I don't think, it wasn't a closer game than the scoreline says. I think that was a just scoreline for the game. Coming into this situation in the Danish scene, Carrigan now a free agent in a way in the minor coming up for NA. He's playing for
Who knows what the situation is with that?
But with him now available, and if North don't perform at this event either, who are playing right now on the B stream against Windigo, you can catch that one. You can put that one next to our faces. If neither of those teams perform, then I can see a big shuffle happening within that Danish region.
Yeah, because if you're not Astralis, you're last. I think that is the way it goes.
Yeah, the benchmark is relatively high in Denmark, but at the same time, you got all the pieces if you just manage to put them all together. But it's not that simple, obviously, because players are contracted, and there's a lot of different things you have to take into account. And also, might be some social issues between players that we know that's an issue, not only in the Danish scene, but also internationally.
Well, it tends to happen, and what also tends to happen is Windigo taking North 5-2 right now on Overpass. Now, that we've gotten all the B-Stream updates out of the way, that we've gotten everything else that you could think of out of the way, we're going to tell you a little bit about the maps that we're going to be playing here within this best of 3 of Vitality and Valiance as we try to get back on track here, guys.
Okay, so...
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I looking at the map pool for Vitality, I think they can really take this. The only map that they haven't played a lot is Train. And they have a 100% win rate. They've only played it once, if I did my maths correctly. But the fact there is, with this in the pool, they can kind of pick and choose. Oh, we already have. I missed it. Hold up a second. Overpass Train.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, here's the thing. They're undefeated right now on Inferno.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think both picks kind of make sense. You got a 14-0 on Inferno, 100%. Looks pretty good. You won a couple of solid teams like Mousesports, for example.
Sure.
And then the Mirage pick makes sense in the way that, yes, you just played it, you feel warm on the map, you've gone through, obviously, a game where you were up massively and then kind of struggled to close it out, but you still got to feel, obviously, as an underdog, especially, I feel like going for the comfort ones makes sense.
And Dust 2 is the third, so that's a really kind of brawly map pool, right? It's like a traditional map pool. You're getting those ones coming in. I don't know if it's going to go the distance because I see Valiance as more of an individually based team. That's why Mirage is a good pick for them, right? Because if somebody can step up and get a multi-kill here, there, or anywhere, then rounds can basically be won with that alone. I think that the way that Vitality have shown themselves is they're really building up to be more of a team-based structure. Yeah. And as MBK mentioned in his interview, if the worst case happens, ZywOo can just pop off, right? So either way on Mirage, they can start with their structure, falls apart, but ZywOo can step on in.
And what we will do is have the commentators step in, and I think you're going to be able to formulate your own opinions, Twitch chat. I know you're very much capable of it, and we're going to let you do just that as we go ahead and give over to the commentators who will be taking us into the first map of this best of 3 Mirage. It's going to be Scrawny and Launders. Take it away, fellas.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Mirage, Launders. That's where we begin this affair. And it is a bit of an affair in the sense that I didn't see this one coming. Wow. Valiance over top of Mousesports. That to me is a bit of a blunder. It is, of course, that kind of slow start to Mousesports. At the beginning of the day, you know, a little bit of me thought, because if you could make the argument that any team at any of the minors have the highest chance of getting to the final stage of the major, Mousesports are going to be your pick.
Yeah.
And yet, there's always that little bit of a wiggle room. There's always that kind of time where they will tumble and fall, and it seems as though today is one of those days.
Yeah, the minors get harder every time, and it's because of teams like Valiance and because of teams like Vitality. So these are the two teams that are going up against each other. I am so curious about how Valiance will fare coming off of their win versus Mousesports versus Vitality, who, in my opinion, even though they won very convincingly versus OpTic, looked shaky. I think there was like some stuff I didn't really like about their Dust 2. And I don't know if that's because it was just Dust 2. So now we get to see first Mirage, and then we get to see
Inferno, where Vitality currently
14,
have 14 wins, 0 losses.
I don't know if they're LAN, it's like LAN plus online, but 14 in a row, still fantastic.
It's a big number.
Yeah, so I'm just going to assume that they'll take Inferno. I think maybe we could get a third map here. I have no idea what to expect from Valiant. I'm just hoping that they're playing well because they took a map off of Mousesports. Not only take a map off Mousesports, they did it on Mirage.
Right.
That's a really good Mousesports map.
Yeah,
and,
it is.
And they pushed Chris K to get 35 kills. So things must have gotten really ugly in some of the rounds, but they had to earn that win.
One of the things I don't think that we'll see necessarily in this best of 3, and more particularly on Mirage, compared to their game versus Mousesports earlier, is I don't think that the entirety of Vitality are going to kind of come up empty-handed like we saw with Mousesports. You know, Chris J over 30 frags and the rest of the team not quite behind him. Earlier when we had Vitality versus OpTic, you know, it was a very close affair. Sure, you had had Zywoo at the top, but you had RPK with crucial kills. You had NBK chiming in. Like, that whole team was definitely working as a unit and really kind of minimizing the workload for that hard carry. If that is going to be the case, if it's not just Valiance versus a one player, then I think they have their hands full. And then the question, of course, is how good is Mosports at Mirage nowadays? There's a lot of parallels, I think, to draw between the Mosports versus Valiance game and what we saw earlier on the B stream with Gambit versus Simon. You know, Chad made a lot of really good points on the desk where it's you're coming back from an extended holiday into a best of one in a LAN environment versus a team you could maybe write off, and Gambit fell short of that too. They fell prey to the exact same issues, and sure enough, that upset occurred. You know, whether or not this can transition into a BO3 victory, to me, this win from Valiance would be huge.
But I really wonder if Valiance could take Mirage again. I guess I don't know. I don't know if it's possible, but there's a lot to be seen. Esperanto, very good map for him.
Right. Yeah, once upon a time, Tom Biz told me, he said, if Esperanto doesn't have 20 kills on Mirage, it's because he has 30 kills on Mirage. And he didn't quite have those numbers in this first game. You know, it was Hunter definitely putting in that individual work. But Esperanto is one of those players who can come out swinging. Like, even though he is this younger, lesser experienced type player, he doesn't really shy away from the challenge. You know, he's confident.
He has the attitude.
He has the attitude. It can come back to bite him, right? I mean, he's the reason Crystal got cut from Imperial once upon a time. He wanted him off. Crystal's the player that benched him, and then Esperanto pulls the reverse Peacemaker and just gets the IGL out of there.
Sounds like it worked out for him then.
It did, right? And then that whole teammate kind of splits. The Imperial days come to an end, and now we're left with him here on Valiance. But this is interesting to me because we have a predominantly Serbian lineup with this.
Yeah,
right?
That's new.
Yeah, and Nexa coming in with Esperanto. I mean, he was always one of these heavier hitters with Esperanto on Imperial. So they definitely, in my mind, took the two best players, injected them into this lineup. You've got Otto in there too, who I think kind of doesn't maybe get as many credits as he deserves.
It's gonna be tough on this team.
Yeah, it's gonna be a handful for Vitality, I think, no matter what map we end up on, because these are just individually skilled players, and that's always, you know, creates fireworks.
Nexa was one of those kids, you know, just like a year and a half ago. I think he went to Renegades, then Envy, or the other way around, came to NA and picked up really difficult roles like IGLing, and I think changed up a bunch and then went back. And he was one of those players that was scouted on HLTV for his like outstanding performances individually on tier 2 teams versus good teams. And then I think just got placed on the wrong teams, or maybe two high caliber teams too early in his career, or maybe just moving to NA is just such a big change that he couldn't blossom. But it's somebody that for a long time people have expected to reach a much higher stage of performance, and that might be what he'll get here on Valiance.
What I personally really liked about that stint with NA and him taking over the reins of in-game leadership with Renegades is that he had Kassad in his ear, because Kassad was coaching, right? So you had that Serbian in-game leadership, the Serbian coaching on top of it all, and I think that was really productive in terms of developing him as a player. Sometimes when you bite off a huge responsibility like that, it can kind of crush you under the pressure, under the weight of it. But if you are the type of person who expects and excels within challenges, then that's one of those challenges he's faced already. Now you slot him into a team that has maybe arguably more success around him, and he's just going to continue to pop off. If I bring up the game they had just now versus Mouse you know, he was up there too. He was amidst the success of them. Yeah, 23 and 20, just behind Hunter. It was the two of them combined with 86 ADR each that really kind of made that core of success for the upset.
I'm happy to hear it. I really want to see everybody firing off on all cylinders, and I would love to know if it was, you know, is it the first map that I've got to cast of Vitality playing against anybody? So I would like to know if that was just a map where they didn't have everything sorted out. The other thing is they only played a total of 4 maps with Alex.
Yeah.
So after removing Happy, who has definitely got a lot of input on every game they play. So strange shoes to fill, big shoes to fill, unique shoes to fill, you know, all of these things. And Alex doesn't have that much experience. I mean, he's got some, but he doesn't have nearly as much as Happy, obviously. So, you know, I do have to kind of give them some leeway there. There's going to be some rough communication, some spots that we'll find out in a couple months will change because people aren't as comfortable as they'd like to be in them. And so you got to assume that this team is, you know, still going through growing pains, even though they feel comfortable. But it was cool to hear that that MBK realizes that they've got kind of this safety net in Zywoo, who is incredibly consistent frag-wise, to pick him up in spots where they might have spotty communication or bad rotations or stuff that comes from inexperience.
Right.
Got a kid who can just literally change and turn a game on its head.
I mean, the perfect example of that is, I think, you know, the final round of OpTic versus Vitality earlier today on Dust 2. You know, it was economy against the wall for Vitality. They had the 15 rounds, but they were, you know, allowing OpTic back into the game. Zywoo grabs a deagle, gets 3.5 frags, shuts it all down, crushes their hopes and dreams, and now they face Mouse Sports in a best-of-3 elimination tomorrow. So, I mean, Zywoo, in and of himself, you know, just provided a prime example to what you're talking about. Serving as that safety net, serving as that ability to kind of just sit back and let the kid do what he wants, because he is that good. You know, he's incredible. You take his performance at the, I believe it was DreamHack Atlanta, when Vitality just formed as a roster. You know, you want as much LAN experience as you can, as quickly as you can when you have these types of players coming into the mix. And that was good for him, because his success online, you know, was always questionable whether it would transition into LAN, and it immediately did. It doesn't seem to be one of those hurdles that stops so many other players from succeeding.
Yeah, you got to kind of give people the benefit of the doubt until they show up or don't, because you don't know how different people will react to the LAN environment. It's pretty amazing how some people simply don't seem to, I don't want to say understand the consequences, but really feel understand how immense the circumstances are. I mean, with going to a LAN event with a team that you need to impress, the org that you need to impress, you know, everybody on HLTV, Reddit, and wherever else, right?
Oh my God, it's time.
But yeah, we finally got into it. I think you push the start.
Oh yeah, I pressed the start button.
Okay,
you know,
finally,
casters start the game.
Button. Thank you.
We've done it. I've talked enough. I'm happy with ourselves, Launders. So let's get into the action and let's let these players speak for themselves. Esperanto with a deadly looking picture, and Betway with some deadly odds. 1.44 to the favor of Vitality, and seeing as they do have major players in that lineup, you kind of have to give them the edge.
Yeah, you would definitely think so. So we've got just a basic default here. Everybody's holding their positions, waiting for pushes. And the CTs have enough map control that they don't have to do much more. Esperanto has got a tricky angle on underpass and doesn't know if 5 players are just going to pop up out of nowhere. But it doesn't seem like that'll be the case for now, at least. Cool part about this position is that since he has his teammate watching top mid for him, if someone shows up, they can try to tag team them. And if no one shows up, well, he can be a fast flank and a big flank around to his site.
Oh, hello, Nexa. Goodbye, NBK. That's the bomb carrier spotted immediately, too. So the play kind of comes to a pause. Vitality, they wanted to show that bomb.
Oh, he knows.
Oh, Esperanto, he's going to catch the rotate. Now this entire B push, this attempt into the site, what's it got them? Map control, sure. I mean, I don't understand how that play works without securing that mid control, because if you have a CT pushed up into your spawn, this is exactly what could have happened.
Yeah, I think the key is that, you know, they're not expecting Valiants to be that far up mid already, which is what's cool about the setup that they have. So if they really covered every option, then maybe they go clear mid out first, but they thought the simple fake would be good enough, and it was not. They also lost Nexo, who I think they assumed they wanted him to show bomb. I don't think they wanted him to die.
Right, NBK dying there.
They just wanted to show bomb, so one person takes his foot off of B, and then as soon as that happens, they jump out and try to enter the site. So it's almost a fake, but it's meant to just distract B for just 1 second so that they can pounce as soon as they get any information, like somebody peeking B, for example. But overall, the setup from Valiance was just so nice.
Yeah, that mid-aggression from Esperanto really shut things down. Like you said, the NBK death over towards ramp, that kind of slows things down. So while Vitality are slowed down, not on their own decision, Valiants are also pedal to the metal. And it's Vitality to try and charge this time. To the bottom of mid, they'll go straight into Esperanto as Apex slips them the tongue and finds himself a plant on the A site.
Yeah, without asking, right? Okay. Didn't ask for that either. Just assaulted the entire stream.
2-0. Good start. And some cash here for the Frenchman.
Not too bad. I like their logo and stuff. It looks kind of like a streetwear brand.
Yeah, you like that?
Valiant & Co.
It's a little bit like the Boxer Bomber if someone took a bite out of it.
Yeah, someone munched the logo? Yeah, I want some money for that.
Well, money is all around. Again, bomb plant here for Vitality. Plenty of kills for Valiance. They're going to be fine and dandy, grabbing all the grenades they can. There's an op up for ZywOo immediately. And Otto flies to the bottom of mid, smoke off to the top, and falls because of the Molotov as ZywOo hunts for a kill.
Yeah, I think initially just tried to do the cat jump to see over top of the top cat smoke, but fails. But makes it look like it's all on purpose. It's very important to do. ZywOo wins his opening duel. Otto goes down in the connector. Resmokes out to window, and MBK is going to activate his lurk, and it's going to be pretty successful, you think. A labored spray ends up netting him a kill. But now his position is known. He's taken a bit of damage. And it's cleanup time for Valiance, as Vitality have a distinct advantage. Very early in the round, they can make a choice.
Ooh, flashbang, Apex, not even sure if he's dead, but Esperanto's gonna go ahead and double down. So 2 versus 2, and I love these sorts of situations. However, Hunter versus RPK goes the way of Vitality, and Esperanto's gonna have to double up his frag count here in this round. He knows exactly where they're at, gets the dink off towards NBK, but can't quite finish his kill. He was pinched between a rock and an RPK.
Yeah, it could be a hard place. I feel like it's pretty a hard-bodied citizen. But it's I wouldn't want him to run into me, I feel like.
Next time Vitality are on screen, I just realized RPK looks like an older version of ZywOo. They're sitting side by side.
RPK looks like he was on The Sopranos.
Yep. Man's a mechanic. Drives a beautiful car.
Cool. Very cool. Thanks for that. Thanks for that fact. That's cool.
Just letting you know, man.
Appreciate it.
Here to share the love. And Esperanto wants to share the op. ZywOo slips past him to the top of mid behind the box. And it's that underpass play again from Vitality.
Alex, oh, is that angle good enough? Flash comes out. They're going to be able to dodge that, right?
Easy.
Seems like they might, and Hunter just goes right out for that kill. Knows how it's going to end up and make sure to play that angle perfectly. Apex lurks out into the A site, gets traded in the window. Esperanto, can he get 2? No, RPK spacing is too good to catch the op-off cycle.
Yep, Otto now just with the Deeg, trying to keep both RPK and NBK aback. But alas, he has fallen, and the A site cracked wide open. Letney and Hunter both like mid-rotation at the moment, and RPK, he's not going to let off the murder hole. He's not going to let him come crawling through. Knows exactly where Letney's at. Walks straight into the crosshair. That's an easy kill for RPK.
And now Hunter, he's just going to want to save. At this point, could be worried about a number of different positions. Not even sure how he falls off in the situation, but probably is worried that they could be flanking in through B. Ultimately, if he's quick enough, should be fine to get 1, but won't have any targets coming his way.
Yeah, he's just perched like a hawk.
Is a hunter hawk? Is that a
Yeah, I think hawks are good hunters.
Hawks are hunters, yeah.
That's where I was going with it.
There we go. That's a 2-2. Interesting round from Vitality. They pulled that lurk off from Apex, and it's such a quick lurk. I mean, he walks up connector and pretty much doesn't stop the entire round. So getting his 1 kill and getting traded out is good. But it was really about how quickly RPK was able to trade his next frag in window with Esperanto. Gave him absolutely no time to get that op back on cycle to hit his shot. I think that was the most impressive thing. Double smoke to top mid by accident. Or was it by accident? I wonder if they needed the full smoke to make sure that connector and the cat player could not see.
Securing vision, preventing the info, and then going all in through the apps. That's the plan here from Vitality. They've even blocked off Archway, so they don't clear the corner. That's where Esperanto is going to strike from, and he's got support all around him. That op in the hands of Hunter is good for 2, and it is Vitality falling, being unraveled at the seams, so it seems, until ZywOo will be attempting this clutch. 1v2 and an excellent Deagle headshot. It's just Hunter up. The spam shots are there, but still both players stand, and it's around the corner that ZywOo will take it.
Ow, man.
Dodging shots and putting lead down range. the young gun grabs the clutch.
How did any of that happen? How did Hunter have all those fantastic kills, and then at the end, ZywOo and him both end up whiffing shots on each other, even though they both had such a fantastically impactful round? I mean, here's ZywOo, and just like no man's land, trying to figure out where his next fight's going to be. No time to line stuff up, hits the incredible 1D, and then deals with Hunter as well at the end of the day. Ice in his veins, man. Nasty
That's what he's
stuff.
there for. That's what the man is there for. All right. Everybody calm down. We've got Valiance back in on a buy. Light utility, 0 kits. And no op to try and stop ZywOo.
Another buy up. Just don't want to make sure a lurk comes out of connector. This time window will get boosted into, and Otto just watches the smoke because he's got nothing better to do. There wasn't really much assistance for him, and MBK is here to lurk Palace one more time. Otto goes ahead and picks another one up at mid, and RPK looks for a trade. Is clear, seems to be aware that Nexa could be there, but it doesn't quite matter. And now it's just on Alex. We'll go back to try to recover the bomb, but there will be a man waiting for him to try this.
Yeah, he walks unsuspectingly straight into the crosshair. Damn, Valiance, they do not shy away from going for these hyper-aggressive flanks.
Yeah, the hyper-aggressive flanks. And also, there's a lot of mid-presence from Vitality, and a lot of kind of like the similar stuff. They have this pattern of doing what works. And they don't do that kind of as a team. They do it on like this in this default, where they're taking a lot of liberties with the lurks in Palace, for example, or how Apex is going up connector, going in window, going at a very fast pace. Again, using minimal grenades. They're pretty much just trying to catch people off guard. That seems to be like the overall ethos of their strategy.
Ethos, I like that word. It's a good one.
Yeah.
And I like the application of it too, right?
It's like their kind of their team philosophy. Just play loose, play defaulty, work individual picks, try to catch people off guard. But once those things are known, you know, once you have Otto watching a smoke in window, once you have Nexa who's aware that Apex might come up connector, once you have a player who can keep his eyes on Palace for the majority of the early round, what are the other options? Now that all those things have been spotted, what are Vitality going to do differently? There are tons of individual options on Mirage. There's lots. But which ones will they employ? Here we are at top boxes at 1:25. Smoke to the top of connector. And MBK is making his way back into Palace after leaving for a moment. I don't know if it was to throw a smoke or just to come back and watch a ramp push. But Nexa has prying eyes on this. They've taken mid-control. They left a player here. That's kind of what you want to do. And they can go back into an execute if they want to, but they've only got a single smoke.
Good thing Apex took a chip on the chin and grabs himself the full utility.
Assuming they're just smoking jungle, so connector will be open to come up through. And it looks like apartment smoke was missed.
Alex just gets a jumping ump headshot if my wall hacks are fine, and followed up with 2 additional kills. So the entries all go smooth, but then they walk into Nexa, who combines with Letny to drop 3 of Vitality's members. Letny's still up. He's going to pry over the top of staircase. Can't quite catch NBK yet. He's crouching behind the metal cover, keeping his head down and his hopes high. When does Letny decide to round the corner? Where does he look? Where does he anticipate Apex to be off to? It's not even going to matter, because NBK comes popping up at the perfect time.
Yeah, don't even know how all those kills fell into place, but the split was good enough. They had the jumping UMP kill at mid. They had a player up in Palace, I think, who got a frag. ZywOo chimed in with his AWP, and it made it look easy. It was a 2v5 there for a second. Nexa put up big numbers, killing 2 on Tetris with no flash involved, and then getting a lot of damage off on a third, but that was a bit too late. The aggressive top mid smoke is out, but We can see the follies of the smoke. It takes so long to pop that if T's on their default decide to burst, they'll get there in front of it. And so if you're a CT banking on T's respecting the smoke, it won't matter, and you won't even have the info that they didn't respect it because you're not there to look.
Hunter tucked away. Should definitely hear this pressure coming. He actually, almost makes work of that CZ, but RPK will best him. Had the corner to hide in, but just can't connect the shot. Substantial damage still done, and Letney may try to finish off this frag. It would be nice to regain the map control. It would open up the information on window if need be. Otto, speaking of info, just wants to know whether players are coming at him from the apps. Good time grenade, but it just sails past NBK. Nearly on the head. Otto now, seeing as he's dropped, puts the pressure onto Letney, tries to activate and cut off that cap push, but falls after just one. So efficient trade frags coming in from Vitality, efficient peaks and timing too. It all seems in the bag as they plant bomb on top of it all.
Next here on the rotate. Looks like he's going to find a spot to camp in on Cat. They're going to try to guess to see where can we stop them from leaving. It looks like it might be B-Apps, actually, which would be a smart rotate out for Vitality. Yeah, 4 players getting out this way. And that's it. Are there any guns to recover? Next, it looks like he picks up an M or a UMP, but I don't know if there's anything else. Apex got rid of an AK that was in the site, so.
Smooth moves. Minimizes the handouts, so it is just the ump at the end of the day. Vitality with another 5 rounds. Remember, Valiants actually get reset in that 6th round. So amidst all of these wins from Vitality is the downfall of Valiants so far. Just have to get that economic feet back beneath them, get the ball rolling. You're already not favored to win this series, let alone when you have very few options in terms of gun rounds. You know, it's never pretty, Mohan.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, Inferno maybe is one thing that we could be like, all right, Vitality. So if they've just got so many good stats to look at, that say, okay, they'll probably take that map. But with Mirage, no, Valiance just had such a strong performance on Mirage. They're probably feeling pretty good. I feel like they'll definitely be able to give Vitality a run for their money. Maybe favored, maybe not. And if it did go down to Dust 2, again, not so sure. Like, Vitality are all that on Dust 2, so. Could be a long series, but who knows. Vitality take this map, it could just be a 2-0. Small lead right now, going up against Pistols right here.
I feel like Apex has consistently been given the ability to run up into ramp. Uses connector to his advantage. Gets himself closer to that A site, allows for him to have audio cues from both window, sandwich, and stairs. Kind of pushes Valiance forward in a way that they can't be exposed to him. But mind you, with these pistols, they want to get as close as possible regardless. Letney playing around the corner of the site. He's got 3 players pushing up from Catwalk, the distraction and apps as well, as Alex activates, falls down, and picks him up. Esperanto's Deagle hungry for some frags. He's got the substantial damage, can't manage that 3rd bullet though. So it's Nexa standing at the end of the day as bomb plants at 25 seconds.
Yeah, not even any damage done this round. So they've just a couple players who are quite low, but 5 alive for Vitality means they will be at full strength. Lots of money to be made. Moving into this next round, but it'll also be a bye from Valiance. They've done well so far, I think, on some of their rounds. On CT side, they've had good adaptations, rotations, individual performances from both Nexa and Esperanto on the A site. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what the adjustment will be now. Vitality, again, don't look to execute on sites all the time. That's just not their style, it doesn't seem. Which I'm totally fine with. I feel like there's a really good argument to be made against wasting a ton of utility for the thought of like flashing one guy out, and when you could use almost no utility, flash that same guy, maybe even catch someone off guard for free. Just be surprising. I feel like there's a lot of value in that, especially when there's so many things that you go through as a player, as you're learning, to figure out how to deal with executes that you can telegraph.
Do you feel like there's a problem currently unfolding here with this cat to B presence that seems to be thrown versus Hunter? I know he hasn't had anything other than pistols to protect themselves, but it does seem like we've seen that shift away from A, away from Esperanto, and closer to this B site now.
Yeah, it might be because, well, it depends if Vitality were doing that specifically because they were anti-eco. Maybe their anti-eco is to go cat to B, which is somewhat common for teams. I personally don't like it just because you're exposed to so many angles, but it's worked well for them. And now we'll see if that's something that they want to try again, but I have no idea. They might have specifically just been targeting cat, not even expecting anybody to be inside of ladder room, just saying, okay, if it is going to be an anti-eco, we like to go B, we like to abuse cat, and we like to molly out ladder room. We're happy to take that engagement. This time around, back on a very passive default. Player back at top mid. CTs are constantly getting information, which is good. Oh, Nexa even winning his duel straight up versus MBK with just a UMP. Definitely not favored in that situation.
Grabs the AK and tucks back just in the nick of time because Apex hot on his heels. Could actually still find him with his back turned. Yes, sir. Nexa not ready for that one. And we're right into the even ground of 4v4. Hunter poised and prepared to push top mid with Otto over the shoulder to support him. But does somebody flash him deep? No, he dry peeks, and still he manages the headshot. Then RPK, as he attempts to trade, is drawn into Otto. So that's a decent affair here. And unfortunately for Alex, he's just blindsided from Letney. It's Apex versus 3. Trade frags towards middle, a proactive ramp push out of Valiance, and then a solid B hold 2. That's the pieces of the equation that succeed for them.
Yeah, they really made it work on all facets of the map. They had that was a nice trade from Apex, so I really like that. It seemed like he called out that Nexa, given as much time as he had, went and he heard him pick up the AK, that, okay, maybe he cleared the A ramp, and since I'm this late, I could probably just kind of flagrantly walk up and catch him trying to look for something else. He knows also that MBK had been constantly fighting from Palace, and that might be Nexa's next target. Took a small risk there, but it seemed pretty cerebral to me. So that was cool to watch. But overall, again, Valiants are doing quite well versus a straight-up default that we've seen from Vitality now. Their lurks are not working as well as they'd like, I think. And I think we have a small pause here, potentially a technical pause as headphones are off.
Nathan Schmidt, or NBK, not happy with his hardware. So yeah, we're in the middle of a tech pause, folks. That's okay. Look at it, well sorted. We have 2 referees on scene. Not 1, but 2.
2. Yes, technical pause.
Confirmed, 100%. HLTV confirmed.
Check out HLTV. Could be hopefully it's a VoIP issue.
Those are always the easiest ones, right?
Yeah, those are the tier 3 issues. Tier 1 issues, we're looking at hardware. TeamSpeak restarting, perfect.
Nice,
that's what we like to
want.
see.
Yep.
Hell yeah, we root for those issues.
Want to play a game here with Valiance.
Go for it.
Spot the Scandinavian.
I just laughed before even answering. So, he's also got a flag on his shirt.
Yeah, I just realized that. So, you know,
this is an easy game.
Yeah, I don't want to challenge you, Launders. I'm not trying to make your life any harder.
You questioning my intelligence?
No. No. You already have to work with me. I figured that's hard enough.
We have no idea what the team atmosphere is like. Who's friends with whom?
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm just pretty unaware when it comes to Valiance in general. Like me personally, I remember when they were a full-fledged Serbian roster, I believe. You know, they went under the name of Binary Dragons, and we cast them at DreamHack Open Atlanta 2017. Our second LAN together, you and I. No, our first LAN together. They were Binary Dragons. And then they rebranded, and they played at Copenhagen Games, had a disappointing event, and then I didn't really get to watch them at all for a little while. You know, I believe
they lost to Singularity, was that right? There was a Finnish team that won that LAN. That
well, no, Imperial won that LAN. So Esperanto and Nexa's original mixed team is the one that won it.
Interesting.
Right.
Worlds collide.
They were playing with a Cillian at the time as an in-game leader. That kind of, pushed him into his next team of Heroic because of that result. It left them behind. They grabbed Crystal. So they've been floating around this core. But now they have Esperanto and Nexa. You get that. They put more Serbs on the team, and here you go. Let's take a look at the scoreboard for the time being. Who's up there at the top of things? We've got Hunter and Esperanto above 90 damage per round at the moment. And on the other side of the scoreboard, it's Zywoo, no surprise at the top. 79.1 ADR. 8 kills, 6 deaths, 1 assist, $6,900 in the bank.
Okay.
Oh, even more stats. Here you can see, of course, that reset that very vitally occurred in that 6th round. And because of that, we've had these string of victories, 3 rounds in a row from Vitality each time. There's a very real, timeline where this happens yet again. If the 11th goes to Vitality, then I feel for Valiance.
Yeah, it's like they're resetting at the perfect moments.
Right. It's because, sure, the whole thing is just don't get reset in these crucial turning points. But when that does happen, you're just so limited in terms of gun rounds. It's like you never really get a chance to play the game. You just get beaten up and bullied,
Sounds
one hand tied behind your back.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'm getting flashbacks.
I thought this was supposed to be fun.
Who said Counter-Strike was fun?
That's true. It's not. It hasn't been fun for a long time. It's it's very
really fun.
I think it's what I meant to say. It's just it's less fun when you're playing purely to win.
Right.
Which you should always be playing to win, unless you're just trying to have fun. Where are we going with this?
You should always be playing to win if it's your job.
If it's your job, yes.
Right.
And it's not fun to lose when it's your job to win.
That just means you're not that good at your job.
And being bad at your job isn't fun.
Right. Don't you feel the pain right now? Jokes aside, the issue has gone from Tier 3 to Tier 1 from TeamSpeak.
Because you just said PC, so...
Yeah, PC issues. So let's just chuck it out the window.
The PC?
Yep.
Okay.
Or NBK, it's your choice.
Or NBK. One's easier to replace.
Which one?
The PC.
Oh.
Can't just get a new NBK.
I mean, they replace Happy pretty quick.
That's true. That did take a while, though.
That's fair.
So all we know is that it's PC. That could allude to a whole litany of issues. It could be a loose graphics card. It could be an overheated graphics card. Okay, we can go to a break.
You want to go to a break?
You want to? It's up to you.
Yeah, we'll give it to you, folks. So don't go too far, because the break may be short, it may be long. You never know. You're going to have to stick around for updates. You're not going to want to miss this. Vitality versus Valiance. Who's going to win? Only time will tell. So we shall see you soon. So, you thought you were coming back to the game, but we're throwing you guys a curveball.
Uh-huh.
Still not ready.
It's another tech.
It's another technical pause. So,
oh, it's ready.
It is ready. Oh, my
gotcha.
We're being thrown all sorts of
I know you guys are
curveballs,
upset.
launders.
We were just kidding around.
Just standing on my chair here. You know what sucks about standing on camera? Is that now people know you're taller than me.
Yeah. Up here, a lot of people were surprised that I was tall in general.
Yeah, you look like a...
You never get to see people's legs when they're streaming and stuff, so.
True. True. At least it's not a Tom Biss, Jason Kaplan type situation.
Yeah. At least you're not bald.
Woo, let's go. Vitality up 6-4. Valiance on a bye. This is not a place they've been too often. This is the reset that kind of reset them in the middle of this half. So let's see if the guillotine falls once more. You know, economy's half the game in Counter-Strike. Headshot's the other half.
Headshots and economy.
That's all it is. Simple as that.
The school of Scrawn. Those are the 2 lessons that you need to get your diploma.
It's that utility in mid going each way. Initial setup from Valiance was actually 3 players strong, but Vitality didn't swing wide. We've seen rounds where they do that. Just throw a bunch of bodies behind the boxes, use 2 smokes to cover it. Not this time. Not off of the pause. But we're already 40 seconds left in this round. Nexa activates from the bottom of Palace. 2 kills plus a headshot. Substantial damage coming off of him. And now Apex trying to swing out from the A site. He needs to worry about the CT spawn peak. There's 2 players coming in from this position, and now nobody knows. Just ZywOo and NBK, both of which barely hanging on to life. And unfortunately for Vitality, they've lost the bomb site in its entirety.
This is very back and forth, and it's such bare bones CS, but the fragging is so good. Like, everybody is super sharp. Nexa just went ham from under balcony, the same spot that he was in the previous, like, 2 rounds in a row, and just, like, took the exact same peaks. I mean, he didn't even worry about flashing after he got his first kill. Just went ahead, peeked again, went ahead, peeked again for another frag. It wouldn't have been hard. It would have been easy, excuse me, to flash from under the balcony with the Molotov in that position. So you could see why he felt like he had to take the call to action. But even getting the 3rd dink off, I mean, that's all that they really needed. So Vitality, they tried to call out Valiance's setups on setup on mid, where they left it clear and thought Esperanto might push up the top mid. So they tried to molly him out of position, flush him out to take the fight, but he wasn't there that time, and he wasn't even necessary to win.
Deep grenade goes past the ramp. Esperanto just lining him up, knocking him down. How about an anti-eco ace?
Damn, and there's a few people with head armor, to be honest. So
right, not that much of an eco, but still Pistolero's trying to fight at a distance. Falling straight into his 7.62. Come on, Esperanto, do it.
You know he wants it.
See, this is where I started to see him develop as a player, because there were times where he would just be, you know, shooting teammates in his attempt to get this final frag. And Nexa and Hunter have died in his way. Otto grabs the kill.
Yeah, he's upsetty spaghetti about that one. But it was a fantastic round nonetheless. A couple of good kills at the end there. Who was that who's last alive?
4? Vitality?
Wait, yeah, oh no, sorry, for Vitality, yeah.
That Mr. Mohan.
Who got the last 2 kills?
Listen, the game log is a round behind, I'll let you know.
Okay, Apex.
Yep, it was indeed. I told you I'd let you know.
Thank you.
Not the other way around. Watch Hunter gobble up some easy prey. Vitality, they just charge out mid. You know, they want a couple Deeg duels. And they're met by M4s instead. Unfortunately for them, already turned back. However, with Nexa and Letty dead, I mean, this is cost effective. Take what you can get. But Esperanto, he's going to take it all. Bomb included at his feet. Alex has to go, and he is sent packing.
Yep, he tries to make his way back, but there's not a lot of hope. Couple of rounds left now, and Vitality are going to call another tac pause, and I think it's warranted. There's probably stuff that they can talk about here. What's going to be the approach to the round? We know that Valiance have played very mid-centric. They've done well stopping lurks. A lot of the simpler executes out a ramp are no longer effective. I would deem those useless until they either tried to sell a fake around it or throw a couple of more flashes and smokes and work more towards a full execute, because it feels like you know, just throwing like one Molotov at under balcony is not enough to help them win the round. They've kind of got to have more than that. I mean, Nexa wasn't blind when he came out of under balcony. He didn't have to dodge any flashes. He didn't have a threat coming up connector, which was the thing that killed him for free on a previous round. So focusing more on the splits potentially, or just full executes that involve a little bit more utility to neutralize players like Nextra. But they are making some adaptations, trying to isolate Esperanto by calling him out with set Molotovs. And oh, wow, that is a nice shot from Otto.
Yeah, Otto with the hot hop straight out window onto the catwalk. Goes up, above, and beyond. Falls off. Letney grabbing another sniper frag. Puts this into the favor of Valiance. 4v3, dodging flashbangs. Otto nabs another. RPK attempting to give chase. Turned back the other way, and Zywoo clears his corners sufficiently.
That was nice. Strong position, though, for the CTs. We got Nexa pushed through A ramp. He can come back through Palace. He can go back through A ramp. Going to mid would probably be redundant at this point.
Should still transition into the plant at the very least. So I feel like Zywoo, you know, kind of dodges a couple shots there, threw up the connector. Could have been far worse. Nexa does opt to double back through Palace. NBK aware already.
Yeah, they should try to draw some attention for him, actually, by making noise. And oh my god, I think Nexus saw him cross.
Yeah, definitely ready for the peak. Now Zywoo back behind the firebox, 1v3. This would be for the ace if he grabs all 5 kills, or seeing as the bomb is already halfway gone, could just hold this off long enough. He hasn't revealed himself. The Molotov at his feet. He does peek wide, damages the diffuser, but Nexa takes priority, and Nexa wins the duel.
Yeah, too many nades left over to make that possible for him from such a common spot. But, you know, if there was a guy who could do it, obviously, it would be the Zai, the Z, the Z-Woo, the Uwu, the U-Woo. 6 rounds vitality. And Valiance look very strong. Otto is also showing up, just as you talked about earlier. A guy who's probably going to have a hard time shining with so many stars on the team.
Yeah.
But those op shots looked extremely focused.
Very crisp.
Yeah, crisp. They were kind of obtuse to angles that he had to flick from. And although they weren't just like straight up hard flicks, they were very smooth shots.
Ooh, but this time he's blinded. And he doesn't regain vision fast enough to deny the mid push. 3 players come charging forward for him. Taken note, of course, this is the 15th and final round of the first half. Bomb's been drawn back because Alex goes in. Esperanto clears Apex from middle, though. That's the anchor. And that allows for him to now try and cut off this bomb.
Oh, are they going to clear this?
They should.
Yeah, oh, nice shot.
The tank just plows straight through him. Hunter then pinched from both directions because Alex McMeekin had already pushed all the way to the back of Marketplace.
Is that how you pronounce his last name?
Yeah.
McMeekin?
McMeekin.
McMeekin. Okay.
MC, M-E-E-K.
MC Meekin.
MC Meekin, and Nexa looks to dance. Inside of the Marketplace, he deals the damage, needs to get the kill off and will, but on the attempted exit, it's where Vitality wins the round. 8-7, as close as possibly could be, but one hell of a run there from Valiance at the end of things. 5 of the last 6 rounds go their way. How does the second half start? Well, we'll find out after the break. economic resets paved the way for Vitality to start off strong, but the road got bumpy towards the end of the half, and Valiance bounced right back. 8-7, and as close as can be to begin the last 15.
Definitely a tight half that we saw, and it was a good pullback from Valiance. I keep saying I keep thinking Valance.
I used to call them Valiance.
Valiance, all right, that's a new one. That makes me feel a bit better for sure. But here it is, RPK sees a few players here, but there's also 3 CTs in B. Great nade, look at all the red. And Apex, there's 1 for 1. Alex here.
Yep, pops out.
It's ball C and boom.
Comes
Bingo.
in from the cubby hole.
Bango, bongo.
Auto up, 1 versus 3. A pistol clutch attempt is always fun. Just take some headshots, and, well, there's one for you, folks. Apex, 3 frags on the pistol, and Vitality start on the front foot.
Where the series gets ugly is if they lose this map. That's when I think Vitality is at full strength, full confidence. They move into Inferno. Another notch on the belt to take a team like Valiance down probably on Inferno. I think they'll be happy to go to this next map with a win on their shoulders. So, Valiance, can they pull this out? They need 8 rounds to do it. They've lost this second pistol. Could be a critical one. They aren't going to force here. They are just going to have an upgraded Deagle for Esperanto. MBK going to be playing under Balk with the MP9. Kind of alone at the moment, but no one's here to threaten him from Palace. So, what can he do? Good amount of damage dealt already. And again, no one's here to threaten him from Palace. He's going to pull out the sidearm, but it doesn't matter. He's done a lot of damage.
Oh.
Only player to go down to that round, and he made 1,800 bucks.
Racking up that cash. With the SMG, the fire hose. You could see, right, like you alluded to, waiting for that Palace peak that was never a part of the equation. Just ramp, ramp, and more ramp. All slammed right back down. Proactive play from Zywoo, very aggressive, just throws himself from the staircase, you know, wants to put himself in the mix. And does so efficiently. So 1 round the difference, Vitality up on the CT side, but the buy has arrived for Valiance.
Immediately posturing up for what looks like it could be an A hit, but like Vitality, don't seem to be keen on throwing too many smokes. They're going for the walk up early on. There's a jump spot from CT, but that patrol has been passed. MBK just got his gun out now. Sandwich control gets taken. No Molotov coming his way, however. There's only Nexa who has it, and they don't have a way to stop him. The smokes are really like late at this point.
Yeah, non-existent really. Now one goes off on connector, a gap for Zywoo to try to play with. Auto's just so exposed. That is a flub smoke if I've ever seen it. However, Esperanto could still save the day. Zywoo seems aware of the potential, but Esperanto right through it. Luckily, Alex is here to go 1 for 1. Nexa starts to pick up pieces and brings this even kill. 45 seconds left as Hunter prioritizes plant, and I don't blame him. He wants to get it down, and he has got it in. However, now he's pinched. It's Alex and RPK to clear him first, pushing this onto Nexa with a quarter of his health bar left over and a quarter of the bomb already gone. He needs to try to hold them off. There is a kit on RPK. It's a fake tap. He's come off. They're going to try to take this duel, but now time is even further ticked, Launders. And Nexa still holding off, patiently waiting for his chance to strike. A flash goes wide. The headshot's there, and so is the spray down. Nexa in the after plant with a crucial round for his team.
That's nasty. That is so nasty. Really nice spray. 1 HP at the end of the round. And the Molotov going a little bit too deep. It's just punishing enough that he can come out with just a miraculous and fantastic recoil control. That was really cool. This is not a round that they were supposed to win, as we can see. And I think he might have gotten like dinked through the wall potentially.
From 25 to 1. But now it's Esperanto's turn. He goes and takes a tear through mid, spray down into Apex. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. You let this man get loose, and him and Nexa will chew you apart, spit you out, and leave you stranded in the middle of the A site for Letney to pick you up. That's a 10th one for Valiance if I've ever seen it.
Definitely an easy one. Yeah, MBK now.
Just shredded, Mohan.
Yeah. I mean, and not like a 6-pack washboard abs type shredded. No. Shredded like 2 pieces. Like ground beef. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say like an overdue bill. But that wasn't very funny, so I didn't say it.
Because like if you shredded it,
then you'd have a real problem. You'd have 2 problems.
Yeah, then you just have more problems.
It's a delayed problem.
Yeah, that would be a tough one. That'd be a tough sell. Good thing you didn't say that one.
Yeah. Too bad you asked.
Pistols again for Vitality, unfortunately. MBK going for the underpass push. I don't know if he got away fast enough, seeing as people jumped out really quickly. Has he made his way through? MBK, yep, just going to pick his favorite angle, and Hunter manages to duck right under his really calculated crosshair placement. But Alex comes out with a nice CZ spray. It's a gun that's kind of lesser used nowadays, I want to say. And the CTs that have been corralled into the kitchen, into the market.
Hunter hot on their heels.
Now dispersed.
He's following the tracks. He's going to find Alex first. Ooh, knife him.
Oh my god, is he just going to try to knife him?
Skin him.
I mean, why not? Okay, maybe
Alex
that's
turns, and Hunter then strikes. Double kill off the FAMAS. ZywOo not ready for that play. And RPK fades away from A, into the depths of which he came, the CT spawn.
I know
Good
what you're
dink,
thinking.
but that's it.
I know what you're thinking, Connor.
What?
Game's over. But it's not.
It's never
There's
over.
still hope.
It's never over till it's over.
All right? There's still a chance. Vitality could bring this back. Valiance barely won that T-side round. They had such a sloppy start to it, too. Remember that jungle smoke they missed?
Yeah.
That was that same round.
That's true.
That was terrible.
That was a missed opportunity.
That was terrible. That smoke could have been bad the other way, and it would have been fine for them, if that makes any sense.
Had it been, you mean short on bench side as opposed to...
If it bounced too hard as opposed to too lightly as it did.
Right. I think I know what you mean.
It could have been wrong the other way. And they would have been able to win the round.
Pistols yet again for Vitality. This is not what you want to see them with. Valiant starting to pull ahead. 2 rounds, soon to be 3, the difference. An underhanded frag is good for a bit of chip damage, but Esperanto stops for no man. Farewell, Mr. Schmidt. Bomb plant from Hunter is going to be on the opposite side of the box. Nexa covering from Palace, sees all of the bodies line up, and this is just going to allow for the rifles to hone in on them. ZywOo, good for 2, but that's it and that's all.
So long and goodbye. Valiant's 12-9 over Vitality. Now back on the rifles, though. This is what we want to see. What do Vitality have in store? Are we going to have any aggressive pushes? We know that they like them. They have the players to do it. We've got a lot of aggressive players on this team. And I mean, after removing Happy, you're removing one of the most kind of polar opposite to aggressive players. So I don't know. And he also might have been kind of an anchor for them mentally in that regard, trying to sell them on this lurker lifestyle and the benefits of playing slowly. They don't have that anymore. Valiance are making their way out A ramp like they did on that previous round. Smokes haven't come out yet, and MBK is looking to take a fight.
Yeah, and already over his shoulder, 2 players have gone down. Now it's Apex with another. Hunter up close, reveals himself, and oh yes, 3 headshots for him. Just completely cracks this bomb site wide, and Letney yet to arrive from the bottom of mid. That's where he's going to find RPK's back turned. However, RPK not aware. Hunter single-handedly just destroying this bomb site, putting up another performance just like that at versus Mouse Sports. If you need a hard carry, this man's ready for the job. But is the job over yet? Because Alex still remains. No kit, no nades. But at least an op and a retrieved defuse kit now.
Wow, that's a really nice 3-piece. I feel like that just confirms that he's Nico's cousin.
Right, yeah.
Is that weird?
I can tell.
Like if Maury came out and be like, you are the cousin.
I wouldn't be even surprised. Not remotely.
That round was going to be over, right? They had one. Did they have one more player alive, or was it 2vx?
It was 2vx. And he just does it all.
It was 2v4, and he got 3 kills.
Yes, sir.
Do it again.
Over and over.
Why not? Just go walk up A ramp one more time. I mean, you got Nexa to 1v2. We haven't even had Esperanto's round yet, right? We've only got Nexa to 1v2, Hunter, aka Nico's cousin, get this insane 3-piece, which was basically a 1v3, didn't have any support in that situation. They could still walk up A ramp with another player. They've got Esperanto, who's the king of Mirage. He could go and do something, right?
Yeah, most certainly so.
Keep it loose. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even being facetious.
Keep it loose, keep it rolling. I mean, this is really good timing. HLTV released an article with Nexa in between the Mouse Sports upset and this best of 3 going live. And Nexa said, like, you know, when we combined Imperial with Valiance, what you're basically bringing is a very structured Serbian core into what was a very loose Pug team with Imperial. And if they could combine the best of both worlds, that they'd have something great. That's what he anticipated.
Okay.
And right now, that's what we've got. You know, we've got some set-piece executions that came up a little short, but now we've got these loose individual plays that are also rocking Vitality's world. And not in a good way.
No, not in a good way. Economically are also just battering Vitality, getting them on ecos for the perfect rounds won. I think they've had 3 or 4 out of the last rounds be ecos for Vitality, so just in terms of value for rounds won, they're all-time high. Zai was pushed into an awkward spot, wants to try to recover that AK.
He's seen. Letney distracted by the footsteps behind him. Tries to whip around fast enough, but can't. Hunter's still up in the equation, though. He wants to duel the player CT, and he sees the shadow of the op. Oh, but he's caught with no gun in hand. Magazine goes dry. Flashbang bounces deep. Glock chase. Not going to happen. But all the while, Nexa's picking up pieces. Or make that singular.
It's kind of an awkward duel. Somehow, wow. Hunter had just seen him there. That's surprising that he was able to get away. Alex didn't even decide to pull out the AWP. This could be a round here for Vitality, who started out with just pistols, but applied a good amount of pressure to mid. And now in the 2v1, Hunter, while he does have options, is on such low HP. Be surprised if you pull that out in RPK. Just, you know, watching that smoke while it's still up, that 15 seconds couldn't have been better spent. And he even had Alex, who had made a pretty keen rotate into the jungle with an AWP to cut anybody off falling back if that were going to be the case. Definitely a solid round there from Vitality. Rough from Valiance to lose it, but they got swarmed. They made it very difficult for them to get on their feet. Now, what do Valiance want to do? How do they follow up with that? Kind of want to steal back the economy if possible. It could be a great opportunity to reset if they win this. They are probably chomping at the bit to pull out all of the best strats, which is probably just going to be another walk-up A ramp because that has been so good for them. MBK, once again from CT spawn. Let's see how he deals with this. Throws out a quick HE. And Esperanto gets caught crossing from Cat. Still no nades to come out.
Deep Molly flushes NBK's feet, but then the smoke blocks the vision. Apex off of the flash, tries to make the play happen. Hunter needs to cross the bomb, but he's also looking for duels, so he's got 2 jobs and only 1 set of hands. Luckily now with the smoke down, he can prioritize the plant. He's going to opt to do it on the side of the box, but Otto, what have you done? What have you done? If it wasn't for Letney picking up kills, then this one just goes from bad to worse. Letney alone in mid. That's a yikes.
Yeah, that's like a key frag in a bad way. He was just sitting there, so, I mean... I mean, it would have been 3v3, right? Like, that's a really important kill. And he was in a spot where he either gets flashed in a CT spawn or he waits for someone to peek and take some damage and goes for a duel and doesn't win it. That's really rough. I mean, it's clearly he just mistook him for someone else. Maybe hates him IRL, I don't know.
You know,
but he wanted that guy dead. Yeah. No, that wasn't a mistake.
Careful, there's one on triple.
He hit the shot he wanted to at the time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hindsight's 20/20.
Yeah. Like, if he were to go into jail for that, it would be for manslaughter.
Yeah, not murder.
Not murder.
Key difference. Would he be eligible for parole?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a judge or a lawyer.
Oh.
Okay.
You never went to prison?
I never went to prison. Have you been to prison?
I have been to prison.
You have been to prison?
Yeah, yeah. Was there for a few months.
You gonna tell him why?
I work there.
This is still pretty badass.
Not if you knew what I did. I mean, yeah, most certainly. Yeah. It's the hard life. Scrawn dog. Big back.
Are they gonna do it again?
Why not?
I'm down.
I mean, all you have to make sure you do the exact same thing minus Otto's op shot.
Keep hitting shots, Otto.
And I think you're good to go.
Come on, baby.
I mean, the cover was there. Hunter could have prioritized plant.
It's the exact same setup that they're getting out of Vitality. So maybe they see that it's like usually just MBK cracks, like spotting from CT.
Yep. And
they go for retakes and they're comfortable. Okay, they've got some more smokes to come out really early, so.
Yeah. That's what really delayed the play in the previous round was the lack of smokes on the initial push. But now it might be the lack of players remaining. Esperanto could double this one back. They're going to go ahead and plant for cat side because CT not safe. RPK, consistent in keeping up vision, but that's a crucial kill. Otto dropped off of ramp. I mean, NBK and Alex, they've just been holding their own back here towards spawn. RPK is going to thoroughly clear the corners of Esperanto. So Letny is all that remains and immediately finds NBK. He needs to cut down the numbers before they all get this retake rolling or else he is screwed. He is doomed, and it's ZywOo to take him. One round the difference as Vitality start making this comeback happen.
This is the real big problem about going to the same site over and over again, especially, I mean, whether or not it works, I mean, you always run the risk of the team improving and adapting based on what they just saw, right? If you finish a round off, win or lose, you talk about what happened. If you're on the CT side, okay, they tried this, all right, we'll do this next time if they try this. And so the one counterplay is that Valiance did throw in a couple more smokes to assist them earlier on, and you know that jungle peak was a big problem last time. Esperanto died to the player on Cat, who was holding it extremely passively. That probably should have never happened. So those were welcome changes for sure. But overall, it was relatively the same thing from the eyes of like NBK, who's sitting in CT spawn with only smokes on the right side of the site. And here they come up again through A ramp with just pistols, and they've got a couple of flashbangs and stuff to work with, but they're going to be more focused on their economy and getting this plant than anything else.
Yep, that's all right. Prioritize the money, you know, keep things rolling. The composure for Valiant should be there. That's another thing that I think is crucial in that interview article is that, you know, there was a turning point in the match versus Mousesports when we saw Valiant starting to let Mousesports back into the game. And Nexa, you know, he kind of really wanted to sell the fact that he told the team, like, everybody calm, keep your mindset positive, just remember that it's only going to take one more round to make this win happen. And I think in a situation where Otto gets a team kill, like, you can apply that same logic. Like,
sure.
Don't let this turn into an avalanche of rounds. Like, isolate it for what it was, an error within one round, singular. You know, it doesn't dictate the rest of the game.
Definitely, and he has had, well, he's actually only got 8 kills. And would have been 9 if not for the TK. But he had a really fantastic round that I remember from when he played on Cat with the AWP, right. And I was like, whoa! It felt like he was having a lot of impact this game, but could be an off one. But as you mentioned, just can't let it rock you.
But it's actually Hunter, Nexa, and Esperanto at the top of the board, more than 20 kills apiece. Esperanto going to further it with 1 here in mid. It's 3v5 turned 3v4 now. Turned even ground. And a very tagged NBK hides in this corner. Nexa seems to know. Esperanto wants to pinch, and sure enough, the next casualty fumbles to the favor of Valiance. But RPK ready to come flying down through mid. Bomb's not yet in position as it exits out through ramp. RPK, unbeknownst to Valiance, is ready to strike, and Otto, presence of mind to anticipate that walk-up. Sure enough, calls it to a T.
Let's go, Otto. Critical moments here, 14-13, round 28. Valiance, excuse me, follow up. They get a round on the board. It looks a lot more confident than in their previous situations. Now, it's going to be one more buy here for Vitality. They have some money remaining, but it's going to be rough to say that they would be able to buy next round. We'll have, I think, 1 round loss, if not 2. Alex takes a ton of damage. It's actually an HE combined with the Molotov on his way back to fully engulf him in damage by utility alone. A-ramp walkout can be so difficult to pull off, but they have been quite a pest for MBK and have wanted to try to bully him here in this position. That being said, he stayed alive almost every single time, even when they've had the entirety of the site.
Zaiwu seems to want to take the place of Catwalk. That's where he did pick up the equalizing kill versus Esperanto. Having given up that mid control, he's now wary of the window flank. So the A setup looks like Apex under Balk and support from CT Spawn. Hunter caught through the wooden pillar. Molotov now to the feet of Apex. That pushes him into the bomb site, and Otto just barely gets the kill. He was on the P250, understandably so. Although, it has swung back into, again, an even keel. 2v2 bomb down, health low.
This is crazy. The bomb, depending on where it is, if it's in the sandwich, it might be hard to retrieve. And yeah, Otto from the top ropes will be able to pick it up. They can try to get a plant down here. They don't have connector 100%, but they're going to get it down early enough that no one can come out of jungle. That's big. The fast rotate could count for something. NBK going to try to see if anybody's in connector. I don't know if they just push out together from here. Zaiwu's got a full utility belt. This could be huge. Oh, but Letney, he's got the right angle. He's sitting there at the stairs.
Yep, just blast them both. I mean, very clear what they're trying to accomplish there for the side of Vitality. You know, it's Bogdan's law, swap the op into the hands of NBK, put him forward, get the info, and Zaiwu's supposed to trade. But they line up so well to the position, of course, that counters their walkout, that it's all too easy pickings.
Damn, the mid-round is just a bit too good for Valiance, and Vitality, they're having to deal with the same beast over and over again.
Yeah, I feel like a part of that actually comes off of you know, their lack of hesitation. You know, they picked up the bomb from Sandwich. They didn't know whether connector or jungle was clear, but they just prioritized the plant.
It did seem like a bit of a risk.
Try to make it happen, and the risk paid off because we had Vitality going for this elaborate mid-round play.
Sure.
So caught them in transition. You're rewarded with a round.
For sure, yeah. They definitely had like a last spot at least one on CT spawn. Someone could have popped up in connector potentially, but they decided to throw caution to the wind. And it could have been off of a good read or just a blind risk, but either way, it was the right decision to make, I think, at the time. Round could have gotten a whole lot uglier if they waited any longer. Smoke will land in the window. Zaiwu with just a rifle, standing kind of off in off angle, takes down Otto, but gets traded out. That's 4-4. Not a bad position for Valiance to be in, especially considering that we've got a UMP, a FAMAS on the board. Apex only has a 5-7. What are Valiance going to do knowing that this is around that Vitality are forced to buy and they don't have that much money? They're going to favor A or B. It looks like B this time.
Haven't been here for a while, so maybe Vitality will be more willing to give it up. It's just RPK jump spotting, looking for that crucial info. We'll have Alex to help him from Cat if need be.
This is pretty big for MVK to have a ramp presence, so he can like free up rotates. He can like tell his teammates to gamble, and he can buy so much time. As we can see, crack spotting with the smoke out.
Oh, but they've turned around.
Oh wow, yeah, and that, you know, MVK right there. He calls the rotate. He's like, take the risk here, and so we'll see what he can do. The problem for him is just that there's going to be a connector split as well. So depending on how much information Alex has on Cat to spot his connector, oh, that could spell trouble. MBK, what can he do? UMP spray's good for 2.
That's such a crucial 2K off of him. I mean, he calls for that rotate to the B site. He's the man that makes them go all in. And so he had a big responsibility, and he plays on top of the vase of all places. Completely bamboozles Valiance. And as they do retrieve the bomb, it's already been swarmed upon. That is Vitality with a 14th, and this map goes the distance.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, massive play from, well, both RPK to shut down the lurk, and then MBK to get the 2-piece with the UMP all alone after kind of having his teammates trust him to lock down a site. A big site with multiple choke points that you don't typically play by yourself, all by himself. Comes down to round 30.
It's a big responsibility for MBK to make that call, but even bigger performance to pull it off.
So there's no telling who's going to be able to pull this out. It's been scrappy. It's been a lot of kind of A-site presence. It's been a lot of, you know, I'm coming up A-ramp, but I feel confident that I can kill you.
Yeah.
And then maybe this gets to the mid-round. Maybe someone makes a huge individual play. That's literally been both sides. So it's a tough one to call for sure. I guess we can first look at the money and see that clearly Vitality have a better buy. So that's going to count against Valiant for sure. Maybe around that auto turns up. He's got the AWP. We've seen him go massive with this thing. He hasn't had a fantastic game overall, but he's definitely in it to win it. And there wouldn't be a more important time for him to go absolutely ham for this roster.
Smoke in for Esperanto, just looming at the bottom of mid. Has support now coming down from the top in the form of Letney, and Hunter has snuck behind enemy lines. If only the rest can survive. Enough time for him to arrive into the back of NBK, which he has. NBK turns, and he instantly gets that headshot. It's crucial. Between him and Nexa, they can pinch into the A site, but they need to get that bomb across no man's land. And you can see Vitality very quickly trying to pick up this situation. They've moved a player over to CT spawn. Hunter's pushed off of his initial position. That duel's unfolding as the bomb goes down. But remember, Letney's still in mid. So Vitality now, they're just going to charge right inwards. Apex, he holds off for no man, and RPK grabs that mid anchor. This could be Vitality pushing it to overtime. Nexa's back behind Firebox, jumping AK headshot, and an op back from Otto, misses the flick, and we are not done yet here on Mirage. Overtime is needed.
Yeah, they have to do this now. They have to go to overtime. Don't even know how we have a player who snuck into CT spawn, but that was a brand new way to kill MBK in a position they knew he was going to be in.
Through window.
Through window. Wow, just super fast activated.
Because you had one player who was the initial connector player, I believe Zywoo, kind of hiding in the corner, or NBK in the corner, excuse me, someone in the corner, doesn't matter who. Zywoo was window, got pulled out because of the smokes and the pressure being applied by Esperanto, and during that rotate from jungle to connector, you got Hunter slipping through.
Damn. Wow, so they circumvented the defense, then they pulled the players out of Palace, they had the bomb cross and everything. I think the one thing they could have done was have Otto drop the bomb to the player who had the deagle, use the op, try to get that kill on stairs, potentially, move towards CT spawn, put tons of pressure on these connector players as the bomb is going down, as they are more likely to peek, and maybe make it so that even though they have the bomb down, they've done it with a significant rifle disadvantage, and so they could have evened up in that situation and made it more competitive. But they probably got a lot more out of that than they should have in the first place, so got to give it up to Vitality for locking it down, bringing it back against all odds.
Apex immediately finding a kill this round. Costs him near half his health, but no grenades. Just makes that mid play from Catwalk. Zywoo welcomes them forward. It would be an op duel, him versus Otto, if Otto continues to creep up from Cat. And Otto is honing in on this. Who wins this duel? It would be crucial for the mid control. Aha! Zywoo bests him 5v3. Nexa walking out from ramp, something we've seen regularly. And a deep grenade damages NBK a bit. Not all too substantial. But another frag from Zywoo. Nearing 30 at this moment. Esperanto finally going to get a little something done. Flashbangs over the stairs, and he's looking for the Opper, but Zywoo one step ahead. 3 kills from him in the first round of overtime. That's exactly what Vitality want.
Knocked it out, that's right. Yeah, they get to start this off strong. 4K for Zywoo on that round. Huge plays from him. That's a good way to start things off for sure. They got to move into this. It is a 10K start, so it's not going to be the egregious double auto sniper setups on CT side where you have nothing to lose. Instead, they are going to be pretty careful about their money, but at the same time, they can buy out if they only get rifles, and that is the case for Valiant. Otto coming out with a straight pick to the A ramp to spot for a cross. There isn't going to be a target here. They've once again postured up to do kind of that same simple walkout hit if they want to do it. And Otto looks to try to meet up with MBK if he's going to be there, but there's no one back in spawn. MBK has picked a new place to play from on the top of balcony in a much more volatile spot, but he'll get info early. He might have a strong advantage on the first trade. Esperanto is coming to clear this angle. It's very tough to clear this safely, but he does get the better of MBK and activates on the second player as well.
Yeah, deep smoke versus Zywoo. That's going to prevent nothing at all. Right through the smoke, Esperanto slammed down into the dirt, and his teammates will still take the site. But what a message. ZywOo could still go one above as he does jump over the ticket booth, spots the Molotov trajectory, and then plucks Letny from the sky. I mean, he's kept his team in it, and with flashbangs flying, he moves on forward. Now it's versus Auto, a third from ZywOo. That right there is 7 kills so far in overtime alone. Nexa coming out from the Palace drops him, but can't further it with an additional kill. ZywOo being the difference maker here.
This kid is so nasty. It's like he's not going to miss. So you're just wondering like how he gets the kill, right?
Yeah.
It feels like
not if, but how.
Yeah, it's like auto director, you know, when they show you a player. It's like, well, Mr. Valve, I know you know the kill's going to happen, so just show me how it's going to happen. And that's what it feels like when you're watching ZywOo. He's got this op. He's going to hit the nasty flick. He's going to position himself well. He's going to hit it fast too. Like
2 rounds, 7 frags. I mean, when you see NBK die, like you said, that's a tough corner to clear. Esperanto pops him and then gets the follow-up frag. You think that's it, but it's ZywOo the difference maker. ZywOo was the reason they shut down OpTic and didn't prevent, or rather did prevent the comeback earlier today. And now ZywOo's being the difference here in overtime when it absolutely matters most. That's the thing, is it's not like he puts up these numbers and gets these multi-frags in obscure moments that don't necessarily matter. He gets them when they matter most.
Yeah, look at him. He's doing a little Chris J impression right now. Sitting a triple with the AWP. Oh.
And this time it's just going to allow NBK. I mean, this is a clean sweep in OT for all I see. 4 frags immediately and no response off Valiance at all. 5 players standing. If that doesn't send a message, I don't know what does.
Yeah, that's a horse head in the bed.
Yeah.
When you wake up and you pull the sheets off and there's just a bloody horse.
Oh, horse head.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't watch movies.
I do, but...
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, now you watch movies.
Yeah. I got a tablet for flights.
Suddenly you're a movie watching guy. Okay, I understand. All right, well, the only thing we're watching today is a frag movie.
Yeah, that's
ZywOo.
absolutely true.
So
you can make one in this map alone. I mean, after that first round at OT, or first half rather, excuse me, 35 and 22. Oh wait, no, that's an outdated score bot, so he did win better.
Yeah, he got 2 more kills last round.
My goodness.
And dare I say it, he's not done yet. He's like 16. He's got 10 hours left more of energy.
So that's 9 kills across the 3 CT rounds of overtime. He's averaging 3 frags a round in overtime.
Yeah.
Like, let that sink in.
Yeah, these are the most well-equipped players, Counter-Strike players ever. You're giving them everything they ever wanted in terms of money.
Yeah.
And they can start fresh, and they've just been warming up for an entire map. And so I was just putting them better, like no problem. So 1 more round, and the game's over. Vitality will take the first map. Valiants need to put 3 in a row together, and it was just so back and forth in the first 2 halves.
Yeah, and remember, in the first half when we saw Valiance on that CT side launders, it was the 5 of their 8 rounds come in the last 6 of the half. Like, they won pistol, converted for 1, got reset. Like, of the first 9, let's say, you know what, let's say just the first 7, exclude the pistols, you've got 6 rounds up for Vitality. So, I mean, you've got to give them the edge here, and especially the way that they just cut through Valiance like a hot knife in butter, smothered. Valiance maybe outclassed here when it matters most, but they're not down yet, so let's not write them off. We've seen double OTs already today. Why not another? Oh wait, ZywOo's up.
Yeah, 37, count him up. And now he's on the offense. Actually switching out to the rifle after getting that initial frag. He's going to have a little bit more mobility. It's going to be interesting to see what changes about the way he plays now. It's Apex to try to go aggressive with this op. I don't know how prepared he's going to be to try to get that kill. He's not. Letny's going to take him down.
Oh, ZywOo denied. Letny can't find the follow-up shot. Good trades from RPK, but Hunter has the element of surprise here. He's just hiding in the bushes, but more like prey than a predator. RPK and NBK combined for the final 3. Vitality win out in the first round of their T-side in overtime. I mean, ZywOo and ZywOo some more. He was the difference maker once we got out of regulation, and you can't deny that at all.
Yeah, you can't deny it at all. Hard-fought victory. it was kind of just as MBK called it, right? You know, in a hard spot, he was going to be the player who would come through when they needed it most. And it seemed like, yeah, they had some of the good pieces, some of the pieces of the puzzle there. They had some of the strats, some of the loose executions and lurks and everything like that. And then when things got a bit hairy, ZywOo comes through and gets the 3-piece for the family.
Right, you know, you keep him on the leash, you try to play your structure, and then when things really start to hit the wall, you just let it go. Which we're going to do as well. After this first map, we'll hand this one back over to Tress and the boys on the desk.
Yes, indeed. That is exactly what Valiance would have been lacking there, except for they weren't showcasing a ZywOo. My goodness, this guy is nuts. You ever heard of this guy? He's crazy. What do you guys know about ZywOo?
I got no idea about ZywOo, but the fact of the matter is this is the factor that MBK was talking about, right? That he can step up and he can pull out these moments for the team to make life a little bit easier than it has to be. Now, this was a close one, but I want to look at the adjustment in the second half. You saw multiple different playstyles coming out, right? Those streak of rounds that the guys from Valiance went on. Now, I don't mean this in a negative way because Mirage actually plays like this, but it was scrimmy, right? They were doing the mid-smokes and pushing through their smokes. Esperanto with multiple kills pushing through and being aggressive in that sense. He pushed through Connector one round, found 2 kills. Meanwhile, Nex is pushing Cat at the exact same time, finds 2 kills, right? Those kind of rounds is when the individual skill and just the brilliance of being aggressive and catching them off guard comes in. Pause comes in. Everything chills. Vitality, the coach, you can see him behind. He's shouting orders. They go on a streak. It looks like, okay, they've solved the puzzle now. They're just going to win this one. The fact that it's gone to overtime and ZywOo's had to put in that massive hold to get them across the line, that feels like the chair's been pulled out from under Valiance, unfortunately.
Which is not what you want to have going into the second map. Again, we already put them in a position where they probably didn't think they were going to get to this matchup specifically, but they did find their way here, and now they're going to have to battle it back in a best of 3. So I guess what are some of your takeaways? I know that there's some other things going on to perhaps give a quick update on that right now, which would be Ints sitting 10-3 over Wendigo. But anyway, back to what we're talking about. Go ahead now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think from Valiant's point of view, first of all, they themselves probably thought they would be in this game. Let's
sure, of course.
You're never going to go into a game thinking you're not going to take it, right? But again, I felt like for Vitality, for a little bit, the way that they were playing kind of got a little tedious at times where, yes, they got map control, but then once they established, for example, played themselves into Connector, things kind of stalled for far too much. For like 20, 25 seconds, it gave the opportunity to then have that aggression from the CT side, get that pick to have the man advantage, and obviously make the attack less effective to be made from multiple angles at the same time.
Sure, and this is one of the things, right? Like when you are playing a style that is a little bit more aggressive and you are getting that territory, if they're not giving you anything, they're not giving you the kills to snowball or then, you know, take advantage of that 4v5 situation, that's where you need to have a lot of practice and prep done. Now, this team has played a lot of maps together online, but this is only their second map played on LAN. So there's a lot of factors that you're not seeing while you're watching the game, right? You're not seeing the fact that these guys are probably very nervous. This for them is a new environment.
We saw a couple of rounds where there was like a missed smoke for jungle, or I think it was for Connector, where then Otto goes for a plant, but there's a bit of a gap. The bomb gets dropped before it gets planted. They feel like we're going to have this set piece. We're going to force into a after launch situation. But then those tiny little issues, those are the kind of things that happen to the inexperienced teams.
Let's also not forget that this was Valiance's map pick, right? So we're gonna have to switch over now into the next map pick. It's gonna be a little bit of Inferno coming from the way of Vitality, but we don't want to jump into it too soon because we're gonna need to go to a break to catch our breath and perhaps you to catch your breath, which was on the other end of that overtime. Make sure you don't go anywhere. We're gonna come right back real quick. I can almost guarantee it. See you then.
One more time. Are you ready? Let's get it on!
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Valiant's now hunting back on track, looking forward to the next map, and they're not going to let anyone stand in their way, and you ought to know that Esperanto will be the one that perhaps leads them on into the victory or into the defeat here as we look to finish out our first best of 3 of the EU Minor. My name is Trey Saranthus. My esteemed colleagues here on the analyst desk will be sponging not to as we look into the second map of this best of 3 series. Inferno, to be exact, it's going to be Vitality taking on Valiance, and after the first one going all the way, a few bonus rounds in there. Now we go into Vitality.
Just like we like it.
Yeah, we should state to everybody, because we have been saying that, you know, Vitality have a very good win record on a lot of maps, right? And Inferno is their pick in this situation, and they are currently 14-0. Now, you have to include a lot of online results and not necessarily playing against Tier 1 opponents. But the fact is, if you look at a couple of their stat lines as to why they're so good on this map, they have a 78.6% win rate on the pistol rounds. You look at the top 20 teams in the world over the last 12 months on Inferno, the closest is MIBR with 62.5%. So that's quite a high win percentage of pistols. And then the next stat line you look at is like the 4v5s or the 5v4s, the game changer stats. So let's look at the 4v5, and when they're down a man, they win 46.6 of those rounds. And now you do the same thing. You look at the top 20 teams in the world. The closest in that scenario is none other than Astralis, and they're only down at 34.7. So obviously inflated by the opponents that they are playing, but if they can have similar to those stat lines in a matchup like this, they're sitting pretty, and it should be a 2-0.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. But at the same time, it's only been a few days since these teams actually played one another in the MDL, and that was like 22-20 banger of an overtime game. And T-side had wanted that 11 on for both on the T side. So if that's anything to go by, it could still be a very, very close affair.
Well, I think it's going to be harder to see the scrimminess or the individuals step up and make those kind of plays from a team like Valiant. So I think the lockdown is going to come in here.
So the lockdown has to be that we end this series out 2-0.
Feeling that way.
Yeah, it's more likely than not.
More likely than not. And again, we do have to remind you that we are going into the map pick of Vitality, who have sported the first map in their favor, and we're going to be sporting it on ourselves as we pass it down to the commentators. They're sitting idly by on the sidelines down there on the field, getting ready, getting warmed up, and getting ready to deliver all the verbs, adjectives, and adverbs that you can possibly think of. It's going to be Scrawny and Launders scrawning it together or something like that. Take it away, guys.
To scrawn, Launders. Is that a verb? Can we use that?
Yeah.
What would that mean? If you had to take a shot in the wind here, what is it to scrawn?
I feel like it'd be like to scrunch would be like to scrawn almost.
All right, to smush something, to crush it. Okay, I get it.
It'd have to be something crinkly. Because scrawn has the attribute of being kind of crumpled.
All right. So do you think that Valiants can scrawn this 14-0 record of Vitality on their own map pick, or do you think that this series comes to a stutter and a close at a good old 2-0, Launders?
It's a really good question. I actually think that this will be a 2-0, even though I haven't seen Vitality play Inferno for myself with my eyes peeled and focused on every single round. I haven't seen it myself. So I don't know what makes their Inferno so special, or if their stats have been kind of inflated by playing the wrong teams and maybe some of them not being on LAN.
Right.
We'll find out today. I think at the very minimum, they'll be comfortable.
Are they really that good, or have they just been suckering a bunch of chumps?
Right, exactly.
Because Valiants are no chumps. We saw that in the previous map. You know, they can tear it up until overtime comes and Zywoo activates. But that's just because he's a Counter-Strike killing machine. It smokes over the top of the B bomb site. Classic stuff, pretty standard. Esperanto comes to help out his long-term teammate. And then Hunter joins them. So this is a good old 5-man retake. 10 players up with the bomb down. Time ticking swiftly and quickly. But Valiant's taking their time. They're only now getting into position. They've got that smoke to block off Banana. It does nullify a single player in the form of NBK. He spams to draw attention, and Zywoo comes out swinging from the barbecue corner. Otto with another team kill, and the rest go to Vitality. That is 5 survivors for the Frenchman.
Never a big fan of playing retake on the B side of Inferno. There are ways to do it. They were prepared for it. They did have a kit. They did have a Molotov. They did have a flash, and they did have a smoke. So they were able to smoke off Banana. They could have used their Molotov tactically for either emo or quad, depending on where they found those players to be. When they pushed into CT like this, there were just some shots that were missed. You know, Zywoo's not some magician that also has the ability to like dip and dodge better than somebody else. He was just strafing left and right, and they couldn't hit him in the head. So there was a chance there that they could have cleaned that up and moved forward with the retake. I just personally feel uncomfortable, I think, when I see teams going in for a 5v5 retake on Banana, especially on the pistol.
Right, I was going to say, that really emphasizes things. You know, if you got those Molotovs for the back of the bomb site and that same smoke for Banana, then I think there's an argument to be made for it. But on pistols, I'm 100% with you, Mo.
Cool. Yeah, if they have like maybe an op and CT spawn and then they can molly someone out quad, take a free shot before moving in, you'd feel like their odds could be a bit higher, but pistols can get a bit random at times. But either way, it works out well for Vitality. They pick the right site to go to. Nexa tries to play it safe, not peeking down Banana with the USB first, and that's the decision he made. That also took time off of the bomb clock, as players had to rotate over after the bomb had been planted early because they didn't have that info, but maybe he wouldn't feel safe trying to crack spot the wall, which is an easily pre-fireable angle and could have just gotten him killed and had the round thrown away for other reasons. So again, just going over the different variables and potential thought processes for why they had their setup. Letney here's going to throw a smoke down on Banana, try to shuffle the rotates over. They've got one more smoke, and I was kind of paying attention, but I don't know if they've already put down 2 or 3 smokes. It seems like they really just don't want them to go Banana, and they're going to continue to try to shuffle them over. Hunter is not in a good position to get here, however, as the T's are going to make their way through.
Substantial damage dished out by Letney. RPK weathers the storm, moves into the bomb site, and once again Vitality plant with 5 of their teammates alive. And, well, this time Valiants, they're not going to all congregate together inside of the church. No, sir. They're going to just dip out a dodge and move towards the A site, find safety, sanctuary elsewhere, try to move this one forward. Why not? But what a classic play, right? Those delayed smoke grenades. I mean, it creates one of 2 situations. Either A, it's just meant to try and push Vitality back to the A site where you end up stacking there, or, you know, you play like the kind of doubled layer fake where you're making it seem as though you're just puffing your chest with smoke grenades and then you're actually all hiding in the corners of the B site.
Yeah, no, it can be very hard to tell from the outside what teams are doing just because it's been done so often. Sometimes it is a fake, sometimes it is a double fake. And sometimes they're playing underwater backgammon. It's hard to say. But Vitality found a good spot there where they had just enough time to get in safely. They were at the top of Banana. They had all their players full HP and utility in hand, so I don't think they were too worried at that point. Good attempt on the eco, though. Cheap way to try to delay time on Inferno. I think the originator of the term smoke strike, where it just came down to trying to bleed as much time off the clock for the T's on Banana as possible. Now the game's a bit different, and we'll maybe see that in the next round when we have rifles, but there are tons of ways to try to circumvent it. Be a little bit more aggressive. The choke points are a bit more wide and friendly to T's, making it easier for them to find these opening kills without having to sit behind smokes. And a lot of that also was changed with the round timer becoming slightly extended.
Yep.
Those are well-placed grenades. If he was on top of first oranges, that could have been deadly. But again, another kind of eco. It's basically recycling all the guns from last round. Basically another replay, except this time, Vitality have picked the A site to hit.
Still behind the curtain of smoke, though. One player over on Arch side. Hunter coming out and around just as it begins to fade. Unfortunately for him, ooh, does he find the timing or does he actually get caught? All right, finds the safety. Very well calculated, in fact, but unfortunately for him, Alex grabs him with a USP of all things. Esperanto with a double deagle. All right, back into the 3 versus 3. This is one of those situations that seems to emerge from nowhere, and now he's even upgraded into an AK. Things could go from bad to worse. He has the Kevlar on him. The bomb plants in the site. Esperanto, this would be a killer race, but only 4 frags cut at the final hurdle, and Alex already seems to know where Nexa's coming in from. He has an inkling, an idea, and a position to counter it. The damage is there, but the frag's not yet. Alex dancing left and right. And Nexa given 2 chances too many.
My goodness. What a play from Esperanto. Those 4 kills were insane, man. And he took a small risk by moving through the smoke. Just said, okay, if they're not watching it here, then I have a position. I can take a 50-50 on the 1v1. No one's there to trade right away. I can set up again for another 50-50. Threw caution to the wind. Great round to do it where he doesn't have much to lose. His team's not expecting to win anything. Does the economic damage. And even though they don't win, that counts for something. So pretty good attempts, and now we get into the meaty rounds, the rounds with rifles in hand. It's going to be full nade sets and everything like that, just no head armor and kits on majority players for Valiant. Otherwise, they're going to be looking pretty comfortable. 3-player banana setup as Vitality posture up to take mid quickly, and Arch is wide open.
Otto's going to just go ahead and smoke that off, tries to prevent the wraparound.
Oh my god.
I feel like with a Mac-10 though, NBK is not going to shy away from just barreling straight through it. He's toying with the edge of the smoke, but it is still 3 kills first for Valiance. They are denying this entry entirely. Otto firing off shots, only Alex to respond, and he doesn't stand for much longer. It's 3-1 immediately from the CTs.
Holy hell, that was really nice. So hold, I mean, there was 3 players who were completely smoked out on the rotate, and I was gonna laud Vitality for making that call. It seemed like they were extremely prepared for potentially Valiance to start out the round with the 3-banana setup, and so they decided to take top mid quickly. Arch was wide open. They kind of skipped through angles, like right-clicking the smoke into library, like just doing everything on the fly. So it really felt like they were going off a read, and it seemed like a good one. But for some reason, they still couldn't get in. That's like pretty much the optimal way to take the A site. If you get full Arch control, and you have 5 players alive, and they still could not even get that opening frag. So suddenly Vitality have been slowed down. They're not going to rush things, and Valiants have taken banana control this time, but immediately cheated over a player to A. Oof, that's a fantastic HE. 55 damage on that.
But the response is NBK's dead. Nobody to follow up on the damage of the frag either, but Esperanto's still a liability here. It's important, of course, that he keeps his eyes down range. He's going to be able to call for that quick rotate. 2 Arch players as well for Valiance means that they can get things rolling swiftly. But now with the smoke, they're just going to try and charge through it. They're using the flashbangs, and Esperanto responds with a Molotov. Could slow them down, could make them double back. It's the option open for Vitality. But you can see how quickly Valiants are ready to jump that gun and rotate support over. Esperanto with a crucial first pick, can't follow it up with a second shot. Nexa to be flashed through the smoke, it seems. Does come in, and ZywOo sends him packing. Bomb planted immediately thereafter. Apex nearly caught through spam, but Hunter not able to get that last final bullet in.
Oh, they've got the insurance policy on banana. More nades here for Valiant, so that could be good. Oh, fantastic HE to the corner of Emo.
They've done a good job of softening these players up. Now it's just going to come down to the push. That final bombardment forward. Who wins the gun duels? First it's Apex, but it's traded by the Opper. Bomb now 3/4 of the way gone, and Alex just as an anchor in the back of this site buys enough time for Vitality to deny the retake, and ZywOo, well, of course, he gets the smoke spam.
Of course, yeah. Critical engagement won by Alex, and the jumping player across the screen. You know, that's where time is high, like good enough that they could maybe even fake defuse. They could bait someone into pushing through that smoke on banana, but he hits it like dead eyes. So very nicely done. 4-1 now for Vitality. Clean entrance onto the B site. Valiant still have another buy in the books. Hunter is only going to have a CZ to his name, and Otto's got a deagle. No armor for him. Next, so moseying his way out to the top of banana. Not a way to fall back at this moment.
Ooh. So he just goes ahead and wins the duel instead, and follows suit with a kill versus RPK. Esperanto's MP9 might not be the most hardware in the world, but it's still good enough for substantial damage.
Oh yeah, he lights him up.
Puts NBK into the clutch. He's got time for the plant, could and did grab an AK. Where does he go from here?
This is tough. Yeah, you can fight from behind the fire if you'd like to, but he basically wants to find the area with one player.
Otto about to turn away, but, you know, keeps presence of mind, watches the smoke push, knows that could be a very real exit for NBK. You know, not knowing where the bomb was planted. If it was open sight like it was, CT would have been a great after plant for Nathan. But no, sir. He does not clutch the 1v3. Numbers win this time around, and, well, it's still the 2-point lead for Vitality, but the buy is what's in question.
Really sick frag on ZywOo from Nexa. Just so good at playing like for himself when he needs to. I mean, again, one of the tougher players to probably try to deny an entry from, just like straight up in the world. So even though Zaiwu seems to know he's there and gets some damage off, he hits that first bullet headshot and then gets the second kill off of a good flash and does some extra damage as well. Now Esperanto on the fallback is in a second wave of insurance with the MP9 to his name. Gets about 150 damage off of. And whoa, it's actually Nexa and Esperanto to switch spots.
That's a classic move, right? You get isolated by Molotovs and attempted kills in the previous. Nexa goes, yo, Esperanto, you should play that spot.
Oh my god, they don't know he's there. He 4-3.
Oh my god. Oh, shocked and surprised, but still he denies any banana control here from Vitality. Good 2 frags and an assist as Otto gets in here. And the last kill should be versus Alex. CZ not meant to get much more.
That could have been a key play if they had spotted him. It would have been over. But I think he got 4-3'd there. I'm assuming. Player crossed left across the screen at the top of Banana, but Esperanto, even before dying, make sure to take one with him to the grave. And look at that fast rotate from Otto.
Yeah, he was there immediately.
There in a jiffy.
I mean, you know, he needs to be a good teammate for the rest of the night.
Yeah. I feel like everybody, like anybody can get cut at any time on this team.
Ooh, and again. Gotta reiterate, grenades have been fantastic this series.
Yeah.
Just EU nades.
Value HEs. Yeah, we gotta win another major so that we can like get to work on removing the derogatory NA this, NA that phrases. Like my line now is that we won half the majors last year.
Yeah. You can't, you know, objectively true, Lunders.
Yeah.
They're onto something.
Yeah, but eventually, like, what am I going to say?
Yeah,
I don't want to plan for failure either, right?
Right.
So, come on, Liquid.
I mean, more North Americans in the top 20 of HLTV this year than ever.
Yes. Canadians.
2 Canadians. First time a Canadian makes it, and there's 2 of them.
And those are the only ones, right?
No, Elige made it. And Automatics on it, too.
You're right.
So I believe there's 4.
Okay, cool.
And they're waiting to put Stewie #1.
Yeah, I mean, the Americans, they're close. They're all right. They're cool. We like them.
We need them, just on population size.
Yeah.
You know, we're in it together.
They got like 3 times our population, but whatever. They only have 2. It's fine. They're still pretty good.
Don't put a target on our back. Okay.
We're cannibalizing each other before we've even made it.
Into the buys we go. Score tied at 4 apiece. A little exchange of grenades down Banana, but it's just a puffing of the chest. Single player for Valiance in that direction. The 4 stack with a heavy presence here on Truck Lane. The Opper, most notably. Ready to deny Alex any kind of a boiler peek. I love this angle because you need to be good with that like minute flick shot, right? You need to be watching middle, but if the player comes out from door, you got to be ready to react. Luckily, Nexus here. He's no longer towards Banana, where he's been locking it down with multi-frags. He comes to A and does the same. 5v3 immediately, all thanks to him. Oh, and I just noticed there's a prize on top of it all. The bomb was at his feet. But Apex doesn't want to let off the gas pedal. He charges in through the guise of smoke, grabs the device, and doubles back to join his teammates as they'll now head out towards B.
Yeah, he threatened Arts there a little bit too, but it looks like Hunter just went right out to try to get that information. I think if Apex didn't have the bomb, he could have stayed there as a lurk and wreaked havoc, but it's going to come down now just to Esperanto. Pretty terrifying prospect to have as a site anchor. Alex does have a smoke. Probably want to go ahead and throw that into CT spawn and work on isolating Esperanto. Gets pushed out in the open, doesn't get a kill either. Hunter, however, does.
Bomb plant from Apex prioritized. Oh, Hunter seems surprised that RPK had already arrived to the depths of that B bomb site. My favorite, 2v2s. Utility here for Valiance. Molotov on Otto, who's just working his way in from Banana, trying to skewer anybody towards the coffins, but RPK plays that deeper of positions. Oh, and it's Apex with an immediate headshot, so now the Opera's alone, and I'm sure the tantalizing offer of a save, yeah, too much to say no to.
And they're out. That's a solid recovery, man. It was another round where Nexa just looks so fantastic, right? He's just like another 2-piece at Boiler, like not even on the B side anymore. Just incredible headshot percentage so far. 12 kills already in this map.
Just flying across this map.
And some of these rounds he's getting these kills and they still lose, but still, like, that was a round where they got the bomb recovered, they smoked out the players. Apex went through, because he's never scared, got it back and got a trade.
Yeah.
So there was that.
And I think that's one of those moments where it's really important to highlight like the skill set that a guy like Apex brings. Like you just said, no fear, right? He's going to entry. He'll run through smokes, no flash, doesn't matter. He's confident in that endeavor. And this is when it pays off, because if he's not willing to do that, or if he's not even successful in doing so, bomb stuck in no man's land, Nexus just going to camp on it like a goose with its egg, and that's it. It's done for. Like, there's no other response. Your other two players are at the bottom of Banana, probably transition into a save or, you know, feel out the B site. Like, it's all on Apex to do what he does best, and sure enough, it pays off.
Yeah, yeah. And then they actually did a fantastic job isolating Esperanto. Didn't even need to use like complicated nades, just a smoke into CT, and then they saved their Molotov for quad, which is one of the more difficult positions that players can utilize as CTs to like sit solo. So gets called out on that as well. RBK trying to be a nuisance on Banana. That's the life that you lets the device life at where you're at the bottom of Banana. You just get hit by every nade, every piece of spam possible. But he's a tank. This is what he wants. And look at that, one of the key players on the map, probably the MVP so far for Vitality, gets killed immediately. And an off angle from Apex, who's not worried about an opper.
Nope.
Silly opper.
Get out of here.
Get out of here. I'm walking here.
And he will continue to walk his way closer to the B site. Hunter with an angle up and above. Apex didn't seem all too ready for that one. So a taste of his own medicine. Off angle gets the best. Alex parades out from the Palace. Falls into the depths of Pit, where Letney gobbles him up. So now the options are open. You've got 50 seconds, and Vitality, with the side-by-side setup, have bomb on Arch. But Otto, scoped in and ready, should swing out and clear the corner, sees the gun barrel, and that goes both ways. Zywoo saw it too. We've got Letney repositioned within the bomb site. He's not going to play the pillar, but a more off angle fires the AK. That gives away the info, and now he's just dodging bullets because they outnumber him 2-1. But around the pillar he goes, riding the pole,
oh my God,
grabbing both frags. That's an excellent play from Letney.
Wow, that's amazing, man. I thought he kind of blew it with that first tap being missed. But
right.
How good everybody is, right? Like, it's like you can't afford to miss those shots anymore. And he still played the box to perfection. Didn't succumb to the pressure of the Molotov as well. Nice attempt there from RBK to get that opening kill. Some good trades that happened. Apex on Esperanto, Esperanto on RBK. But when all was said and done, also I like how they exploited Arch, because they knew that the one player spotted at A was in Pit, and there was so much Banana pressure. The Arch was probably open. They went and took that. It was pretty simple, good, sound, fundamental Counter-Strike from both sides. At the end of the day, the better team won, and it put Vitality on not a save. They forced. They're
French.
They're French. But this is the thing. Even if you force, if you buy down to 0, you don't have a lot of money when you double save.
Right. Yeah.
You don't have a full buy. In my opinion, when you do these rounds, even though you're going to double save, you should still save like $500 to $600. But at least they're on T side, so they don't have as many expensive purchases.
Yeah, it's really just RPK and MBK who've bottomed out, so we'll have to see how the acronyms fare once we get back to the buys. So far, nothing's really slipped by Valiance. Sure, Apex grabs himself an M4, but he's going to need himself one hell of an entry out the apps. And Letney will attempt to hold him back just like he did to Alex in the previous round. Although he is exposed, great off angle, pops the noggin of RPK, doesn't see the Pit player drop. That's Apex on the M4 with a potential for a second. He will get that headshot, but he's found himself alone. Swapping to the AK with 30 seconds left to grab the bomb on top of it all. I mean, a bomb plant would be great. I think that mitigates the investment they made this round.
Mm-hmm.
At the least, Launders, because he's still standing, confident and ready to rock and roll. Needs to be cautious, because Esperanto is causing a great distraction. But Apex seems cerebral, anticipates Nexa walk-up. These two CTs have been teammates for a very long time, so they should have the synergy to make this happen. And they will work their way in, slowly but surely, not even expending all the nades they had, just the minimal investment to what is the pickup versus Vitality.
Yeah, that was nice. They kept it simple. You know, a badly placed smoke could work in Apex's favor, so it's probably better they use one flash to gain ground, and then they use a Molotov to flush anyone out of positions. Or even if a Molotov lands near you that you don't think is going to hit you, it still negates a lot of the positions that you could change into once you get a kill or somewhere you'd like to go based on what you've recently heard. So just the fact that the Molotov lands can make a player uncomfortable enough that they're just not ready to hit their shot, which is good. Just threaten them with fire. Pistols once again for Vitality as they now lose their round lead.
Right, and I think, again, like, buying down to the way they did would have come back to haunt them. With that bomb plant, they'll be all right now after this save in and of itself.
Yeah, that definitely helps.
That very real threat has at least been dealt with.
And they've still kept Valiance low with the amount of, like, players that they killed, which is nice.
All in all, worth the, you know, worth the return investment. I just have a feeling RPK is going to rail somebody down. Oh, no, it's NBK. Now he could get Nexa. Oh, he does do the dink. Does NBK follow suit? No, sir. Nexa repositioned swiftly. But Alex, dear Alex, this P250/Deagle, it's not going to take much damage onto the 3 remaining players. Nexa, however, again, just in this random spot, really catching players off guard. Obvious advantage of the M4, and that's how he goes ahead and works it. 3 kills for him on the anti-eco. Remember, there was this hard reset in the middle of things to the favor of Valiance, but now we're back in with a buy.
4 Molotovs on the board. We don't know what they're going to do next. But we've seen success from them on Banana. We know that they like to work that a lot. I mean, they've also spent a number of rounds kind of going into the halls at first, going through the motions there, clearing out top mid. But here they've exchanged nades to make sure that nobody can have bottom banana control for free, and MBK jumps into hall so quickly. Takes Otto out of the round. Don't know if he was opping, but it seems like he was, maybe? I'm trying to make out that gun. Yeah, it is actually an op. And Zywoo shuts down Arch. Nice and easy.
Through smoke, I assume. I didn't see a gap there to work with. Esperanto wary of the potential smoke play, but it's not there. It's over close to the left. Can't manage the flick. Zywoo ready for the walk-up. Just doing what he does. You know, picking apart the bomb site player by player. Alex going to join forces here, and that's the 3-man pinch with bomb in tow. So what do you know? The moment they have their guns, Launders, they've got a mouthful of success.
And there it is. When it rains, it pours. 5 alive. All nice entries. And they've got money left over, 2 rounds up, and all that economic damage has now come back to haunt Valiance. They have not enough to put together an amazing buy, but because they're on CT side, they can make use of these UMPs. Esperanto's got a Deagle. He's going to be one of the players playing B, potentially. I don't know if they'll change the setup up. Might be an opportunity for Otto to be a little bit more mobile, unpredictable with the op. And here, yeah, he's going to head over to B. I don't know. It seems like a pause is called. There's a lot of furious typing going on. You ever play Type Racer?
No, what's that?
It's just like you typing, like you can
to get
type
your like
fast against
strokes
other
per minute
people.
and whatnot?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Okay. What are you, my girlfriend?
You've never in school? No? That was a thing?
I mean, not specifically the one you just said, but I've used those programs longer.
Okay. So do you know your words per minute?
No.
No. Okay.
This is elementary school. I'm not that young. It's like 2 decades ago.
Okay. I was just wondering if you knew how fast you could furiously type words.
I'll give you. Listen about that.
You're spamming.
Yeah.
You're button mashing.
I was. But I did actually in the process open up the HLTV scoreboard to take a little gander here, and I've just realized Otto's a little low here on the kill count, Launders. I don't like to single people out, but
you just did.
I know. I said I don't like to do it. Not that I wouldn't.
But you also did it on Mirage.
Did I?
Oh no, I did it actually.
Oh, you dirtbag.
Because he killed the guy, and I was like, oh, he actually only has 8 kills.
Right.
And then we just started talking about Otto every single round.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, you're gonna team kill, you're gonna get the spotlight turned.
Oh, we wanted him to be a hero.
Right.
So, and is that what you want now?
Yes, but I just wanted to recognize the fact that, you know, it's not an easy job opping on it.
It's because you hate not to, and you're just picking on the one fin.
No. I guess it's kind of easy to forget that there are fins outside events.
Yeah, and if you guys were wondering who the top 5 players left were on HLTV.
Easy for Ents.
Easy for Ents.
No, 2019 is the year of Finland.
Yeah?
Yep.
Like in what sense? They're going to win a major?
Listen, Launders.
You said the year, so I mean, it was a year of Astralis, but that came with a major, I think.
I mean, in the same way that, like, let's say 2017 was like the year of Kazakhstan, where we saw this emergence.
And won a major.
Yeah, I know. This. Well, God damn it! I'm out of here.
It comes with a major, dude. You can't just say it's a year of.
It was a year of emergence, you know, like.
It'll be like the
Kazakh
year of
what, and then boom, you get a face full of Gambit. Now it's gonna be the same with Finn who? Finland.
Finland.
Yeah.
I guess if Mouse Sports win, even.
I think it's because they just won the junior nationals hockey tournament in Canada. Finland won. So
they're good at hockey.
They are good at hockey.
They're good at Counter-Strike too.
They're hockey. They're good at Counter-Strike, and those are really the only two sports.
Would you say that they're better at hockey than they are at Counter-Strike?
I'd say so.
Probably.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair. Yeah. That's fair.
But you think you're going to be?
I mean, you could say the same. You could say the same for Canada too. Like we've got good.
Not this last year.
Not this most recent one.
This last year is a big year.
Just to let you guys know, the reason NBK is got his headphones off, it was his PC that's again giving us issues.
Yeah.
And so he is back in the server, which means we're going to be starting live. I've used this PSA as an interruption to divert the conversation away from hockey because I don't really know what I'm talking about.
Talking about.
Trying to just flex on you, bud.
But you think Ents are going to win the major?
No.
Oh, you don't think they're going to win the major? You think they're not going to win the major?
I just meant they were going to have a good year, man.
No, you said it was going to be their year. It's very different. A lot of people are going to have a good year. There's not even much to argue with there.
I'm starting to sweat.
That can be very subjective.
Put me in the hot seat.
But if it's going to be your year, I mean, if it's going to be your whole year, then, I mean, you've had to have some, like, grand accomplishments.
I just want all of you out there to know that,
like, crowning moments.
That working with Launders is always encompassing these kinds of lectures.
And what would it be without a major as a Counter-Strike team?
You can't just slip up and say something half-assed.
You mean just like Finland outside of CS? You know, could it just be other, like, is Finland just Finland as a country?
They're just off to a great start.
Like they're going to prove that they exist this year.
Yep. I mean, some people question it.
Yeah.
Is it really true?
It's true. You know, facts have taken a backseat in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So.
Truth, not
it's
that
all
important.
up for debate. Have you seen it for yourself? You know, hey. I mean, this room is flat, so.
No, we fly in airplanes, Launders. We know what's going on.
Curved glass.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
That's ridiculous. Oi, oi, oi. Hopefully we'll be good soon enough. Mr. Schmidt.
Gotta stay focused. Maybe you just let go of all focus. Maybe that's best.
Just play brainless Counter-Strike?
No. I mean before the pause ends.
Oh, right.
Like instead of trying to stay super focused.
Yeah. Take the opportunity for what it is, a complete and total mental reset.
Exactly. Take your shoes off for a second.
I mean, we're trying to stay focused, and look how that has turned out, you know? So
I'm not trying anything right now.
Just being you.
Are you staying focused right now?
No, I'm pretty distracted.
Okay.
Rolling this pen around.
No.
Thinking of something funny to possibly say. You know, the pressures are really on this.
How's that going?
These are the kinds of moments where, you know, we can define our character.
Uh-huh.
And
you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself.
Right. You know, and
yeah.
That's why mine's about as flat as this room.
In moments that you really define yourself.
I mean, let's be real, right? You're supposed to bring the coolness to this duo, so I think...
Am I not?
Oh, you got to really work hard on it because you've got some ground to make up for.
Let's just say this is my year, okay?
Why, you going to win a major?
No. I mean, I can't. I mean, I could, I guess. But, I mean, I'd probably have to be playing instead of casting a minor.
Do you think I could have gotten anywhere as a player, Launders? You think we've played enough?
You have like 2,000 hours.
Bro, like 4,000 and a half.
4,500?
4,500 hours.
Oh, damn.
Mind you, a lot of that is also casting. You know,
Yeah.
Online CS.
Probably a lot, yeah. I have 8,000 hours, but like I don't even know how much is casting.
I mean, I was asked to IGL a main team once, so I'm pretty sure I could make the minors.
Nice. So I don't know what the minimal level for. I mean, minors now are nuts.
Yeah, they are. yeah.
The weird part is you could be as good as a player who makes it past a team who makes it past a minor, and lose to minor teams just because of how like different they are. You know?
Yeah, curveballs.
QBFs.
Yeah.
That's what we call them in the biz.
I'm happy to see Boomich back in action.
Boombla.
Boomble 4. He's a character and a half, that guy. He's one of those players, I think kind of like how Ye with Complexity kind of blew up. You know, when Complexity made that run, it's like he's just very lovable.
Yeah.
There's something about his character that people like to latch onto. They want to see certain people succeed. He was one of them. And, you know, in the few words that we've spoken, him and I can reaffirm to everyone at home, he's really cool.
Good. That's good to know. Sucks when you think someone's cool and then you meet them and they're not cool.
Yeah, I mean, you really disappointed me there.
I really opened myself up to that one, didn't I?
A little bit. But let's get back into the action, Launders. I think it's about damn time we see some more Counter-Strike, okay? Brains focused, guns honed in, and a lot of bodies set up over towards Banana. We've got Molotovs popping off, op shots raining down range, and Esperanto about to wrap around the corner, but he's immediately denied by RPK. The tank trudges forward over the top of the trenches. Next up, nice shot.
Damn, RPK had no idea that he could be there. I think they might have just missed a Molotov, which is huge. Letney, good focus. Zaiwu trades him through the smoke, and they've got pick control. So even though it's 3v3, CTs have aptly made it over to the A side. They've already been pushed into terrible positions.
Yeah, enough pressure on that Banana setup initially from Vitality to kind of get them into the A site without Valiance having rotated. They didn't have time to move over. But now we've got a 3v3 retake.
Oh,
These are fun.
They've got another smoke there for Arch as well.
Yeah, lots of smokes actually still in play. Even 2 for Valiance.
They can Molotov halls, they can smoke lane. Let's see if Valiance even try to go for this. Oh, Nexa though.
Just trying to find an angle out. I mean, you can clear a bunch of positions from inside of the apartments first. Apex just committed to the graveyard stairs. That's the first point of contact. Now he can just hide. He can hide and allow for his teammates to get the rest of these frags, or Valiants don't even try their hand at this effort because that AWP and M4 are so damn valuable. 7 rounds, tied up. Vitality have evened the score.
Yeah, you could see, even with full intention to go for the retake, because there was enough utility there to shy them off one choke point, Molotov them off another, and then even threaten with another flash and smoke. There was just no way by that time, no matter how good these players were, to like have a clean shot or like a free route onto the site. So, you know, utility in the post plant's enormous. It's another argument for, you know, not using too many or too much of your utility trying to execute to take a site.
Right, like set
your job's only half done.
Yeah, set piece executes are all fine and dandy. They can make the entry fine, but, you know, getting in and planting the bomb is only half the job.
It'll be really interesting to see what Valiants can bring on the T side, and if Vitality are only looking forward to their CT side.
Remember, for those of you uninformed, 14-0 currently is the record for Vitality on Inferno.
Yeah, they're like a discount Astralis. It's like a discount Astralis run on Inferno, just because it's not all tier 1 teams. I don't even know if it's any tier 1 teams. There might be 1 or 2.
You don't have to worry about the context. Just look at the number.
Numbers.
14.
Bigger numbers, better.
Oh. You know, up in lights.
Yeah, that's 2 weeks of numbers.
If there was a sales pitch, it's that.
Yeah, just green arrows and big numbers. This could make it 15. And that sensor is a lot on the line.
Ooh, tension.
Also, I think it's particularly impressive to have a win streak on Inferno. It's a map that everyone's really good at.
Yeah. There's a newer roster, too. You know, normally those things start happening once you've cemented yourself as a certain caliber, but look at Apex.
Look at Apex.
Slips right by.
Oh, yikes.
Auto catches that one single lurk, and Alex at the A site. NBK clears Esperanto immediately, so there's so much pressure on Nexa, but he has the element of surprise, denied by NBK, and Apex ready to strike Hunter the moment he walks through the door.
That was pretty nice. That's my analysis.
Spot on.
Thank you.
This rotate over really has nothing to happen, but it is the 15th round, so why not throw the Hail Mary? You know, we talked about the retake on B not always being so easy, but when you have the double Molotov, the smoke can be thrown for banana, you burn out the back of the bomb site. It's really just Apex that needs to die in order for Valiance to make this happen. But he goes nowhere other than victory lane. 1 point the difference here as Vitality finish up the end of the half. Of course, the second half will be right back after this brief break. Folks, don't go too far. Here we are, folks, back with the second half of Valiance versus Vitality, the duel of the Vs. But who will soar higher in this second matchup? I mean, we had the pistol and the conversion fully for the side of Vitality. Then we had them finish off the half with 3 rounds in a row, but they've swapped over to the defensive side. Remember, this is their map pick with an incredible streak of wins thus far, so you still kind of have to give them the edge. Although Valiance, they've made surprises already happen here today, so why not another? Launders, I'm ready for these next 15 rounds.
Yeah, so am I. And it might not be 15, we'll see. That would be the most exciting possible version of the Counter-Strike we could watch. And we know more numbers is better.
Yeah, more and more. Bigger is better. And the kills come in quickly. ZywOo snaps one head, falls back, just dodges the player from Apps as his teammates arrive on the rotation. Apex into position, and ZywOo's still successful. He is filling up the kill feed till Letney shuts him down, but the damage has been dealt. I mean, Hunter, he could come off of the balcony to help the bomb site, or Letney just scuttlebutts his way behind the boxes and tries to prioritize plant, which he's done. He's a liability on such low health, but now he's gone. So it falls on Hunter in the after plant. No utility, but does have the Kevlar, and he's trying to dodge the shots till NBK lands one straight through the eyes, and Vitality take another pistol.
That's a big one. I don't remember, but did Vitality win both pistols on Train? I feel like they've just won like every pistol so far.
When were we on Train?
Wait, Train, Dust 2?
Mirage.
They played Dust 2 earlier.
Oh, right, yeah, versus OpTic.
I feel like they've won a lot of pistols today.
Yeah, I mean, in OpTic's case, they lost the first pistol, but won the follow force buy. Then they won the second pistol in that half of that game. On Mirage, I couldn't tell you, Launders. I'm sorry to let you down.
Yeah, it's a big number. It's obviously the hit is lessened by the update, which I think it's nice. I like it. It's just we move into the action faster. It feels like it adds some consistency to the best of ones where you just have more rounds that are actual buy rounds. and your force in the beginning is less impactful. But it's still an important stat to some degree, and I think Vitality have come out ahead on a lot of these pistol rounds so far. They got ZywOo, man. Like, ZywOo was just doing so much damage that last round.
Yeah, he puts in work. Most certainly does. Here comes Esperanto rounding the corner to a blinded CT. Nice snapback, but NBK will get the kill thanks to the Flames ×2. It's a barbecue at B, and the rotations need to be here a little bit swifter.
Yeah, they
stop the plant.
Really did take their time on that one. Didn't want to fall for any kind of fake and assume that their teammates would be able to hold in a situation where it was like some kind of eco QB sneak. If there was going to be any presence on B, an RPK could be the critical engagement hunter hugging this wall. Alex does get a kill, but this is just a personal bout between these two.
Ooh, and it's Hunter to get the best of him. ZywOo creeps and crawls his way forward, gives his back up, and a clean sweep after the fact. 2 survivors following the bomb plant. That's a great force up here from Valiant.
Yeah, great force up. Yeah, they win it straight out, and I don't actually understand how Vitality won the pistol, and then had. Did they have 2 players like with pistols on B, or what happened there?
No,
one of them only had a CZ, right?
Yeah, that's Valiant's. Pretty sure. I don't know, Waters. I can't go back in time. Yeah, we had a Deagle for Nexa, Mac 10s and umps in the mix.
No, I mean, I'm talking about them defending on the site.
Oh.
It's like MBK, I think, jumped up with a CZ to try to kill them and then ended up dying. I don't know if he used all his bullets or not. I don't know. It was strange.
Listen, I blinked and I missed it. That's how fast Valiant wanted to get back into the action. I mean, they went in on that force buy. They used what they had to try and cut back this lead, and they did succeed so far. But there's pistols back up here for Vitality. They've got some grenades around this as well. Unfortunately for them, it's Esperanto with a swift 2K already. Bomb towards spawn. Obviously, Valiants, they're just going to take their time.
Yeah, definitely want to slow it down after, especially being a man up and kind of this early into the round. I don't know. Does Alex get that information? He's actually fallen back through the halls. So our boy MBK is about to get crunched. And Alex goes out right after the flash. It's actually going to lure him into the site. The flank might be fast enough, but Apex doesn't clear his angles properly.
No, he's just oblivious to the potential of that CT play. And I don't think that should have been too much of a surprise. Here comes Alex with that retrieved AK. Doesn't anticipate a second player. Just, you know, writing players off, assuming things are safe. That's how we see Vitality just throw what could have been an upset round. You know, Apex blindsided and Alex not anticipating a second.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what where their mind was at, if that bomb was just by itself, or there was a player who was going to eat that flash if he threw it, and then he was actually doing the safer thing, you know, in his mind. I mean, if you're ever going to pull out utility, it's probably because you're assuming you're making the safer decision. But you could definitely still be wrong. So, half armor on a couple. Vitality have stuff to work with. I like, you know, yeah, I really appreciate when the teams, no matter what, if they're going to save or invest a little, that they do try to prioritize smokes. ZywOo coming through with another Deagle kill. Seems like those are everlasting, never ending.
No, he's got dirty Deagles a dime a dozen.
Valiant's making a hard rotate back. Stack was out for a moment. I don't think either site's that easy to take at the moment.
This is when everybody starts sweating.
Yeah.
Silence blankets.
I'm starting to get sweaty.
The entire map. Nobody really knows what's going on. Valiant's assuming, you know, they've got to clear all these corners. Pistoleros could be patched all across the map.
They're pretty spread out. I mean, jumping out halls is not that... It's kind of scary, man. I mean, look at this. They got ZywOo. He's like a crocodile in the pit.
Ready to chomp off
Chomp him up. Hungry hippo.
And RPK, well, he's just lurking underneath the water over in that bomb site. But, oh, the timing. The pin pulled is what cost ZywOo, and, well, RPK falls straight after. So what could have been a deadly setup falls absolutely flat. Like the earth.
I for one find round Earth theory compelling. So I would like to create a society, gain some recognition.
Wonders, if I pointed out Otto earlier, I also feel like I need to point out RPK now.
You're singling people out.
Yep. Yep.
Now it's just a given. What's wrong with RPK?
When you have nothing insightful to say, you just blame somebody else.
Point fingers.
Right.
I like it.
It's just, you know, I mean, I don't know. It was, I thought...
Why do you hate RPK so much?
No, the thing is, I love RPK. I'm a fan. Okay, I think he's a great player.
See,
and
now you're pussyfooting.
I'm not. Don't you call me nothing. It's just sad to see him down there.
Down where?
The bottom of the scoreboard.
He only has 6 kills.
What are you doing? Singling him out?
You're the one who made me realize that.
That was my point. So a rough start, you know, because I personally did say how this wouldn't be a one-man show versus Vitality. Earlier today, we saw everybody hitting their shots. I'd love to see him come back into this map. I think that could be a real difference maker, seeing as we are toe-to-toe, round-to-round, in the nitty-gritty, Launders. I just want to see the man succeed.
You're such a good person.
Try not to laugh.
Flash comes out. NVK pushes through the smoke. He's got another player pushing with him. That's RBK to get killed. The other 3-letter name on the team. And the third person, for that matter, also gets killed. 5 players alive for Valiance. They're looking good right now.
Yeah, they're really not falling victim to these kinds of pistol buys.
Yeah.
That's something that's always really nice when you have these up-and-coming teams. It's like if you're going to create upsets, you have to minimize mistakes. And you'd think that a roster filled with such experienced players like Vitality, like they're going to maximize the punishment they give you based on those mistakes.
Yeah.
So if you don't make them, you're not giving them the window of opportunity to really bounce back. And that's something nice to see from Valiance. It's not only are they competent and capable in the even gun rounds, but they really exert their forces when they have an advantage to work with.
They look nice, especially in the 2v2 and 3v3. I'd still have like reservations when it comes to their kind of set strategies and stuff. Just looks not just simplistic, but sometimes predictable, I want to say.
Right.
But that's from my perspective. Obviously, I'm not in the server. They might be doing a better job guising their executes and plays better than I can tell, but I think where their skill really shines is when they can, you know, Apex can make a play, you know, to recover the bomb, and they can like mid-round to B and find a way into CT spawn without anybody knowing, and that like they've done that a few times here on Inferno as well as Mirage. Those plays are fun to watch, and I think that's when they can get really. That's when they can go full art attack.
Yeah,
you know, they can just express their creativity.
I think the best showcase of those mid-round calls and kind of, you know, even situations, it was really apparent on Dust 2 versus OpTic this morning.
Yeah.
That's when it was, I think, the best sample of what you're saying.
This is interesting. So Hunter is playing at the end of halls, which is kind of like Squeaky on Cash. Sit here by himself, can't get killed. Full BXQ comes in. He's out for a lurk.
Yeah.
The hold is strong, though.
Very much so. Instant swift headshots, and RPK even finds another at the A site, so that solo A-lurk does not pan out. However, Otto and Nexa are going to try to claw and clamor their way back into the 21st round. With a bomb plant and a kill apiece, they've established themselves in a 2 versus 3 here on the B bomb site. But they lost that A-lurk, so Banana very susceptible to the push. They're going to make the play. They're going to boost over. ZywOo rattling off a shot, reveals himself. The flashbang's there, but Otto picks up the kill. It's even for only a moment. Nexa, now he needs to come up big, and he's denied by ZywOo. That right there is double digits for both of these teams.
Wow, everyone whiffed, but it was a team ace for Vitality, so most people... Everybody contributed, but there was a lot of whiffs there towards the end. It made it seem like it could have been competitive and in favor of Valiance. Wasn't the case. Valiance won, or Valiance lost. Sorry, folks, getting a bit late, getting a bit loopy. I'm trying to hold it together here, but overall strong round. They get the defuse. Valiance do collect some money, which is good. It's going to fund their expensive CT habits of getting that extra Molotov, extra HE on the round. They can really make it tactical, and everybody knows what to do with them on Inferno. Hunter moving out and pushing MBK into a pretty tough spot. crouched, so more of his body was being shown. Apex as the backup plan also gets killed. Entries are strong. This streak could come to an end.
Right now.
Right here and now.
Because Hunter, I mean, he was so advancing on Apex. Every single time Apex is trying to get a grenade off, he would get chipped down, HP after HP, because Hunter was consistent in the chase. Then finally he dies, bomb plant follows suit. And they'll be lucky if all 3 players save, because you know Esperanto's going to hunt them. Ooh, he's been spotted. Maybe setting up Nexa to get these kills instead. Yep.
Yeah, these are critical, eh? The after plants, the exit frags. Alex wins his duel. But, I mean, all that matters is they live. It doesn't really matter how many more kills they get, so... Oh, the flash is good. Oh my god, Alex, does he die too? It looks like he will. That was a fantastic chase down by Valiance. Looking around like that, you're like, well, guess they could have retaken it.
Yeah.
They could have tried, yeah.
100%.
They gotta be feeling good.
Yeah, you know it. I mean, look at the response emotionally. Like, that's a big clearing of the economy. You take a look at the cash for the side of Vitality. Apex with 3,500. Nobody else breaks 3K. So that right there is a save, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, they'll have to hold this L. Do they have any money? Apex has enough to drop a couple of pistols, but it won't. I don't even know if they'll be able to buy next round. That is a tough position to be in. And they want to try to keep the money low, but at this point, Valiants are stacking it up too. This could be their map. That'd be a pretty big stamp for them. I mean, that's, you know, that's pretty newsworthy.
Yeah, I mean, this has been, you could argue, pretty much Valiance through and through. I mean, Vitality, they get the first 3 rounds of the first half, pistol and conversions, and then they slip away with the last 3 rounds of the first half. From that point onwards, there's only been 4 rounds outside of it. So, you know, in the core chunk of this gameplay, it's just been Valiance over and over and over again. But they've lost a member early here in the 23rd round. Letney.
This is crazy. They've got 3 at Arch. Moto will get smoked out, so they do want to have like players in the site, excuse me.
And I just talked about how Valiants were really good at surviving these sorts of rounds. They're just going to go for the all-in, straight out from the apps. These pistols, outgunned most certainly, but not outnumbered. From the corner comes the strike, and just like that, it is goodnight. The bomb has fallen, but Esperanto stands. Remember, no armor on the 3 remaining players. He could do this, but it's going to have to be clean and swift, and the spray's not that. Vitality with a robbery.
Okay, now let's get a Vitality cam to see if they're still laughing. I think, because I don't know if we can get it, but we should.
You know, Valiance cam?
Yeah. Is that what I said?
No, you said Vitality.
Damn it.
And that's what you got. You got a screen full of Frenchmen.
Yeah, not so pleased anymore. That was a pivotal moment, right? That was a free eco to get 13-10, and they would probably have to save again, but instead, Vitality ecoed. They saved some money. They have a full buy now. It's 12-11. And Valiants are pissed.
Yep. And their any reset bonus is completely off-kiltered, right? That's the reset for reset.
And that was a really nice eco.
Yes.
They got the 1 kill and immediately hauled ass to A site. You know, just immediately. Didn't leave a single person in B. Like, that's it. They said we're going to full stack it, and they were right that they needed to do it quickly, and they needed to do it with 5 people. There was no fake that came out of B, no lurker that came out of B. They called it 100%.
Oh, Otto's got to be careful. That up close. NBK takes way too long on the spray, but RPK is there to trade straight into the 3v3. Nexa, however, has crept his way out of the balcony, and Apex does not seem to know.
Does he? No.
He's just going to try to hide because he has no... I mean, he has an idea as to that could be a threat, but doesn't know if it's true or not. Oh, so he just doesn't want to be found. And Esperanto sniffs him out. RPK can't deny the bomb plant. The pit control's already there for Valiance. I mean, this could be a back-and-forth round win that destroys Vitality's chances. Sure enough. Letney is the nail in the coffin. Zywoo is gone.
Damn.
Vitality without vitals.
All right, let's get a Vitality cam after this. And see, they're going to be pissed.
I mean, that was a huge opportunity, a big opening back into the game for them. And I feel it's like if ZywOo can survive with that $4,000 in an op, he can drop a weapon around, and BK could buy happily, but it's like, I feel as though Vitality will continue to force, even though it's going to come with limitations.
You think that they'll continue to force? Yeah, it's a tough one. They have one rebuy. Oh no, they got to buy, dude. They got an op.
Yep, they have to buy around this. I mean, if not, you're giving up the 14th round of Valiance as well. You could opt not to buy.
You could try to save the op for next round and buy with the money they have left over. But it's... I'm buying.
You're buying?
I'm buying.
All right. Well, let's see if they take your advice, Mohan.
Come on, they're French. They should buy here.
I mean, the fact that they've taken a tactical timeout at this moment just makes me feel as though they are kind of mulling it over. You know, you want to calculate it down to the nitty-gritty.
They're not talking about how they're going to spend their money. They're talking about whether or not... No, they're not talking about whether or not they'll spend their money. They're talking about how they'll spend their money. There it is. There it is. Come on, indulge. Treat yourself.
Ah, c'est là.
Perfect. How much... MBK's actually still got a bit in the bank. Okay, he gets the FAMAs.
Nice amount of utility. I like that.
French gun, by the way.
Yep. This is true. Quick play up from Esperanto. Banked Molotov off the skybox. And grenades go both ways. This is going to isolate Apex into the corner. He has no support other than the man just behind him. There's nobody on the bomb site, Mohan. Deep frags, that could be great. Oh, Let needed 2-3 HP. That's it.
I can't believe he even survived. I don't even know if Apex clears this. Whoa, is he going to die? Holy smokes. He's getting tagged by his own teammate. He's totally confused. Letney jumps. Does Apex hear that? And he, oh my God, his teammate dies at the top of Banana. But with Banana secured, I think that's all that matters.
Man, that's a clincher and a half on that one.
My goodness.
Apex will get away in the end. But RPK is still left weaponless. However, Valiants have been corralled over towards the A site. Remember what happened last time Vitality had a bare bones buy. This is all they needed. That immediate Banana control was enough to convince Valiants into the opposite side of the map, and that has happened again. Hunter seeks the angle, and oh, ZywOo's gonna give it to him right through the side of the box. Hunter tries to fly forward, nails another headshot, and RPK can trade sure enough. But with just the P250, what more do you want from him? It's Apex alone on the other side of the map as Valiants surely secure 14.
Dude, the true strength of this team is that they can just have different players light up the server on any given round.
Look at this back and forth between round 20 to round 25. This is finally the first time we have 2 consecutive round wins.
That is so nasty.
Heartbreaking.
Hunter gets in there. That is beautiful. I mean, if they take this map, that's 14-1.
And we're going to Dust 2.
And we're going to Dust 2.
Gonna have to dust off the old dusty trail. See, 2 dusts. Get it?
Is that on the road to Choo Choo Town?
Yeah, halfway there. Bomb explosion secures 14. But I mean, listen, I'll look for the silver lining, Launders. We have had Vitality do more with less.
But only with less.
But only once.
Only once with less, and then they lost.
Right after.
Right after.
With more. So maybe there is no consistency here, but that to me is the tragedy. You know, Hunter's positioned perfectly. He's patient. He's waiting for somebody to just step into that very slight smidgen of a gap, and sure enough, ZywOo gifts it to him.
How's that a tragedy?
For ZywOo and Vitality.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, like, it's tragic if it was, like, shouldn't have happened, you know?
Oh, sorry. I just meant if it's, you know, heartbreaking.
Mm.
And in this case, specifically for them, Valiants will take it any day of the week. Finally doubling up, round after round. The force buy comes in from Vitality, of course. Their backs are against the wall. What a killer T-side here from the predominantly Serbian side.
4-4. You're definitely nervous if you're Valiants. Vitality brought it back on Mirage. This was a map that Valiants looked like they were about to finish off, and Vitality came through, brought it to OT, and then crushed in OT. I mean, who knows how many kills ZywOo will get if you go to round 30.
It's an average of 3 outside of regulation.
Uh-oh.
Whoa, run, run.
Wow, that they did 2 damage to his 4 health.
Oh, NBK gets the dink but can't follow suit with further damage. That's going to draw RPK back into the equation for sure. Unfortunately for him, it's the fully healthed players that start to round the corners. He's managing himself 1 kill at least, but it's Otto and Nexa to follow suit. That's the A site crumbled beneath the feet of Valiance, and it all falls on to Alex.
One-on-3 situation. Player in small pit, one in the graveyard, and one right behind him at Arch.
Right, actively lurking for the frag. Not giving him any room to work with. No openings, no chances, no further rounds. They want to put a fork in it and call this one done. But that 16th round not yet won. They'll need another.
Yeah, they Hail Married there. They spent all their money to try to win, even though they didn't have enough. So now they have even less hope. This on Dust 2, man, I have no idea who wins. I feel like Valiance probably wins.
Yeah? You feeling that now?
I really didn't like, I'm gonna say I didn't really like Vitality's Dust 2.
Okay, all right.
I wasn't a big fan.
It's fighting words.
A little bit, not a big fan. But I don't know if that's a map they really like, so I'm not trying to call out their map pool.
It's a map they at least let slide through twice today.
Now you're making it seem like I'm calling them out. I only saw them play it once.
We'll revisit your opinion 10 rounds into Dust 2. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. Let's do that. And let's see if this is it. Could be finished in the 27th on Inferno. Vitality with a haphazard buy, 3 SMGs, some tidbits of utility, not a single kit to try and retake with, and Valiance charge up Banana just to come to a grinding stop. They'll wait, they'll halt, and they'll hold their horses. Some utility back and forth, extinguishing the flames, throwing Apex amidst the smokes. 5-7 versus Mac-10 and AK. That's not a spam fight I'd take. And Apex knows better too. MBK doubles back in order to be boosted.
Yeah, they get the silent boost off.
Apex opts not to head towards coffins. Instead, he'll hold here on this very same angle.
They actually haven't used this boost. I think that's one thing that we haven't seen from them on their CT side. Teams abuse this boost constantly. So there's a chance that Valiance don't even clear this. We'll see.
It is NBK up there with just that CZ. So many players ready to roll. Hunter immediately clears it. Not going to happen at all. The B site destroyed. Valiance charge straight forward, and they may not even give up a single kill. It's just those SMGs. Zywoo desperately, now the last man up, and Nexa has his number. 16-11 here on map 2. The 15-0 streak is crushed and cut down. 14 is all they get, Launders.
Yeah.
15 would have looked better, but it's just not in the cards.
That's two things they've done today. They stopped the they stopped the giant win streak on Inferno from Valiance. They also beat Mousesports on Mirage on LAN.
Yeah, those are huge accomplishments in and of itself. So this is a team to be reckoned with, folks. We're going to be heading over to map 3, but not before we head over to the gentleman on the analyst desk.
That's right, Scrawny. You are absolutely correct. Got one more map in the pipes for you all, but before we get there, we need to make some sense of everything that just went down on Inferno. And to do that, we brought in two guys that know exactly what they're talking about at all times of the day. Doesn't matter what time of the day it is. It's going to be Natu and Sponge.
Doesn't even matter what topic it is.
Doesn't even matter what topic it is. We can talk about Finnish politics. We could talk about, I don't know what you would talk about, Chad. You're kind of like geographically confused. So.
Kangaroos, probably.
Yep.
And still?
Yeah, something about living in the upside down, which is exactly what we just saw. An upside down second half, and it really wasn't that strong of a showing, at least on the CT side for Vitality.
The fact they couldn't string multiple rounds together is a real issue right on that CT side when utility is such a big part of being able to get banana control, being able to fend off those attacks. So impressive on the side of Valiance to be able to crack open bomb sites in the fashion they were doing it, because they didn't do anything super special, right? They had a player walk into a position and grab some multi-kills, and then the bomb site was open for business. It felt time and time again that the Vitality guys were unable to get a read to stack the sites. There was always two players having to be forced into retakes, and that would have been very frustrating, but they managed to still grab the two pistols, so that stays with the stat line.
I got that. I mean, got that in there.
Listen, second half you get 3 rounds. One of them is pistol round. One of them is it's an eco round where, you know, Valiance kind of bottled it up. Traditionally, you go quad in an anti-eco round. You shouldn't really be doing that, especially if you you just don't commit to it 100%. So yeah, definitely a lot of work to do for Vitality here.
I think if we continue the theme that we had in the first map where we were talking about Valiant and their T side where they're able to kind of just do the aggressive moves and then find multi-kills, similar scenes here, but I didn't think they'd be able to do it to the same level, right? Inferno is a lot more bottlenecks, right? It's a lot more tighter choke points. The fact that they could still walk out and find those multi-kills is very impressive. That attests to the individual skill that this team is working with.
Yeah, and it helps a lot though when you manage to put a CT in a position where they can string those rounds together. So you get much more map control when there's no mollies or smokes in the play all the time to block off from Banana, for example.
Well, Chad, I know you're a fan of these real tight choke points, but I guess in this one it was Natu and company over there on the side of the Finns that really did put the choking down, and actually will be moving down, moving up in the brackets. So it will be Ints that did find success over on the B stream. Since we didn't get an interview from them, and before we go to a break, anything you want to say on their behalf?
I mean, they wanted that rematch. They lost against Vindigo in the close qualifier stage of the minors. So they definitely, came in with the vengeance and showcasing that they feel like they're the better team.
And I said this to you behind closed doors, but it's still quite a fun fact that Ents are only 4 maps away now from making the majors. So not that many games. And they've definitely been the most impressive team we've seen today in both minors so far.
Both from a rudimentary standpoint, a fundamental standpoint, and most importantly, the easy standpoint, which is the standpoint that we're going to be taking as we go into the third map of our series. It's going to be Dust 2 when we come back, so make sure you're here with us. We're going to start to walk you into it.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to ask you to put your tray tables and seat backs in the upright and lock position and get ready for takeoff as we look forward into Dust 2. It's time to kick off the third map of this installment, the first best of 3 of the EU Minor. My name is Trey Saranthus, and I'm going to walk you right into that bad boy. But first, I'm going to let these guys do a little bit of talking. And these guys, you might know them as Natu and Sponge, hailing from Finland and Australia. Quite a ways from home, one of you more so than the other. But both of these teams not trying to go home any earlier than possible.
I wouldn't want to go home. I would want to stay and really enjoy the weather.
And you will.
Yeah, before we get into the analysis, can we just work this out? With Scrawny and Launders, are they going to be Scraunders?
Scrawndog.
Or Laurie? Like Mike. No, that's from
Mike Lowry. You're talking
yeah,
Mike
Lowry. That's the one.
Bad Boys.
I was watching that the other night. That's why it was in my head. Which one do you reckon?
Well,
First one?
I think, yeah, it has to be the first one. The second one didn't really land.
Yeah, it didn't land. I missed it. I fluffed it a bit there.
Well, we're going to fluff our way through to Dust 2. What do you guys think? What about Dust 2 here? Do we need to be on the lookout for? Because now we have an even slate. Now we've got a best of one, basically.
Yep.
All over again. It's all even.
And on the map like Dust 2, I think that's really a good ground for us to conclude this series, honestly. I mean, we saw Vitality play earlier today against OpTic on Dust 2, and they were looking okay, but I think they had a bit of a slower start, and feels like they're trying to play a really, quite a basic Dust 2, taking a lot of short control, trying to take long when they have the spawns, and then run down the clock and then do a setup piece, basically, to the bomb site. Or do the French thing, which is just ramming into the bomb site. That happens too. And with this kind of individual skill, it's also a scary prospect, as we saw in that matchup. Even if you had 2 guys on the CT side holding an angle, watching the tunnel, they would still get those 2 entries coming in. So those are crazy, pretty scary prospects. On the other hand,